Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency.
They offered me a cool $1.5 million, but I couldn't be bought.
Oh, Sam, all the time fooling.
Straight goods, Effie.
Oh, really, Sam? Why didn't you take it? Oh, but you couldn't, of course.
That's right, Angel. Taxes.
Oh, you mean it would put you in a bracket?
The girl's name, in case you were going to ask, was Sugar Kane.
Was she sweet?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, not much of one, no.
That is true, but even though you do seem to be, as you would say, in a jugular vein, I shall be right down, serious and frowning, to dictate a chronicle steeped in the bitter tea of general confusion, brewed in a witch's cauldron of murder, greed, and avarice. That's what gives it that nutty flavor.
What, Sam?
Silly girl, I refer to the Sugar Cane caper, on which I will forthwith my report be down to dictate on, goodbye.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Want to look better on the job? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Want to look better to that gal of yours? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic improves your entire appearance by grooming your hair neatly and naturally, relieving dryness, removing loose dandruff. If your family hasn't yet enjoyed the benefits of America's leading hair tonic, here's what to do about it. Ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, Sam. How are you, Sam? You were so lugubrious over the phone. Sometimes you're so bucolic, but tonight...
What am I? When?
Lugubrious tonight. Just bubbling over.
Do you possibly mean I'm being lush with my verbiage?
There, you see?
Well, that's because I've been at work in the environs of Snob Hill, where they never use one word if 12 will do. Are you ready for the dictation, I guess it is? I plan to be most amusing tonight. Already I am, yet. Look, I haven't even started.
Oh.
Really, I haven't. All right. Now, pencil. Date. Alan should have such an audience. Date. October 3rd, 1948, to Clifton Kavanaugh, Esquire. Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Sugar Cane Caper. On Thursday last, at 11 a.m., as I waited for the traffic signal so that I might legally cross Powell Street in order to board a cable car, a cat rubbed up against my leg. I leaned over to stroke it and noticed that it had 6 toes. I wondered if that meant anything. It didn't. Most Snob Hill addresses don't mean much anymore, but yours still does. The house was big, hideous, and reassuring.
Oh. Are you from Peppersnell?
No, I'm in business for myself. Mr. Kavanaugh in?
Oh. Well, come on in. I can't understand what happened to that boy from Peppersnell. Oh, pardon me if I seem a little hungover.
Gladly, but can you ever forgive yourself?
I like you. You got a sense of humor. You'll need it.
You trying to tell me you don't approve of Mr. Kavanaugh?
That perfume pothead.
What did he do to you?
He married my mother.
Oh, stepfather?
Yeah. No, I'm Fred Blair.
Spade's my name. Where do I find him?
Detective?
Check.
I'll give you a clue. Look behind you.
I did. I turned and found myself looking straight into your handsome face. You looked several years younger than your stepson, with regular aquiline features, dark, widely spaced eyes, and blue-black hair.
Well, so you're the notorious Sam Spade.
Well, I don't want to seem modest.
Come into the conservatory. There's just the barest chance that we'll not be overheard.
Good.
There. Sit down.
What's your problem, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Problem indeed. Problems, plural. Starting with that junior grade lush that collared you at the door.
He's very fond of you, too.
Well, you can't imagine what a trial that boy's been to me. Both the children. For some reason, neither Fred nor his sister Eunice ever quite accepted me as their father.
You don't say.
I suppose my youth counted against me. I think they misinterpreted my motives. When any man marries a wealthy widow twice his age...
Yeah. Why did you send for me, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Well, it all started several months back, before my wife, their mother, where was I? Oh, died. The scandal quite literally killed her.
You're sure that's what did the trick?
Fred, who, among other talents, was a positive genius for knowing the wrong sort of people, struck up an acquaintance with a hoodlum named Johnny Verona.
Nice, clean-cut gangster type, runs a joint on Pacific Street.
Precisely. With the positively hysterical name of the Subtropico.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a sordid brawl of some sort. A man shot. Obviously, this Johnny Verona shot him. Fred had to give testimony before the grand jury. It was all we could do to keep it out of the paper.
But you did.
No, and old Eleanor, my wife, that is, dropped dead when the butler brought in the Chronicle. But the worst was yet to come, Sam.
Well, don't keep me hanging, Cliff.
Well, Fred continued to frequent this bistro, this dive of Verona's.
I understand.
I believe the bait is a toothsome little teaser with the unlikely name of Sugar Kane.
She likes Fred.
No woman in her right mind would look twice at that idiot, even if he were twice as rich and only half as sodden. Where was I? Oh, yes, this Verona person came here several times on the pretext of pouring Fred through the front door and thereby met my stepdaughter, Eunice.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Cavanaugh. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you want a detective for.
Because my stepdaughter has brazenly informed me that she intends to marry this gangster. I want you to help me prevent that marriage.
I don't see.
Don't see what?
I don't see how I can.
Well, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. When Verona was arrested for that shooting in his club, Fred didn't tell the grand jury all he knew. Now, if you could prove that Verona is guilty, then we'd be rid of him for good.
Is it Verona you want to get rid of or your stepson?
Good Lord, you don't think Fred did it?
Do you?
Why, no, of course not.
Okay, supposing Verona did it, then Fred goes up on a perjury rap, maybe accessory.
Oh. Well, I have no overwhelming desire to injure Fred.
Look, why don't you tell me what you have an overwhelming desire for?
Well, under the terms of her mother's will, Eunice will inherit $3 million as soon as she marries.
When?
When what?
When do I meet her?
Be serious, man. Now, I will pay Verona $50,000 in cash if he'll stay away from her.
Would you take $50,000 as the payoff in a $3 million caper?
In this instance, yes. Eunice is not very well, and you may quote me on that, book, chapter, and verse.
To Johnny Verona?
To Johnny Verona.
Okay. Water's mighty cold this time of the year at the bottom of the bay, but if you don't care, I don't.
Thank you. Let me know how it comes out.
Don't give it a second thought. You'll know. Don't get up, Mr. Cavanaugh. I know the way out.
Hey, Spade, wait up.
Well, you look a little better.
Listen, there's something you ought to know. He was my sister's boyfriend before he married my mother. He did it out of revenge because Eunice threw him over. He still wants to marry her.
Any particular reason?
Oh, my mother put that crazy marriage clause in her will. He's been systematically getting rid of every man who's been interested in her. Bought him off, threatened him off any way he could. Why? He thinks Eunice will eventually marry him to get her inheritance. But she won't. She'll kill him first, and if she doesn't, I'll do it for her.
Fred.
Oh, yeah?
Fred, what on earth are you saying? Who is this man?
Well, he's the detective.
Sam Spade. You're Eunice Blair?
Yes, I want to talk to you. Fred, go and...
Yeah. See you later, Spade.
I know why my stepfather hired you, Mr. Spade. If you need the money, go ahead. But this time it won't work.
You look as if you'd like to be a nice girl. How did you happen to settle for a cheap grifter like Johnny Verona?
Because we understand each other, and he can't be scared off.
Any message I can take him from you?
Tell Johnny I'll meet him at the usual place. And tell him I still like my coffee black. No sugar.
I didn't ask her what kind of sugar she didn't want any of. I thought I knew. The only thing wrong with Sugar Kane's dance was her dancing, but the customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't either. It was a pleasure to size her up carefully, as I would have felt obliged to do anyway in my professional capacity. She was a black-haired number with aquiline features and widely spaced dark eyes. It was a beautiful combination, and I wondered where I'd seen it before quite recently. I decided to find out.
Hey, what's the idea of barging in here after me? Can't you see the sign on the door? No customers in the dressing room.
Then let's go someplace else. I want to talk to you.
Beat it.
Take it easy. This is on business.
Good. I'll fix it up with the boss.
Johnny?
Yeah, Sugar? What's the matter? Is Joe giving you trouble?
You trailed in here after me, the cheap masher, on the pretext of discussing business affairs.
Okay, out you go.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, move.
And don't come back.
Well?
Sorry, I had to give that bum's rush routine. I don't want to get her excited. She's a nice kid, and she doesn't know why you're here.
I take it you do.
Yeah. Eunice called me and told me you'd be down.
Okay, Johnny, I'll give it to you fast and get out. Clifton Cavanaugh will pay you $50,000 to leave Eunice alone. He also made a few idle or not-so-idle threats about what might happen to her if you don't take his money.
For example?
He said she hasn't been feeling well, might not live long enough to get married. I don't have to tell you what I think about that kind of talk, and I wouldn't be peddling it if my office rent wasn't due. That's why when you started giving me that bum's rush, I made only, shall we say, a token resistance.
Yeah. About me marrying Eunice, you can tell Clifton to stop worrying.
Hmm?
Yeah, Eunice and I got married 3 weeks ago.
You what?
Married. You want to see the papers?
Why the secrecy?
I don't want her to get hurt.
You're scared of Clifton?
Nah. Sugar. She's got a very low boiling point. She's a... pardon me. Yeah. Yeah, Nick. What is? Go ahead. Yeah, I heard you. No, don't touch anything. Don't let anybody in. I'll be right over.
Bad news?
Yeah, Eunice. She's dead.
How?
One of my boys found her in my apartment. She was supposed to wait for me there.
How did it happen?
He's not sure. He thinks she took poison.
I had to give Johnny Verona one thing. He didn't make any pretense about being grief-stricken. But after all, he just inherited $3 million. Sugar Kane took it standing up, too, but she just lost a rival and got her man back $3 million richer. I wasn't with you when you got the news, Mr. Cavanaugh. But the one I really wondered about was Eunice's brother, Fred. What brought that on was something I picked up in Johnny Verona's apartment where we found Eunice's body sprawled out over a tray of coffee things. It was a medicine bottle with a doctor's prescription number on the label. The name of the druggist that had put it up was Pfefferschnau. I remembered what Fred had said to me when he admitted me to your house that afternoon. Quote, "Are you the man from Pfefferschnau's?" I wondered if I'd answered yes, would Eunice still be alive?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Sugar Cane Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
morning papers didn't carry anything new on Eunice's death. Cause was put down to an overdose of a toxic drug. The doctor who prescribed it said she'd requested it for migraine headaches, which he suggested might have driven her to suicide. He did not explain why she had taken 4 doses in capsule form and dissolved the rest of it in a decanter of coffee. I thought somebody else had dosed the coffee, and so did you, Mr. Cavanaugh.
Verona did it, of course. He knew she was taking those pills and dosed the coffee just enough to be fatal when added to what she took voluntarily.
You knew all that, too.
Well, so did Fred.
But you had more reasons, 3 million more.
But they were already married.
You know that when you hired me?
Yes.
Then how come?
I knew she was planning to do away with herself. I thought if we could pin it on Verona, after all, he's guilty of that old murder. Fred's a witness to that. Well, if he were convicted, the money would revert to me.
Nuts.
You don't believe me?
She wasn't planning suicide, and you know it.
Well, then?
I don't care who takes the fall, but I got less on Verona than I got on you.
Then I'll give you something. Here. Take a look. Verona's lawyer sent this around before her body was cold. A claim for $3 million, notarized yesterday while Eunice was still alive. Well, Mr. Spade?
Pardon me while I drop dead. You did and waited hopefully, but I managed to stay on my feet. I even managed to make it down the hall to the bar where I found your stepson ambushed behind a row of empty bottles.
Fine detective you turn out to be. I warned you. Stand up like a man. That's all right. I'll take on both of you.
Come on, sober up. Makes sense.
Where's my drink? Who took my glass?
Here it is.
Give me it.
Sure.
You spill it. Who's ice on my shirt?
Listen to me. This is very important.
Important?
You were expecting a delivery from a drugstore when I arrived there yesterday morning. Who ordered it?
She did. Eunice. She told me to watch for it and bring it to her.
Did you do that?
No, she wasn't here.
What did you do with that bottle of medicine?
I'm sleepy. I gotta get some rest.
Wake up!
No.
I said wake up!
Leave me alone.
Now, listen. You took that bottle with you when you went out. Where did you take it?
If I tell you, will you let me go to sleep?
You took that bottle with you, didn't you?
You're guessing. I know you're third degree.
You went to Verona's apartment, didn't you?
2 gentlemen of Verona. Willie Shakespeare.
You doped that coffee, didn't you, with the poison that killed your sister?
I didn't mean it for her. I didn't know she was going there.
Go on talking.
I want a lawyer. I know my rights.
Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not taking a statement. You're too drunk for it to hold anyway, so you can tell me.
Okay. Here's how it happened. She took her 4 pills and went to bed.
Yeah?
I sneaked the bottle out of the medicine chest and I went over to his place. His boy Nick was there making coffee for the boss, he said, when he got home. I hung around talking for a while and I stripped some of the stuff in the percolator while he was getting out the cups. And that's all.
Why did you want to kill Johnny Verona?
So Eunice wouldn't have to marry him.
What do you mean, have to?
She was doing it for me, so he'd keep quiet.
About that brawl in the club, that old killing they tried to nail Johnny for?
Yeah, that's it. The gun that did it. He got rid of it before the cops arrived. That was my gun.
Fred, straighten up. Look.
Yeah.
Johnny dictated the story you told the grand jury. How do I know he didn't dictate the one you're telling me now? Who are you covering for?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell you anything. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you?
Get out the window!
The revolver barrel that crashed through the darkened window pane behind the bar spoke twice. I answered it. I looked out into the darkness, making myself a good enough target to draw some fire. I fired back at the flashes. I was depending more on luck than aim, and luck was what I wasn't having much of. I went back to the place where Fred had fallen. The shots that had dropped him were luckier. He'd been dead before he hit the floor.
What is it? What's happened here?
See for yourself.
Who?
Shot through the window. Couldn't see anything but the gun muzzle. Looked like a .45.
Johnny Verona, he packs a .45.
Who told you that?
It came out of that investigation. One of the reasons they couldn't indict for that old shooting.
There were a lot of reasons they couldn't get that indictment.
What are you driving at?
Neither one of the leading suspects was guilty.
I don't follow you.
Sugar Kane did that job.
Well, that's wild.
What if I told you Fred made a statement to that effect before he was shot?
You're lying. He confessed.
Did I tell you that?
Well, he must have. He always talked about it when he was drunk.
All right. I was bluffing.
Why?
Just a crazy hunch. I thought there might be something between you and Sugar. Now I'm sure there isn't.
Of course not.
Should have spotted it before. You're too much the same type. Even look alike.
I can't make you out.
Well, don't try. It's not worth it. You better call homicide about Fred here. Tell Lieutenant Dundee if he wants my statement, I'll be at my apartment. After I pretended to leave, I came back and did a little eavesdropping of my own. You didn't phone homicide, but you did spend an hour filing out the barrel of a .45 automatic. Then you went out. I tailed you to an address on Sloat Boulevard. A short time after you went in, Sugar Kane came out alone. I followed her to, you know the answer, my apartment. I went in the back way via the fire escape and arrived in time to answer her buzz.
Oh, Mr. Spade, thank heaven I found you at home.
So am I. Come in.
I know it's terribly late.
Forget it. Won't you take off your coat or something?
Can't stay very long. It's not safe. I may have been followed here.
Oh, surely not.
Sam, you don't mind if I call you Sam?
No.
I'm so frightened. It's about Johnny Verona. I don't know what he may do. He's convinced that Fred killed Eunice, and he's out gunning for him right now. We've got to stop him before he does anything rash.
You come to the wrong party, Sugar. I'm working for the enemy.
Enemy?
Kavanaugh.
Oh.
It's no skin off his nose if Johnny Verona drops Fred Blair or if you all drop. All he does is sit back and collect.
Oh, he can't be as cynical as that.
You ought to know.
Has he told you anything about me?
I'd rather hear it from you.
Maybe sit down. Well, there's not much to tell. I played along with Johnny for one reason and one reason alone. To save Fred from that old murder rap.
Were you figuring on marrying into that family, too?
Oh,
A regular pincers movement, wasn't it? Johnny and Eunice, you and Fred.
all right. It's true I wasn't in love with Fred, but it wasn't all the money. I was sorry for him. Money's not what I really want. I know that now.
What do you want?
Someone. Someone I can trust.
Me too, Sugar.
Oh, Sam, you're what I want. Say you want me to. Please say it. Don't answer it, Sam.
Why not?
Johnny may have followed me here. He's insanely jealous.
Well, I gotta face it out with him sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Sam, be careful.
Stand out of the way, Sugar.
No, Sam. No, please.
Don't reach, Johnny.
I'm not gunning for you, Spade.
In that case, come on in.
Well, Sugar. I didn't believe him that you were coming here.
I had to, Johnny. He got some crazy confession out of Fred while he was drunk. I had to stall him till you and Clip could talk to him. To save Fred, I mean.
Oh, stop horsing around. We all know that we all know Fred is dead, and we all know that we all know who killed him.
Then Clip was leveling. You are trying to pin that on me.
I don't need it, but if you want it, you can have it.
There's $3 million in my part of it. I'll split down with the middle with you. If you throw in with them, it's a three-way split.
There's no split at all if you take the rap for Eunice's killing, and you will if you throw in with me. It's their word against mine. 2 witnesses against 1, and all I've got is a confession by a drunk who is now dead.
Sam. Oh, Sam, I was sure for a moment you...
Get away from me.
Sam,
Go on. Go to work on him. I should have given you a little more time. That wasn't fair, was it, Sugar?
I hate you. I hate you both. I never want to see you again.
Get back in that room, Sugar.
Cliff.
What happened, Sugar? Why were you running away?
Johnny double-crossed us. Now Sam knows everything.
What does he know?
The whole caper. Part of it I wasn't quite sure of until I saw you and Sugar standing side by side. That blue-black hair, the same eyes, plus the fact that the bell on Sugar's apartment on Sloat Boulevard reads Kane, parenthesis, Kavanaugh. You took a crazy chance when you knocked off Fred with me right there in the room. The kind of a crazy chance a brother would take to keep his sister clear.
I could have told you that.
It would have helped a lot, Johnny, but you didn't. When a man lets his sister go on dancing in a joint like yours after he's in the chips and she goes on liking it, you can be sure they're both playing for big stakes and for nobody but themselves. Where do you think you were supposed to wind up, Johnny? I'll tell you. Drinking that poison coffee that Eunice got hold of by mistake.
That isn't true, Johnny. I never told Fred a thing. He thought you really loved Eunice. I don't know how he found out you were forcing her into that marriage.
Did you also neglect to tell him that he was innocent? That you pulled the trigger in that old killing and shoved a gun into his hand when he was too drunk to know what he was doing?
I've heard enough. Watch it, Johnny.
No!
I winged you a split second before you fired. Your aim went wild. All I saw at first was that it missed Johnny. Then I saw him move forward in her direction. She was leaning against the wall, a puzzled expression on her face, her hand plucking nervously at a spot of red that was spreading against the white of her dress. He caught her as she pitched forward and carried her over to a couch. She didn't speak again. You and Johnny knelt beside her until the cops arrived. If you were aware of each other's presence, neither of you showed it. Period. End of report.
That was a sad ending, Sam.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry it ended so sadly.
Well, it was bound to, one way or the other. There wasn't anybody in the whole gallery that thought about anybody but himself. Except poor Fred, I guess, and his only friends arrived in bottles and left in the ash can.
All those millions and millions. We'll get the money now, Sam.
I'm glad you asked that. It leaves me cold. Go type that up while I knit myself a sweater.
And now, listen to this. It's the smart mother who sees to it that Wild Root Cream Oil is always kept handy around the house. For she knows that Wild Root Cream Oil grooms her family's hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Get acquainted by asking for the new 25-cent bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Goodness, what a terrible group of unfortunates. As you say, it just had to end badly.
If you hope to get back in my good graces by quoting me, to trick me into agreeing with you, you have succeeded.
There you go, Sam. So lugubrious.
Effie, what is this? What means lugubrious?
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful. It's my new habit.
Oh?
Every time I read a book now, and like you read a book and there's a word you don't know what it means or you're not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I make it a practice now to write down and learn 3 new words per day.
Well.
And learn the definitions to use them in conversation. Like desultory.
And lugubrious?
Yes, that's one of my 3 for today. You see? Lugubrious, right here it is. To talk a great deal. Bucolic, state of being sorrowful. And verbose, to be out in the country.
I see. Very praiseworthy. Enlarging your vocabulary.
Yes,
Love it.
I am. But I don't expect to be really lugubrious for the nonce.
Look, Effie, why don't you go verbose for the weekend? It's the best cure for the bucolic.
Oh, Sam, look what I've done.
What have you done?
I've clipped the wrong definitions to the right words.
Well.
For instance, lugubrious, well, it isn't that at all. And bucolic, let me see. Oh, Sam, I've learned them wrong.
I wasn't going to tell you, Effie. It's better to find out for yourself. It's more, efficacious.
My new habit. Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You can't tell when you go out who you're gonna meet. Hello, Inspector Faraday.
Huh? You speaking to me?
Well, your name's Faraday, isn't it? Faraday?
Yeah, I'm Faraday.
Well, my name's Sammy. You know me, Sammy.
Yeah, hello, Sammy.
You kind of thought you'd be along this way.
Well, so I'm along. What do you want?
Just to tell you something, I know about a holdup. They're sticking up an armored truck.
Who is? When? Where?
The north side is where? Tomorrow night is when? The Butcher Boys is who?
The Butcher Boys, huh?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sammy.
Oh, that's not all, pal. There's something more important. They're going to take the loot directly to the boss.
What? The boss?
Yeah.
They're going right from the armored truck job to the boss?
Yeah, I thought you'd like to know.
Like to know. Sammy, I almost like you for this. I've been trying to find out who heads the Butcher Boys for months. Maybe I can grab him this time. Thanks a lot, Sammy.
Okay.
You keep on being a good boy. I'll be good to you someday.
I hope you remember that. I won't forget it.
Oh, you got a good memory for things, huh, Sammy?
What, huh?
A memory for everything but faces.
You can remember to tell Faraday about us, though, John.
Who are you guys? The Butcher Boys?
Two of them. We come from a large family. Come on, Sam. You're going for a large ride. Grab his arm, Ted.
I already got it.
No. Please, boys. I didn't tell Faraday a thing. I didn't say a word about a thing. Oh, don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Why, we aren't going to kill you, Sammy. That is not unless the boss says to kill you.
Oh,
Yes,
no,
Sammy,
you
let's
can't
go
do-
see what the boss wants us to do
Look,
with
but
you, huh? The spot you put us in's got to be erased. It's got to be erased, or you got to be.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
James, have you sent Henry for the car?
Yes, Mr. Van Allister.
Good.
He said there would be a slight delay, though. With the big car, though.
In that case, tell him I'll take the convertible instead of the big car today.
Right away, Mr. Van Allister. I'll...
See who's at the door, James.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hiya, James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Butcher. Come right in.
Thanks. Come on, Ted. Drag our friend Sammy with you.
Inside.
Mr. Van Allister, the message John and Theodore Butcher and friend to see you.
Thank you, James. That'll be all for now.
Very good, sir.
Well, John, Ted, who's this?
This is Loudmouth Sammy, boss.
Loudmouth?
Loudmouth, loose mouth, limp mouth. Doesn't make any difference, boss.
No,
he
no.
talks to cops.
No, I didn't...
Cut him being confidential with Inspector Faraday. And you can guess about what, can't you?
It was
Huh?
nothing.
I never guess at anything, John.
I'll tell you what it was about, boss.
Never mind, Ted. I'd rather hear it from our guest.
Oh, I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell him...
John, advise our guest that I prefer the truth, will you?
Oh, sure, boss.
You've advised him enough, I think.
Yes, that's enough.
Well,
That's
I'm
enough.
listening, Sammy.
Now start talking. You'll get a little advice from me, too.
No more, please. I'll tell you what I told Inspector Faraday.
Well?
It was about the armored truck. It was about holding up the armored truck.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, that's all. I swear that's all.
I wonder. John.
Yeah?
What? Take him into the
Oh,
other
no,
room.
please, no.
I know the rest, boss.
No.
Come on, Ted, you can
No,
help.
no,
him.
wait a minute. I'll make a deal. I'll tell you something else.
The man really is talkative, isn't he, boy?
He sure is.
What are you saying?
Well, what is it you have to say?
Well, look, if I can tell you something you really want to know, will you let me go? Will you?
Perhaps.
How'd you like to knock off Boston Blackie, huh?
Take him inside, gentlemen, if that's
Oh,
all he
wait,
has
wait,
to
wait.
say.
You know, if you let Blackie around, he'll get you sooner or later. I know where he'll be, and alone, and I know what he's up to. Make me a deal, huh? Make me a deal. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything.
Hey, that Blackie's a bad guy, boss.
Yeah, I had one run-in with him, and I came in second.
Yeah.
The squealer here's got something.
Perhaps. Where is Blackie going to be?
Will you let me go then, huh?
We'll see. Well, then, where is he?
Well, it ain't where he is. It's where he's gonna go tomorrow night.
Oh? Tell us where that is, Sammy. Because wherever it is, he'll never leave there alive.
Homicide, Faraday.
Faraday, guess who?
Blackie, hang up. Hang yourself. Do something, but don't bother me.
Same old Faraday, same old tired talk, same old tired brain.
Yeah?
You ought to know that if I call you up, it's about something important.
The only thing you could say that would be important to me would be goodbye. What are you waiting for?
For you to get some sense, which is probably a lifetime engagement or assignment that I've given myself. Did a character named Sammy the Lip get to you?
Suppose he did. What do you know about it?
I sent him, sweetheart. He came to tell me about the Butcher Boys and their latest caper, and I referred him to you. I told him you were in that business.
Oh, you did.
That's right.
All right.
You sent me Sammy. I talked to him. He told me what he knew. I'm going to do something about that armored truck thing. You happy now?
I couldn't be happier if you were in your right mind. We'll grab this butcher gang and their boss together.
We'll grab?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. You're keeping your nose out of this. And I mean it this time, Blackie.
Will it make you happy if I do?
I'll give you a sample. Ha, ha, ha. That's how happy it'll make me.
In that case, Faraday, I've got news for you. You worry about grabbing the gang after they grab the armored truck. I'm going to take a vacation in the country.
Good. You need a rest, and I need one.
Very
From
clever. Mm-hmm. That's very clever. I wonder when you heard me say it. Faraday, old pal, I am going to take it easy. You do the work on the armored car and leave the rest to me.
All right, boys, all right. All right, be quiet a minute. And I'll tell you why I've called you all together.
The Messrs. John and Theodore Butchert have finished entertaining our guest, Mr. Van Allister, and they're resting.
That's quite all right, James. I'll go over things with them a little later. Boys?
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
The police have been informed of our intention to rob that armored truck on the north side tomorrow night.
Who read it, boss?
It doesn't matter, Guy.
But our plans have been definitely upset, Mr. Van Allister.
On the contrary, James, our informer has been of great help to us. I've just learned that 48 new automobiles are being trucked in from the Middle West tomorrow night. We're going to steal those cars, all 4 dozen of them.
That's a man-sized job, boss.
This outfit is man-sized, isn't it?
Right. So the truck deal is out, huh?
That's correct. But in view of the new cars we can appropriate, it doesn't matter too much.
Okay, if you say so.
Mr. Van Allister.
Yes.
What about this Blackie person? Have plans been made for him?
Very definite plans, James. In fact, if he's alive tomorrow, I'll be very surprised. No, James, I don't think we need worry about Blackie much longer.
Well, that's good. Now, let's get back to the new cars. It ain't going to be tough to sell them, boys. But it'll be tough to hide them till we get rid of them, won't it?
We'll sell the cars in another part of the country.
Drive them there? Right after we lift them?
No, drive them to the Franklin farm. I'll meet you there an hour after the robbery, and then I'll tell you... Come in.
Oh, Mr. Van Allister.
Oh, come in, John. How's our talkative guest, Sammy?
I don't think he's going to talk anymore.
No.
No.
What a shame. Is he dead?
Yeah. I think I hit him too hard.
Oh?
What'll I do with the body?
Oh, leave it out in the country someplace. They tell me it's peaceful there.
Here comes the ambulance, Inspector Faraday. I don't know why anyone sent for an ambulance, Sergeant. This guy's been dead for hours. Poor Sammy.
He sure died the hard way, Inspector. Somebody really worked him over.
Yeah, I know.
Callahan's telling the boys to the end. Oh, look who just got out of that car behind the ambulance.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, go away. Get in that ambulance and make like a victim. Do anything you want, but do it away from here.
Thanks, Faraday. I will, as soon as I find out what the score is.
It's nothing to nothing.
That's right. You know nothing, and you'll do nothing.
Oh.
So Sammy got it, huh? Well, that figured. He was an underworld character, and they all get it sooner or later.
Okay, so he got it sooner. How did you know to come way out here?
My brilliant mind, Faraday. I was at headquarters when the report came in and followed the ambulance out here. You know, I think maybe even you could have done that.
That's enough out of you.
Apparently someone couldn't get anything out of our dead friend here. But you got plenty out of him, didn't you?
Enough to know when, where, and how to get to the boss of the butcher mob.
You think it's going to be easy?
It will be if you'll stay out of my way.
Okay, Faraday, I'll do it.
Good.
I'll get to the boss myself.
Bad.
Good or bad, pal. I'll get him. Get me?
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, you're late. You promised you'd take me to dinner a half hour ago.
I'm sorry, Mary, but I'm going to be later.
Uh-oh. Little Mary eats alone and likes it.
Well, Blackie doesn't eat and doesn't like it. I'm tracking down the butcher mob.
Do you have to?
Mm-hmm. And it seems to me I had a run-in with one of those lads once. I think it was Willie or Ted.
No, it wasn't. It was Johnny. Oh, what am I saying? You never met one of them.
Thanks, Mary. It was Johnny. What did he look like? Do you remember?
I have a poor memory for faces.
Uh-oh.
I guess if I don't tell you I won't see yours for so long, I'll forget it, too.
Now you're being a good girl. What did he look like?
Oh, he was tall, blonde, and had a mustache and an ugly scar on his right cheek.
Mustache on his right cheek. Funny place for one.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know. Well, have a nice dinner.
Oh, I'm sure I will. You eat something, too, will you?
I sure will, Mary. I'm going to a farm, and if my plans work out, I'm going to make the boss of the butcher mob my meat. A couple of more yards, and I'll make it. Okay. There. Please let somebody be home in this farmhouse. Fingers are crossed. Wood's been knocked. I've done all I can.
Well, what have we here?
I'm hurt. Please help me. Car just hit me on the highway. Think maybe I'm hurt bad.
Jumping catfish. Here, let me help you in the house.
Easy now. Ooh, easy.
You take it easy, young fella. I'll have you fixed up in no time.
Oh, thanks.
I reckon you'll be best off lying here on the couch.
Yeah.
Here we are. Easy now.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Franklin's the name. Now I'll get you something to fix you up right and proper.
Oh, that's nice of you, Mr. Franklin.
No trouble at all to help. Boston Blackie.
Hey, how'd you know my name? And what's with that shotgun in your hand?
Oh, shotguns were made to go off, Blackie. And I don't have to tell you how I knew you. Funny how things work out. A minute ago, I say hello to you. Now I've got to say goodbye. So long, Blackie.
And now back to Boston Blackie. An underworld character named Sammy tells Inspector Faraday how he can find the boss of the notorious butcher mob. Because he talked, Sammy is killed by the mob, and the mob, unknown to Faraday, changes its plans, arranges to kill Blackie, and steal a load of new cars. When we left Blackie, he had arrived at a farmhouse, presumably having been hit by a car, and unaccountably, the farmers grabbed a shotgun, after which a shot was heard. As we return to our story, the telephone rings in Inspector Faraday's office.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Mary Wesley.
Oh, Miss Wesley, if I'm not being pestered by Blackie, I'm bothered by you. Now leave me alone, will you?
Inspector, where's Blackie? Do you know?
No, and I don't care. As long as he's out of my way.
Oh, Inspector, listen. He wanted me to describe one of the butcher mob for him. He said he wanted to be sure he'd recognize him again if he saw him, but that was 6 hours ago, and, well, I'm afraid something's happened to Blackie.
I'm hoping something did.
Hey!
On account of him, I got a phony tip about an armored car that was supposed to be hijacked. I hope he stays lost.
Oh, please. Now, Inspector Faraday, you know you don't mean that.
Of course I don't. But I'm sore. Blackie wouldn't stay out of this case. Now it's all messed up.
Why is it?
I had men all set to follow the butcher mob after an armored truck robbery on the north side tonight. But the truck wasn't even stopped. That means Blackie's interfered. Now how do I find the mob leader?
Look, Inspector, you'll find the leader of the butcher mob some other time. Please, try to find Blackie now.
I'll try. But don't worry, Miss Wesley. No matter where he is, he's all right. Unless,
Huh? Oh, unless what, Inspector?
Unless, like I always said, he'll meet a guy someday who's luckier than he is. Let's just hope today isn't that someday.
Yes?
Mr. Franklin,
Yes?
you know who this is.
Well, I'm not quite sure.
You know all right. What about Boston Blackie? Did he arrive as I said he would?
Sure did. Got here and pretended he'd been hit by a danged automobile and wanted me to fix him up. And I did with a shotgun.
Good, wonderful. That Sammy was a helpful gentleman after all. He told us he'd told Blackie about our using your big barn, and that Blackie would be out to see you.
Danged if he wasn't, too.
Well, as long as you took care of him, it doesn't matter now. Excellent work, Mr. Franklin. Get rid of the body and be ready for this evening. We'll be using the barn to hold 48 brand new cars.
The barn will be here when the cars get here.
Good. I'll be at home here waiting for a report. You call me, will you? You know the number.
It seems to me maybe I mislaid it somewhere. I don't...
Oh, you've got it. Look for it. Goodbye.
Operator, did you want me, Mr. Franklin?
Miss, this is Boston Blackie, not Mr. Franklin. A call just came here from the city.
Yep, that's right. Call came from Downey 1561.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks, miss. Thank you very much for everything. Now, Faraday, is that a way to treat a man back from the dead? You act like you wish I hadn't made the return trip.
Who's acting?
And here I am, all ready to give you the lowdown on the Butcher Gang, and, if you're a nice boy, the boss.
Blackie, what is all this? You disappear. Nobody knows where you are. Well, you worried Miss Wesley to death. She's called this office of mine every 10 minutes looking for you.
I know. I phoned her from a drugstore on the way here. She's happy with me now.
Well, I'm not. What goes on?
Get this, Faraday. The time for clowning is over. The Butcher boys didn't grab that armored truck because they stole some brand new cars today instead.
Where from?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, fine.
But I know where they took them. A huge barn belonging to a farmer named Franklin.
Franklin, huh? We'll grab him quick.
It's too late. He's dead.
What?
It was either him or me when he was fingering his shotgun, and I'm a little selfish that way. I'd rather it were him. I dragged his body to the attic.
What are you talking about?
Our little squealing Sammy probably told the Butcher boys and their boss that he had told me about their using the Franklin farm as a combination hideout and storage warehouse.
Why didn't he tell me that?
Because I asked him not to. I wanted to handle this myself. If you went up there with a gang of cops, you'd have scared them off. Anyhow, when I got to the Franklin place, I pretended I'd been hit by a car, but Franklin wasn't fooled. Apparently, he was expecting me.
I always knew you were a bad actor, in more ways than one.
Hey, you should have heard the impersonation I did of Franklin on the telephone. It was good enough to fool the boss.
Who is the boss, Blackie?
I'll let you know when I introduce him to you. That can wait for a few hours, though. And those few hours are going to see you a very smart cop. Let's see how good an actor you are, because that's a very strange role.
Good. Very good. Excellent work, John.
Okay, boss. Do I move the cars now?
That's right. You and the boys drive each of the moving vans out of the barn.
It was a cinch running the new cars and the moving vans we had parked in Franklin Barn, Mr. Van Allister.
Good. Good.
Now, you want two of the boys to get into each van, drive them all out of town.
That's right. Oh, has Mr. Franklin returned yet?
That's funny, boss. No, he ain't around. We ain't seen him. But there was some blood on the floor of the farmhouse.
Mr. Franklin's following orders. He killed Boston Blackie and is probably out disposing of the body. Those were his orders. You follow yours. That's all, John.
Thank you, Mr. Van Allister.
Thank you.
Bye. We'll be moving those vans 10 minutes.
Excellent. Goodbye.
Our van's the lead van, Ted. You know the route to take, or do I have to tell you again?
I got it, John. What's holding up those vans behind us?
The last one's backing out of the barn now. We better wait for it to turn around. Tommy's driving, and that guy could get lost in a telephone booth.
I hear that hick farmer Franklin knocked off Boston Blackie. That right?
Sure. He's one guy I really wanted out of the way. Tommy's got his van turned around. I guess we can start rolling.
Okay, let's go.
Run! Here we go, boys. Here we go.
I gotta laugh, John. It's gonna take a guy with x-ray eyes to see we got cars inside these moving vans.
You ain't kidding, huh?
Very funny. But, fellas, the joke's on you.
Who are you?
Hey, Blackie.
That's right. And this gun and I say that all the vans are following you, but you're following my orders.
Do we got a heavy enough roadblock across the highway, Inspector Faraday?
It'll do the trick, all right, Sergeant. If Blackie did his stuff. Stay back in the bushes.
Yes, sir.
The trucks are 5 minutes overdue. I hope nothing went wrong at the farm.
Yeah, Blackie was pulling a pretty risky thing there, Inspector.
Well, it was his idea. If it didn't work out, I was going to...
Inspector. think I hear the vans coming now.
Something's coming.
Yeah, it's a van's all right. Yeah, the first one's just rounded the corner.
Ready?
Yeah, ready, willing, and able, Inspector, if that roadblock stops the lead van.
If it doesn't, Blackie will. And I know Blackie's in that first van because the vans wouldn't be routed this way if he weren't.
There must be. Inspector, it's not slowing up. It's going to crack the roadblock. Get back!
I'm already getting back.
That's it. The other stopped in time, Inspector.
Let's go get him. Come on.
Right. Oh, they're giving up easy, Inspector. There's Boston Blackie.
Hey, Blackie, you hurt?
No, Faraday. Well, my driver got a little ambitious when he saw the block and tried to crash through it.
Yeah?
He thought he could get away from me eventually, I guess, but the roadblock and the police gave him ideas.
Bad ideas. Well, we got them all, but we don't have the guy we want. The boss of this mob.
Oh, I think we'll get him before the night's over, Inspector. I can find him.
You can? Where?
Well, you see, I know his phone number, and you can check his name and address.
Huh?
I know the phone number, but believe me, I'm not calling for an appointment first.
Come in.
A gentleman here to see you, Mr. Van Allister.
Well, show him in, James. And, James.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that black eye?
Black eyes? Oh, I ran into...
You ran into this fist, Van Allister.
Who are you?
I'll let you know. And, James, that'll be all. Faraday's waiting for you outside.
Very good, sir.
Nice place you have here, Van Allister.
I demand to know who you are.
Stop it, kid. You're not in a position to demand anything.
What?
But I'll tell you, I'm a nice guy that way. I'm Boston Blackie.
Blackie? But I thought that...
That I was dead? I know. Everybody thinks I'm dead lately. Glad to disappoint you, Mr. Van Allister. Very glad. Well, do you want to leave your manor in a manner to which you're accustomed, or would you prefer I carried you out?
Where are my boys? Where are they?
The butchers in jail. Waiting for you. They said to tell you that they're awful lonesome.
They told you about me?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't dare. I don't believe you. You're making all of this up.
First I'm an actor, now I'm a writer. Look, Mr. Van Allister.
My boys.
I don't want to waste any more time.
My boys are in jail, all of them?
Every last one.
They didn't tell you about me. They wouldn't dare.
You said that before, all right, so they didn't. That make you feel better?
The cars. The ones in the vans.
We've got them all.
It can't be. It mustn't be. I planned too long. I was too careful. You're lying. You know you're lying. Tell me you're lying.
Oh, come here, you lace-pants punk. Come on, cutie. Come on, let's get moving.
No. You're responsible for this. You're the one that's wrecked all my plans. I'm going to...
Mr. Van Allister, I'm surprised at you. With your breeding, too. Using the wrong knife.
Oh.
Blackie, need any help?
No, thanks, Faraday. But this guy on the floor does.
Yeah.
That's your gang boss, pal.
Uh-huh.
See to it that he's unemployed for a long, long time.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The body off Billings Gate.
It was a grim scene there on the dock at Billingsgate, with the early morning fog swirling eerily around the three figures bending over the shapeless mass on the planking. The Scotland Yard inspector, the sergeant with his notebook, and Peterson, the nervous little fisherman, stammering answers to the inspector's methodical questions.
Offhand, I say the man's been dead about 12 hours. You got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Peterson, you say you'd moored your boat out there in the river?
That's right, Inspector. About 2 hours ago it was. Then, as I was coming in the small boat here, I spotted the body in the water.
I see.
Nearly ran into it, I did. Any idea who he is, Inspector?
Looks like an American. Blow on the head, Sergeant. Blunt instrument. Put that down.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look in his pockets.
Blow on the head. How do you suppose a poor bloke come to this?
Gangster affair, probably. Most of the gangsters seem to end up this way. Hello.
What is it, Inspector?
A check for £5,000 from the Barclays Bank. Signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Stay here and look after things, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Medical examiner will be up shortly. I'm going over to have a talk with the manager of that bank.
Yes, sir.
Blimey. What a way to die. How do you suppose...
You heard what the inspector said, man. Blunt instrument.
Yes, it was obvious that the man had died as the result of a blow from a blunt instrument. But there was something more important than that. Something the inspector was to find out later at Barclays Bank. Something which indicated that the most important cause of the man's death was a normally harmless instrument, just an ordinary fountain pen. It had been more than a month before, in a fog like this one, that Victor Milton groped cautiously toward the glowing yellow rectangle of an outdoor telephone booth in the murky darkness,
Yes.
listening.
Yes, operator. I want to put through a trunk call to London, please. That's right. Hurry it along, will you?
No hurry, John.
Victor!
Cancel the call. Hang up.
What the deuce? Vic, I didn't know you were in Leeds. I thought you...
Thought I was in London, I know. Who are you calling?
Oh, just a friend, Vic.
Don't hand me that. You're the boy who's been tipping off the opposition, aren't you, Greenwood?
You're wrong, Vic. I've nothing to do with it.
2 weeks since you joined the organization. 2 weeks since the other mob's been knocking off our trucks. Funny coincidence, isn't it?
No. Wait a minute, Vic. I can explain.
You can begin by telling me who you were calling in London.
I told you, just a friend.
Quit stalling. I got a train to catch. Who was it, John? You better talk or I'll...
No, you won't.
Drop it. Drop that gun. Tell me who you were...
Calling. No. I won't tell you, Vic. I'll kill you.
Give me that. Get back down. There, that's better.
Vic, don't do it. Don't!
And that's how it began, Victor. With a young man named John Greenwood dead at your feet at a public telephone booth in Leeds. You bend down quickly, take his wallet and gun, and hurry off into the night. It's 3 blocks to the railroad station, and the train's due in 5 minutes. You stop for a moment on a bridge over a canal near the station. Drop in the gun and wallet. And then hurry up onto the station platform.
Tuppy, in here. This way, Tuppy.
Okay, got it. Ooh, thanks. Thanks a million.
Oh, you're not Tuppy.
Tuppy?
I must sound awfully silly. It's a family nickname for my brother. I thought you were Tuppy, you see. He was never on time for a train in his life.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, it's not that at all. It's just...
If you'd be good enough to sit down, I shouldn't wonder if I could start reading my paper.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize we were in your life.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. We'll sit down over here.
Thank you.
Well, who's the old boy? Colonel Blimp?
Shh. He'll hear you.
That's funny, isn't it? You never know who you'll run into in a fog. Colonel Blimp or...
Or what?
An angel from the first cloud on the left.
You Americans always come straight to the point, don't you?
How did you know I was an American?
Oh, the way you talk.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've only been here for 2 weeks, but I've been working hard. I say bowler instead of derby, petrol instead of gas.
You're as bad as Tuppy. He wants to sound like an American and can't pull it off either. I do wish he'd got here.
You're not worried, are you?
No, but he promised to ride to London with me to see Father. It's my first trip to town in almost a year, you see. I've been at school in Leeds and... Oh, dear, I must sound like an awful chatterbox.
Oh, not at all. What's your brother doing in Leeds?
He's just taken on a new job. Commercial traveler, paints, hardware, that sort of thing. He's young, of course, and a little irresponsible. But he'll settle down. No danger of Tuppy's turning into a spib.
Spiv?
Yes, you see, a spib is
It's a new word in our vocabulary, sir. An unfortunate addition, I might add.
Oh, how do you mean, Colonel?
Captain.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. A spib, does no work, pays no taxes, produces nothing of value, yet flourishes like the green bay tree. Black markets, hijacking, and so on. Shameful thing, shameful.
Well, now you know what a spib is.
Serves me right. When did we get to London?
Around midnight.
Oh, wonderful. I'll see you home.
Oh, I couldn't. Really.
Oh, not another word now. After all, I have to do something useful now and then. What do you think I am, a spib?
Here you are, Governor. King's Road.
You really shouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
My dear young lady, it's after midnight. The fog's as bad here as it was in Leeds.
That'll be 10 bob.
Okay, here you are, driver.
Careful in the fork now. It's a bad one.
I'm certainly grateful to you. It's the first time I've been here, you see. Father just moved in last week.
Oh, I see. Well, think your father's still up?
I'll be insulted if he isn't. He knows I'm coming.
Hillary!
Father!
Oh, it's so good to have you home, my dear. And Tuppy? Oh, I'm afraid
Tuppy missed the train, Father.
I thought I'd better see your daughter home, sir. It's a little late for her to be out alone.
Well, thank you, young man. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now, Hillary, don't you think you'd better... Oh, the telephone. Make yourself at home, will you? Hillary, I'm sure the young man can do the spot of brandy.
Well, now, see here, it's pretty late. Perhaps I'd better be going.
Nonsense. You heard what Father said.
Drunk call from Leeds. That must be Tuppy with some excuse or other.
Don't be too harsh with him, Father. Do you prefer brandy or whiskey, Mister?
Yes.
Good heavens, I don't even know your name. We've come all this way and we haven't even been introduced.
I'm sorry. My name's Milton. Victor Milton.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Milton? I'm Hillary.
How do you do?
Yes, I'm listening, officer.
What is it, Father? What's the matter?
I see. Identification from the coat? Yes, I'll catch the first train north. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Father, what's happened? Is it Tuppy?
That was the police up in Leeds.
He's not in another scrape.
Not anymore. He's dead, Hillary.
What?
His body was found in the fog by a telephone booth. Been robbed.
I can't believe it.
I'm awfully sorry. I guess you two want to be alone.
Yes. Thank you for seeing Hillary home, Mr.
Milton. If there's anything I can do...
Awfully kind of you, Mr. Milton. Our name is Greenwood.
Greenwood?
Wilfred Greenwood. My son was John. John Greenwood. We always called him Tuppy.
Robbed? But why would anyone rob him? He never had anything. He never...
I think it was something else, Hillary. And I'm going to find out who killed him if it's the last thing I do.
With the prologue of The Body Off Billingsgate, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I'd like to ask one of the ladies here in the studio a question. Did you serve iced tea for supper?
Iced tea? Of course not. In this weather, we prefer a hot drink.
Precisely. And just as you choose a different diet in cool weather, remember your car needs a different cold weather diet, too, if you want to keep performance up and wear down.
Just what do you mean by a cold weather diet for a car?
Well, first of all, the transmission and differential should be drained and refilled with the correct winter grade of Signal gear lubricant. If your front wheel bearings and speedometer cable haven't been repacked for 5,000 miles, now is a good time to tend to that. And, of course, for a sweeter running motor, the old oil should be drained and replaced with the correct winter grade of Signal Premium Motor Oil. That amazing new type oil that actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
One more question. What is the correct winter grade of oil?
That differs according to the make of car, its age, and the climate. But your Signal dealer can tell you exactly because he has an official factory chart which shows just what lubricant the manufacturer recommends for each part on your particular car. This is just another extra in Signal Dealer's complete line of services and products to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Victor? The knowledge that the man you killed in Leeds was the brother of the girl you met riding up to London. John Greenwood, Hillary's brother. And it's hard for you to believe that her brother could be like that. That he could be the son of an obviously influential and respectable citizen like Wilfred Greenwood. But that's the way it is, Victor. A thing that might happen once in a million times has happened to you. It unnerves you, doesn't it? But not enough to destroy your role as innocent stranger. They haven't the slightest reason to suspect, Victor. And you decide that their friendship might be valuable. You send flowers and condolences to John Greenwood's funeral, then wait a few days before telephoning Hillary.
Oh, hello, Mr. Milton. Thank you so much for the flowers.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help. But I realize that at such a time...
You've been most thoughtful. Father appreciates it, too.
I read about some flowers this morning in the Times.
Oh?
Yes, the carnations are blooming in Hyde Park. Say, I'll bet you haven't been out in the fresh air for a week.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You haven't.
That's right. Only...
You know, I think a stroll through the park or perhaps some boating would be just the thing for you.
Well, I think so, too, Mr. Milton. I'd like very much to go. Oh, it is restful out here, Mr. Milton. I do feel relaxed now.
That was the general idea.
But at your expense. Aren't you tired of rowing?
Oh, not at all. And I can use the exercise.
I don't believe it. Though if you're anything like Father, you...
Too involved in business?
You're all the same.
Oh, no. No, I don't overdo it.
Father does. Lately, anyway. To tell the truth, Mr. Milton, I'm worried about him.
Oh?
He's taken Tuppy's... John's death so hard. I really didn't expect him to be this way. John always got into scrapes, and Father's been so very proper. There were times when they had real differences. Father's so hurt by it that...
Haven't the police any idea who shot your brother?
No. But Father won't give up.
I wish I could help some way.
You've done a lot already, Mr. Milton.
Make it Victor, will you?
All right, then. Victor.
That's better. Much better.
Yes, Victor, it's going well. And as you continue to see Hillary during the days that follow, you begin to feel more secure. Knowing the friendship of influential people like the Greenwoods makes everything solid. The suite at the Carlton, the office in Oxford Street. Your pose as the enterprising young American businessman. Yes, Hillary will solve some problems, but not all of them.
What's wrong, Ernie? What's holding us up?
Money. They got 2 of our trucks again last night on the Great North Road. Suiting materials, tweeds, worsteds. Close to £4,000.
Oh, I'd like to know who's tipping them off.
Oh, could be anyone. They've got a man on every corner. There's no getting away from them.
We need money, huh?
Yeah. Quick.
All right, Ernie. All right, I'll get it.
Who do you know over here? Well, you just...
I said I'd get it. Never mind how. All I need's a little time. You like it here, Hillary?
It's heaven.
Well, that's because you're here in my arms.
It's sweet of you to say that.
What are we waiting for, Hillary?
I don't know, Vic.
It's the first cloud on the left, and we're sitting right on it. Together.
I never want to let you get away.
Would you think it's strange if I proposed right here on the dance floor?
Well, Vic, you shouldn't. What will Father...
He won't object. And what if he does?
I don't know.
Oh, we've wasted too much time already, Hillary. Let's do it. Let's elope.
When?
Right now.
Oh, darling, we can't.
Oh, yes, we can. I've already got the special license.
Well,
Oh, Hillary, please.
We can talk about it on the way.
On the way?
Yes, darling. After all, you can't expect me to be married without my hat and coat.
Well, go ahead, Mrs. Milton. Ring the bell.
I feel so nervous now that we're back, Vic. I don't know how to face Father.
Why so jittery? He's all prepared. You wired him, dear.
I know, but...
Here. I'll ring. Come on, chin up, darling.
I don't know why I'm acting like this. Hello, Father.
Well, Hillary, you did get back. And you, Victor, married to my daughter.
That's right, sir.
Well, what are we standing here for? Come in, you two. I've had the champagne on ice ever since I got your wire.
Father, you darling.
I must say, Victor, you Americans don't let any grass grow under your feet.
Well, so with a girl like Hillary.
Oh, it's all right, my boy. I'm pleased. You must know that by now.
The quality of the champagne certainly says something, Mr. Greenwood.
Good. But it doesn't say nearly enough. Now, come over here, both of you, to my desk. Now, where's my checkbook?
Oh, now, Father, we really didn't expect you
never mind now, dear. I haven't any family heirlooms to pass along, but my bank account can certainly stand a substantial present to both of you.
You only embarrass Vic.
Oh, where are my glasses, Hillary?
Mr. Greenwood, Hillary's right.
Here. I can't see without them. Vic, you make out the check.
But, sir,
Go on now.
You may as well do it, darling. He always gets his way.
Well, all right. What's the date?
Darling, our wedding day. How can you forget? It's October 11th.
Oh, sure. I'm all mixed up today, darling. October 11th, 1947. Oh, now, let me see. October is the 10th month, isn't it?
That's right.
10, 11, 47. Who shall I make it out to, Mr. Greenwood?
Call me Dad, won't you? And make it payable to yourself, of course. You'll be the man of the house, I hope. Found my glasses yet, Hillary?
I don't see them anywhere.
to the order of Victor Milton.
£5,000.
£5,000.
You sound like you don't believe me, Ernie.
I'll feel better when I see it.
Skip it. You better keep your eyes on the road. If they hijack us again tonight, we're through. How much farther to Leeds?
10 miles. The boys are meeting us at the warehouse and the... Crikey!
What's the matter?
Look up ahead.
It's a roadblock. Gun it up.
I can't.
Give her the gas, I said.
The load's too heavy. We'll tip over.
Who is it? Do you know them?
It's them again. The same ones. I know that lorry of theirs.
Let the truck go then. Let it go. Jump and run for it.
No, Vic, we ain't got a chance, Vic!
What's the idea? Where are we?
Keep moving, mate.
What did you do to Ernie?
Keep moving.
Nice bunch of guys. Pulling me off my own truck. Slapping a blindfold on me. Driving me for miles.
Maybe your wish it was further. All right. Hold it here, mate.
Come in. Where did you find him?
He jumped off the truck when we held it up. All right, mate. You can take off that blindfold. Here, I'll do it.
Fine thing. Shoving a guy around like... What the...
Vic!
Mr. Greenwood.
For a moment you can't believe it, can you, Victor? That you're standing face to face with your new father-in-law, Wilfred Greenwood.
It can't be that. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. He was on the truck. He said it was his.
I see. All right. Go back to the truck.
But
I'll take care of him. Give us an hour. Alone.
Righto.
So, Pop, you're in this racket too, huh? You're the guy that's been hijacking my trucks.
It was you, Vic. You killed John.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had men working on my son's murder ever since he was killed, and I told them to bring me the man who did it, no matter who he was. They brought you, Victor, and they don't make mistakes.
Simple as that, huh? Of course, Mr. Greenwood, now that I'm your son-in-law...
Hillary is better off rid of you.
Wait a minute. You can't shoot me without...
You didn't wait for it when it was John. No, Vic,
You're doing nothing. Oh, let go! Give me that gun. Give it to me. There. That's better, Mr. Greenwood.
What are you going to do?
I haven't much choice.
Oh, you won't get away with it, Vic. My men will be back here in an hour.
I can get lost in England in less than an hour.
You'll never stop running.
I'll be alive, Greenwood, and with enough money to run a long ways, thanks to you.
What?
Your check for £5,000.
Vic, you did kill him, my son, didn't you?
Yes, I killed him. Thought you were smart planning him in my gang as a stool pigeon. Yes, I killed him, and I'll even show you how.
No, Vic!
Yes, sir?
Good morning. I'd like to cash this check, please.
Very well, sir. Oh, Mr. Greenwood's check. Pay to the order of Victor Milton, £5,000.
Yes, I'm his son-in-law.
Of course. All right, Mr. Milton. If you'll wait just a moment, I'm sure we can honor it for you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, I want to say for Signal Oil Company and the almost 2,000 Signal dealers who serve the 7 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, we hope that your Thanksgiving cornucopia will be filled to overflowing, not only with good food, but also with good health and good cheer. Certainly all of us can be thankful from the bottom of our hearts that we are living in America, the land of abundance and freedom for all. We of the Signal Oil family like to feel that in our 17 years of serving the West, we have played a part in furthering the way of life that is America. Because Signal dealers own their own business, they are carrying on the tradition of the independent businessman, who has played such an important role in building America. And Signal Oil Company, by supplying Signal service stations with constantly finer products, has helped each Signal dealer keep abreast of that ever-present healthy competition, which is the key to America's continuing progress. Competition which helps all of us here in America enjoy the highest in the world standard of living. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, the man discovered by the fishermen at Billingsgate died from a blow by a blunt instrument, according to the records at Scotland Yard. But in a strange way, the real cause of his death was the stroke of a fountain pen on a scrap of paper. If another man had held the pen, the victim might never have died. But the fatal pen marks could never be erased or changed. They were still there on that check for £5,000 found in the dead man's pocket, signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Even 12 hours in the cold water of the Thames River hadn't blurred a line. The Scotland Yard inspector waited quietly as the cashier at Barclays Bank examined the check carefully.
I say the check is wet, Inspector. It's...
Yes, the man it's made out to, this Victor Milton, was found dead at Billingsgate Dock a few hours ago.
Oh, I see. A suicide, Inspector?
Hardly. Gangster affair, I'd say. Revenge for something the bloke had done. You've seen that check before?
Oh, yes. Only yesterday Mr. Milton was in trying to cash it, Inspector. We had to refuse him, of course.
Why is that?
I felt quite badly. He acted so strangely, almost desperate.
I dare say he was.
It seems he'd written the check himself for Mr. Greenwood to sign, but he post-dated it. I explained that the check couldn't clear for another month.
He post-dated it?
Yes, it was dated 10/11/47. You see, he was obviously an American, and they write a date differently than we do. They put the month first and the day next. While here in England, of course, we put the day first and the month second.
Then this check he wrote
is just reversed. He meant to indicate October the 11th, but actually in writing 10/11, he made it November 10th.
It's odd. Just a difference in custom.
That's right. But I had to tell him we couldn't honor the check until a month from now. Strange fellow, you know. He seemed so anxious to have the money. But when I suggested he have Mr. Greenwood write him another check, he didn't say a word. Just looked at me and walked out.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Alma Lawton. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
George Reed here.
Georgie, how's Floyd's of England holding up this hot weather?
Fine, Johnny, fine. Tell me, does the name Franklin P. Franklin mean anything to you?
No, I can't say that. Oh, no, wait. You mean the World War I fighter pilot who made such a name for himself came from right here in Hartford?
That's the one.
Oh, sure. One of my boyhood heroes. Yeah. Frankie the Flying Fool, they called him.
Yes.
Big plaque over at the library about the couple of dozen enemy planes he brought down.
Yes.
Which was quite a record in those days.
Yes, Johnny.
Something of a legend, too, because he gets shot down one day, be right back in the air the next.
Yes.
Just didn't know when to quit.
Well, he isn't still alive, is he?
No.
Well, I didn't think so.
No, Johnny, Mr. Franklin died a few days ago.
Only a few
leaving
days?
a considerable amount of life insurance. With our company, of course.
Oh, I see.
Over $110,000 that's to be divided equally between his two sons, Randolph and Philip. Or, of course, the survivor.
Well, what's your problem?
Well, Randolph is no problem. He lives right here in Hartford. As a matter of fact, he buried his father. But we need to find Philip. If that is, if he can be found.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, suppose you come on over here to the office and I'll tell you what I know.
Sure, why not?
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Twisted Twin matter. Floyd's of England hands me some pretty screwy cases, but I love them because they always put money in my pocket, sometimes plenty. So, expense account item 1, $1.10 for a taxi over to George Reed's office in the big new building on the square.
Yes, Johnny, as you mentioned over the phone, Franklin was one of the wildest, most daring aviators in all of World War I.
Yeah, from what I've heard and read about him, flying and fighting was a kind of obsession with him.
That's exactly what it was, an obsession. It was more than that. It was a mania.
Yeah.
They simply couldn't keep him down. They could blast his plane out of the sky, fill him full of lead, but within a day or two, he'd be back up there fighting again.
Yeah, must have been a real nut about it, huh?
That's almost an understatement.
So what about him, George?
Well, a few days before that war ended, flying through a storm on the way back from a mission over Germany, he crashed into a mountaintop. Not from enemy fire, mind you. He'd shot down 3 Fokkers that day single-handed, but because of his own wild miscalculation.
Yeah, but it didn't kill him.
No, but he was badly injured. Very badly. Didn't regain consciousness for days. When he did, when they told him he'd never be allowed to fly again, well, Johnny, the man literally went out of his mind.
No kidding.
If it hadn't been for his family's money, Franklin would probably have spent the rest of his days in a mental hospital.
Kind of a shame for a man like that.
Well, you must remember that even from childhood he was a pretty erratic... Well, anyway, after a few years of expensive medical and psychiatric care, he apparently recovered, both physically and mentally.
Good.
He was able to manage the estate his parents left him and marry and raise the 2 sons I mentioned, the twins, Randolph and Philip, now his sole heirs.
Mm-hmm. What about his wife?
Their mother, Grace Franklin, died when they were born.
Oh, I see. Twins, you say?
Yes.
Identical?
Absolutely identical, in appearance.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Johnny, they both inherited some of their father's instability. Now, you'll see what I mean when you meet them. That is, if you do meet them both.
Yeah?
Now, Randolph, living here in Hartford, is a salesman. He's on the road for a big machine tool manufacturer, and so far as we know, doing all right.
And Philip?
Well, from what little we know about him, Philip, the stupid one, well, the last we heard, he was a henchman, I guess you'd call it, of a man named Carlo Fazzetti.
Fazzetti?
Yes.
The mobster out in Chicago?
Yes.
I had some mighty unpleasant dealings with Fazzetti one time. Well, have you contacted him, ask him what he knows about Phil?
No.
Gee, Carlo Fazzetti.
Yes.
Oh, that's bad medicine.
I realize that.
But if the company's willing to pay good money for it, I'll try to make contact with him, see if I can enlist his help for a change. So?
It may not be necessary.
Oh?
And your important contact will be Randolph.
Okay.
Because according to him, Philip died about a year ago.
Okay, then I'll... Oh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, George...
But he hasn't been able to give us any proof. And that, of course, is what we must have, proof, one way or the other. Well, Johnny?
There's a fee on this one? I mean, after all, if I should end up having a tangle with Carlo Fazzetti...
Your usual commission on the face value of the policy.
And expenses?
And reasonable expenses.
Okay, Georgie, here we go again.
Now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Charlie, the doorman at Randy Franklin's apartment might better have been named Gimpy because of his mental limp.
That Mr. Franklin? Geez, I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, how should I?
Well, he does live here, doesn't he?
Sure, part of the time.
Huh?
Sure, he's a traveling salesman, some tool company.
Yeah, well, ring his
Mister,
apartment.
he's out of town just as much as in. Sometimes a couple of days, sometimes a month away to five.
Okay, now will you please...
Man, what a life. That's what ought to get me, a job like that, traveling all around.
Ring his apartment, please.
You
See if
think
he's
I
in...
like this? This standing around this fancy dump in his hot uniform? You think it ain't hot this kind of weather?
I'm sure it is. Now, please,
Boy,
if you'll just...
When I think how I could be traveling around all over, seeing the sights, meeting a lot of good-looking dames, showing them all a big time...
Charlie, would you ring Mr. Franklin's apartment and see if he's in?
You think I ain't responsible enough to get as good a job as Mr. Franklin or anybody else? Huh? Ring up his apartment?
That's right.
I can't do it.
Can't do it. What do you mean you can't?
A phone got busted a couple of days ago, and I forgot to call the repairman. But like
What's
I was
the number
saying,
of his apartment?
4A in the 4th floor. But like I started
Okay,
to say,
thanks.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, he I could be...
Wow. Wait. Randy Franklin was in. He was mid-30s, maybe, tall, rather good-looking, with black hair, gray eyes. But there was something about the way he used those eyes, a funny shiftiness about them. And he was nervous, terribly nervous, with a trick of twitching his head so quickly I almost expected his neck to snap. His handshake was warm and friendly enough, though, but his hands trembled. He drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair and kept adjusting his tie, touching his forehead, running his fingers down the edge of his jacket.
Of course, I wish you could find Philip, Mr. Dollar, but you can't.
Well, you seem pretty sure of that, Franklin.
I am absolutely sure. Philip is dead. It happened about a year ago, and Mr. Dollar, it was my fault.
Well, now, why do you say that?
Well, Philip lived in Chicago. He worked with a man named Carlo Vizetti.
So I've heard.
You know who Vizetti is?
I've met him.
Oh. I see.
Yeah.
Then you can understand why Dad was very disappointed in Philip. And when he became sick and Philip couldn't come here to see me, well, it was about that time I had to go to Chicago on business. I ran into Philip, and I told him, Mr. Dollar, I told him that unless he came back here and squared things with Dad, got himself a legitimate job and settled down, Dad would cut him out of his will, out of the insurance.
Oh, is this true?
Yes, I believe Dad might have cut him off.
Well, now, it seems to me that would have been to your advantage.
Thank you, but I prefer to get along on my own, which is why I wish you could find Philip now. But you can't.
Yeah, you said that before.
Of course, a share in Dad's estate, of course, I'd welcome that. But not all of it, if it meant cutting off my own brother. And you look as though you don't believe me.
Well, just keep talking, Randy.
The point is, the threat of losing some of the estate persuaded Philip to lie back here with me to see Dad. But then, Mr. Dollar...
Yeah? Well?
Mr. Dollar,
Look, are you always this nervous, Randy?
No, it's just when I think about what happened, and it was such a frightening, such a terrible, such a shock to me. I don't think I'll ever get over it.
Well, what happened?
Probably accounts for these lapses, these blackouts that occur when I can't remember things, lose track of things for weeks at a time.
When what happened, Randy?
The airplane, unscheduled, we ran into a storm over the Alleghenies. We crashed into a mountaintop.
Oh, I see.
Do you? Do you really? Do you know what it meant? The same kind of a crash that years ago caused my dad.
Yeah, to lose his sanity for a while.
No! You mustn't say that. He was as sane as you and I. It was just the fear, the terrible, uncontrollable fear and the shock. Only 3 of us, so far as we know, managed to crawl away from the wreckage. The pilot, a little girl, and myself. Even we were badly injured, we didn't know about each other until much later, because we'd all crawled away in different directions. When I was found, I'd been unconscious for several days.
Like your father after his crash during the war.
No. Please, don't. Please.
All right, I'm sorry. They found Phil's remains in the wreckage?
The wreckage of that plane burned completely. That is why the morbid-minded men at your insurance company can never have the sort of proof they seem to want. Poor Philip's body.
Oh, I see. In any event, though, it looks as though you're the sole beneficiary of your father's insurance.
And I tell you, I don't care. Don't you understand that? If you like, I'll give Philip's share to some charity.
Randy, give me the name and address of the company you work for.
Why, it's in New York at the... Oh? Why?
Because I've suddenly got a real crazy hunch. Real crazy.
Don't use that word.
Okay, then. I got myself a real wild hunch. How's that, huh? Yeah. Instead of going on back to the insurance company and telling them to pay off this policy to you, the sole survivor...
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Well, Randy, I'm going to continue my search for your brother.
Search? For Philip? After all, I've just finished... Are you serious, Mr. Dollar?
I sure am.
But I told you...
Yeah, you told me. Just stick around, Randy.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Twisted Twin Matter.
Expense account item 2, 3820 for a day in New York, locating and checking with the machine tool company that Randy worked for. Well, by the time I got back to Hartford the next morning, I'd learned plenty about him. He'd been a good salesman for him for years, but not lately, not since the plane crash. And he never had a satisfactory explanation for long absences from his job. They were seriously considering dropping him from the sales force. Now, in other words, he had plenty of use, maybe need, for his father's insurance money. All of it, despite what he told me. So maybe if Phil was still alive... But when I went over to Randy's apartment again, he wasn't there. Okay, then. Item 3 on the expense account is $52.10, plane fare to Chicago. Items 4, 5, and 6 are 30 cents for telephone calls to my old underworld contact on, an ex-arsonist by the name of Smokey Sullivan. Item 7, $100 cash to Smokey when he dropped me off at Carlo Fazzetti's hangout, which, as might be expected, was an exclusive apartment out near the Ambassador East. What I didn't expect was the man who opened the door.
Yeah?
I want to see Carlo Fazzetti. My name is... Randy.
Huh?
So this is the answer.
What are you talking about, mister?
Oh, now don't give me that, Randy. So you've been playing it both ways, huh?
You ain't making no sense, Buster, so go on, get out of here, get lost.
Now, just a minute there, Randy.
What's this Randy stuff? My name's Phil.
Phil Franklin?
You know, no, get out.
Just a minute, Phil. Who is it?
Should I know, boss? It's Jerky comes in here and starts talk.
Well, my dear old friend, Johnny Dollar.
Huh?
Old friend,
Why, of course, since you can't possibly be trying to tie me in with some of your insurance trouble.
For once, Fazzetti.
Come in, Dollar, come in.
Yeah, sure.
Phil.
Yeah, boss?
Make an extra one of them drinks for Mr. Dollar here. My old friend, Johnny Dollar.
Okay, boss, whatever you say.
Now, wait a minute, I want to talk...
Phil.
Yeah.
Sit down here, Dollar. Right in here.
That's Phil Franklin, huh?
Yeah, dopey Phil Franklin.
You're sure of that?
Of course I'm sure. He's been with me for years, off and on.
Off and on, huh?
One of my good boys once, but now... I don't know why I keep him around.
Say, listen,
Did I
Fazzetti...
say keep him around? Half the time he's here doing odd jobs around the place, serving the booze, helping himself to it. Half the time I get the boys out looking for him. Sometimes he's gone 2 days, sometimes for weeks.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he used to be one of my good boys. But ever since somebody knocked him on the head about a year ago... Say, he cracked up in an airplane.
Oh, he did, huh?
Now, what would Dopey Phil be doing aboard an airplane, huh?
Here's your drinks, boss. Here.
That's the boy. Now, Dollar, why'd you come here to see me, huh, pal? Only, drink up first.
Here, Carlo. Just add this drink to yours.
Huh?
But if you don't mind, I'll hang on to this glass.
Now, wait a minute.
Sorry, I gotta get going.
What?
See you next time I'm here in Chicago.
Wait a minute,
Maybe.
Dollar.
I wrapped the highball glass carefully in my handkerchief, stuffed it into my pocket, then spent item 8, $4.90 for a taxi. Item 9, another $52.10 for a plane ticket back to Hartford. Item 10, $1.50 for a cab to my apartment. Well, there I picked up my car and drove over to Randy's place. He wasn't there. Item 11, $10 to the doorman, Charlie, to keep his eyes open for once and to phone me when Randy came in. And to keep his mouth shut. Well, as I might have expected, Charlie's call didn't come until 5 days later. Item 12, $4.85 for a tank full of gas. At police headquarters, I picked up Lieutenant Tim Waverly, who spends most of his time in the lab, not in uniform. I gave him the highball glass, some instructions. Then together we drove over to Randy's apartment. And this time he was in.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, that's right. You've been away, Randy, huh?
Away? Oh, Why, yes, I guess I have.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, Tim Waverly, a friend of mine, Randy Franklin.
Hi, Mr. Franklin. How do you do?
Just where were you, Randy?
Does it make any difference?
Where? Well?
Well, Mr. Dollar, I don't know.
No, I'll bet you don't know. All right, let him see it, Tim.
Sure. Mr. Franklin, have you ever seen this glass before? Here, take it. What? I said take it. Here. All right. Well, have you? No, I can't say that I have. Okay, thanks. Let me have it back. Well, of course. Here.
Want to take it back to the lab, Tim?
The lab? No need to, Johnny. These prints are identical, all right. Mr. Dollar, what's this all about?
Randy Franklin, huh? And Phil Franklin, too.
What?
Yeah, so ever since that plane crash, huh?
Please, don't talk about that again.
Oh, sorry. Afraid you'll get all nervous, all upset again?
Yes, don't you see? This last blackout was right after you were here before.
Blackout, huh?
Yes.
You expect me to believe you don't know where you went, where you've been ever since then?
It's true, Mr. Dollar.
Are you kidding? I saw you in Chicago posing as Phil.
No.
What do you mean, no?
It's not true. It can't be
Those
true.
identical fingerprints on this highball glass prove it.
I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
why? What kind of a racket were you trying to pull?
Dollar.
Did you have some crazy idea that maybe,
No,
just
don't
maybe...
talk like that. I told you not to talk like that. Do you hear me?
All right, now, you just keep your hands to yourself,
No,
Randy.
because you're trying to upset me again, but I won't let you get out. Get out
Now,
of here.
just a minute,
Watch
you.
it, Johnny. I'll show you. Coming here this way. You hear me?
No, you...
Don't. Oh.
All right, now, Randy.
No. Please. Take it easy, Johnny. You hit him pretty hard.
And that isn't all, Tim. Let me have your gun.
My gun?
Yeah, give me.
No, wait a minute.
Thanks. All right, now, Randy.
Johnny, you're out of your mind.
Am I? Stand back.
No, Johnny. No, please. No.
No.
Johnny, if I didn't know you...
Okay. It was a shock that knocked him out, Tim.
I know. You not only didn't hit him, you didn't try to, but
yeah,
I
that's right. Now, let's get him over to old Doc Parsons.
Dr. Parsons?
Yeah.
The psychiatrist?
Yeah, come on. Give me a hand with him. Then, Doctor, it was a guilt complex that brought it all about, huh? This condition of his.
Plus shock, Mr. Dollar. You see, Randolph had built up this complex as a result of his brother's death in the plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
And you must remember that Randolph felt responsible for Philip's death.
And afterward, during his blackouts, he really thought that he was, Phil, huh?
Exactly. Of course, you were taking a big chance, Mr. Dollar. This new shock might have killed him.
Oh, brother, don't I know it, Doc. But, when I suddenly realized what it was all about,
Well, fortunately, it worked. His intense excitement, which ordinarily might have resulted in another one of his blackouts, sent him back into the Phil personality. Well, that excitement, plus the shock and pain when you struck him, then his overpowering fear when you stood over him, pulling that trigger, apparently trying to kill him. Well, Dollar, they were a perfect match for the pain and the terror that existed during the plane crash that made him the way he was.
But now, Doctor?
Well, I'm convinced that with proper care, Randolph will now be all right. Will be himself, entirely.
Good.
Just, don't you ever try anything like this again, young man.
Yeah, Dr. Parsons was right. After this, I'll leave the shock treatment bit to people like him who really know what they're doing. All right, let's see now. Expense account total comes to $196.55. There'll be no fee on this one. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were G. Stanley Jones, Frank Gerstle, James McCallion, Jack Moyles, Herb Ellis, and Russell Thorson. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Well, right about now, you're probably taking a little breather in your last-minute rush to get everything ready for the big day tomorrow. Children have to be put to bed to wait for Santa Claus, and there's the tree waiting to be decorated, and, a million and one things which must be done before morning. I sure hope you got all your Christmas shopping done. It's pretty hectic rushing off at the last minute to take care of Uncle Charlie or Aunt Bertha or Cousin Sam. But if you must get something, just remember that you can always dash over to your wine merchant and get a bottle or two of Petri wine. Or better yet, a whole case of Petri wine. Petri wine's a swell gift, and I just thought a little last-minute suggestion might be of some help. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's waiting for us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Oh, say, Doctor, I can see you're going to have yourself quite a Christmas. Big tree in the corner with colored lights on it. Where'd you get those? Table covered with presents? You must be mighty popular.
They aren't all for me, my boy. You see, I'm having a Christmas party tomorrow for my housekeeper's little nieces.
Oh.
I'm going to dress up as Santa Claus for them.
Well, I'm sure you look very convincing in the part. Oh, by the way, Doctor, I brought you a little present.
Oh, really?
Here it is. I hope you'll like it.
Oh, no, Mr. Bartell, I got one for you, too, here, Summer. Oh, you mustn't open it until tomorrow. Here you are, my boy.
Thanks a lot, Doctor. And now, how's about tonight's story? Last week you told us you'd chosen an adventure with a lot of Christmassy atmosphere.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. My story begins on another Christmas Eve many, many years ago. To be exact, in 1886. At the time the adventure occurred, I must confess I didn't quite understand what was going on myself. In fact, I never did quite make head or tails of it until Holmes took pity on me later and explained the whole thing. But I shan't try to confuse you, Mr. Bartell. I'll tell you the story exactly as it happened.
Right you are, Doctor. Let's go.
Very well. On that Christmas Eve in 86, I was standing in our Baker Street rooms, dressed in the costume of Santa Claus. Holmes, his long, thin fingers pressed together, lay back in an armchair and gazed at me quizzically, while our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, stood by the door and...
Dr. Watson, you make a grand Santa Claus.
Doesn't he, Mrs. Hudson? Try the beard on, Watson, old chap.
I'm afraid this is going to be a little uncomfortable. How does it look?
Oh, you look just like the old man on the Christmas cards, Doctor.
Yes, Watson. It really becomes you. The cheery twinkle of the eyes, the ruddy complexion, and the appropriate girth. What a shame we can't obtain some snow on a sleigh and reindeer for you. However, I'm sure Mrs. Hudson's nieces will be very much impressed.
Oh, they will that, sir. And it's very kind of you, Doctor, to offer to come over to their house with me. With her father in the hospital and my sister at his bedside, it would have been a very miserable Christmas without me.
Oh, I shall enjoy myself, but I think I'll take this beard off before we get there. That's it. Are you ready to leave, Mrs. Hudson?
I am, sir. Will I get a cab?
How far do we have to go?
Oh, Lexington Gardens, number 28. It's just off the Edgware Road, Doctor.
It's not far, but bearing in mind my costume, I suppose we'd better take a cab.
Aye, sir. I'll get one.
Holmes, what are you going to do with yourself? I hate leaving you alone on Christmas Eve.
Oh, don't worry, old chap. I shall spend a profitable evening writing on my new monograph.
Well, what's this one about?
An analysis of teeth marks on pipe stems, with particular regard to indicated character.
Oh, gracious me, how exciting. Well, I must be going.
Don't forget your sack of presents, old fellow.
Great Scott, no.
When you come to distribute them, you'll find that I took the liberty of adding a few trinkets on my own behalf.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Holmes.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says he's an old friend of yours. Here's his card, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's Lord Whitcomb. Splendid. Ask him to come up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir.
And I hope your party is a great success, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir. Are you sure you don't want me to stay? Now that you have a visitor.
Oh, no. Indeed, no, Mrs. Hudson. I can show the gentleman out myself. You go off and have a good time.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I wonder what Lord William wants. Perhaps I should stay.
No, please, my dear fellow. Certainly not.
What?
You've far more important work to do. Whitcomb probably wants his revenge at chess. Or something equally innocuous. Off with you, my dear fellow, and enjoy yourself.
Oh, I suppose I better go. Just the same, I wish you were coming with me. I'll see you later.
I shall be there. Come on up, Whitcomb.
Hello, Holmes. Evening, Watson. You make a very convincing Santa Claus. Are you leaving?
I'm afraid so, Lord Whitcomb.
Well, good night, then.
Good night, sir.
How are you, Holmes? All alone on Christmas Eve, eh?
Yes, Whitcomb, I'm glad you came over to see me.
Mm-hmm.
What's it to be, an evening of chess, or have you unearthed some recent treasure of medieval pottery that we can discuss?
Neither, Holmes. I've come to you in your professional capacity. I need help.
Oh, come now, Whitcomb. Don't tell me that after all these years of quiet friendship, you're going to become a client.
I'm afraid so, Holmes. Though I doubt if my problem will interest you very much. It's hardly up to your rather colourful standards. Care for a cigar?
Oh, thanks. Well, now, my dear Whitcomb, what's your trouble?
Well, I decided this year to have a little Christmas party at my townhouse. I'm quite comfortably off, as you know, and it occurred to me that I have several relatives and friends who are not as well off. I'm having a party for them tonight, Holmes, and I hope you'd attend it, disguised as Santa Claus.
Oh, my dear fellow, I've adopted many disguises in my time, but Father Christmas has never been one of them. Why do you want me to attend your party in disguise in any case? You ashamed of your friendship with a private detective, or do you consider my features more acceptable when buried beneath the depths of a snowy beard?
Oh, my dear Holmes, do take me seriously. I'm not joking, I assure you.
Of course you're not. You want me to attend your party in disguise. Why?
I'm giving some very valuable presents. Diamond and onyx cufflinks, platinum and ruby earrings, and such like. And I've wrapped each of the presents in banknotes.
Oh, dear me. Where are these presents now?
In a sack, in charge of my butler. I was going to dress up as Santa Claus and give them out myself, until I got the warning letter. That's why I've come to you.
Warning letter, eh?
Yes, I received it by this evening's post. Listen to this. My dear Lord Whitcomb, your generosity with Christmas presents borders on ostentation. We do not approve. Either we receive £5,000 in sovereigns at Post Restaurant Box 379 by 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve, or I'm afraid your Christmas party will be conspicuous by its absence of presents.
Let me see that note, Whitcomb, will you?
Yes, here you are.
Thanks. Plain paper, torn from a penny notebook. The writing is obviously disguised. By George, yes. Whitcomb, I accept the case. I'll come with you to your party at once. And furthermore, I shall follow your suggestion regarding a disguise. Dressed as Santa Claus, I shall be less likely to attract suspicion.
I'm delighted, Holmes. But what made you decide so suddenly?
This writing, my dear fellow, this writing. Oh, it's in a false hand. I'd know that characteristic M in my dear Whitcomb. I've seen it too often at the beginning of a signature. Moriarty.
Moriarty? Who's he?
Oh, one of the cleverest and most unscrupulous criminals in England. Whitcomb, there's no time to be lost. Let me see now. 6:30. Half an hour beyond the deadline given you in this letter. We must go to your house at once.
This is as far as the cab can take us, Doctor.
Oh, here you are, cabby. Here's 5 shillings for you and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, bless you, General, and a Merry Christmas to you, too.
You said you wanted to get into the house through the back way so that you could surprise the children.
Yes, I thought I'd pretend to come down the kitchen chimney.
Oh, you can get to the back of the house by going up the alley here. I'll go in the front door.
Splendid, Mrs. Hudson. Which is the house?
Number 28. It's the third one down the alley, Doctor. I'll have the back window open in no time, and you can slip in without any of the bairns seeing.
Very well. Gloomy little street, I must say. Hello. Well, where's the music coming from?
Oh, it's from that temple across the street, Doctor. The disciples of the octagonal square, they call themselves.
What on earth do you suppose that means?
Oh, some newfangled cult. Heathens, most likely.
Hello. I'm not the only Santa Claus abroad tonight. Look at that fellow across the street over there.
Oh, dressed just like yourself, Doctor, and carrying a sack, too. Oh, he's running up the steps to the temple.
Great Scott, he slipped on the ice. Oh, I wonder what his hurry was. Here, my man.
Oh, be careful now,
sir.
Doctor. Don't trip yourself.
Here you are, sir. Now, give me a hand.
Thank you, sir. Silly of me, wasn't it?
We Santa Clauses have to help each other, you know. Up you come. That's it. Whoop. Oh, gracious me.
Doctor, I told you to be careful. Now you've fallen, too.
Oh, it's this confounded red coat of mine. It tripped me up.
Did you hurt yourself, sir?
No. I'm all right, I think. How about you, sir?
Well, I'm all right, thanks. Silly of me to run, wasn't it?
Here's your sack, sir.
Thank you. Good night, and Merry Christmas.
Good night. Same to you, sir. Same to you. Oh, he went into the temple. Must be a disciple of the octagonal square.
You're sure you're no hurt, Doctor?
No, of course not, Mrs. Hudson. Give me my sack, please. Thank you. Your sister's house is the third one down this alleyway, you say?
I'll hurry and open the back window.
Yes, I'll be waiting for you, Mrs. Hudson. This is going to be rather fun. What a shame Holmes isn't with us. Oh, well, he's probably happier having a good game of chess with Lord Whitcomb.
This is my house, Holmes. Number 39.
39 Branston Square, eh? And dear old Watson is just around the corner in Lexington Gardens and hasn't any idea that I've left Baker Street.
Yes, here you are, Caddy.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas, sir.
Uh-huh. Listen to that. Carol singers.
Yes, we'll probably have our fill of them before this evening's over.
Good evening, my lord.
Have the guests arrived, Hargreave?
Most of them, sir. They're in the library. You brought another Santa Claus with you, I see, my lord.
Another Santa Claus? What do you mean?
The gentleman arrived 3/4 of an hour ago, sir, dressed as Santa Claus. I took him to your study, my lord, and showed him the sack of presents.
Confound it! He's got here before us. Where's this study?
This way. I hope I didn't do wrong, my lord. You told me that a gentleman dressed as Santa Claus would be coming here. Dear me. The gentleman appears to have gone.
Yes, and the sack containing the presents with him.
But he can't have left the house, my lord. I've been watching the front door.
Yes, and while you were doing that, he slipped out through the window here. The catch is undone. Hargrave, describe this man.
Well, I can't tell you much about his appearance, I'm afraid, sir. He was dressed as Santa Claus, just like yourself. But I did notice one thing about him, sir.
Oh? What was that?
He lisped, sir. It was quite pronounced.
Of course. Lou the Lisper.
Who on earth is Lou the Lisper?
One of Moriarty's most trusted accomplices. Fortunately, though, I've had news of him lately through my underworld grapevine.
You know where he lives?
He is reputed to have some connections with a new cult that calls themselves the Disciples of the Octagonal Square. Their headquarters are just around the corner from here.
Let's go there at once.
Of course. And Hargrave.
Yes, sir.
Get a message to Scotland Yard as fast as you can. Ask for Inspector Lestrade. And tell him to join me at the Temple of the Octagonal Square in Lexington Gardens as soon as possible.
Oh, the children are awful excited, Doctor. I told them you just came down the chimney.
I'll slip the beard on and then I'll go into them. There we are.
Will I announce you, Doctor?
Yes, yes, please, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir. Now, children, quiet. Santa Claus has come to see you, and he's brought you all presents.
Hello, children.
Hello, Santa Claus. My name's Elsie. Did you bring me a present?
Oh, I did, Elsie. I'll look in my sack in a minute. And, what's your name, young man?
Herbert, they call me Bertie. Did you come down the chimney?
Yes, Bertie.
I bet you had a time doing it. You're so fat.
Oh, don't be rude, Bertie, or Santa Claus won't give you your present.
And what's your name, little man?
Lionel. I've got a cold.
Yes, I see you have. Well, children, gather round me and I'll see what presents I got for you.
Let me see, Bertie.
The first present is for... Oh, it's probably right. It says for Her Grace, the Dowager Duchess of Beulah.
Oh, do you suppose Mr. Holmes has been playing a practical joke on you, Doctor?
I suppose so. Well, I can't see the point myself. But he did say that he'd added a few trinkets of his own.
I want my present.
Then supposing you take this, Elsa.
Cool, thank you.
And this one is marked for the Reverend Arthur Carter. I knew what Holmes was up to. Here you are, Bertie.
Cool, thanks.
And this is for you, Lionel, because you've been a good little boy.
It isn't very big, is it? I wanted the dog.
Oh, wanted the dog. Well, I'll bring you a dog next year, Lionel.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, look at the wrapping on these presents, Doctor. Well, they're £20 notes.
Great Scott.
Oh, cool. Look what I got.
Now, let me see. Why, cufflinks and diamond and onyx ones, unless I'm very much mistaken.
I got some pretty earrings. Look how they sparkle.
Let me see, Elsie. Good gracious, I swear that these are platinum and rubies. What in thunder's going on?
I want my earrings back. Give me back mine, too.
Well, here you are, here you are.
Dr. Watson, what do you suppose has happened?
I don't know, Mrs. Hudson. Perhaps my toys are still at the bottom of the sack. I can't understand it. I wish Holmes were here instead of dozing in front of our fire in Baker Street.
Where are you, Holmes?
Here by the bed. This is the only room in the temple that gives any signs of having been lived in. I think our bird has been here, but I'm afraid he's flown. If Inspector Lestrade will get here, strike a match, will you, Whitcomb?
Right. Yeah. Here's a candle on the table.
Oh, just as I feared. Look on the bed.
A red coat and a beard.
Yes, Lou the Lisper has discarded his disguise and gone, and with him, I'm afraid, your valuable presents.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a sack lying on the floor. Oh, no, this isn't mine. Look what's in it. A toy dog, large box of chocolates, little girl's doll.
What in thunder? Well, this is Watson's sack.
But how on earth could Lou the Lisper have got hold of it?
Somewhere, somehow, he and Watson must have made an accidental change, and Lou the Lisper is no doubt trying to track Watson down at this very moment. He must work fast, Whitcomb, or my friend's life and those of Mrs. Hudson and her relatives won't be worth a tinker's dam.
Oh, now, Doctor, you can't break off your story there.
Oh, yes, I can, my boy. Before I go on, I thought we'd have a glass of port just to freshen us up.
Oh, well, that's something different. Of course. Instead of talking about port, as I sometimes do, it'll be nice to drink some for a change.
There you are, my boy, and And a Merry Christmas to you.
The same to you. And now, what happened next, Doctor? We left you at the children's Christmas party, and Sherlock Holmes and Lord Whitcomb around the corner at the Temple of the Octagonal Square.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, although at the time, of course, I had no idea what was going on. There I was, cheerfully handing out gifts worth, well, if not a king's, at least a baronet's ransom. While outside the Temple of the Octagonal Square, Holmes and Lord Whitcomb were talking to Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
Case in a nutshell, Lestrade.
Yeah, seems to me, Lord Whitcomb, you'd have been wiser to get in touch with Scotland Yard when you first got the warning note. We could have nabbed him when he came to your house and pinched the sack of presents.
Lestrade, this is no time for post-mortems. We've got to reach Lou the Lisper before he finds Dr. Watson.
Do you suppose he can do that, Holmes?
It wouldn't be difficult. Lou the Lisper is nearly as clever as his master, Professor Moriarty. The chances are that you were followed when you came to Baker Street tonight, Whitcomb, and it's equally likely that Watson and Mrs. Hudson were followed as they left it. Moriarty seldom leaves anything to chance.
Well, where did Dr. Watson go tonight?
28 Lexington Gardens. It's just around the corner from here.
Well, then let's go there at once.
Frighten our quarry away? No, Lestrade. We must use a little subtlety. Now, Lou the Lisper wishes to recover that sack of presents from Watson. How would he invade the party with the least possible trouble?
By dressing up as Santa Claus again?
No, I think he's overplayed that role for one evening.
Well, then how would he try to get in, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, come now, Lestrade. What group of people can enter any house on Christmas Eve without invitation and without creating suspicion?
The carol
Exactly,
singers.
my dear fellow. I shouldn't be at all surprised if at this very moment Lou the Lisper and some of his gang are singing carols outside 28 Lexington Gardens.
Well, then what are we going to do?
Form a rival choral society. How many of your men did you bring with you?
3. A sergeant and 2 constables.
Wearing greatcoats?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But why?
Good. They can hide their helmets and pretend to be singers. Come on. Let's go over there, and while we're walking, we'll rehearse our carols. We must appear reasonably convincing. Sound your A, Lestrade. Sound your A.
Taking for a ride on your back, Santa Claus?
No, you mustn't make Santa Claus too tired, lad.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Hudson. Hop on, Lal, hop on.
Oh, they're singing carols outside
Oh,
the
isn't
door.
that
Can't they come inside and sing for us, Santa
Yes,
Claus?
of course they can. Ask them to come in, Mrs. Hudson, will you?
All right, sir.
Oh, come on, let me get on your back, too.
Oh, now, take it easy. Oh, there we go.
I want to see your reindeer, Santa.
See my reindeer? Oh, they're up on the roof.
I'll climb up and see them.
No, you mustn't do that. They're asleep. Oh, here are the carol singers. Off you get, children. There we go. That's it. Now, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, and Merry Christmas.
Would you like to sing some carols for the children? After that, I'm sure you'd like a drop of something to warm you up.
Oh, thank you, sir. We should like that.
Haven't I met you before somewhere, my man?
No, sir, I'm sure you haven't. Come on, man, let's sing Good King Wenceslas.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen.
Well, here we are outside the house, Mr. Holmes. Now what?
Shh. Listen. Uh-huh. Lou the Lisper and his men are already there.
Are we going in now?
In a moment. Now, men, you will have your truncheons handy?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we're ready.
Splendid. Now, remember, when we're inside and I yell Merry Christmas at the top of my voice, you bring out your truncheons and get Lou the Lisper and his gang out of there as quickly as possible. Don't arrest them until you get them outside again, Lestrade. I don't want to frighten the children.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. We're ready. Just give us the word and we'll go in and get them.
That was very nice singing. And now, how about something to warm you all up?
That won't be necessary, Dr. Watson. See to the door, Sammy. Now, all of you, stay right where you are.
Who are you? What do you think you're up to?
Please don't be difficult, Doctor. All I want is the jewels out of my sack that you stole from me tonight. If you try and stop me, I shall have to hurt you.
Why do you talk so funny? You got a cold like me?
Shut up. Now, Doctor, where are the jewels? Oh, curse it. There are some more carol singers outside.
I'll tell them to go away, Lou.
No, better let them come in. If we don't, they might get suspicious.
All right, Lou. Suppose you know what you're up to.
Now, no tricks, Doctor. If you try and give an alarm, I shall have to get rough with you.
I don't mind about that, but just remember that there are children present.
Oh, there, matey. You're over here before you, eh? What you say, we all join a little carol for the nippers, eh?
All right. What do you want to sing?
Up the Little Angels sing, eh?
All right. Come on, men. Let's sing.
Up the angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Merry Christmas!
Dr. Watson, what's happening? They're all hitting each other with truncheons.
Yeah, you can't do that. They're all going away. They're dragging each other out. Hey, come back here.
Oh, terrible.
Holmes, what in thunder is going on?
I'll explain it to you later, old chap. Lestrade!
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Take them to Scotland Yard and prefer charges. I'll be over in a little while and give evidence.
Right you are, sir. Too bad we didn't catch Professor Moriarty, too.
Well, at least we have some of his cohorts. I'll see you later, Lestrade.
I wish I knew what was going on here. Is Moriarty mixed up in this business?
Yes, Watson. I'll tell you all about it as soon as I've straightened this thing out. Now, Whitcomb.
Yes, Holmes.
The 20-pound notes that you used as wrapping for your gifts seem to have been scattered all over the house. Do you want me to recover them, too?
No. From what you've told me of the children, I think their parents could use the money much more profitably than my relatives. In any case, I can replace it.
A very generous Christmas gift. Well, children, did you enjoy the little game we staged for you?
It was enough fun.
Yes, I nearly died laughing when they started hitting each other.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, children. And now I want you to show me the presents you received.
I got these pretty earrings.
Oh, they were a part of the game, too. A nice little girl like you doesn't want silly earrings, Elsie. Here's a beautiful doll for you.
Cool. Her eyes open and shut and everything.
And what did you get, my little man?
These.
Oh, cufflinks. Good gracious. Who wants cufflinks when he can have a clockwork train? You want to exchange?
Rain, Lord love a duck, yes.
I wanted the dog.
There's one for you, Lionel. A nice woolly dog.
Oh, good.
And here's a
Lovely.
Here you are, children. Here's a nice big box of chocolates, too. You can all share them.
Oh, Lummy, what a night. I ain't had as much fun since Granny got her finger stuck in a plug-o.
I still don't understand what's going on, Holmes, but I must say this has all the earmarks of being a happy Christmas.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
Hi, Mr. Holmes.
How's the turkey coming along?
Oh, it'll be ready in a few minutes, Mr. Holmes.
Splendid. And while we're waiting, perhaps the children will oblige with something we haven't heard so far this evening.
Yes, I know what you mean. A Christmas carol that really sounds convincing. How about it, children?
All right, sir. Come on, Elsie. Come on, Lionel.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infants of tender and fun, sleep in
Well, Doctor, that was really a swell story. On a Christmas Eve like this, do you ever wish you were back in Baker Street celebrating Christmas there?
At times, yes, but actually, Mr. Bartell, I'm very happy right here in my little home. There on the table is a beautiful little Christmas tree. There's a fine fire in my fireplace. My two dogs, Monty and Winnie, are sleeping peacefully at my feet. And best of it all, I've got the love of every child in the neighborhood. Yes, I got a great deal this Christmas Eve. Lots to be thankful for. And what with the troubles of the world on their way to being settled, it looks as if this is the brightest Christmas that I've ever had.
Well, that's how I feel about it, too, Doctor.
I hope that all our friends listening in are just as happy this Christmas Eve as we are. And speaking not only for myself, but I know for all of us and for the Petri family, too, we wish every one of you a happy Christmas from the bottom of our hearts. God rest ye merry, gentlemen.
Well, Dr. Watson, next Monday is New Year's Eve. What story do you plan to tell us?
One that I think you'll find extremely appropriate, Mr. Bartell. It takes place in a Scottish castle near Edinburgh on a New Year's Eve in 1900 and concerns a pair of lovers, an elderly baronet, and a strange iron box that proved to be more than worth its weight in gold.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Big Ditch.
Maybe there's a reason why I happened to settle down in Cairo. Maybe because it's on a great river like the Mississippi that flows down past St. Louis. Only the Nile's somehow different. Egypt lives by its rise and fall. And when it starts to run low in summer, the spirits of the people seem to go down with it. That includes me. And the best thing to give me a lift is to see an old friend. Even a guy like Matt Gallagher. I'd had a big Saturday night in the Tambourine, and along about 11 in the morning, I got the receipts out of the safe and sat down to a front table where I could be under a fan while counting up. I was just finished when there was a knock at the door. I shoved the money bag onto the counter. As I threw the latch on the door, I saw his face through the window. It hadn't changed much in 5 years, except for a few new scars picked up in some waterfront brawls. He'd barged in like a big battered freighter riding out a storm.
Rocky, me boy, the saints be praised.
Well, what wind blew you in, Matt?
A good wind it was, lad, for the sight of you again. Let's see now, where was it? Calcutta, Frisco, Singapore?
Oh, don't make me remember.
If you're thinking of the set to we had a Sultan's daughter in Istanbul. We wrote it out, didn't we, lad?
Sure. By the way, how much money did I loan you to get out of town?
Bygones, Rocky, bygones. Come now, set me up with a nip, will you?
Sure, just add it to your bill.
Yeah, that's an idea. Bring around the bottle, me lad. We'll be drinking to all times.
Just leave a little of the cash customers, huh?
Never worry, me lad, never worry. One day you'll be marking my account paid in full. And plenty to boot.
Well, I won't hold my breath till then.
Rocky, there are two of us. Yeah. That calls for it.
All right, just one more. Who to this time?
Yeah, I got an answer to that, lad. To Francie Bayon. As lovely a lady as ever set her dainty feet on the streets of Cairo.
Who?
Up with it now, Rocky. Don't be insulting the lady.
All right. Who's Francie? Not a new girlfriend.
Aye, sir. And there'll never be another. With eyes as blue as the lakes at Killarney.
You never learn, do you, Matt?
Rocky, I know what you're thinking. But never again. This is the real thing.
Now tell me, when did a girl ever come into your life that there wasn't trouble?
Lad, I won't have you saying that about Francie. She ain't like the others.
Sure, okay. You say Baby Blue Eyes is here in Cairo?
at the Shadrach Hotel, pining her heart out for me at this very minute. Oh, there's nobody like her, me lad.
You got it bad again.
Aye. And we'll be settling down if all goes well. And that's what I'm wanting to talk to you about.
Okay. How much?
Well, the fact of the matter is this, that I will be needing a little money.
I wondered when you'd get around to it.
But you don't understand, lad. I'm cutting you in.
On what?
Rocky, how would you like to own the Suez Canal?
Great.
How about it, lad? The Suez.
Sure. I put it right alongside the Brooklyn Bridge.
You think I'm lying to you?
No more than usual.
But I'm telling you, Rocky.
Look, Matt, this is a touch, and we both know it.
It's nothing of the kind.
You only show up once every 4 or 5 years, but every time I end up with less money. Now, come on, how much do you want?
Now, that's more like it, me lad. 150 pounds will swing it.
I don't know what I'm doing this, but I'll let you have 20.
Only 20 pounds? But the deal, lad.
You're lucky I had a good night.
I tell you, it ain't a touch now, Rocky.
All right, call it a wedding present, then. Here. Well, you want it or not?
I'll take it. But
there's a phone in my office. I'll be right back.
I'll be waiting, Rocky. You can later that.
It was a call asking for a contribution to the Home for Indigent Goat Herders. Oh, I brushed it off, naturally, and went back front. First thing I noticed was that Gallagher was gone. Second, he'd taken the bottle from the table with him. That's when I made for the money bag behind the bar. Oh, it was there, and so were a few loose piastres, but that was all. I yanked the front door open, but the street was deserted. Matt Gallagher had made a smoother getaway than the super chief. A little figuring told me that along with the 20 I'd given him, he'd gotten off with a total of 150 Egyptian pounds, which comes to exactly 600 good round American dollars. Well, that's what you get for helping a guy. I don't like being suckered, so I didn't tell anybody, just waited around. He didn't turn up among the other 1.5 million people around Cairo, so I decided he'd lit out for places unknown. I was sure of it after a couple of weeks went by, but I still hadn't cooled off. Then I got a call from Captain Sam Sabaya.
Jordan, is it possible that you know a man named Matt Gallagher?
Sure I know him, Sam, and I'm looking for him.
Indeed. For what purpose?
I'm going to dig 150 pounds out of his hide that he owes me.
I fear you will have trouble collecting, Jordan.
Yeah? Why?
Come to the morgue and you will see. Matt Gallagher is on a slab.
Well, you can't stay sore at a guy on a slab. I wanted it over with and forgotten, so I caught the first cab that came along for headquarters. Sam was waiting for me and led me downstairs to the morgue, where he drew back one of the sheets.
Gunshots, as you can see, Jordan.
Where'd you find him, Sam?
Lying in some out-of-the-way ruins near the old Babylon Roman fortress in the old part of the city. He had been dead for several days.
How'd you happen to call me?
A match pack from the Cafe Tambourine was in his pocket. There was the small chance you might have seen him there.
I've known Gallagher off and on for a long time.
When did you see him last?
A couple of Sundays ago at my cafe. He borrowed a pocket full of money while I wasn't looking.
And you did not report this to me, Jordan?
Oh, it was a personal affair.
Personal affair indeed. Too often you take matters into your own hands, but someday you will learn.
Sure. What else was in his pocket, Sam?
There was no money, if that is what you mean.
What about identification?
Oh, this passport and seaman's card. You may see them if you like.
Thanks.
Also a few other personal articles, if you care to look at them.
No, I've seen enough.
Now, Jordan, if there is anything more you can tell me about this man...
Nothing at all, Sam. He's all yours.
Very well. But, Jordan, give it some thought. I intend that this murder be disposed of very quickly.
I could feel Sam's eyes on the back of my head as I went out. He generally figures I'm holding something back. And this time he was right. To begin with, I'd never seen that man on a slab before. It wasn't Matt Gallagher at all. Besides, Gallagher was a seaman. And this was a fair-skinned man with soft hands that had never done a lick of rough work in his life. I wondered if Sam had noticed that. Well, I had a hunch now that Gallagher was still kicking around Cairo with my 150 pounds. I wanted first crack at him. What he had to do with the murder and the switch in identity was anybody's guess. Looking in on Matt's girlfriend at the Shadrach Hotel was one thing I'd avoided up to now. But this is where I had to see her. It turned out she was sharing a suite with somebody, so I got the room number and went on up. The door was opened by a friendly-looking little guy with a mustache and his gray hair parted in the middle.
Yes. What can I do for you?
I'd like to see Francie Bion. Name's Jordan.
Oh, of course. Please come in.
Thanks.
Who is it, Uncle Julius?
It's Mr. Jordan, Francie.
Oh, so you're Rocky Jordan.
That's right. Matt Gallagher mentioned my name?
Yes. Bosom pals, he said. A big oaf.
Yeah.
Francie, perhaps Mr. Jordan will be able to tell us...
Give him time, Uncle dear.
Oh, yes, of course, my dear.
Well?
I'm looking for Gallagher. Where is he?
I haven't seen him for weeks. What's your guess?
Well, from what he told me, you ought to know everything about him.
What did he tell you?
Oh, something about you and him settling down. Real cozy.
Fine chance. He'd better show up in a hurry, that's all I got to say.
What's he up to, Francie?
He's up to his gills in Irish whiskey, if you ask me.
What else?
Oh, I don't know. He's been acting crazy for the last month. A lot of wild talk. Brother, what he wasn't going to do for me. Buy me minks and sables and yachts.
Did he say what with?
Who cares? It makes sense. What do you want with him?
150 pounds, due and payable.
Did he steal it from you?
Well, he didn't exactly sign a promissory note.
Francie, my dear, this is just as I told you. I expressly do not approve of that man for you.
We've been all over that, Uncle Julius.
But a girl of your culture and refinement, I cannot understand what you see in a person like that.
Then stop trying.
Where do I look for him, Francie?
You might take a swim in the Suez Canal. He says he's going to buy it.
Oh. Gallagher told you that, too, huh?
That's what he's telling everybody. And the more he talks, the crazier he gets. All he needs is a little dough to swing it, he says. Then it's big times for us. Can you beat that guy?
Well, let me know when he shows up, will you?
Better be in a hurry. We're washing out of this town plenty quick.
Okay, thanks.
Don't mention it.
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Hmm?
Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, Julius?
About this robbery. Have you mentioned it to the police?
Not yet. Why?
Well, it's for Francie's sake. She's such a sensitive child.
Well, don't worry, Julius. What I've got to settle with Matt Gallagher is between just him and me. I finally shook Uncle Julius from my lapels, got out of the Shadrach Hotel, and back to my tambourine. As I walked into the cafe, Chris flagged me down from behind the bar and handed over a package wrapped in old dirty paper.
It's for you, Rocky.
Oh, what is it?
I don't know. Messenger said he was supposed to give it to you personal. Only got tired waiting.
And did he say who it was from?
Yeah, Matt Gallagher.
Gallagher? Let's have a look.
It ain't wrapped up so good.
I'm interested in what's inside.
Oh, careful. It's coming apart.
Oh, here. Help me here, will you, Chris?
Yeah. Great jumping Jehoshaphat, Rocky. What's that?
The bundle had come apart in my hands, and a lot of strange-looking pieces of paper lay scattered all around me. While Chris was getting them together, I picked one up and had a look. Like all the rest, it was old-looking and yellow, with everything written in French. At the top, in real fancy lettering, it read, Compagnie Universelle du Canal Maritime de Suez. I began scrambling through the others, and they were all the same, except for a different serial number. I didn't need to know much French to realize that these were shares of stock. Yeah? From where I stood, I, Rocky Jordan, now own part of the Suez Canal.
You are listening to The Big Ditch, an adventure with Rocky Jordan. You'll find mystery to your heart's content on CBS, fine yarns woven by some of radio's top mystery writers. But you can also vary the fare with music and comedy. Here's a comedy you won't want to miss. Monday night, on CBS Radio Theater, Mickey Rooney stars in Merton of the Movies, a satire on the movie-making industry. Remember, CBS Radio Theater tomorrow, Monday night at 6. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, The Big Ditch.
What would you do if somebody sent you a whole stack of shares in the Suez Canal? Paper the wall with them or ask a few questions first? Well, my curiosity got the best of me, too, so I wrapped up the bundle again and headed for the Cairo Securities Exchange. I didn't expect to find the answer there to why a murdered man was found with Matt Gallagher's identification on him, or why Gallagher had sent the shares to me. That was something else. I finally got to the right man at the exchange, gave him my name, opened up the bundle on his desk, and waited for him to start laughing.
Yes, Mr. Jordan?
Well, what about these things?
It's the Compagnie Universelle de Suez. I say, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
This is most remarkable. You're bringing such valuable securities in this fashion.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me they're the real thing.
Authentic in every detail. I've seen many of these. The man is indeed fortunate to possess Suez Canal shares.
But what are they doing here?
I beg pardon?
I mean, doesn't the Suez belong to a government? France or England?
Oh, a common error, Mr. Jordan. True, the British Crown owns 7/16 of the Suez Canal. Thanks, of course, to the brilliant statesmanship of Disraeli when he purchased them from the Khedive of Egypt.
Oh, yeah, sure.
A great man, Disraeli. A credit to the empire, Mr. Jordan.
Look, getting back to these shares.
Oh, quite. Carried away, you know. Sorry.
Are you trying to tell me that private individuals can own shares in the Suez Canal?
Most assuredly. Many people are fortunate to own stock in the Suez. The fact of it is, thousands of shares have been lost through the years. The company is nearing its century mark, you know.
Well, how much are they worth?
They sold originally for £250 a share. They now run as high as £20,000.
Each?
Yes, you have 200 shares here. It's possible that dividends have accumulated. All in all, these are worth, in your currency, approximately $16 million. May I ask where you got them?
I bought them for £150.
Oh, I say, Mr. Jordan, you're pulling my leg.
No, I wouldn't dare.
Now, of course, these must be transferred to your name.
Oh, yeah, sure, but some other time.
You mean you're taking them with you in this manner?
Yeah. Thanks for everything.
But why?
I've decided to get my money back. I put the bundle inside my coat and came out of there with a great education on the Suez Canal. Enough to know that there was a sweet setup for a neat little racket. Only it gets too big when a man's murdered and the stuff's planted on me. And right then I knew I had to find Gallagher and shove the whole bundle down his throat. It was already evening, and I moved along the street, not noticing the beggars or anything else, till a little native water salesman started getting under my feet.
Effendi, I have the pure fine water for you. Water like crystal.
All right, move along. Himshi.
Oh, but it is not of the Nile, Effendi. My water is from the hidden springs of the desert. 1 piastre is all.
Alayatik. What's good now?
2 centimes, then. Only for you.
No water. Himshi.
Mr. Jordan.
Where'd you learn the name?
This concerns another matter. The Afranki would be wise to listen.
All right, get it out.
Mr. Jordan, there are certain people with money. They will bargain well.
What people? What do they want?
I cannot tell you who they are, but they are interested in certain pieces of paper.
Well, you tell certain people that certain pieces of paper aren't for sale. Get it?
Alwa Effendi.
You know where Matt Gallagher is?
The name I do not know.
Yeah. This helps?
But perhaps there is another who can help you.
Who?
The Street of Many Knives, up the hill past the rug weaver's hut.
I'll need more than that.
I have the water.
Hey, wait a minute.
Very pure water, like fine crystal water.
I could have followed the water cellar, but already night was setting in and I had another errand. It took a lot of asking around and some strange looks, but I was finally in the Street of Many Knives. Nothing more than a passageway that winds up through the desolate native quarter to the east. It's a place a foreigner doesn't go around even in daylight, much less at night. And I could guess how it got its name. The wild dogs were out, but they'd found something else and didn't bother with me. Just before the street ended at a hill, I found the rug weaver's hut and a door just beyond. There was no light, but I knocked. Thought I heard a quick movement inside. So I knocked again. I tried the knob. It was locked. I put my shoulder against the door, and one shove was all it took. The lock snapped, and I was inside just as a hulking figure lunged from the shadows. He had powerful arms around me, and we went down. My knees came up, and we went on over. Then I was on top with my hand in his face. And that and the smell of Irish whiskey cut it short. Matt.
Rocky, lad, I didn't know. How'd you find me?
Yeah, we'll skip that. Let's get some light in here.
There's a candle on a corner table. But you have to light it now, lad.
Why not?
Oh, Rocky, boy, am I glad to see you.
You won't be, Matt. Not till you hand over my money.
Oh, now, Rocky, lad. Go easy on me. I've been in for a rough time of it.
Why the hideout?
Well, I'll admit it to you, Rocky. I'm scared.
Of what, the police?
Not exactly. But I'm in a bit of trouble.
Why not run to Francie? She's getting out of Cairo.
Well, I tell you, lad, I'm giving her up. Francie's too good for the likes of me. Anyhow, I've learned my lesson, Rocky. There's been a bit of strike north of Johannesburg. I'm going there and dig for gold. Come on with me now.
Start clearing it up, Matt. What about the guy down in the morgue?
In the morgue?
You know he's dead. He was carrying your seaman's card and your passport.
Sure, I know. But you don't think I killed him, lad. You couldn't think that. I value life too much.
Spit it out, Gallagher. Who was he?
Walter Logan. He used to work for the Suez Company in Paris.
You get all those shares from him?
Right, me boy. He offered a quick sale for £150.
Well, they'd be worth thousands. Why a price like that?
Now, Rocky, you know I don't bother with trifles, asking a lot of embarrassing questions.
Go on.
We had a little rendezvous, and I bought the shares. I left him, and I wasn't more than a block away, and I heard the gunshots. I ran back and found him dead.
See anybody else around?
No, Rocky. But I knew people would be accusing me. They always make things tough on poor Matt Gallagher.
Come on. Why the switch?
Well, I had to think fast. If they thought I was dead, they wouldn't be looking for me. So I put my stuff in his pockets.
And why send the shares to me?
That was our deal, Rocky. Anyhow, I was sort of hot, and I knew you'd take care of them.
Yeah. All that over a stack of worthless paper.
Worthless? What do you mean, Rocky?
A lot of Suez shares have been lost. Nobody knows what happened to them. You say Logan worked for the company in Paris. He could have found out the serial numbers of the missing shares, made up some to match the real ones.
Counterfeit?
Sure. He turns up with a bunch of lost shares, and if he's lucky, no one's the wiser. Only he wasn't so lucky.
What now then, lad?
I still want my £150.
But, Rocky, I'd give it to you if I had it.
Hey, hold it, Matt, hold it. Maybe I heard, or maybe I just felt it, but I knew there was somebody at the door. As I opened it, a barefoot native ducked away. I was after him fast, and just as I was on him, he whirled and faced me.
Mr. Jordan.
All right, what is it now, Buster? You don't sell water around here.
No, it concerns the other matter, Effendi.
Ready to tell me who sent you?
I cannot. But about the certain pieces of paper, my master offers you £5,000.
Is that all?
Oh, but Mr. Jordan, he is prepared to go higher, possibly £6,000 or £7,000.
I'll go the other way.
The other way?
Yeah. Tell your master he can have the pieces of paper for £150.
You will give them to me?
Not on your life. I'll deliver them in person. Well, I meet your master.
At the ruins of the Minya Tower in Old Cairo. There you will not be disturbed.
I'll be there at 11 o'clock. The little water cellar vanished in thin air, and I was back dragging Gallagher into the street and down the hill. I figured as long as he'd started this thing for me, he could be in at the finish. He complained like a dyspeptic camel all the way, but I finally got him with me to the tambourine, and there I put in a quick call to Sabaya.
What are you trying to say to me, Jordan?
I told you, the guy you have in the morgue isn't Matt Gallagher.
But you saw him yourself. Why did you not tell me?
You didn't ask me, Sam.
I didn't. Of all the incredible... Then who is this man?
His name's Walter Logan.
Jordan, listen to me. You have completely upset my investigation. You have come dangerously...
Sam, do you want to find Gallagher or not?
Indeed I do.
Then put on your snowshoes and mush on out to the Minya Tower in Old Cairo.
Jordan, you will first explain this to me, Jordan.
See you there, Sam. Gallagher heard every word of the conversation, and he was crying real tears as I tucked the pieces of paper under my arm and shoved him into a taxi out front. Between him and the lazy taxi driver, I had myself a time as we rolled south into Old Cairo. Finally, we drove through what once, centuries ago, was the gate to the Roman fortress called Babylon. A little farther on, the cabbie pulled up, and he wouldn't go an inch farther for all the fish in the Nile. So we walked it from there. In another quarter hour, we were nearing the crumbling Minya Tower, surrounded by ruins, just a few minutes before 11. A full moon was out now, almost white against the ancient sandstone walls. It was quite a sight, But Gallagher wasn't impressed.
Rocky, I don't like it at all.
We're early. There's nobody here.
It's right there that Walter Logan was killed, don't you see?
Yeah. Somebody might repeat themselves.
Look, Rocky, this is not for me. Let's get out of here. I'm sorry for getting you into this, lad. I'll make it up if it takes the rest of my life.
Might not be long enough, Matt.
No, Rocky, me boy, that's exactly
Get back
what
in
I
the
mean.
shadows. We'll wait here. Matt dug for a dark corner, and we waited. Not more than 3 or 4 minutes. Then we heard footsteps along the passageway from the way we'd come. Whoever it was kept to the shadows on the far side. The steps were confident, with no trace of hesitation. They passed. And then the figure stepped out into the moonlight beneath the tower.
Francie!
Matt, what are you doing here?
He came with me, Francie. Gallagher's in on the deal.
All right, let's get it over with.
Oh, I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
When'd that muddled head of yours ever understand anything?
But all this time you...
Yes, playing you for a sucker.
Francie, darling. Oh, no.
Let Rocky explain it. He's the smart one.
Later. Your little water boy mentioned an offer for certain pieces of paper.
5,000 pounds. Why did you make it 150?
I'm satisfied.
Do you have them?
Yeah.
All right, give them to me.
Oh, let's keep it honest, Blue Eyes.
Here's your money. Now hand them over.
They're all yours.
Thanks.
Now we'll get a few things straight.
Skip it, Rocky. Come on out, Julius.
Yes, I'll take over now, Francie.
Julius. It's Uncle Julius. I've been wanting...
Careful, Matt. That gun in his hand, he'll use it.
You're quite right, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, I'm getting it now. I should have known why you didn't like me, Uncle Julius. Always come between Francie and me.
What's bothering you, Julius? Matt and I know too much. You still got a lot of phony shares to sell.
You could quite well interfere with our plans. So I'm going to kill you.
Just like you did Walter Logan.
Yes.
Well, he fixed you up with his stuff. Why drop him?
He was a little man. Our meth frightened him. He began trying to dump the shares at quick prices. There was no telling what he would do next. I had to kill him.
That leaves just you and Francie. Great team.
I give her full credit. It is she who masterminded our plan.
It ain't true. It ain't true at all. I'll not have you saying that about Francie.
Shut up, you stupid ox.
You fostered into it. You never liked me. And I don't like you either, Julius.
Matt, keep back.
You'll be poisoning her mind against me no more.
Stop, you fool, stop.
You or nobody can stop Matt Gallagher.
Matt stopped 2 slugs head on and kept walking in. Then his big gnarled hands were on the man's neck and driving back. Julius had no more chance than a day-old kitten. All at once it was a snap, and he dropped like a wet bar rag. Matt stood over him for a full second, and then he piled on top. Francie was suddenly wild and running, and I didn't follow because just then I saw Sam Sabaya and a couple of his men coming up to meet her. Yeah, there was a lot of talk and explaining for a while. Then Uncle Julius was wheeled off to the morgue, Matt Gallagher to the hospital, and Francie off to a cell. Sam kept the package, and about an hour later, he and I were resting at a table in my cafe tambourine.
Jordan, you make very good coffee.
Sounds that way, Sam.
You should confine your activities to just such things as this.
Oh, I'm willing. But when a poor sucker like Gallagher comes around, what are you going to do?
It is possible there will not be another time.
Takes a couple of slugs to knock out a guy like him. What Francie did to him will hurt him worse.
Perhaps. By the way, Jordan, I'm wondering now what I should do about you.
Me? What for?
You are guilty of selling counterfeit shares for £150.
I think it's about time you looked in that package, Sam.
What do you mean?
My deal with Francie was for certain pieces of paper. And that's just what she got. All torn out of the Cairo Gazette.
It's CBS at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Sherry. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some client of mine wants me to locate a missing girl. He doesn't care what it costs, so naturally I'm going to shoot the works.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the killer's key. It is early afternoon in New York, and in a shabby rooming house in Midtown Manhattan, a nervous young man named Larry Gordon gives himself a dose of artificial courage. Then, deciding further treatment is indicated, he starts pouring again.
Who is it?
Me, Larry. Open up.
Wait a minute, Claire. Did you get them?
Everything. You fly to Chicago. And there I made a reservation for you on the California Limited.
What name did you use?
Larry Holcomb.
Good. When's the plane leave?
8:25 tonight.
Couldn't you get me out sooner?
No. Listen, Larry, I still think you're making a mistake. Running away is no solution.
Are you crazy?
Maybe this isn't as bad as you think.
It's worse. If Hunt ever lays his hands on me, that's it.
I think you're wrong.
Look, I worked for the man for 8 years. I know how his mind operates. I never should have opened my yap to those Treasury boys in the first place.
You had to, darling.
Why? Was someone twisting my arm? They got enough on him to send him up for 10 years.
But without you, they've got no case.
And don't think that Mr. Hunt doesn't know it. Now, if you want to help me pack...
Larry.
Think you could have been followed?
No, I was very careful.
Who is it?
Kemper. Internal Revenue.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Kemper. Look, sweetie, they'll be awful sore if they know I told you where I was.
What do you want me to do?
Get in the kitchen and, for Pete's sake, be quiet.
All right, darling.
I'm coming, Mr. Kemper.
Hello, Larry.
Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
But I thought it was...
I hope you'll forgive the deception. I did it very well, don't you think? Kemper, Internal Revenue Department. You know, the stage may have lost a great talent.
Listen, Mr. Hunt.
I'm afraid I haven't time, Larry. I'm pretty busy these days combing Internal Revenue men out of my hair.
I wasn't going to testify against you.
You weren't?
No, I was beating it. See, I've got the tickets right here.
So you were bound for California, eh? In my humble opinion, you couldn't have chosen better. Where were you planning to stay?
Why?
Well, someone should cancel the reservation. Since you're going elsewhere.
No, don't.
Have a pleasant journey, my boy. Yeah?
I'd like to see Mr. Hunt, please.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
You don't look like a soldier to me.
You're right. I'm with the police. Where's Hunt?
Well, it's like this, Sergeant. Bruce, did you say... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were entertaining.
He ain't so entertaining. You Charles Hunt?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
How morbid.
Well, somebody's got to do the job. You ever hear of a fellow named Larry Gordon?
Yes, of course. He works for me. Or should I say, he once did.
Why?
Well, I'm being investigated on an income tax matter, as you may have heard.
Yeah, I've heard.
And since Larry's going to testify against me, naturally, I don't consider him in my employ.
Well, he won't need the job anyhow.
Pardon?
He was knocked off at 3 this afternoon.
I can't believe it.
Well, take my word for it. I saw the body. I have an idea you saw it even before I did.
You're not serious.
I certainly am. We got enough evidence.
Evidence?
Yes. You see, by an odd coincidence, Larry's girlfriend, Claire Marlowe, was in the kitchen when you gunned him.
Is that what Miss Marlowe claims?
Well...
Well, what?
Well, it's the way we figure it. We found her fingerprints.
You're evading the question. Has Miss Marlowe accused me?
Well, I haven't spoken to her yet.
Why not?
She disappeared. She must have been scared to death.
The fact remains, until you discover Miss Marlowe, you have absolutely no case.
Don't worry, we'll find her. And when we do...
when you do, give me a call.
Okay, Hunt, I'll be seeing you shortly. And then we'll see how...
You're creating a draft, Sergeant. Well, Bruce, you heard.
How can I help it? I'm not deaf.
What do you think?
I think when they find Claire Marlowe, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
On the other hand, suppose I found her first. Who was that private detective Logan mentioned the other day?
You mean Mike Waring?
See the one they call the Falcon?
Yeah.
Well, be a good boy and look up his address. I think I've got a case for him. That's the situation, Mr. Waring. So you see my problem?
No, I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Hunt.
Isn't it obvious? I want you to locate this Claire Marlowe.
You said the police are looking for her.
Unfortunately, I haven't much confidence in them.
Mm-hmm. Well, the jails are loaded with people who thought that.
Nevertheless, I'd like to see you take the assignment.
I don't like it.
Why not?
It smells to me of tampering with a witness. Corbett claims this Claire Marlowe can prove you're guilty of Larry Gordon's murder.
But there's another side to the coin. If Miss Marlowe saw someone else, she can establish my innocence.
Yeah, I suppose that's true enough. What if the police find her first?
So much the better. I just want the additional insurance. In my position, I need it.
All right, Hunt. I'll do what I can.
That's all I ask. You do what you can. And from that point on, it's up to me.
Yeah? You the superintendent?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring. Wonder if you could give me some information about one of your tenants.
Who?
Claire Marlowe.
You a cop?
Why?
So I told the other fella everything I knew.
What other fella?
Oh, tall, thin fella, about your size.
Oh, you must mean Sergeant Corbett.
Yep, that's his name.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that you've told Corbett, why not tell me?
I don't know nothing. Came home yesterday like she was scared of something, went right to her room.
How long did she stay?
Oh, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did she have a grip with her when she left?
Nope, just a pocketbook.
And she didn't say where she was going?
Nope, and I didn't ask. I believe a fella should mind his own... If it ain't one thing, it's another. Excuse me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Special delivery from Claire Marlowe.
Here, let me see that.
Hey, what you doing?
Just a minute. Dear Herman, please don't tell anyone you've heard from me, anyone at all. I wonder if you'd be good enough to do me a favor. I've made arrangements with North American Van Lines to move my stuff on Wednesday. They know where to deliver it. My bank book is in the upper right-hand drawer of my dresser. If you take it with the enclosed withdrawal slip, I'm sure you'll have no trouble getting the money. Will you please bring it over to me at the Kenton Hotel? I'm using the name Claire O'Brien.
Why does she want to use a name like that for?
Kenton Hotel, then.
Hey, where you going?
Have to report to my client. You've been a great help, Herman. Thanks a million.
believe you're right.
Don't you think you should answer it?
What's the point, Mr. Hunt? It's probably for you.
You know something, Bruce? I'm beginning to dislike your attitude. Now answer the phone.
I still say it's a waste of time. Yeah?
I'd like to talk to Gerald Hunt, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Hold it. But I tell you, it's for you.
Who is it?
The Falcon.
All right. Oh, I don't think I'll be needing you anymore today.
You mean you want me to leave?
That's what I want.
Well, far be it from me to hang around when I'm not wanted.
Hello?
I've got good news for you, Hunt.
Really?
Really. I've located Claire Marlowe.
That is wonderful.
She's staying at the Kenton Hotel. She's registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I needn't tell you how happy I am with your services, Mr. Waring.
I was lucky.
Let's say we both were. You may have been fortunate to find Claire, but I was lucky to find you. I would have had a difficult time of it without you.
I'll think nothing of it. When are you planning to see Claire?
Immediately. You're familiar with the old proverb, he who hesitates is lost? Well, in my position, I can't afford to waste a second. Goodbye, Mr. Waring. Thanks ever so much.
Since Mike Waring reported to his client, Gerald Hunt, where Claire Marlowe could be found. And now in that young lady's hotel room.
All right, you guys. Come on, let's hurry it up. Get out of here. Oh, Davis, see if you can find any prints around, though I doubt it.
Can I move the body now, Sarge?
Oh, you better wait for Lewis. He may want some more pictures.
Right.
Hey, Levy, how you doing on that?
Okay.
Oh, you boys carry on. I'll get it.
I'd like to... Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I came to see Claire Marlowe.
Okay. Look.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Well, is this close enough, or would you like to hold her hand?
I don't think she'd get a kick out of it.
Neither do I. What'd you want with her?
That's a long story.
Well, I never knew you to tell any other kind, so let's get started.
Well, a client of mine wanted me to find her.
And you did.
I was lucky.
I wonder. Who's your client?
Well, I'd rather not say.
So you'd rather not say, huh? Look, lunkhead, an innocent girl's been murdered. Nobody knew where she was hiding out. And if you found her...
All right. You don't have to draw me a diagram. I was responsible.
Yes, indeed. You set her up for a clay pigeon. I've known stupid jerks in my time, but of all...
Look, never mind the name, Sergeant. I can think of 1,000,000 to call myself.
Well, who's your client? Or maybe I can guess.
Well, don't bother.
Look, Mike, don't try to hold out on me.
I'm not going to. I admit I was the patsy in this case.
You were the patsy? What about her?
Well, I know. Someone's going to pay for it.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a word with my client. After that, you can have him. Well, frankly, I doubt if there'll be much left. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Is Hunt in?
Who are you?
Never mind. I'll announce myself.
Now, wait a sec.
All right, Bruce. Come on in, Mr. Waring.
Try and keep me out.
Bruce, get the gentleman a drink.
Sure. What do you have, Buster?
A little privacy. Suppose you leave me alone with your boss.
What orders I take from him.
You better give him his walking papers, Hunt.
Really, Mr. Waring? Aren't you being a bit high-handed?
Tell him to blow.
All right, Bruce. You may go.
Well, as long as you put it that way.
All right, now what was the idea, Hunt?
What was what idea?
Don't give me any double talk. I'm in no mood for it.
How dare you?
It's easy. I'll show you.
No.
Look, you made a sucker out of me. You got me to find Claire Marlowe so you could kill her.
You mean Claire's dead?
As if you didn't know.
But I didn't.
I suppose you don't remember me phoning you at 1:30 this afternoon. I told you where you could find her. I could blow my brains out for not calling on her first, but you didn't make that mistake, did you?
Let me go.
Sure, I'll let you go. Now, confessions are in order. You killed her, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Hunt. I'm going to get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body.
You murdered her just as you murdered Larry Gordon.
I swear I didn't.
Where's your coat?
I'm not going with you.
Yes, you are. I promised to deliver you to Sergeant Corbett down to headquarters, and that's one promise I intend to keep. Now, will you go quietly?
No.
Okay, suit yourself. Now, come on. Get up. You got a long, rough trip ahead of you.
Hey, Matty.
Yes, Sergeant.
Carlin report in yet?
Just about 2 minutes ago.
Well, where's Hunt?
He couldn't find him.
You mean he skipped?
Yeah, Colin said the place was a shambles.
Well, get a 47 out. I want every bus and train depot watched and cover the airfields. If Hunt gets away...
Don't worry, Sergeant. He won't.
Hey, never mind, Matty.
All right, you crumb. Inside.
No, let me go.
What's the idea, Mike?
What's the matter with you, Sergeant? Don't you recognize him?
Well, who would? He looks... Wait a minute. It's Hunt.
That's right.
Well, what happened?
Well, he had a little accident. Go on, Hunt. Sit down.
Did you slug him?
No, Sergeant, you know me.
Well, that's why I asked. Listen, Mike.
Look, why don't we both listen? All right, Hunt. Make like a birdie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, if I've got to bounce you around again...
Hey, what's going on here?
He admitted to me that he murdered Claire Marlowe.
I lied.
You what?
I couldn't help myself, Sergeant. He would have killed me.
Yes, and it's not too late now. Do you deny
I deny everything. I was forced to make that admission to protect myself. Under the circumstances, I felt I was justified.
Look, Sergeant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
Don't be a sap.
Well, it's all right for you to talk, but I feel responsible for that girl's death. If I hadn't found her, she would still have been alive. I phoned him at 1:30, and I told...
Hey, wait a minute. When did you phone him?
At 1:30.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
Well, do you realize what you've done? You've just given him an alibi.
Are you nuts?
Claire Marlowe was killed at 1:45.
What?
45 minutes before you called him.
Well, that means...
That means he couldn't have killed her.
Oh. Well, look, Hunt, if I've done you an injustice...
Indeed you have.
Will it do any good if I said I was sorry?
None at all. Good day, gentlemen. I trust I'll never see either of you again.
Well, welcome home, Mr. Hunt.
I see you've taken over, Bruce.
I didn't think you'd mind. You like some champagne?
No, thanks.
You don't know what you're missing. This is the bitter end. They tell me it's the only thing when you're celebrating.
Is that what you're doing?
Sure. Aren't you back?
I'm flattered. I didn't dream you cared.
Yeah, I was real worried. I had a feeling I was never going to see you again. Hey, you ought to do something about that eye. That Mike Waring can really dish it out, can't he?
All right, Bruce. The joke is over. What's the meaning of this?
I told you I was celebrating. Surely you don't begrudge your ex-employee a bottle of champagne.
My ex-employee?
Well, the way I see it, I've been working for you for 7 years.
So?
So I decided it was time I bettered myself. After all, this is the land of opportunity.
And you feel opportunity is knocking at your door?
Definitely. You sure you won't join me in a drink?
Enough of this nonsense. Get me my robe.
You don't seem to understand. I'm through taking orders. With what I got on...
And what have you got on me?
For one thing, you knocked off Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
This may come as a shock to you. But the police are satisfied I had no hand in either. You see, I have an unimpeachable alibi.
Is that a fact?
Yes. It now develops that Miss Marlowe was murdered 45 minutes before Mr. Waring reported her whereabouts to me.
Well, what do you know?
I know you've been taking too much for granted.
I don't think so. I happen to know how it was worked.
You do?
Yeah. I was going through your clothes.
What?
Well, I thought maybe you wanted me to send them out to the cleaners. Anyway, in your pocket, I found this card. Lawrence Regan, Private Investigations.
So?
So I wondered what you would want with 2 private detectives, and just like that, it came to me. You were going to use Waring as an alibi.
You're mistaken.
Well, there's an easy way to check.
Who are you calling?
The boy Sherlock, Lawrence Regan.
You're being ridiculous.
Am I?
Hello?
Let me talk to Mr. Regan, please.
Speaking.
This is Bruce Webster. I work for Mr. Hunt.
Well?
Well, the boss would like to know whether you had any luck finding Claire Marlowe.
What's the matter with the guy? Has he blown a fuse? I reported back to him at 11 o'clock this morning. She's at the Kenton Hotel, registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I guess it kind of slipped his mind.
What's going on here?
Nothing you should worry about. Thanks a lot anyway. Well?
You win.
I always do. I'm the patient type. I learned that from you.
What do you want?
$25,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, it ain't as though I was going to throw it away. I'm going to sock it into government bonds. That 3% they pay will come in mighty handy.
You're making a mistake.
I don't think so. I always say the least a fella can do is be patriotic. You better get it up fast, Mr. Hunt. We don't want to keep Uncle Sam waiting.
Sergeant, I don't get it at all.
Well, you would if I had my way. You ruined everything.
Look, are you sure Claire Marlowe died at 1:45?
Positive. The desk clerk at the hotel heard the shots.
Did she have any other enemies?
No. This thing's tied up with the Larry Gordon killing for sure.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh.
There was no way in the world for the... Hello.
That you wearing?
Yes, who's this?
Bruce Webster.
Who?
I work for Hunt, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought you might be interested. I'm terminating my employment.
That's supposed to mean something to me?
It might mean a lot. If you could dig up some cash, I could let you know my reason.
What are you talking about?
Well, wouldn't you like to know how Hunt made a chump out of you?
I certainly would.
How much dough can you raise?
I'm not in Hunt's class.
No, but every little bit helps. Could you lay your hands on 10 grand?
Don't be ridiculous.
5?
I've got $720 in the bank.
Fine, I'll take it.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, Waring, make up your mind.
Where are you?
I got a little place at the Fortuna Apartments on West 93rd. Drop around when you're in the neighborhood.
Okay. Don't go away. I'll be in the neighborhood in 20 minutes.
'That you, Waring?
Yeah.
Just a second. Come on in. Mr. Hunt.
Surprised?
Yeah, I thought I saw the last of you.
You thought wrong.
What's the idea?
It's fairly simple. I'm a man who hates loose ends. Naturally, with you dangling about.
You wouldn't.
Oh, you recognize the gun. Yes, it's the same one I used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
You'll never get away with it. The cops will know for sure.
You're concerned for me. You needn't worry. You see, I've taken the liberty of preparing a note in which you confess to both murders.
You're nuts.
When the police break in, they'll find the note and the murder gun. Naturally, it'll be in the traditional position for suicide.
They'll never buy it. They had no motive to knock off Larry Gordon.
You have, the way I've explained it in this note. Seems you were madly in love with Claire. When she spurned you for Larry, you decided to rid yourself of the competition. As for Claire, she was a witness to the act. So regretfully, you had to dispose of her, too. Isn't that poetic?
Listen, Hunt.
I wish I could, my boy. But time is of the essence.
No, don't.
Minutes have passed since Mike promised to call on Bruce Webster. Now we find Sergeant Corbett helping him keep that promise.
This must be it. Yeah. Suppose he won't talk.
Just leave everything to me.
I left Hunt to you, and what happened? Sure, he said he'd meet you here?
Yes, positive. I told him I'd be over in 20... Look, get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Well, what does it look like?
Don't you know it isn't polite to peek through keyholes?
No, but it could be awfully interesting.
What do you see?
Give me a hand with this door.
Well, what was it?
Come on. Put your shoulder to it. 1, 2.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
What did he want to do that for?
Don't ask me. I'm a stranger here myself. Here, wait a minute. What do you make of this?
To whom it may concern, this was the only way. I killed Larry Gordon. It was all Claire Marlowe's fault. She led me on. I thought with Larry out of the way, we'd have a deal, but I was a chump. Don't bother looking for any relatives. I haven't... Hey, cut that out, Mike.
I was only going through his pocket.
Well, you know better.
I just wanted to see what he had on him.
Well,
someone was here before me. All he's got on him are these 2 keys. What do you make of it?
well, one's obviously for his grip, the other for his car.
No, this doesn't add up.
What do you mean?
He didn't commit suicide.
But look at the gun.
You look at it. I tell you, this was engineered.
By whom?
By Hunt, of course.
Can you prove that?
What, to you? Where's my percentage? Let's find someone who'll give me better odds.
I can't believe it. When I was up at Brewster's a few hours ago...
And you admit you were there.
Why should I deny it? He complained of not feeling well this evening. Naturally, the least I could do was chauffeur him home.
And when you left?
He seemed perfectly all right. I never dreamt he contemplated suicide. I still don't understand why.
Well, maybe this note will clear things up.
Whom it may concern. Oh, so that explains it.
Yes, it would seem to.
I never realized he was involved with Claire.
Well, things are seldom what they seem. For instance, when we broke into Bruce's room, it looked as though he committed suicide.
But you don't believe it?
No.
You told me you found the gun in his hand.
Yes.
And it was the same weapon that was used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should imagine that would take care of everything.
No, not quite. There was one thing missing. When Corbett and I got to Bruce's room, the door was locked.
Well?
Well, if he committed suicide, it had to be locked from the inside.
Obviously.
Oh, then what happened to the key?
That's right. It wasn't in the lock because you were able to peek through the keyhole.
And it wasn't on him or in the room. That means the door must have been locked from the outside, and the killer absent-mindedly walked off with the key.
Look, Mr. Waring.
All right, Sergeant, go through his pockets.
No, you can't. Who can't? Well, what do we got here?
It's all a mistake.
Yeah, you said it, friend. And the beautiful part of it is it only takes one to land you in the chair. All right, Sergeant, he's all yours.
Well, like my father used to say, another day, another dollar.
And believe me, you didn't earn this one. I did all the work.
Well, you schlump. You should talk. You gave Hunt that alibi.
You're out of your mind. If it hadn't been me, it would have been some other private dick.
Come again?
Look, it all comes down to one thing. Hunt had 2 of us trying to locate Claire. He probably waited until the other boy came through for him before he even hired me.
Well, what was the point?
Give himself that alibi. After all, when I told you I reported to him after the girl was murdered, it didn't seem possible he could have been responsible.
Well, I still say...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold everything.
What? What's the matter?
I just thought of something. I never got paid.
Huh?
By Hunt for finding Claire.
Sue him.
Sue him? He's going to the chair.
So what? If I were you, kiddo, I'd really make trouble for him. Good night, Mike.
Blackie. Tell him I'll be out as soon as I'm finished dressing.
Sure will, Mary. I hope it is your friend, Blackie. I'm dying to meet him.
A lot of people have to die before he shows up.
Humming.
Miss Mary Wesley?
No, I'm not Miss Wesley, but this is her apartment. Good heavens, you're not Boston Blackie, are you?
Oh, me? Oh, no. I'm Herman of Herman's Trucking Service. Got a little parcel here for Miss Mary Wesley. Can I bring it in?
I suppose so.
All right, you better step back, lady. Kind of hairy and big.
Well, that doesn't look like a little parcel to me. It's it's as big as a coffin.
Herman's Trucking Service holds everything, lady. Coffins to coffee cups is our slogan. Can I leave it right here?
I don't know where else you'd leave it. Oh, Mary.
Yeah?
Mary, there's a big box out here for you. What are you expecting?
Nothing that I know of, Hazel. I'll be right out, though.
Oh, she don't have to hurry, lady. Herman's Trucking Service don't rush its clients. You can sign for it.
Oh, all right. There you are.
Thanks, lady. Guess I'll take my rollers. You don't want them.
No.
Well, so long, lady. Remember the name, lady. Anytime you want anything hauled, just call for Herman of Herman's Trucking Service.
Mary. Mary, come and look at this thing. It's as big as a...
Oh, I see it, Hazel.
Ooh, how lovely you look.
Pretty dress, isn't it? Hope Blackie likes it.
Now, what in the world is in this box?
I hope it's not what it looks like.
Does look like a coffin, doesn't it? Handles and all.
I wonder what it actually is.
I wonder how we open it to find out.
Here's something that looks like a latch. It is a latch.
Uh-huh. I think this thing will open now.
Something needs oiling. No, I think...
Oh, no.
Mary.
No.
Mary, what's the matter?
No. Hazel, there's a body in there. A dead body. And it's... Oh, no. It's Boston Blackie.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie, if he's still alive. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Wait a minute. Yes?
You're Boston Blackie, aren't you?
But, yes, I am.
You like it, don't you?
My name, the weather, or your remaining anonymous?
I mean it. You liked it. Didn't you?
What's it?
It is what I sent Miss Mary Wesley this morning. I'm Percy Wayne of the Wayne Wax Museum. May I come in?
Well, that's the first question you've asked that I can answer. Sure, come in.
Thank you.
Now, what's this it I'm supposed to have liked?
The wax figure of you in the coffin I sent to Miss Wesley.
The what of what?
She must have thought it was really you in that coffin, too.
But you must be slightly out of your mind. If you have a mind to be out of...
Oh, please, don't phone the police. I can explain everything.
Well, I'm not calling the police. I'm calling Mary Wesley. Must have frightened her to death.
Yes, I imagine I did.
What's the idea?
Well, it's really very easy to explain. I sent a likeness of you in that coffin to Miss Wesley to show you how good a wax sculptor I am.
Why didn't you just let me take your word for it?
Oh, but you didn't know me. I want to show you and Inspector Faraday in my wax museum, closing your latest case.
Why doesn't she answer?
Well, perhaps she's gone for the police. The figure in that coffin looked awfully real.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, Blackie.
It's all right, Mary. I'm not dead. That was a wax image of me in that coffin.
Oh, Blackie, I know, but... Well, at first I was sure it was you. Now, what does it mean, Blackie?
I'll tell you what it means when I see you. In the meantime, relax, and a man will come and get that monstrosity out of there. Goodbye.
Bye.
Wayne, you heard what I said to Miss Wesley. Now, get that coffin out of her apartment.
She thought it was really you, didn't she?
Yes, she did. It's a fine joke. Now, go get that thing out of her apartment and fast.
Well, right away, Blackie, but may I use you in my museum? I'm just opening it, and I want to show all the famous local crime breakers and police and criminals.
Sure. I don't care. Just get out of here and get that wax morgue piece out of Mary's apartment.
Oh, right away, Blackie, right away, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, now what? Never a dull moment at the club, Blackie. I better answer that. Some people have some sense of humor. Hello?
Blackie, this is Faraday.
What are you so proud of? That you remember your name?
Don't work on me, Blackie. This is no social call. A wax figure of me was delivered to my office a little while ago with a note on it telling me to contact you about it. Now, what's the idea, Blackie?
It isn't my idea, pal. A man named Percy Wayne wants to include you among the famous figures in his wax museum.
Oh, he does, huh? Famous figures, huh? And they want me?
Sure, they're going to display you as a dummy. Very consistent, I'd say.
So that's what it is. Well, if you see your friend Wayne, tell him I'll let him know. I got other things to worry about.
Sure, you've got your job, for one thing. How do you manage to hold it, Inspector?
Yeah, I don't know how I managed to hold off clipping you. I would if I didn't have something on my mind. Blackie, did you ever hear of Duke Allen?
Duke Allen? Who's he?
He's a big-time operator from the Middle West who nobody's ever seen.
The word is whom, Faraday.
Who cares? Nobody's ever seen him. But I've got to find out what he looks like before he causes trouble.
What trouble is he going to cause?
I got an underworld tip he's coming here to cut in on those gangster Mosley brothers.
Well, go to the Mosley brothers and tell them to tip you off when Allen comes to see them. It's just as simple as that.
The Mosley brothers are hiding out, Dope. They know I'm looking for them. Only I got an idea this Duke Allen will find them before I do.
Anybody could find anything before you knew it was even missing. So nobody's even seen this Duke Allen, huh?
Nobody in this city. He's never been arrested, so there are no files on him.
No files on him, huh?
That's right.
Well, pal, I'm going to find them for you to prove there are no flies on me.
You'll kick through with that $1,000, Mrs. Brighton. You're going to be an awfully sorry lady.
But I don't have $1,000, Mr. Mosley.
Well, then get it and get it fast. We'll be around to your store at noon tomorrow. We want you to have it. That's all. My brother will take you to the door. Bob.
Sure, Lenny.
Oh, Mr. Mosley, can't you give me more time?
Lenny
I'm a
said
poor
we'd
woman.
see you at noon tomorrow, ladies. So long.
But you've got to give me time. I have to have time.
Well, one more customer we got. Yeah. You know, we've done good, even though we are hiding from Faraday and his cops.
Right.
But, I figure we can do a lot better, Bob.
Figuring, all the time figuring. What are you trying to do, Lenny? Figure yourself to death.
I'm trying to figure out how we can let Duke Allen muscle in on us and still make a profit.
Allen isn't going to muscle in on us, Lenny. You know, we're doing pretty good. Only in town a month, and the cops are looking for us, and so is this Duke Allen. Wonder when he's going to show.
Well, our information didn't say.
I know.
Didn't say what he looked like. Only that he was coming to town to cut in.
Alan's funny that way. Nobody knows what he looks like.
Yeah. But I've been asking around. We'll find out soon.
You've been asking around, all the time asking around.
Asking gets answers. Allen hasn't shown yet, so we're still in business. Bob.
Huh?
We gotta find out what he looks like and get to him before he gets to us.
How are we gonna find out what he looks like?
Well, I'm gonna start figuring on that right now.
Figuring, all the time figuring. Figuring's gonna be the death of you.
If I don't figure a way to find Duke Allen, he's gonna be the death of us.
Wayne Wax Museum. Percy Wayne speaking.
Mr. Wayne, this is Boston Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. I have the figures of you and Inspector Faraday on display already. Are you coming down to see yourself?
Not right away.
Oh.
Look, Wayne, do you have a wax figure of Duke Allen in your museum?
Duke Allen? Yes, I do.
Is it the Duke Allen, I mean?
Well, yes.
No one's supposed to know what he looks like.
Well, I do, though. I met him in Kansas City once and even shook hands with him. Brave of me, wasn't it?
Well, Allen hasn't killed everyone he's met.
What?
Is the figure of Allen on display?
Oh, yes. It's one of my favorites. You ought to come down to see it. It's my best effort.
Well, I'm not interested in seeing it right now.
Oh, dear. I thought I'd have a visitor. I've been open all day and I haven't had one customer.
Well, I'm going to run an ad in the newspapers for you, saying you're displaying a figure of Duke Allen. And believe me, you'll have customers, at least 2 paying customers, dropping in for a payoff.
That ad in the paper said they have dummies of Dillinger and Babyface Nelson at this museum, too.
Yeah.
Let's look at them first, Lenny.
All we're interested in is finding out what Duke Allen looks like. Now quit wandering around, Bob, and do some serious looking. We haven't much time.
Hurrying, all the time hurrying.
I'm trying to get somewhere fast. Hey, here's Duke Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? That's what the sign says.
I can read.
Now, quick, take a picture of the dummy. I don't want to have to spot this guy from memory, and don't let anybody see you.
Don't worry, I got my camera under my hat.
Go ahead, then. Make it fast.
It's all set to go.
Atta boy.
Yeah. We got Allen's picture. Now what?
Now we develop the picture, find him, and knock him off before he gets to us.
Knock him off, huh? A pleasure, Lenny.
Yeah, but it's going to be all mine. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Get that picture developed.
How long do you think it'll take us?
Not long. Carry his picture round.
Well, Blackie?
Wait a minute, Mary. Stay in hiding. They may come back for something.
What, Blackie? I didn't see them leave anything.
How do you know you were behind this curtain?
Oh, yes. Except when I peeked. Oh, come on out.
Okay.
There we are.
Those were the Mosley brothers. Faraday showed me the pictures. And now we know that they'll be gunning for Allen.
Well, I want to look at this dummy of Duke Allen. I want to see what he looks like, too.
He looks slightly waxy. That much I can tell you.
Here's the wax figure of you, Blackie. Why, it's the thing. Blackie,
What's the matter, Mary?
what's the matter? Well, look at the sign in front of the figure of you. It doesn't say Boston Blackie. It says Duke Allen. The Mosleys took your picture. And if they ever see you, they'll shoot to kill.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Percy Wayne makes an absolutely perfect wax image of Boston Blackie and displays it in his wax museum. Also in the museum are the figures of other famous crime fighters and detectives and scores of famous criminals of the past and present. Duke Allen, Midwest racketeer, is coming to town to take over from the Mosley brothers, local racket bosses. No one knows what Allen looks like. That is, no one but Percy Wayne, who has a wax figure of him in his museum. The Mosley brothers learn this, come to the museum, take a photograph of the figure marked Duke Allen, and then set out to find and kill him. What they don't know, however, is that the figure marked Duke Allen is actually that of Boston Blackie. As we return to our story, the Mosley brothers are in their hideout as the telephone rings.
Hello?
Hello, is this one of the Mosley brothers?
Who wants to know?
I do. This is Duke Allen.
Duke Allen?
Surprised I found you.
Yeah.
Who is this, Lenny or Bob?
Is it Lenny?
Hiya, Lenny.
Hiya.
I'm coming up to see you and Bob.
How'd you know where to find us?
I got ways of finding out a lot of things. I found out you and Bob are doing so good, I think I ought to cut in. Or maybe take over.
Bob and I aren't cutting anybody in. Maybe we might cut you up a little, but not in.
That's kind of tough talk.
Yeah, I know.
I'll soften you and your brother up. I can find you. You can't find me. You don't know what I look like or even where I am.
Think we don't know what you look like, huh?
That's right.
It's wrong. We know where you are, too.
So you say.
Well, just to prove it to you, just to prove we're a little tougher to deal with than you think, I'll phone you back as soon as my brother comes in.
You will, huh? You really think you know where I am?
Where you are? What you look like. Only try to cut in on us, Duke, and I'll hate to tell you what you look like.
Don't you see why I switched those signs in the museum, Mary, so the Mosleys would come looking for me? It's very simple.
You mean you're very simple, Blackie?
Oh, Mary.
Now, look, those men are out to kill Duke Allen. And now they're looking for you to kill you.
I know they're looking for me, and I made it easy for them to follow me, too. In fact, one of the Mosley brothers was following us when we came into the building just now.
Oh, just fine. Any minute I expect a knock on the door.
No, I don't think they'll try to knock me off here. At least I hope not. It'll spoil my plans.
Spoil your plans? Oh, brother, what an understatement. It'll spoil you.
Mary, this plan of mine will bring the Mosleys out of hiding and may bring Duke Allen out in the open, too. Then Faraday can grab all three. Excuse me a minute.
Who are you calling? The police, I hope.
No, just downstairs to have a little chat.
Yes?
Harry, don't forget. If anyone phones for Duke Allen, give me the call.
No one's called for him so far, Blackie. But I'll ring you if anyone does.
Thanks.
I don't think the Mosley brothers will phone, Blackie. They'll just come up here
They'll have to phone first, Mary. I know I was followed to this building, but they don't know which apartment I'm in. And besides, my theory is they'll invite me to meet them somewhere for a conference.
Mm-hmm. And I can guess what kind of a conference, too. Hello, Blackie. Bang, bang. Goodbye, Blackie.
Oh, I think they'll give me a little better break than that.
Well, I wish you'd give yourself a break and ask for police protection.
What? And be obligated to Faraday for the rest of my life?
The rest of your life is going to be rest in peace. If you don't forget this nonsense.
It's too late to forget it now. And besides, it isn't nonsense. I want to get the Mosley brothers for Faraday.
Oh, the things you do for Faraday. And the way you talk to each other when you meet. Oh, you think you were the worst enemies in the world. I don't get it.
You know how fond I am of that old guy. Well, maybe this is that call I want.
And the one I don't want.
Hello?
Let me speak to Duke Allen.
Speaking.
Hello, Duke.
Hey.
Hey, your voice sounds different. I got a surprise for you. This is Lenny Mosley.
Well, Lenny Mosley, you don't say.
I did say I'd call you back, so I'm doing it. You surprised?
Yeah,
Didn't think I knew where you were, did you?
I guess you're a pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
I want to see you because I'm taking over, Lenny. All by myself, too.
Maybe we can make a deal.
I run things all by myself.
That can be kind of lonesome, Duke. Now, look, I got a proposition to offer you where maybe we can all be happy and nobody will get hurt.
Proposition, huh? Let's hear it.
No, not over the phone, Duke. Meet us somewhere, huh?
You named the place.
We don't want any ears in the wall.
That's right.
How about the storeroom in the old warehouse on Lyons Road? That's easy to find.
Okay, what time?
8 tonight. We'll be waiting for you.
I know. I'll be there. So long. Well, Mary, that does it.
What funeral parlor do I phone? Do you have any preference?
I prefer right now not to think about that, Mary. I'm going to call Faraday, and at 8 o'clock tonight, he and I are going to make the warehouse the house where we grabbed the Mosley brothers.
The Mosley brothers are here? You're nuts, Blackie. There's nobody in that warehouse.
What do you say that, Faraday? Just because it's dark in there? You don't think they'd keep a light burning in the window for us, do you?
I don't think they're in there. Or ever were.
I know they are, Faraday. I made a date to meet them here. It's Duke Allen, of course.
And so you've dragged me way out here to waste more of my time, of course.
Quiet. You're getting too close to talk.
An empty building can't hear anything.
And an empty head can't understand anything, apparently, either. Step back, will you? I'm going to kick open the door. And be ready to duck a few bullets. We're nice targets in this moonlight, you know. Ready?
Go ahead. Well, Blackie?
Guess we'll have to go in and after them.
Yeah, we got a better chance of going in after $1 million.
Ready with your gun, Faraday. These guys might not be hospitable.
Okay.
Faraday, this floor sounds like your shoes. They may be behind that door there.
I can see behind the door. It's nothing but wall.
There's no one here. That's funny.
Ha. I'm hysterical. Genius, aren't you, Blackie?
Kind of a semi-pro genius right now. When'll I put this light on?
Turn it off. I can see you, and I'd rather not.
Faraday, that light bulb was warm when I touched it.
Now he's taking the temperature of electric lights. Come on, stupid. Let's get out of this joint.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
The Mosleys kept their date here. I'm sure of it. I wonder what made them leave.
Who cares? I wonder what I'm doing here in a warehouse with a bunch of old newspapers and a young idiot.
I'm just looking at one of those newspapers. Take a peek at the one on top here. It's from last July.
Huh?
Our pictures are on the front page in that Jeff Martin case.
Now, don't remind me of it. I still say my idea...
Faraday, I've got it. The Mosleys were here, but they left when they saw this picture of me in the paper. They knew then that I'd tricked them into thinking that I was Duke Allen, so they scrammed.
Hey, that's right.
And I know right where the Mosleys went from here, too, to the museum. They still have to get a picture of Duke. Come on, Faraday. If they want to take a picture, grabbing them ought to be a snap.
Lenny.
Yeah?
You think they have statues of us in the museum by now?
Oh, how should I know, Bob?
Well, let's go in and see. I feel neglected. They got everybody else's.
All I know is Boston Blackie tricked us. We got to get Duke Allen's picture and scram out of that museum as fast as we can.
Hurrying, all the time hurrying.
Oh, come on, let's go in and...
Like me to go in with you, boys?
Huh? Who are you?
Maybe the guy wasn't talking to us, Lenny.
Oh, yes, I was, Bob. Allow me to introduce myself, boys, in person this time. I'm Duke Allen.
Huh?
Duke?
Surprised?
Yeah.
Come on, walk down the alley with me so we can talk.
Yeah, sure.
What were you doing here, Duke? Gonna look in the museum to see if you can find statues of us?
I don't need any wax dummies to tell me what you boys look like. All I needed was a few connections. Now, suppose...
Hey, Lenny, he's got a gun.
Also got a knife in his neck.
Lenny, almost fast.
Yeah, and it was a pleasure, too. But quick, let's pick him up, dump him in the back of our car before somebody comes along.
Okay, that's it. I got his legs. What are we gonna do when we get him in the car, Lenny?
I don't know yet. I'm just figuring.
Figuring. All the time, figuring.
Now, hold him with one hand, open the car door.
Okay.
Good. Now, 1, 2, 3, and in. That's it. All right, quick, close that door. Somebody's coming down the street.
Okay. Nobody can see him in there. What are we going to do? Leave him there and scram? No, we'll drive him around town for a few hours till the museum closes. Then I'll figure out how to get rid of the body and Boston Blackie, too.
Come on, Faraday.
No.
We'll never catch the Mosley brothers waiting for a flash about them on your teletype. Let's try my plan.
We tried it. We waited in the museum for an hour, didn't we? Wait a minute. There's something coming in again.
Something, but what?
Oh, nothing to do with this case.
There never will be anything about the Mosleys or Allen. But, Faraday, if you'll just come with me...
I know what you'll do. Waste more of my time.
No, Faraday, this time I'm positive the Mosleys will show up. And we ought to be there when they do for a showdown.
This museum's sure a spooky place in the dark, Lenny. These figures look like ghosts.
Yeah, you're just self-conscious, Bob. The only ghost material in here is that body you're dragging. Now bring it down this way. I found a dummy marked Duke Allen, and it's a real one this time.
Okay. Be glad to get rid of this. The dead guy's heavy.
Well, a wax dummy isn't. A wax dummy's a lot easier to get rid of than a dead body.
The body will be found here, though, Lenny.
Not for a while. People think it's a pretty lifelike dummy at Duke Allen for a day or two, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a cute trick, I think.
Would have been plenty cute trying to bring him in here when the place was open. And it wasn't cute driving a dead body around town waiting for this joint to close. You shouldn't have killed him as soon as you did, Lenny.
Well, it was him or us, Bob. I lay him on the floor, and I'll get that wax dummy of his out of the way.
Okay.
Well, come on, come on.
Hey.
Huh?
Look behind us, Lenny. Isn't that something?
In what something?
The figures behind us. The sign says Inspector Faraday and Boston Blackie. Each one with a gun in his hand. Look real, almost.
You're too real. They give me the creeps. I'm starting to worry.
Worrying, all the time worrying. That's just... Hey, Lenny.
Yeah?
Those wax dummies behind us just moved.
Oh, you're crazy.
He's not crazy, Mosley, and you're not either. You're out! I told you they'd come here tonight, Faraday.
Yeah, well, it took them long enough to show up. I was standing still so long, I was beginning to think I was a wax dummy. There are no cracks.
No, Faraday, no cracks. You couldn't be a wax dummy.
Of course not.
Of course not is right. A wax dummy looks lifelike.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, transcribed, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
With autumn, twilight is of a new texture on Broadway. The faces of women are paler, their walk no more languid, not slow now. The swirls of mist have risen from colder waters, and the sheen of pavement is chill. The hawkers have moved into doorways, and the autumn deals are pulled out of topcoat pockets, and the smell of mothballs is on them. And the fall slogan, you don't like it, kid, get lost. And because autumn came too swiftly, and you've nothing planned, you set the deal. And still it happens. You get lost. And another quality, autumn twilight on gray stone, the place of drifting and changeling shadows that move slowly or briefly on unending twilight. The segment of city reserved for the housing, the considering, the analysis of violence, police headquarters. And in it, the room. The office, where now is twilight talk and autumn moments held close against the time of their shattering. Where I was, and Detective Muggerman.
I've been thinking, Danny.
Huh?
Been looking at this newspaper and thinking. It's been years since the wife and I have been to a football game. Together, I mean.
Oh, maybe next Saturday you could...
And she says she's lost her taste for it. She says, too many things to do around the house. Go yourself, she says. All those young kids there, she says. You think that's why, Dan?
Why what?
Why she won't go. Used to be a time she and I couldn't get enough of it. College games, day, night. Now she tells me, go yourself. All those young people. That's why, huh? Maybe if I said to her, oh, hi, Gino. Come on in, join the coffee clutch.
Thank you indeed. Some other time. As now, there is murder being done.
What are you talking about, Gino?
A relay from me to you of the very words screened by a distressed lady into our central switchboard only a few minutes ago. The call was traced, Danny.
Where?
To a house on East 63rd, 1823 East. Listed to a party name of Robert Turk.
Let's go, Muggerman. Try the door, Muggerman. Come on. Yeah. Come here. Look. Incense.
Smells real exotic.
Yeah. Now take a whiff of this water glass. Make a comment, Muggerman.
Something with opium in it, probably laudanum. Must have been quite a party. I wonder who cried murder. I wonder who... Hey, Danny, look.
Parakeet.
Yeah. Neck twisted. Dead. This is quite a joint, huh? 7-armed idols. Crazy-looking dolls. Pictures on the wall. Your back teeth rattling, Dan?
Where's that music coming from? There's the speaker, but...
Yeah, the machine must be in the other room. I got a friend who's got one. She dead?
No. Made the call, though. Didn't even have time to hang up. You try the phone.
Hello? Hello? Nothing, Danny. I think she called up and yelled murder on account of the bird, then got carried away with it all and passed out.
Maybe.
This room do it to you, too?
What?
The idols again. Sawdust dolls. It's going to sound silly, but I'm going to say it. Black magic, huh? Oh, don't look at me like that. Just take a peek, will you? For instance... Here, this thing. Doll in a baby dress. Eyes bandaged. Arms and legs tied with... Hey, what's this stuff?
I don't know. It looks like a weed of some sort. Seaweed, maybe.
What's been done to this doll? Pierced with thorns.
Find out where that music's coming from and turn it off.
Yeah. Gotta be in this room. It's the only one. Danny! Girl wasn't kidding when she called, was she?
Dressed like that, tunic, Roman sandals. What is this, Margaret?
I don't know, Danny. I don't have any idea what it is. I only got a name for it, probable suicide. I make a flash judgment like that because the guy lying on the floor has a cut throat and he's holding a weird-looking dagger in his hand. Outside of that, I said my piece for the day. Your turn, Danny.
I don't know. I just don't know. And turn and walk once more through the nightmare place. And from effigy and idol and the brilliant wings of a dead parakeet, the ebb of twilight. On the face of the stilled girl, the lacework of early darkness, the swift stroking of nighttime. And move again through the grotesque violence. From initialed robes of raw silk, from desk litter, other things, confirm the identity of the dead man. Robert Turk. And on the quickening flow of night, the stirring of the girl.
Mara, I want to go home. Take me home.
And gently get from her finally an address and nothing else. So give her into a physician's care. Arrange that she be taken to her home. Then leave the place of masks and seaweed and death to the swarming of professionals with camera and dust powders. To another place, then, and another room. A simpler room, a plainer room, where sleep is. Only the magic words for it won't come. And suddenly it's a bright October morning. Check in at headquarters. Tell them you'll be at Maura Spencer's. Go there. Darkness is no longer on her face. Only sunlight and a bright smile. And she leans against the bulk of a young man, holds his arms close around her waist as she talks to you. Sways a little.
So strong. So strong. My fella's so strong.
Miss Spencer.
You two don't know each other, do you? I'll introduce you. This is Johnny Longstreet, my fellow. The boy I'm going to marry. And you? Who are you?
He told you, Mara. He's a policeman. Honey. Baby.
What, Johnny?
Tell the policeman to go away.
I can't do that, sweet. He wants something of me. You go over there and sit down. I'll find out what he wants.
Do it from here.
Sweet, sweet thing. What do you want of me?
What you couldn't tell us last night because you were passed out from drugs.
Was it a drug? Is that what Robert gave me to drink? He told me it was an exotic something, Johnny. He said it was a something that would make me fall in love with him all over again.
Did it? Did it, honey?
You go over there and sit down, sweet. Because I told you. I told you 1,000 times. Nothing can make me love Robert again. Not potions, not rituals, not strangled birds. So you go over there and sit down, sweetness. 200 pounds of college football player. And gentle and obedient and faithful as a hungry little boy. He throws himself at men and they're taken away on stretchers. And for me, he's a little boy. Be patient, sweet.
Maybe you're not over it, Miss Spencer.
Not over what?
The drug, whatever it was you drank.
Oh, no. No, you're wrong. Some doctor did things to me. Left me with a mind as clear as a bell. Anything you want, I'll clear it up for you.
Let's start with Robert Turk.
All right. With him. Once there was a cult, and Robert was its high priest. Somebody told me about it over cocktails, and I went with her to his place. It was exciting and dark. And Robert spoke of love to me. It was something I'd never known. Robert was a kind of man I'd never known.
How long ago was that?
A year ago.
Go on.
Then it got boring and dull and tiresome, and I resigned from the cult and from Robert.
But last night he finally persuaded you to see him.
You think so?
Tell me.
This was last night. Robert phoned me. Out of the blue, he called me, begged to see me. And because once there had been an emotion for him and excitement, I went. And he was in his toga, and he brought out all the props, and he performed, and said incantations, and fed me a potion, and twisted the neck of a bird. And I laughed at him. And he went into another room and cut his throat. And I called you people, sipped my drink, and passed out.
That's how it was last night, huh?
Boring. That man's going to go away now, Johnny. Where were we, sweet? Oh, Johnny. Johnny Longstreet. What a wonderful boy you are. Johnny Longstreet.
Annie?
Yes, what is it, Gino?
Lady out here to see you. Says her name is Turk. Mrs. Edna Turk, widow of the late deceased Robert.
Show her in.
This way to see Danny Clover. Call me if you need me, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sergeant. Please sit down, Miss Turk.
Robert Turk was my husband.
Yes,
I came here this morning to tell you about him, because this afternoon I plan to go shopping. And I don't want any of you people coming around my house and interfering with my plans.
It's nice of you to stop in, Mrs. Turk. Just go right ahead.
I've learned that my husband slit his throat.
Or had it done for him. We don't know.
Just incidentally, Mr. Clover. I left my husband yesterday morning. It would be pleasant to toy with the possibility that he killed himself because of me. But I'm sure Robert did it for the excitement of it. You don't jump out of your seat and slam your hands on the desk and lean forward and yell, "What are you saying, woman?"
Just go on, Mrs. Turk.
Robert was out of his mind, you know. Still no reaction. Some of his best friends were witch doctors. Nothing. I mean it. Witch doctors, black magic fellows. A lot of them in Manhattan. Boys and girls who look like you and me. Only nuts. Play around with the occult for kicks.
I'll want their names.
I wouldn't know them. As soon as Robert put punk to his incense, I knew his buddies were coming over, so I left.
Do you know Morris Spencer?
A long time ago. Once at a party. 100% party where nothing stranger than everybody getting looped took place. Robert pointed her out to me and said she was a high priestess. At the time, Maura didn't have her shoes on, so I told myself, this is no high priestess if I ever saw one.
Yeah. What else?
Nothing else. My husband was out of his mind. He was looking for kicks. He found all of them, then he ran out. Nothing else left but put knife to throat.
Take a look, Danny. Came out of communications a second ago.
Johnny Longstreet?
Yeah, just now under a subway train at Times Square Station. Fella was pushed. Johnny Longstreet, dead. It's still your turn, Danny. Got a comment?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
CBS Radio brings you every kind of show. Pleasure for everyone. Wonderful hours of fun. Turn your dial for a smile. Entertainment all the while. You'll hear the best wherever you go. Just tune to CBS Radio. Tune into CBS Radio.
October spreads its golden light over Broadway. The mob hurries down Saturday Street. It's the day of the stadium again, and the soft drink, and the old locomotive yell, the very small hot dog for 35 cents. And it's the day when higher education comes into its own, when an English student punts a bladder and everybody screams. The word is bula bula, the flower chrysanthemum, and everybody's either your buddy or your arch rival. Get with it, kid. Today it's just like going to college. Below all of it, in the subway, the non-ticket holders still crowd, but excitement of another kind. A man who fell or jumped or was thrown onto the tracks in front of a subway train. Where I was, above me on the platform, Detective Muggavan.
I'm trying to tell you.
All right. You just stand over there with that man. Hey, Danny.
Give me a hand up, Muggavan. Thanks. Any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple, just dying for the opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, you, mister. Tell Lieutenant here what you saw.
Like a bird in flight.
Look, friend.
I looked up and there he was in midair, as if he were suspended. And whatever held him, severed.
Did you see anyone push him?
No. Then gracefully he began...
Go home, mister. All right, buddy, what did you see?
I was standing beside him. As a matter of fact, I was practically looking right at him. Then it happened.
What did?
Why, he wasn't there anymore. I heard a scream, and there he was like he is now.
Anybody push him?
Oh, who pushed him?
Okay.
Take over, Muggavan. I'm going back to headquarters.
Here, Danny. Put it in the hat.
Huh?
Our pool, Danny. Our football pool. Don't be coy. Pony up 2 bits. Put it in the hat.
All right. What have I got?
What you've got. Notre Dame, and you're giving 20 points.
Oh. The game's over, isn't it?
Forgive me. You lost. The way you've been helter-skelter, I didn't get a chance to collect from you this morning. So I am seizing this opportunity by the horns to collect from you...
Besides the hat, Gino.
Huh?
Besides the 2 bits in the hat, what else have you got?
Oh, that.
You're a big winner today, Gino, but don't press your luck too far.
Don't be harsh, Danny. 'Tis not often I am smiled upon by Dame Fortune. What I've got as follows. Nothing new on the death by subway of Johnny Longstreet, fullback, third-year college boy.
Run down a Morris Spencer I asked for. Have you got that?
This I got?
Gino.
Excuse it, Danny. I was making in my mind an explanation to Mrs. Tartaglia how come I got an anonymous quarter to put in the piggy bank. Morris Spencer, huh?
Whenever you feel up to it, Gino.
Rundown on the lady in question was made as per your request. These items have been found. That she was a finance to the deceased Johnny Longstreet, and that she is a widow of 1.5 years standing.
Oh?
2.5 years ago, Morris Spencer was married to a fellow Charles Lane by name. Said fellow was found, according to these records, on August 3, 1949, on a sidewalk 8 floors below the window from which he had thrown himself. As per testimony at coroner's inquest by his widow, Bora.
Let me see those records, Gino.
Goes without saying. As you review them, you will come to the place where I have made a pencil check mark, easily erased, besides some information which I personally thought would be of some interest to you.
Well, you want to tell me about it, Gino?
As long as you ask. This Charles Lane, deceased of a running jump from a window, former husband of Morris Spencer, was in partnership at the time of his death with one Spence Griffin in the novelty and election button business. This Mr. Griffin is now to be had at his home address, 1923 West 18th. I took the liberty this was of some interest to you.
No apologies, Gino. You did splendidly. Thank you very much.
Yeah?
Is your name Griffin?
That's right.
I'm from the police. Name's Danny Clover.
Well, is it going to take long enough for you to come in, or are you just selling...
If you don't mind.
Oh, sure not. Come on. Have a chair. Now, you don't mind me trying to squeeze into this outfit all the while, do you?
No, go right ahead.
Big thing. My alma mater won today. Everybody's dancing tonight, so I got to get into a size 42 because a married lady named Janice Drinkwater is going to show up.
When am I going to stop kidding myself? You want to give me a hand here? Thanks.
Kidding yourself about what?
Janice Drinkwater. College, when I knew her, it was Janice Galt. Now I'm size 48, and every year we made at this dance, both of us 10 pounds heavier, and tell each other we're both Oh.
Did you go to college with a man named Charles Lane?
Charlie? He's dead.
I know.
He jumped off the porch, very high porch. No, I didn't go to college with him.
He was your business partner, though, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Every year a wrestle with his tie.
Why did Charles Lane jump?
Every year Janice straightens it for me and wags a fat finger at me. Why do I do it? Why do I dance with her and make believe to myself I can't feel the stays?
I'm talking to you, Mr. Griffin. Why did Charles Lane jump?
I don't know. No idea. I was there when it happened, you know.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Party for his wife. Let's see, what was her name?
Maura?
Mm-hmm, that's right, Maura. Ever see her?
I've seen her.
What kind of a kick she on these days?
What do you mean?
The party. She had a formula, crazy death curse or something. We all sat around on the floor, beat on things in rhythm, bang things together. Half the people in the weed, I guess. And sure enough, half hour later, after we'd been making jerks out of ourselves, comes a scream from the porch, the balcony.
Who screamed?
Maura. Jumping up and down, screaming, crying, carrying on, pointing out to the street, Charlie jumped! Nobody else got excited very much. Figure it all happened because we'd made that circle with all that mumbo-jumbo. You know something?
What?
I hope Janice doesn't show tonight, then I don't ever have to go anymore. Proud as earth.
And leave the man struggling to thin himself back into a memory. Leave a man who had been there when Maura Spencer's husband had fallen into death. Had walked then, and for a while drift with an autumn day, with swarm coming into city, fighting crowd going home, and somewhere near river find a bench, sit a while, watch tug and barge on autumn waters, hold it back for a while. Then consider 3 deaths: Robert Turk, Johnny Longstreet, Charles Lane. Then make a decision. Leave the still place by the river. Go back to headquarters. Get Muggavan in on it.
Check these out of supply, Danny. What you asked for.
Yeah, I holster and gun off the chair, huh, Muggavan?
Oh, sure, Danny. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
The way you figure, huh? The way you have to do it, huh?
You got another way?
No, I guess I haven't. A woman, she's part of a man's life. Gets to be a part of his dying. 3 of them. Count them. 3.
Yeah, see you, Muggavan.
It's your life, Danny.
I'll see you.
Yes. Oh, it's you.
Hello, Miss Spencer. You mind if I come in?
I wish you would.
Thanks. You alone?
Johnny isn't here, if that's what you mean.
He's dead.
Oh?
Didn't you know?
No.
Happened earlier today. Subway train killed him.
Then it really did happen.
I just told you.
No, that's not what I mean.
What did you mean?
Something you wouldn't understand. I knew Johnny wasn't coming back. Who are you?
Are you all right, Miss Spencer?
I haven't been drinking or anything. You're a policeman. I remember.
That's right. Do you remember Charles Lane?
I was married once. To him. He's dead, too. He jumped from a place and died.
Jumped?
He had to.
What do you mean?
There were some people, and we crouched together in a circle, and we said some things, and we wished it. And Charles died.
Why did Robert Turk die?
He cut his throat. You know that.
He committed suicide, too, didn't he?
Like Charles. He had to.
Because you rejected him?
That's part of it. But this. These.
What are they?
Little ivory sticks. They're Chinese. These are why Robert died. You throw them, like dice. And whatever pattern they make when they fall, that's what happens.
Do it.
You want me to?
Sure.
You're really interested?
I want you to.
Listen,
Yeah?
do you know about me?
I want you to tell me.
All three of them. Charles and Johnny and Robert. I wanted them dead. They died.
Yes,
I can do that, you know.
I know. Miss Spencer.
Mara.
All right, Mara. I'm going to take my coat off. It's warm.
I want you to.
And this, my gun, I'll put it here on the desk. Now, show me about the ivory sticks.
You stand there, and I'll kneel on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Now. Come, look. You see?
And what?
The pattern it makes. It tells me I'm very beautiful, and I will live a long time.
I'd like to try.
All right. Here. You kneel. I'll stand here.
What do they say?
Death.
But you haven't looked.
They say death. Johnny's dead. And Robert. Charles. Now they say you. And that's why, Mr. Clover, you have to die. Because I want it. And I can do these things. Make men die.
There's no more blanks in the gun. It's empty.
Die. Die. Die.
You killed all of them, didn't you?
Yes, and you. Die.
Let's go.
Die!
It rolls over Broadway now, the shock of the night. The sound of it is a thing of laughter and trumpet and a million-throated voice. And from 1,000 streets they gather to come here, to scream with the roar, let the wave of night roll over them, gather them up, spill them into the doorway of their choice. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Mara. Featured in the cast were Lee Millar, Truda Marson, and Lou Merrill. Bill Anders speaking. Turns for tonight's Vaughn Monroe Show, next on most of these same stations. Tonight, Vaughn sends his songs our way from Duke University, Durham, North Carolina. Also ahead for CBS radio listeners tonight is Tarzan's gripping exploits in the City of Sleep, the capital of the continent's narcotics industry. On Gangbusters this evening, it's the case of the Christmas Trio with a strange kind of Christmas spirit involved in an even stranger Christmas time wedding. Enjoy Vaughn Monroe, Tarzan, and Gangbusters all ahead tonight on CBS Radio.
And remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Once a year, there comes into every man's life, even a detective's, the time when he recaptures the spirit of his boyhood.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! This way to the main entrance to the big top.
This is the time when the greatest show on earth, the circus, has come to town. In the magic wonderland of a sawdust earth and a canvas sky, the years roll back to the springtime of life. And thus it was that Denny and I were on the midway, headed for the big top. We came to the circus in our yearly search for the thrills of lost youth. But we found murder.
Captain Drummond, just a moment, please.
What now, Denny?
That popcorn stand over there. We still have ample time for the main show.
Again. Denny, you're worse than a child. 3 hot dogs, 2 ice cream cones, 4 bags of peanuts.
Only 2 bags for myself, sir. I shared them with the elephants.
Very well, 2 bags of peanuts. And now popcorn. Denny, you'll get sick just like a child who overeats during his day at the circus.
Oh, good, sir. Then I'll feel like a child again.
Oh, well, what's the use? Very well, popcorn it'll be.
Now, really, sir. Oh, I say.
I'm sorry.
Well, young lady, I suggest that you watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me
I said
in.
I'm sorry.
Apparently, this is your pocketbook.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Come along, Denny.
Just a minute, please.
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
What?
A very special favor. It's terribly important.
Why do you keep looking around?
Please don't ask me questions now. Just put your arms around me quickly.
What?
Now, look here, young
Put
lady.
your arms around me. He's coming this way. Please, please.
All right. Like this?
Yes.
Really, sir?
Hold me closer. Here he comes.
Closer?
Yes, please. You mustn't see me.
Like this?
Yes.
Be careful, sir. She
You
might...
can trust me, honestly. It'll only be for a moment.
Well, frankly, it's a rather pleasant moment.
Captain Drummond, to say the least, this is quite unusual.
To say the least, it is, Denny. It is. Am I holding you too tightly, Miss...
No.
I didn't get your name.
Please, you mustn't ask me questions.
I warn you, sir. She's up to something.
He's gone. You can let me go now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was carried away with my work.
I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps I could pay you for your trouble.
Oh, no, thank you. The pleasure was mine.
You've been very kind. Goodbye.
Oh, she's running off, sir. Quick, we must follow her.
No, just a minute,
But,
Denny.
sir, she may have...
She may have what?
Well, I don't know, but a young lady just doesn't ask a stranger to embrace her unless she's up to something.
Or in trouble, which is apparently the case in which Miss X has found herself.
Oh, and now she's disappeared into the crowd and we know nothing about her.
Perhaps we can find out something.
How? By looking for the needle in the haystack?
No, Denny, by looking for the man who pursued Miss X through the crowd here.
And where do you expect to find him?
About 20 feet from the spot where we're standing.
What?
Come along. He's right over there, still looking for Miss X. There, you see, that circus attendant? He's the one.
How do you know, sir?
Because our young lady in distress fairly shuddered in my arms when he passed by. Now, I'll do the talking, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yeah?
Are you looking for someone?
What's it to you?
I can help you.
Go on, beat it.
You're looking for a young lady. I'd say she's about 25, blonde, very attractive.
Say, how do you know?
Knowing things is my business.
Where is she?
Why?
Because it's important.
To whom?
Now listen, I gotta find her and find her quick, so come on, give.
As soon as you tell me why you're finding her is so important.
Because, Nosy, that dame is Marion Mars of the Flying Marses, the star trapeze act in this circus. The act goes on in 15 minutes, and we've been trying to find her. Now tell me, where is she?
I don't know.
What? Say, Bud, what are you giving me?
The last time I saw the young lady, she was headed for the big tent.
Get out of my way. I gotta find that dame before I lose my job.
So, our
our mysterious Miss X is Marion Morris, Denny.
Of the Flying Morrises. And she certainly had us up in the air.
Quite. But now that we're down to earth again, we're going to look her up.
Good. Frankly, sir, I'm curious as to why she was hiding from that man.
And, Denny, I am especially curious as to this.
Why, sir, it's a gun. Where did you get it?
While I was doing Marion Morris the favor of embracing her, she slipped this revolver into my topcoat pocket. There's their dressing room wagon, Denny.
Oh, the Flying Morrises, continental death-defying aerialists.
Come on.
Oh, why must these things always happen to us? Now we'll miss the main show and all the circus excitement.
We still have 10 minutes. Besides, I have a feeling we're in for some private excitement outside the sawdust rings. Here's the wagon.
Yes?
We're looking for Marion Morris.
What you want?
Oh, it's a personal matter. I should like to see her alone.
She not here. What you want from Marion?
I said it was a personal matter. When did you see her last?
I do not answer strangers' questions.
Well, you'd better answer ours if you know what's good for you. This gentleman is Captain Hugh Drummond.
You are police?
Semi-officially. Now...
Marion would do nothing wrong. She is good girl. I bring her up since time she was so big. I, Santos Gomez, teach her always to do right. Please, you tell me why you here?
First, where is Marion now?
She in main tent with Paul.
Paul?
Yes, her husband and Chris Adams. The three of them. They are the great Flying Morrises. They do their act in 5 minutes. Please, now you tell me what kind of trouble Marion in.
I didn't say she was in trouble. But from the looks of things, she's headed straight for it.
What you mean?
This revolver.
Yeah. Where you get it?
You recognize it?
I know someday it bring trouble. Gun bring only disaster. I tell him only wicked man have need of gun. I tell him.
This revolver isn't Marion's.
No. Marion is good girl. He make trouble. He have gone to kill. I know.
Come on. Who is he supposed to be? If this revolver isn't Marion's, whose is it?
That gun is his. Her husband, Paul. I tell him gun only make trouble.
Here. Give me your hand, Marion. I'll help you up.
Come on.
That's it.
Chris Adams, the gallant young man on the flying trapeze.
Oh. I was just being helpful.
You're too helpful, Adams. I don't like it. I told you 100 times, Marion's my wife.
Then why don't you treat her decently, as a wife should be?
And I don't like your concern about my manners toward my wife.
Now listen, you.
Chris, please, not now.
And where were you two before showtime? I know you're sneaking off to meet each other.
That's a lie.
It's no use, Chris. You won't believe anything we say. Let's not argue now.
Why, Mrs. Morris? Do you object to our audience below?
This isn't part of the show.
Can't we wait till later?
There may not be later. One slip from up here and down and out goes one of us. This trio could very easily become a doubles act. I suppose that's occurred to you two many times, how simple it would be to get rid of me.
Oh, stop it.
Very well. Some fool once said the show must go on. But I've often wondered why.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the high trapezes, suspended 70 and 80 feet above in midair. I call your attention to the flying monitors, the greatest aerial act of the century. The flying monitors will now thrill you with their acrobatics. Death-defying acrobatics that require superhuman nerves of steel. For as you can see, there is no safety net below them. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the daring, flying monitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the unhappy flying Morrises.
Oh, please stop.
Let's get ready. May I have the rosin bag? My hands are damp.
Of course. Here. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, how did that happen?
Paul, you dropped that rosin bag purposely.
Did I?
Paul, Chris, you trying to...
Never mind, Marion. This towel will do.
Let's get going. Mustn't keep our audience waiting. Oh, by the way, Chris, I'll go first today.
But what...
You'll do my routine, including the double flip.
Paul, you can't do that to Chris.
I said he'll do the double flip.
Chris hasn't done it in months. He might be killed.
Yes. That's right, Marion, dear. If Chris does that double flip in my place, he might be killed.
Paul, you can't do a thing like that.
Well, here I go. So long, and good luck, Chris.
Chris,
Don't worry, Marion. I can handle it.
I don't know what's got into him.
This is my last day with the act. It's better that way.
He'll be back in a few seconds.
It's my turn now.
Careful.
I'll be okay. Here he comes.
All right, Chris, get into your act.
Here goes nothing.
Sure words were never spoken.
Paul, you're trying to have Chris kill himself.
Really, Marion, such
Oh,
concern.
please, you must believe it. There's nothing between Chris and me.
Of course. And you love me, don't you? Don't you love me?
How could I?
There's your precious Chris. Now let's see how he comes out on the double flip.
He made it! He made it!
Yes, he made it. Well, now we can have that little talk later after all. I'll get up to the next platform. Give Chris my congratulations.
Oh, well, I did it.
Thank goodness.
Ready for your swing?
Yes.
Ready down there?
Ready!
There he goes. Now get set.
I'm set.
Marion, wait! Look!
Oh! Oh, Paul! Oh!
His trapeze is
He's
broken!
catching Chris. He can't hold on. Paul!
I'll be back in a moment to continue our story. The greatest show on earth unfolds a drama packed with thrills and excitement. But on a trapeze platform 70 feet above the sawdust rings, a private drama went on. The result, a man is killed.
Oh, Santos. Santos, it was terrible. He didn't have a chance. He didn't.
No, Marion. You must not cry like that, my child.
But he just didn't have a chance. I don't know how it happened.
Now you listen to me. It was perhaps for the best,
What?
you know. Yes, he was wicked, and the wicked are punished.
Oh, no. Santos, you mustn't say that. It's not...
Now, Marion, you must rest. You hear me? You rest. I will not let you be disturbed. You rest now. Yes?
I should like to speak to Mrs. Morris.
I will not let her be disturbed. Later you come back.
Who is it, Santos?
Pardon me. Wait. Wait a minute. I say you come later, Marion.
My sympathy, Mrs. Morris.
You? Oh, what are you doing here?
This man is Captain Drummond, Marion.
Oh.
Yes, he say that you put Paul's gun in his pocket.
Mrs. Morris is quite aware of the details.
Captain Drummond, I can explain that. I wanted to get rid of that gun. I was afraid that my husband would...
That your husband would what, Mrs. Morris?
That he would kill Chris Adams with that gun. Captain Drummond, Paul was jealous. He was insanely jealous. And there was no reason for it. You must believe me. I had to get rid of that gun before something terrible happened.
Marion, tell truth. I know.
Oh, yes, undoubtedly.
Yes, it is the truth. Captain Drummond, it is. You must believe it. Hey,
You leave Marion alone. She has great tragedy when her husband die in accident.
But Paul Morris's death wasn't an accident.
What are you saying? It wasn't an accident.
Both ropes supporting his trapeze had been filed down to give way under heavy strain.
What you say?
I say Paul Morris was the victim of a planned, deliberate murder.
Over here, Denny. Over here. No sign of Chris Adams anywhere, sir. I searched the entire circus area. What about you?
No luck either. I've been spotting his dressing wagon over there for the past hour. He hasn't shown up. Denny, it's about time we had a look into that tent. Come on, we're through waiting.
Well, in the vernacular, sir, Adams has taken it on the leg of mutton.
On the lamb, Denny.
Well, whatever it is, sir, he's gone. There's no doubt in my mind that he's the murderer. He's the one who filed those trapeze ropes.
That's a valid possibility.
Possibility? It's a certainty, sir. The motive is well established. He hated Paul Morris.
So did Santos. And don't forget that Santos was in charge of packing and setting up the axe equipment. As a matter of fact, Denny, Mrs. Morris doesn't escape my suspicion either.
But neither Santos nor Mrs. Morris ran away. That much is in their favor.
Yes, that and nothing more. All right, come on in. We'll see what this dressing room has to offer. Pull on that light over there.
I say, sir, what if Adam should return and find us here?
But, Denny, you're the one who's convinced he's flown the coop.
Yes, but, you know, sir, just in case.
Then his presence will be most welcome. In the meantime, let's have a look around. See what you can find in that trunk over there. I'll look into this one.
Yes, sir. Nothing in here, sir. Nothing but his circus attire.
There's a valise over there near the dressing table. Check on that. Well.
What is it, sir?
Come here, Denny. Look at this.
Why, Captain Drummond.
Is this what the well-equipped aerialist carries about?
A carpenter's file. Well-equipped murderer is more like it. I told you all along, sir. Adams is the murderer. There's Exhibit A.
So it seems.
Don't move. You're both covered.
Why, sir,
I said don't move.
It's the circus attendant who pursued Mrs. Morris through the crowd this evening.
So it is. You know, Denny, we've quite forgotten to take this gentleman into consideration.
All right, cut the jabber, you two. What are you doing here?
We might ask you the same question.
Yeah, you might. Only me and this shooter asking the questions. Hey, what's that you got in your hands?
As if the gentleman didn't know, Denny.
Cut the act. What is it?
A carpenter's file.
And a murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
The gentleman appears genuinely surprised.
Come on, give.
If you insist. This file was evidently used in bringing about the death of Paul Morris this evening.
And you found it here in Adams' tent?
That's the general idea.
Hey, what are you two doing mixed up in this business?
The name is Drummond. I specialize in this type of business.
Your name's what?
Captain Drummond. And I'm Denny.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask. Does it make any difference?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference. I'm tailing this guy Adams myself for the Acme Insurance Company. Name's Al Monahan.
What? You're a detective?
Yeah. This guy Adams had a trapeze act with a dame in another show last year. The dame's a nice kid named Evelyn Roberts. So one night Evelyn takes a 60-foot dive and she's out of this world. To the cops, everything looks legit. And Adams collects the insurance on the act. But Acme don't like the way the case smells, so they retain me to bloodhound Adams, which I do. So Adams ties up with the Morrises
I told you, sir. Adams was the killer.
Go on, Monahan.
So he ties up with the Morrises. The way I see it, he makes a play for the dame, which ain't hard on account of she ain't so hot for a ball and chain anyway. So Adams is in solid. Morris takes a nosedive thanks to Adams. The dame knows from nothing, And Adams works her for a grab of the insurance dough.
Well, aren't you going to tell Mrs. Morris?
You crazy. The dame's in love with the guy. She might even give him the tip-off. No, I just sit and wait for Adams.
I say, imagine that, sir. He expects to capture a killer just by sitting and waiting.
Sure, it's easy. I keep an open eye on the dame. Now she's the cheese in my trap. Adams is hungry for that insurance dough, and when she gets it, the rat comes out of his hole for the nibble, and Monahan's got him.
Take the car around back to the garage, Denny. I'll go up to the apartment a while.
Yes, sir.
Captain Drummond.
Adams.
I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting outside your house for hours.
And I've been looking for you.
I know it, but it had to be this way. I've got to talk to you.
All right, you can talk to me down at police headquarters.
No, you don't understand. You've got to help me.
The way you helped Paul Morris?
Believe me, I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes, it was an accident. Like Evelyn Roberts' death.
Evelyn?
I know all about it.
Evelyn's death was an accident. I was completely exonerated.
It won't be that simple this time. Now you're up against an open and shut case of murder.
But I don't
With
understand.
evidence complete, down to the murder weapon. The carpenter's file found in your trunk.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? That murder wasn't planned for Paul Morris.
What?
Paul made me switch parts with him tonight. He was doing my routine. I perform on the upper trapeze. That murder was planned for me.
This way to...
Now, Adams, you understand what you're supposed to do.
Yes. I'm to walk in as if I knew nothing. I'm to play for time.
Right. And play it to the hilt.
Thank you, sir. I don't understand all this, letting Mr. Adams walk into a trap, probably to certain death.
He'll be protected.
May I ask how?
You'll see, Denny.
Oh, really, sir? It's as if you didn't trust me.
Why, Denny.
Well, it's true. And that telegram you received this morning, you were secretive about that, too.
Denny, you'll learn everything in due time, if things work out to my expectations.
Please, sir, do you mind giving Mr. Adams and me just a slight idea of what you expect to happen?
I'm borrowing from the detective Monahan.
But it's obvious now that Monahan's conclusions were wrong.
Oh, it's not his conclusions. It's his method of trapping the killer that appeals to me. I think it'll work out. At any rate, we'll soon find out. Here's Marion Morris's dressing wagon. Adams, you go first.
All right.
Yes, come in. Chris!
Hello, Marion.
Chris, where have you been? Oh, Captain Drummond.
We came along. I've some news for you.
You found my husband's murderer. I knew Chris didn't do it. I knew it.
Where is Santos?
Oh, no, it isn't Santos. He wouldn't...
I suggest that you answer Captain Drummond's question. Where is he?
Why, he's packing our equipment away.
Shall I get him, sir?
In a moment,
Oh,
Denny.
Santos didn't do it. Please believe me, he wouldn't.
Then perhaps you, Mrs. Morris.
Me? Kill my husband?
There, sir, we've got her dead to rights. She's lying.
Marion, you knew that I was to use the upper trapeze.
That your husband switched routines at the last minute.
Switched routines?
Yes, and you knew it. Stop acting, Mrs. Morris.
Paul switched routines with Chris. Yes. Yes, that's right. Paul did switch routines with Chris.
Marion, you wanted to kill me.
No, Chris, no,
Why, Captain Drummond, what was that?
My expectations. Come on, Denny. You two wait here.
Captain Drummond, I have him.
Why, sir, it's Santos and Monahan.
Good work, Santos.
Drummond, I should have knocked you off last night.
Why, then, sir, it was Monahan all the time.
He tried to kill like you say, Captain Drummond. I stop him in time. I grab gun, the shot, it go into the air.
You can let him go now, Santos. I have him covered.
But, sir, whom was he shooting at?
Chris Adams.
Yeah, and I would have gotten him if you...
By the way, Monahan, your sleuth act went well. I believed you up to a point.
Then he isn't a private detective after all?
No, Denny. That telegram I received this morning, the one about which you were so curious, came from the Acme Insurance Company in answer to an inquiry of mine. They had no detective trailing Adams, not even one named Monahan.
Well, then who is he?
Roberts. That's who I am, Al Roberts.
Roberts?
Evelyn Roberts.
Chris Adams' former partner, the one who fell to her death.
The one they murdered, my sister. They lied. The cops, all of them, they lied. He murdered her. I'll get him yet.
As usual, sir, I'm surprised at the outcome. How did you know that Monahan, or rather Roberts, was the killer?
I didn't. I was just curious as to where he fitted in this case.
But what prompted you to check on him in the first place?
Just a hunch, Denny. And also his philosophy of sitting and waiting for a killer.
What do you mean, sir?
A good detective just doesn't sit and wait for things to happen.
Oh, on the contrary, sir, I consider you the finest of detectives.
Thank you, Denny.
And I was about to suggest, after we deliver Roberts here to the police, that you join me in some sitting and waiting.
Denny, what are you talking about?
The big top over there, sir. I suggest that we sit down peacefully in the stands in the big top and quietly wait for the circus to begin.
I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. A mysterious phone call arouses my curiosity. And so Denny and I are off on a strange story that begins with a stabbing and ends in murder. I call this story The Deadly Stand-In. Be sure to listen, won't you?
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For those of us who grew up listening to the chug-chug of steam and the lure of that mournful whistle in the night, the romance of the railroad will never die. Nowadays, of course, trains are different. Yet the clickety-clack of the wheels remains the same, and the whistle still speaks of strange and faraway places. I hope the romance still lingers long enough for me to bring you this story.
The whole point was, you see, that it didn't matter where they thought they were going, because they were really all dead.
That ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
You know, Mr. Conductor, you're the very last one in the world I would trust to tell me the whole truth.
Our mystery drama, Journey to Somewhere, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose and Carol Teitel. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Why are so many people buying Buick's new Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson.
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's new Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
On a certain day, in a certain year, not so very long ago, a certain train pulled out of a terminal in one of our major cities and headed north. It was traveling what was little better than a spur track. There were few stops along this line to Skeffington Junction, and just as well. For weeks, this part of the country had lain gasping in the clutch of one of the most bitter winters in Weather Department history. For the record, the locomotive was number 711. A cosmic joke, considering all the bad luck this train carried with it and was heading into.
Sounds almost like a ghost train, doesn't it?
I beg pardon?
Maybe I should beg yours. A silly sort of remark, I guess. What I meant was, all this snow, it muffles the sound, sort of a dream-like quality.
I was thinking the same thing. Looking out the window, a world smothered in white silence, swallowing up, absorbing the sound. It is a ghost train.
A sad opening gambit for a conversation. Forgive me, my name is Henry Thorpe.
How are you, Mr. Thorpe? I'm Julie Conrad. I suppose I should say was.
Oh, now, don't tell me that you're a disembodied spirit.
It isn't something I can joke about. Not after 23 years of marriage.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're widowed.
No, it hurts a lot worse than that.
Divorce?
That's the polite name for it. It can be a dirty business, Mr. Thorpe. Just for your information, if you've never been through it.
I haven't. My wife died.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well, it's some time ago.
Does one make adjustments?
Well, I guess it's up to the individual. I have not been roaringly successful, or I suppose I wouldn't be on this train.
Nor, I suppose, would I.
It might be interesting to pursue just what that means.
I beg your pardon, sir, but could the lady please take care of my patient? And could you help me? Oh, get the conductor.
Oh, dear lady, what is it?
My patient is in the seat just across the aisle, a few seats back. She's not ill, just elderly. Her name is Mrs. Winsome.
Mr. Thorpe, help this woman. I'll go and take care of Mrs. Winsome.
Yes, of course. Now, what can I do for you, nurse?
We'll need the conductor. Would you get me to a hospital? I'm having, I believe, an acute appendicitis attack.
All right. Now, take it easy, nurse.
Mrs. Winsome? Oh, yes. Now, how did you know my name? Well, I'm sitting a few seats in front of you. Your nurse told me your name. Did she? Oh, but what happened to her? Well, I'm afraid she's not feeling too well. Dear me, that's rather strange. Why? Because she's supposed to be in charge of me. Well, you aren't well? Of course I am. Just the way they feel. They? My daughter and that dreadful husband. They just wanted to get rid of me. So they stuck little Miss Brown with carting me off to be incarcerated. To be what? Locked up in a nice, safe nursing home. Mrs. Winsome, could we talk about you a little later? Of course. Everyone always wants to talk about me a little later. But somehow the time never comes around. Who did you want to talk about? Oh, just for the moment. Your nurse. What's the matter with her? Well, she thinks she may be having an appendix attack. Oh, dear. Then we must stop the train immediately. Well, I think they're discussing it. I mean, I see Mr. Thorpe is talking with the conductor.
Now, what are we going to do?
Well, it ain't but a few miles to Lambert up ahead. I'm going front to tell the engineer we'll be making an emergency stop.
Well, do they have a hospital in Lambert?
Oh, Doc Prouty has a clinic I reckon will have to do. We'll phone on ahead and alert him. I'll be right back.
He said there is a doctor.
Yes, that's right, nurse.
Well, I hope that solves me. Now, what am I going to do about my patient?
Surely we can find accommodations for her, too.
No, you don't understand. She can't manage alone. And besides... She should be gotten to the sanitarium as soon as possible.
Where is the sanitarium?
In Skeffington Junction. It's about 6 or 7 minutes from the station. You know the town.
Well, I was born there, but I left a long time ago.
Do you remember Little Falls Ridge?
With the big Indian teepee on top of it?
Oh, bless you. That blew down years ago. Oh, they've got the sanitarium there instead. If only...
Now, you just try to rest. And don't worry. I'll get your patient there for you, okay?
That is a load off my mind. Now, if you'll go by my purse, there's a big envelope beside it with all the papers. Now, would you bring it, please?
Well, I don't like to leave you alone.
No, I'll be all right. I want to check and make sure you have everything. Oh, I think we must be coming into Lambeth now.
Won't be a second. Miss.
Yes, sir?
This lady isn't feeling well. Would you mind keeping an eye on her for just a minute?
Well, I don't know if I can...
Please, it's an emergency.
Oh, okay, sir, I'll do my best.
I'll be right back.
Ma'am, excuse me, but, this man asked me could I help you. Is there anything I can do? I'm sorry you heard. If you just tell me how I could help you. Ma'am? Lady, wake up. Please. Oh, Mr. Where did he go? Hey, watch it, lady. Don't fall off the seat. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come here. Will you please help me? Help me.
What's the matter? Your mother passed out or something?
No, she's not my mother. She's just some woman that's sick. Now, here, help me get her back on the seat, will you?
Well, why not?
Give me a lift right here, okay?
Okay. There. She's all right. Hey, what's the big idea of the train coming to a sudden stop like this?
It's coming into a station, I guess.
I don't see nothing out there but snow and snowbanks. Hey, where'd that conductor go?
Oh, search me. Hey, what's eating you, whoever you are?
Nothing. I just don't like it. Why should we be stopping here?
What's the matter? You act like you had cops on your tail.
Hey, I never said that.
Okay, miss. And you, son. Thanks for helping out. I'll take over now.
Hey, you know why we're stopping here, mister?
Yes, to get this lady to a hospital. What happened to her?
Well, I think she just sort of passed out, Mr.
Thorpe, Henry Thorpe.
Oh, yes.
Now, let me see.
Sorry.
She's breathing all right. Maybe it's a blessing she won't feel the pain. All right, thanks again. The conductor and I will handle the rest.
Yes, sir.
Hey, where are you sitting?
Oh, right over here.
You mind if I sit with you?
I don't know.
I want to ask you something.
What?
How come you thought I might be, taking off from the cops?
Maybe it takes one to know one.
What does that mean?
It means bug off. I'd rather be alone.
Okay, suit yourself, sister, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've made an emergency stop. There'll be no one boarding the train, and with the exception of the lady we have to get to the hospital, no one will leave it. There's a bad storm out there, and we'll be pulling out first chance we get, because we're running late.
How long do you think we're going to have to hang around this whistle stop?
I don't know, till they get the nurse down to a hospital, I guess.
What's going to happen to the old lady she was taking care of?
Oh, Mr. Thorpe said he'd look after her.
Who's Thorpe?
Well, that guy who came over when you were helping to get the nurse back on the seat.
The one who got off with the conductor and the guys with the stretcher?
Yeah.
Suitcase Sam.
No, I think he said his name was What do you mean, Suitcase Sam?
Oh, it's just a name I gave him in my mind, like.
Why? Hey, wait a minute. Who asked you to sit down?
Me, myself? My name's Duke. What's yours?
Linda Now, what's it to you?
Well, does it hurt to know your name? Linda what?
Goes both ways. Duke what?
Okay, so, Linda Duke.
How come you call Mr. Thorpe Suitcase Sam?
Oh, that. You ever notice the way he hangs on to his briefcase? Ever since he got on the train, no matter what he does, he never lets go. Helps out the old lady, lugs the briefcase. Goes off the train, it still goes along, like it was chained to him. How come?
Well, he has important papers in it. Money, I don't know. Why?
This crummy old train, headed for practically nowhere. 5 of us in this coach now that the nurse is gone. Ever stop to figure what brings us all here?
No, I got my own problems.
Sure. We got problems, all of us.
Hey, who are you?
I told you, Duke. A student of life.
Well, what are you trying to say?
There are 5 of us right here, and we've got one thing in common. We're all on the lam, running like hell from something or other.
Okay, everyone. We're sorry for the delay. You'll be glad to know that the lady who was sick is in good hands. By now, in spite of the weather, she's at the clinic about to have her appendix removed and in A1 condition. So we'll be getting rolling again.
Did you hear what the conductor said, Mrs. Winsome?
Oh, yes. In spite of my age, my hearing is quite unimpaired. Tell me, is Nurse Brown all right?
Well, I believe so.
Excuse me, Mr. Thorpe, just collecting tickets. For the excitement for clean slipped my mind.
Oh, sure, conductor. Here's mine. The other lady...
I got the 2 young people and her. Just Mrs. Winsome's and the nurse left.
Miss Brown put them right there on the back of the seat.
That's right. Let's see. One way for you, I reckon. Return ticket for her. Should have gotten that to her.
How do you know the return isn't for me?
Well...
Or for Mr. Thorpe?
Is it?
Well, no. The return trip was Miss Brown's, the nurse.
Cozy, isn't it? 5 of us left on the journey. All one-way tickets. They aren't they, conductor?
Why, yes.
My, what a night. Can't see anything out of this window. For all we know, we could be plunging straight into a void.
Well, I doubt it. As long as the train stays on the tracks. They do lead somewhere, you know.
Do I? Do you? I wonder where.
Skeffington Junction. That's where I'm headed.
Are you sure?
I don't quite understand.
I saw a play once about some people on an ocean liner traveling in a fog. And none of them really knew where they were going.
Oh, yes. Outward bound.
That's right. The whole point, you see, was that it didn't matter where they thought they were going. Because they were really all dead.
Well, that ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
And there was a steward on the ship just like you. Do you know, Mr. Conductor, in this circumstance, that you are the very last one I would trust to tell me the whole truth?
We shouldn't pay too much attention to the vagaries of an old lady who is on the way to being institutionalized. Or should we? The passengers are an odd assortment of lost, unhappy people. What urges them towards Skeffington Junction? What is there for them, if indeed they ever reach it? And if they don't, what will be their ultimate destination? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
This year, give Mom a gift she can appreciate long after Mother's Day is over. Like a name-brand kitchen appliance from True Value Hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you give her a Presto Fry Baby Deep Fryer. It deep fries 1 to 2 servings of fish, shrimp, chicken, or other fried foods in just minutes, in just 2 cups of cooking oil. And the lid snaps on to store the oil for the next use. Or give Mom the Bun Drip Coffee Maker from True Value Hardware stores. It brews up to 48 ounces of coffee in under 3 minutes and heats water for soup, tea, or cocoa. And the Bun Drip Coffee Maker comes in white with an exclusive fruit cluster design, available only on True Value Hardware Store's collection of name-brand kitchen appliances. This Mother's Day, give Mom a name-brand kitchen appliance, like the Presto Fry Baby Deep Fryer or the Bun Drip Coffee Maker from participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember that True Value is more than just a name. It's our way of doing business.
The night is a blur of swirling snowflakes. The searchlights from the locomotive bombard the gloom. The rails gleam bright, leading the train surely towards its destination. Inside the first coach, our passengers are as we left them. But from the cold, wild night outside, phantoms have penetrated the interior warmth. And an old lady's voice has stirred in all our travelers the dead ashes of loss and desertion. Only Gus, the conductor, is left unaffected.
We must be running very late, conductor.
Lost pretty near an hour.
Can you estimate what time we might be getting into Skeffington Junction?
Pretty hard to say, the way the weather's shaping up. You want me to go up forward and check?
Yeah, I wish you would.
Yeah, I'll do that little thing. Mrs. Winsome?
Yes?
I just thought I'd like to kind of point out if we really had like you say, a date with destiny, it sure wouldn't be hit or miss like this, would it?
I wouldn't have thought so before. But now that you mention it, perhaps this is just the way it should be.
I'll get up on forward and talk to the engineer.
That man is hiding something.
No, I don't think so. Hiding what?
The truth.
About what?
I can't answer that. Oh, never mind. Am I to understand that you have taken over as my nurse?
Oh, no, not at all. I just told Miss Brown, since she was sick, that I would help you to get where you're going.
To the funny farm.
I beg pardon?
Oh, don't try to be polite. That's the common term for it.
Well, I don't buy the term or the qualification. You are on your way to a sanitarium. Highly qualified and recommended.
All right, if you like it so much. Do you want to take my place?
Me? Why would I...
Now, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You think I don't know of the signs of a man who wants to run from life. You do, don't you?
Perhaps. But that has nothing to do with you.
Now, don't be too sure. Oh, I may come on strong, but maybe I'm just as ready to run as you. The only thing is, never mind what you run from. Where is it you want to run to? Well, where do you?
And it's not very interesting.
Try me.
Oh, all right. I had a wife who was my whole life. And she died suddenly. The children were gone, long gone, involved in their own lives. And in my case, not interested in extending the line. You know, creating grandchildren, whatever you want to call it. And suddenly I don't know, I was up against a blank cliff. End of the road. Now, I did a complete flip-flop.
No, you'll have to explain that for me.
Maybe also for myself. You see, I was born poor. We were so poor that when I was 8, I was let out for adoption. I never knew my parents, who died very young. It was only in the last years when I couldn't find roots with my children that I tried to go back and find them with my parents.
Did you?
No, not really. Just enough to make this last journey. Because I see it as the only place I'm wanted.
I think you're very lucky to find any place you're wanted. Some of us are not so lucky.
Mind if I sit down for a moment?
Oh, no, why not? But what about your charge?
Mrs. Winsome is enjoying the kind of sleep that only the very young or the very old seem to be capable of.
You sound a little bitter.
I am.
Well, I should be the last to criticize. So am I.
Oh? What are you bitter about?
Life, and whatever prolongs it. This endless trip. Why do we have to just put along?
Well, it's a pretty wild storm out there.
The train doesn't have to see where it's going. The tracks are laid out. It just has to go. That's why I picked it.
To go where? Skeffington Junction?
Mainly to anywhere I wasn't.
I don't know how to answer that.
Who asked you to?
Just the normal process of give and take between two human beings.
Oh, haven't we gotten to the time of life where that shouldn't be necessary? If you want to argue cases, why don't you consult them?
Consult who?
Those two so-called kids over there. Ask them about the state of the universe. They know it all. They have it all tabbed. Leaving the two of us just two outmoded nothings to cop out. The faster, the better.
No, wait, just a minute. You... forget it. Ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer.
What's so foolish about my answers?
Anytime any of us give up on living, wouldn't you say that it's foolish?
No. Anyway, I'd have laid odds you'd be the first to understand.
Me? Why?
Well, things you said when you first intruded on my privacy. This whole crazy setup. What's a well-dressed, obviously successful businessman like yourself doing on a flea-bitten train like this to nowhere?
I'm going to Skeffington Junction, aren't all of us?
I don't know.
There aren't any other stops between here and there.
Well, then that must be where we're going. Don't tell me you have business there.
Well, as it happens, I have. Don't you?
Not really.
This is a pleasure trip?
That it is not. Definitely not.
Well, then why...
Oh, call it a stepping off place?
To where?
That's a good question. Why don't you ask the others? Except poor little Mrs. Winsome. She knows where she's going. It really is the end of the line for her.
Well, it might not be so bad for her.
You're an optimist.
And you?
Since the roof of my world fell in, I expect only the worst.
Now, look, Mrs. Conrad. You're a young woman. You lost a husband recently, all right. You'll weather the storm. You'll find a new life.
I don't want a new world. I want the one I had. I just wish I was dead, since I might as well be.
Well, that is a bit rugged, Mrs. Conrad.
Well, that is the way I feel. It takes all kinds of women, I imagine, to make a world. My kind, or maybe it's just me. My kind is symbiotic.
Symbiotic?
Forgive me. I once was a biology major. Symbiosis is the living together of two different but mutually interdependent organisms. Take away one of them, and the other dies. Well, there couldn't be anything much different than man and woman, could there?
But your husband...
Oh, he's a survivor. He'll adapt. Not me. Without him, I'm dead.
So, you're running away.
Or towards...
Toward what?
Skeffington Junction. It's a miserable, scrubby little town, you know, except for the hotels. But it's a jumping-off point for one of the most glorious sights in the world. Those wild, cascading, plunging waters with the spindrift hanging in the air to condense in your hair like diamonds or pearls. He said I was wearing a Juliet's cap. I was in fairyland or Camelot, or you pick your own heaven on earth. And it never changed till it changed. I spent my honeymoon in Skeffington Junction. Began my whole life there.
So did I. I was born there.
Is that why you're going back?
More or less.
To try to find a new life?
No, that isn't possible for me. But it could be for you.
Oh, no way. I'm just going there to say goodbye.
Mrs. Conrad, forgive me, but
Look, Mr. Thorpe, if you have an urge to save a life, forget the two you've squandered yourself on so far.
The two?
Mrs. Winsome and me. Why don't you concentrate on the really lost?
I don't know quite what you mean.
Another of my failures was my children. Not so much unlike those two. Why do you suppose they're going to Skeffington Junction?
I wouldn't have the least notion.
Oh, you are a very persuasive man. If you have this missionary urge, go save a couple of souls young enough to maybe make a difference in the eternal balance.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Mrs. Conrad. I'm the last person to have any missionary urges. In my own way, I'm just as dead as you profess to be.
Everything's fine, little baby. Don't move.
I fell asleep.
Who didn't?
I guess it was like all over you.
Yeah, I guess. We made out.
You went away somewhere.
Yeah. You know, like when you got to...
Was that all?
Well, on the way back, I made a stopover.
What?
El Cubo with the briefcase. He was zonked out, and the briefcase was sitting right beside him. So, I checked it. It wasn't locked. I took a peek.
What am I supposed to say?
Oh, don't you want to know what was in it?
All right. What?
Money. Dough. Wrapped like from a bank. Must be 100, 200,000 maybe. I don't know. So, it's a lot of bread.
That isn't ours.
Or anyone's, except, like, who has it?
Are you talking about stealing it?
Oh, come on. What steal? Nobody owns nothing. It's all up for grabs.
I don't get you.
I say you do. I think you're just as funky as I am, only you don't want to face up.
Oh, I don't get you.
Punk, baby. Punk all the way.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's punk?
I'll lay it out for you. I'm me, and I don't give a damn for nothing, nobody, no way. I am punk.
I don't know. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I just hurt my arm a little. It's nothing. You better look at Mrs. Winston.
Mrs. Wisdom. Are you all right, Mrs. Wisdom?
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the suddenness of our stop, but we've just encountered high snowdrifts blocking the track. It's doubtful we can continue on towards Skeffington Junction. Now, we are sending for additional equipment to take us back as far as we have to go to find accommodations to wait out the storm. So please, be patient. We may be here for a considerable time while we try to figure out the best way out for all of us.
The best way out for all of us. An old lady who is being railroaded into an old folks' home against her will. A woman who feels her life is already over. A man who has turned from the living to the dead. A self-confessed punk who cares about nothing but himself. And a young girl whose secret is still locked behind two dark and frightened eyes. What is the best way out for all of these? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra, and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now. For 2 hours, the train crew has been busy attempting to dig out the huge engine from the snowdrift into which it had burrowed to an accidental halt. The air in the front coach is growing cold. The two young people are huddled together, sharing his goose-down parka. Henry Thorpe stands, beating his hands across his chest, while Mrs. Conrad snugs into his overcoat. Further back in the car, little Mrs. Winsome is two bright button eyes gleaming out from a mound of stray clothing wound about her.
Hey, this is kind of kicks, huh? Oh, glad you think so. Freezing to death.
Cozy enough under a blanket?
Now, don't get me ideas.
Ah, come on, Amber. What's the big cold shoulder?
You're wasting your time. I wouldn't trust you any farther than I can throw you. You're not my type.
Who said it takes one to know one?
Well, that was different.
How different?
I just meant you were running out on something.
Okay, suppose I am.
Must be your conscience is troubling you.
Hey, don't give me that square talk. How come you, of all people, figure I have to be wrong?
Me, of all people? Oh, now look, Duke, or whatever your name is. First, I don't care what put you on the road. And second,
Look, it was nothing all that terrible, just everything backed up. I was flunking out in another college, which was stale news. But it meant the usual go-round with my parents, and I'd had it. So I cut out. Got enough bread to see me through to Canada, then I can move in with the family.
Family?
Yeah, it's a, what do you call it, a commune.
You? In a commune?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Look, it's where you can let everything loose, float free. Thumb your nose at the establishment.
Oh, come on, isn't the family just another kind of commitment?
Well, all right, so what if it is? It's one that I picked, not one I was stuck with. Hey, it's a good life. You ought to dig it, too. Doesn't it grab you?
I don't know. It's something I never even thought about. Can just anybody join us?
If you want to make the commitment. Hey, are you putting me on?
No, why would you think that?
Well, I had the notion right off on the first that maybe you were headed for the family, too.
No, this is the first I ever heard of it.
Well, then where are you headed?
You wouldn't want to hear.
Try me.
Well, I don't want to put it into words.
Talk to me, Linda. You know you want to talk to somebody.
Oh, yeah, somebody. Anybody. Well, my father, he died a long time ago. And 4 years ago, my mother married again. I was 14. The man she married didn't want me. I just came along with the deal. Oh, he treats my mom all right. But the guy's he's a dog. He slapped me around plenty when my mother didn't know. Later, she didn't care after she started drinking. Well, up until then, I could take it, but suddenly I was 18, and the only way was out.
But out where? You got relatives in Skeffington Junction?
You're going to laugh at this. But, have you ever heard of a pen pal?
Oh, you mean like you get a name and address and write, and he writes back and all that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that. Sometimes when the walls close in on you, you gotta find a new door out or a window to escape. Well, anyway, I wrote this guy nearly 2 years ago. He's a farmer, and he lives 2 hours out of Skeffington Junction. He's old enough to be my father, but he never had a wife, so, okay, I never had a father. He was the only way out. Well, that's where I'm headed.
Hey, that is crazy, throwing yourself away.
Are you any better? What do you think you're doing?
I sure hope you folks are making out. Ain't got much to report. We're still waiting for the relief engine that's on its way. We're going to try to keep you as warm as we can till then, but you are going to have to help. How you kids doing?
Oh, we're making out all right.
Good. Oh, Mr. Thorpe, you look pretty cold.
I'm all right.
Well, he isn't really. He gave me his coat to keep me from freezing.
I got an extra coat here. You better climb into it, sir.
Well, maybe Mrs. Winsome could use it.
I think you need it more. Take it, Henry.
I could use it for just a moment or two if I could be sure that...
Why don't you let me sit with the old lady for a spell? Just come out from the engine room and...
What is it?
Well, it's all right, folks. Now, just take it easy. No cause for alarm. That's just the new locomotive hooked up with us at last.
Really getting warm again, Mr. Conductor. We're going back, aren't we?
We are. Guess in our own ways, none of us here were all that anxious to get to Skeffington Junction this time around.
Where will we end up?
I don't rightly know. I doubt if it'll be Lambert. The town was all sewed up with this weather when we stopped there a while ago. We might have to chase our tails back to where we began.
Oh, dear. That wouldn't really solve anything, would it, Mr. I'm so sorry. I don't know your name.
Gus is pretty near all I ever use.
But you must have another name.
Never had any real use for it except income tax and the like. Summers, it is. It's not much of a name in weather like this.
Summers? Oh, I find it a very nice name. And a cheerful one. Especially in the condition we all find ourselves.
Do you, ma'am? Why?
Well, it's better than if you'd been cold winter.
Might have been better if I had.
What?
This extra little jaunt, Mrs. Winston. You know it as well as me. It's only what do you call it when a fella that's condemned to die gets word from the governor or the king?
Reprieve.
Oh, that's it, reprieve. But it ain't gonna last long.
I don't quite understand.
No. You and me, we're in the same boat, huh? Nobody wants us anymore. I'm 65. The boom falls. I gotta retire. There goes my whole life. I never had nothing but the railroad. Take that away, I'm only waiting out the years.
That is my case entirely. We are both in the same boat.
Well, Mr. Thorpe, anything I can do?
No, Gus. Stay where you are. I just had a sudden urge for a cigar. I'm going out to the platform to indulge it.
How is Mrs. Conrad?
Well, she's fast asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. I don't think anyone else should. Gus, when do you think we'll be stopping?
Well, not this side of the Guzman Bridge.
How long is that?
Well, we should be crossing in another 2-3 minutes.
Fine. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Such a pity. That nice man without a wife. Lonely. And there's a woman just made to order for him.
Beg pardon?
The lady who is sound asleep. Divorced. Lonely as him.
You'd like to see them together?
It'd be nice.
But not reasonable, Mrs. Winsome. Any more reasonable than these two kids who are coming this way.
Now, what do you suppose they want?
Hey, conductor, it's getting kind of steamy in here. Okay if we go out on the platform for a breath of air?
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
You can have a little visit with Mr. Thorpe. He's out there having a cigar.
Oh, cheer up. Neither of us smoke. We'll leave you some air to breathe.
That was sweet.
What?
Thinking of the non-smokers. Maybe there's some hope for you after all.
Like how?
Maybe you're not all punk. You want to get the door?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, hi, Mr. Thorpe. You mind if we join you here on the platform?
No, not at all. If you don't mind the cigar.
Linda?
No. We've been so cooped up. Can we get some real fresh air?
We could crack the outside door open just a piece, okay?
Oh, solid. Here, let me help.
Oh, no problem. There we are.
Except, where are we, really?
Well, the conductor said we should be crossing the river and... Oh, yeah, I guess we're on the bridge now.
It's been a strange trip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
One I don't care ever to take again.
Or me.
I don't know if I can agree. Oh!
Hang on for your lives. The bridge gave way.
What?
We're hanging on the edge by a thread. I have the door open. Jump!
No!
Jump, it's your only chance!
Duke, I thought you'd never get back.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of sick to my stomach.
Did you hurt yourself when you jumped?
No, it's not bad.
Well, then what?
The train. It's gone.
Gone?
Yeah, the weight of the snow must have weakened the bridge, and when we went back over it, it just gave way, and the whole train went whacking into the river.
Oh, my.
Broke the ice, sank like it had just never been.
Well, our car, we were the last one, didn't it?
And the three of us jumped just in time to make the snowbank, then our car got pulled down with the rest.
And the old lady, the conductor, Mrs. whatever her name was.
Yeah, gone.
Oh, my.
Wiped out.
Oh, Duke.
I'll tell you, Linda, it makes you sit up and take a new look. I just sacked out. Hey, how's Mr. Thorpe?
I don't know. Well, he's alive.
Sir? Sir, you all right?
Something happened to my back when we jumped.
Is there anything we can do to help?
No, don't try to move me. This way, this moment, it doesn't hurt too much.
Sir, we've got to get you out of here.
Why? You want me as another statistic? Forget it.
Oh, you know that's not what we want.
I know, Linda. But I'm long past caring what you want from me. It's what I want from you that's important. I want you both as another statistic.
What?
6 of us. That we know of, 6 of us on that train. 4 of us ready and composed to die.
Not you, sir.
We won't mention the disease, but it was progressing so fast. I would have been destroyed in weeks. All the others had no real future like me, except you two. And that is the miracle, that you are here. I had a briefcase somewhere.
Yes, it's here. Lucky always carries it with you, the one with the money.
I'm glad that you know what it contains.
No, we don't want the money. Just tell us where you...
Don't say you don't want it. My own children are long ago taken care of. This money is from a safe deposit box. No one knows of it but me.
What did you mean it for?
Well, once I thought I would build a mausoleum for my parents who were buried in a pauper's grave. You see, that's where I was taking it. To die myself and lie with them. Now, I know that was stupid, and I want...
No. Yes, you want?
I want this money to be for the young and for the future. I leave it to you to use as you see best fit.
Who is he?
I guess.
Who? Well, what about the money?
You heard what he said.
You mean we take it?
We take it and use it for things that he might have wanted it used for.
Oh, I doubt out if he'd have okayed the punk psychology.
Oh, come on. I don't mean it like that.
Well, then how do we use it?
There'll be a way. As long as it helps some young people, I don't guess he'd fault us too much.
Us? Hey, I got a date with a man who wants to marry me.
You've got a date with a man who wants to use you. We've got a better date.
We?
Okay. Us. With $100,000 and the memory of this trip, of how wrong we could have gone. How can we lose?
Are you propositioning me again?
I'm trying to make you an offer you can't refuse.
In everyone's life, there is a Skeffington Junction. That particular private place where, when life becomes too much to bear, you can run and jump off. Or perhaps just bury your head in the sand. Of course, there is no such place in reality. For life itself ordains the pattern we must follow and the end that waits for us. Only the living have that second chance to make changes. So, make them while you can. I'll be back shortly. I have nothing more to say about our story, except that I hope, as you, the young people made good use of the gift of both money and time. And a quote from an old poem. "'Tis here, they say, the journey ends, and little doubt it must be so. But, as I tell my bestest friends, I hate to go." Our cast included Norman Rose, Carol Teitel, E.V. Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman and Susan Hayward in The Petrified Forest with Lawrence Tierney. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Thomas Mitchell.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Top billing is the ambition of every actor. And we're fortunate in having on our stage tonight a man who holds the long-distance record as a top star in motion pictures. I'll not forget that my first appearance before the camera was with Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon. Perhaps one reason for his long record would be that he selects his material with care. And that's why Ronnie is with us tonight in Robert Sherwood's exciting drama, The Petrified Forest. He appears with that talented young actress, Susan Hayward, as the man and woman whom fate dramatically brings together in one of the strangest love stories of our time. An outstanding Broadway stage success, The Petrified Forest takes place in the 1930s, when Americans still thronged the highways, and the roadside tavern was the outpost of a restless nation, a meeting place for every type of traveler, from wealthy tourist to armed desperado. And the armed desperado in our cast is the new RKO actor, Lawrence Tierney, who has just finished playing the title role in the screening of the Dillinger. We bring you tonight's play on the birthday of the father of the English theater, William Shakespeare. Since Shakespeare's time, of course, the theater has grown immeasurably in scope and, I dare say, popularity. In fact, you could find no better example than this stage of ours, which raises its curtain every Monday night to an audience of many millions in return for their loyalty to Lux Flakes. And if your attendance is rewarded, and I hope it always will be, by the best in Hollywood stars and plays, I'm sure your loyalty to Lux Flakes is rewarded by longer life to precious fabrics and pleasanter, easier ways to care for them. Well, it's time for our curtain. And the first act, A Petrified Forest, starring Ronald Coleman as Alan Squire and Susan Hayward as Gabby, with Lawrence Tierney as Duke Mantee. Sprawling over a vast area in northeast Arizona, there's a huge forest of trees that have turned to stone, the Petrified Forest. And a dozen or so miles away, clumped on the edge of the desert, there's a tiny oasis in all this wasteland. It's called the Black Mesa Barbecue and Filling Station. Lonesome and weather-beaten, still it's a living to old Grandpa Maple and to the strangely attractive girl who stands behind the lunch counter, his granddaughter, Gabby.
What's the matter? Don't you like the pie?
Ah, it's lousy.
Oh, yeah?
You still got that engine cooking for you?
Paula's okay, so lay off or eat somewhere else.
That's telling them, Gabby. Hey, Pop, who's the big football hero out there?
That's Bose. Helps me with the gas. Where are you boys heading?
Straight down the road, stringing wires.
You think your work's tough. In my day, you had to be tough. Paiutes, Apaches, and plenty of white men with no love for their neighbors. Yes, sir. It was kill or be killed.
Attaboy, Mr. Maple. Tell him about the time you took a shot at Billy the Kid.
I didn't take no shot at the kid. He took a shot at me. 2 shots. You see, I was standing
well,
like
Pop,
this.
It's been very interesting, but we gotta be going. What's the bad news, Gabby?
55 cents apiece.
55 cents apiece. There you are. Even money. Be seeing you, Mr. Maple.
Call again, boys.
Yeah, so long.
I always enjoy talking to anybody in the telegraphing business.
You always enjoy talking. Where you going, Gramp?
I need some cool air.
Going for your walk, Gramp?
Yeah, Bose. Why don't you sit down a while and cheer up Gabby?
Yeah, maybe I'll do that, yeah.
I'm doing okay.
Oh, you heard what your grandpa said. What's bothering you, Gabby? Don't you like me?
No, not a great deal.
Ah, that's okay. Seeing as I've been here just a little while, I haven't had a chance to get into my act. Hey, what's that?
It's a book, and you wouldn't like it.
How do you know how I feel about things? Poems. You're reading poems. Oh, boy, get a load of this. The shapely, slender shoulders small, long arms, hands wrought in glorious wise. Oh, romantic, huh? I suspected right along all you needed was a little encouragement.
It's great poetry.
I can think of a lot better ways to spend your time.
Hey, Bose.
Yeah?
Why do you always wear that football jersey, number 42?
Because I'm proud of it, that's why. Why shouldn't I wear it?
Ah, forget it.
Well, I would have made All-American, that's all. Except I wasn't with a big team. You ought to see the newspaper clippings I got.
What's an almost All-American doing here? Working a gas pump.
Well, you can call me a sap if you want to, Gabby, but I guess I'm falling in love with you.
Well, cool off, Bose. If Graham comes back and sees you trying to make a pass, you're going to be out of a job.
Yeah, so what? Hey, baby, you didn't mean that about not liking me, did you?
Okay. I like you.
Enough for a kiss, maybe?
Cut it out, Bose. I said cut it out!
Good evening. Oh, good evening, sir. What can we do for you?
May I order something to eat?
Sure. Miss Maple here will take care of you.
Don't you want to sit down, sir?
Thanks.
Here's the menu. Driven for?
Oh, I've been hitchhiking. Wonderful the progress you can make by wiggling your thumb. Now, the menu. Says today's special, barbecue. What's the barbecue?
Well, here it's a hamburger sandwich. It's always today's special. It's pretty good.
All right, I want it. And I'd like some soup, and some beer, and I'll order the dessert later.
Okay.
Another question. Where am I?
This place is called Black Mesa, but there's nothing else here. Just bumming along?
Oh, call it gypsying. I had a vague idea. I'd like to see the Pacific Ocean and perhaps drown in it. But that depends.
Oh. You're English, aren't you?
Oh, you might call me an American, once removed. But if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll get the soup.
Thanks.
Evening.
Good evening.
Enjoying your dinner?
Excellent.
Want your coffee?
A charming young lady said she'd bring it right in.
That's my granddaughter.
Oh.
I just been out for a walk. I met the sheriff. He gave me this.
Newspaper?
Yes, sir. Denver Post. And look, 6 killed in Oklahoma City massacre. Duke Mantee saw it, and here's his picture.
Duke Mantee. Did he do that?
Him and his friends.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Well, you can't never tell a killer except by his chin. Now, that's a funny thing. Killer always holds his chin in. Ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Oh, yes, indeed.
I knowed him well. Took a couple of shots at me once.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, it was kind of dark. He'd had a few drinks. Just wanted to scare the pants off of me.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Just set it down, Gabby.
Oh, you know, you can go just so long without food.
That's right. Been having some bad luck?
Yep.
No disgrace these days. What line of work you in, mister?
No, none just now. At times, I've been a writer.
Writer, huh? What's your name?
Alan Squire.
Squire. No, can't say I ever heard of you.
Fuller says your supper's ready, Graham.
I like eating in the kitchen, Mr. Squire. In there, I can see what I'm getting. Pleased to have met you.
Oh, pleased to have met you, sir. That's a charming old gentleman, your grandfather.
Yes.
He told me he'd been missed by Billy the Kid.
Poor Grampy tells everybody that. You get pretty sick of him after a while. I met a writer once.
Oh?
Yeah, he was on his way to the coast. He said I ought to go to Hollywood and look him up. I'm not that dumb. They never mean it.
You want to go into the movies?
There's nothing I want. Except to go to Bourges.
To where?
Bourges, that's in France.
Oh.
You'd never guess it, but that's where I came from.
Are you French?
Partly. I was born in Bourges. But all I know about it is from the postcards my mother sends me. They've got a cathedral there.
Is your mother in Bourges?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dad brought us back here in 1919 after the war. She stuck it out here in this desert for a couple of years, and then she packed up and went back. Some people said it was cruel of her to leave me, but... Well, what could she do? She just couldn't live here, and you can't blame her for that. She tried lots of times to get me over there to see her, but while my father was alive, he wouldn't allow it.
And now?
Well, not so long ago, she got married again to a Frenchman who has a bookstore, and 3 kids. I thought maybe it wouldn't be right barging in on her now, but I'd sure like to see her.
Do you speak French?
Only what you can learn in high school. Every birthday, my mother used to send me a book, but they were all in French. So last year, I asked her if she'd mind sending me one in English. It's this book here, The Poems of Francois Villon. Ever read it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's wonderful poetry. My mother wrote something on the cover. À ma chère petite Gabrielle. That means, to my dear little Gabrielle. She gave me that name.
Gabrielle. That's a beautiful name.
Wouldn't you know it'd get changed into Gabby by these no-good desert rats?
You share your mother's opinion of the desert.
Yes.
But you find solace in the poems of Francois Villon.
Well, they get the smell of the gasoline and hamburger out of my system.
Would you like to read me one of those poems, Gabrielle?
You mean now?
Yes. While I'm finishing today's special.
Okay. I'll read you the one I like best. He wrote this about a friend of his who was getting married. At daybreak, when the falcon claps his wings, no wit for grief, but noble heart held high, with loud, glad noise he stirs himself and springs, and takes his meat and towards his lure draws nigh. Did you ever see a falcon?
Yes.
What does it look like?
Oh, not very pleasant, like a hawk. And in a way, it's like this man here. His picture's in the newspaper, Duke Mantee.
Oh, there were some Mexicans in the kitchen a while ago. They told Paula that Mantee's heading this way.
Won't you finish the poem?
Oh, sure. Such good I wish you, yea, and heartily. I'm fired with hope of true love's meed to get. Knowing love writes it in his book. For why? This is the end for which we twain are met. You know, that's wonderful stuff.
Uh-huh. Wonderful.
But that's the way the French people are. They can understand everything, like life and love and death. And they can enjoy it or laugh at it, depending on how they feel.
And that's why you want to go to France? For understanding?
I will go there, where there's something beautiful to look at, and wine and dancing in the streets and happiness.
If I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment. I've been to France.
Writing books?
No, planning to write books. You see, I married. My wife supported me.
Oh?
Oh, please don't think too badly of me. I once actually wrote a book. I was 22 when I wrote it. It was very, very stark. It sold slightly over 600 copies. It cost the publisher quite a lot of money. And it also cost him his wife. You see, she divorced him and married me. She saw in me a major artist who needed only a background to bring him out. She gave it to me with a fine view of the Mediterranean. Well, for 8 years I reclined on my background waiting for the major artist to step forth and write. But he didn't.
And you've left your wife now?
Yes.
I'm glad you did.
Well, it was her own suggestion. She'd taken up with a Brazilian painter, also a major artist. So I decided to go forth and discover America.
What were you looking for?
Well, that's rather hard to say. Oh, something to believe in, I suppose. Something worth living for. Something worth dying for.
And what have you found?
Nothing so interesting as an old man who was missed by Billy the Kid and a fair young lady who reads beyond.
Well, I do other things that might surprise you.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I wouldn't tell this to everybody, but I paint pictures.
Are they any good?
Of course not.
Could I see them?
Oh, I never let anybody see them. I'd only get kidded. They're kind of crazy.
Oh, please let me see them. Perhaps it's my mission to introduce you to posterity as an American genius.
Are you kidding me?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anybody outside of myself.
Okay, but you've got to promise not to tell anybody.
All right, my word of honor, for all it's worth.
I'll go get them. These others here are all desert scenes.
Oh, yeah.
This one's a portrait.
Oh?
It's Paula, our Indian cook. Not much of a likeness.
Oh, no, I'm sure you didn't intend it to be. Tell me, what made you paint in this strange manner?
It's just the way I feel. You won't hurt my feelings if you say they're no good.
Oh, no, I'm tremendously impressed. And also bewildered.
I'll bet I could improve if I could get to France. They've got the finest art schools in the world there. And beautiful things to paint.
Well, don't you realize there are probably thousands of artists in France today who are saying, I'd find a really big theme for my canvas if I could only get to Arizona.
Yes, I know. They say the desert's full of mystery and it's haunted and, well, all that. Maybe it is. But there's something in me that makes me want something different.
I know there's something in you. I wish I could figure out what it is.
Listen, you've been to France. What are they like there?
Frenchmen are not like they once were. Well, no one in Europe is.
I've always imagined that Frenchmen must all be like Villon. Gay and reckless, poetic.
No, especially not reckless.
But they're always having a good time, aren't they?
Not invariably. Would you like to marry a Frenchman?
I don't want to marry anybody. I want to be free, always.
Well, how about number 42? You know, the stalwart youth in the football jersey. When I first came in, he was...
Bose?
Yeah.
He was trying to kiss me. He's after me, all right.
Do you think he'll succeed?
I haven't decided yet. What do you say?
No, don't ask me, Gabrielle. No, let your French blood guide you. In matters like that, it's infallible.
But you ought to know something. You've seen a lot.
I don't know anything.
How can you say that? You've got a lot of brains.
Yep, brains without purpose. Noise without sound. Shape without substance. I belong to a vanishing race. I'm one of the intellectuals who thought they'd conquered nature. But the world's in a chaos, and what's the reason?
Who knows?
I do. I'm probably the only living person who does know. It's nature hitting back. Oh, not with the old weapons of floods and plagues, but fighting back with strange new weapons called neuroses. She's deliberately inflicting mankind with the jitters. Nature's annoyed. She's taking the world away from the intellectuals and giving it back to the apes. Forgive me, Gabrielle, and don't listen to me. For all I know, you may be an entirely different species. One of nature's own children. And therefore able to understand her and laugh at her or enjoy her, depending upon how you feel. And, by the way, the beer is excellent.
It's made in Phoenix. And you talk like a fool. No wonder your wife kicked you out. And no wonder she fell for you in the first place.
That sounds alarmingly like a compliment.
It is a compliment. What did you say your first name is?
Alan. Alan Squire. I've been calling you Gabrielle, so you'd better...
Where are you going from here, Alan?
Well, that depends on where the road leads.
It leads to the Petrified Forest.
What's that?
A gloomy place, full of dead trees that have turned to stone in the desert.
The Petrified Forest. Suitable haven for me. Perhaps that's what I'm destined for. To make an interesting fossil for future study. Alan Squire, A specimen of the in-between age, who was born too late for the Great War and too soon for the one that's coming. I see you've taken my advice. You're not listening.
I was just thinking. I'd like to go to France with you.
You? Oh, no. I'm afraid I could never retrace my steps.
You mean you haven't enough money?
Even that is an understatement.
Well, I haven't got enough either yet, but I've got a lot coming to me someday.
Are you proposing to me? Trying to turn me into a gigolo again?
No, it'll be different this time. Do you know how much Gramps got salted away in the bank at Santa Fe?
No.
$22,000. He won't give me any of it now, but it's all willed to me. We might have to wait years for it. But if you'd only stay...
You think you'd like me as a life companion?
I know I would. And I don't make mistakes. Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes. Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
You think I'm attractive?
Oh, there are better words than that for what you are.
Then say you'll stay, Alan. I could have Bose fired, and you haven't got anything else to do.
No, that's just it. You couldn't live very long with a man who had nothing to do but worship you. That's a dull kind of love, Gabrielle. It's the kind that makes people old too soon. Well, I thank you for the suggestion. You've given me something wonderful to think about during my lonely wanderings. I'll think of the chimes of Bourges, and you, and a forest turned to stone.
You mean you're going now?
Yes.
Well, I can't stop you.
No, Gabrielle, you can't. But you can do me one great favor before I go. Would you mind very much if I kissed you goodbye?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You understand that it would be nothing more?
I'd understand it. It'd be just a kiss. That's all.
That's absolutely all. Gabrielle,
So that's what's going on. Naked, huh? Who do you think you are?
He didn't get fresh. He only wanted to kiss me goodbye.
Yes, the impulse is rather hard to explain.
Pay your check and get out.
How much do I owe, Miss Maple?
30 cents.
30 cents? Is that all you ate, 30 cents?
Well, that brings me to another embarrassment. I haven't got 30 cents.
Well, that's just fine, isn't it? That's just great. What do you got in your pack there?
A shirt, socks, a passport, insurance policy, and a copy of A Modern Man in Search of a Soul.
And you thought you could pay with a kiss, did you, Royale?
Take your hands off him, Bose.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir.
We'd like some gas and oil, please.
Get going, Bose.
How many gallons?
Oh, whatever it needs.
Henry, ask them about the hotel.
Yes, dear. Any idea how far we are from the Phoenix Biltmore?
A good 200 miles.
A good 200 miles. That's just fine.
Give the man his gasoline, Bose.
Okay.
Cigarettes, Henry. You forgot them in the last place.
Yes, dear. I know, dear. Cigarettes.
Well, Miss Maple, goodbye.
Alan, wait a minute. Oh, mister, say, if you're going to Phoenix, maybe you'd have room for my friend.
Oh?
Mr. Squire. He's on his way to the coast and... Well, he hasn't got a car right now. He's an author.
But really,
I guess you're a little suspicious, what with Duke Mantee on the loose and all that.
Well, I guess it would be all right.
Thank you. And thank you, Miss Maple. I'll remember your kindness.
Oh, I forgot to give you a change. Here you are.
$1? But I wanted you to keep that.
Take it, please.
I can't very well pretend.
When you get to the Pacific Ocean, send me some pictures, will you? I like pictures of water.
Henry!
Yes, dear. Here you are, miss. Come along, Mr. Squire.
I suppose I'll never see you again, Gabrielle.
Well, that's the way it is in a gas station. They come and they go.
Now, somehow or other, I'll repay that $1. Heaven knows when.
Maybe we'll run into each other someday in Bourges.
Yes. Goodbye, Gabrielle.
Goodbye, Alan.
Mind if I sit down a while, Gabby?
Sit down, Bose.
Hasn't been a car pass since that guy with the Packard. I wonder how come he gave that panhandler a lift.
He wasn't a panhandler.
Hey, you sound like you were nuts about him.
Do I? Well, I'm not.
How about being a little nice to me for a change?
Oh, gee, Bose, I'd like to be nice to you. I'd like to be nice to everybody.
Well, you can be, Gabby. How about you and me taking a walk around the mesa?
You know what I've been doing? I've been sitting here thinking what he said.
What did he say?
He said that what's wrong with the world is that we've been trying to fight nature. He said we've got to admit that nature can't be beaten.
Well, isn't that exactly what I've been trying to tell you all along? You and me, a night like this. We could really get acquainted, baby.
Sorry. I'm not in the mood.
Now, how can you say that?
Okay, folks, now just behave yourself and nobody will get hurt.
Hey, what's the idea? Put down that gun.
Who's the boss here?
My grandfather. He's inside. What do you want?
Trouble, Jackie? No trouble, boss.
Another one.
Yeah. This is Duke Mantee, folks. He's the world-famous killer, and he's hungry.
Now get this. I and my friends are taking over here for a while.
You dirty rat.
Shut up, Bose.
Tell Ruby and Bugs to come on in.
Okay, Duke.
Now, as for you two and whoever else might be here, I don't know how long we're going to be staying. But I'd like things to be nice and peaceful, see? We'll all have a few beers together, listen to the radio, and not make any wrong moves. Because I may as well tell you, old Jackie there with the machine gun is pretty nervous and jumpy. And he's got the itch between the fingers. Okay? Now, suppose I take a little look around.
Thomas Mitchell and our stars Ronald Coleman and Susan Hayward will be back with Act Two of The Petrified Forest after intermission time. Here's our fashion reporter, Libby Collins, doing sums on a timetable.
Miami, Washington, New York, Boston, Chicago, St. Louis.
Going somewhere, Libby?
Oh, not me. This trip is on a very important war job.
Who is making it then?
A very attractive young lady. She's Miss Jenny Earl Cox, a Stevens College senior who was chosen this year's Maid of Cotton in a Southwide contest.
And how does her trip help the war effort?
Oh, she's selling war bonds. About $250,000 worth already. She's also showing women in 35 leading cities how precious today's cottons are and how they can keep them lovely longer. That's important these days because the Army needs so much cotton, too.
Tell us more about the Maid of Cotton, Libby.
Oh, she's Mississippi born, and so are all her family back to her great-great-grandfather who raised the first bale of cotton in Lowndes County.
She ought to be a good ambassador for King Cotton.
Mm-hmm. She has wavy brown hair, sparkling blue eyes, a size 12 figure that shows her all-cotton wardrobe to the very best advantage.
Is everything she wears made of cotton?
Mm-hmm, even her stockings and undies. Her wardrobe includes everything from a two-piece bouquet bathing suit to a floating organdy evening gown. They're all styles any woman can duplicate because they're made from easy-to-follow McCall patterns. All the fabrics are Lux-tested, too, so you know they'll stay color-fresh time after time when you wash them with lukewarm water and mild Lux flakes.
Yes, tests show colors stay lovely up to 3 times longer with gentle Lux care. Strong soap, hot water, and rough handling fade colors too soon, make them look drab.
Today's cottons are smart for any time of day or night, so give them the gentle care they deserve. Watch your local newspaper to see when the Maid of Cotton will model them in your city.
We take you back to Thomas Mitchell and our stars.
Act Two of The Petrified Forest, starring Ronald Coleman as Alan Squire and Susan Hayward as Gabby, with Lawrence Tierney as Duke Mantee. Only a few moments have passed since the descent of the killer, Duke Mantee, on the Black Mesa barbecue. While Bose stares helplessly into the muzzle of a submachine gun, Mantee calmly surveys the lunchroom. Finally, he turns to the girl, called Gabby.
All right now, sister, where's the old man? Your grandfather.
Probably in his room. He takes a nap after supper.
Get him, Jackie. Bugs?
Yeah?
Park the packet in the shadows and stay in it. Keep your eyes open.
Tell Jackie to bring me a beer.
How long are we staying here, Duke?
Until the others get here.
You gonna wait for that blonde?
We told her we'd be here, didn't we? Now shut up. Okay, sister, we'd like something to eat.
The cook's gone home. I'll have to go into the kitchen.
Ruby here will go with you.
He starts getting fresh, Gabby. You
Relax, football.
Hey, you better not let me get close enough to take a shot at you.
Hey, I used to be quite a gridiron fan. What's your school?
Nevada M&T.
Boy Scout.
Here's the old man, Duke.
He said you were Duke Mantee. He said you are Duke Mantee the killer.
Yeah, sit down, Pop.
Hear what happened in Oklahoma City, Pop?
It's all in the Denver Post. A regular massacre.
How you doing, sister?
Hamburgers will take a while.
Well, then bring us some beer. You fellas like to join us?
I never touch alcohol.
I guess I'll have whiskey. And I'm not scared of you, Duke. I've known real killers in my time.
Yeah?
Watch it, you got a visitor.
Okay. Get behind the counter, Jackie. Stay in the kitchen, Ruby.
Gabrielle.
Who is it?
Gabrielle.
Alan.
We were just held up about a mile down the road. Bandits, and they're around here somewhere.
Yeah, so we heard.
They took Mr. Chisholm's car.
Yeah, and they drove back here.
Yeah, so we meet again.
He's Duke Mantee, Mr. Squire. We were looking at his picture, remember?
Join us in a little drink?
Why, thank you. Yes.
Look at that chin. He's a killer, all right.
He's a gangster and a rat.
He ain't a gangster. He's a real old-time desperado. And if the sheriff finds out, we'll see some real killing, won't we?
Let there be killing. All evening long, I've had a feeling of destiny closing in. You believe in astrology, Duke?
I couldn't say, pal.
Well, I don't, normally, but as I was walking along that road, I looked up at the sky, and the stars seemed to be mocking me. They were pointing the way here and seemed to say, there's the end of your tether. You thought you could escape it and skip off to the Phoenix Biltmore, but we know better.
Alan.
I'm telling you what the stars told me. Perhaps they know that carnage is imminent and that I'm due to be among the fallen. That's a fascinating thought.
Yeah, let's skip it.
Yeah, drink.
Thanks, sister. Well, here's happy days, folks.
Yes, sir. It sure is pleasant to have a killer around here again.
Yep, pleasant to be back again among the living. Well, happy days.
Duke, it's away after 10. We've been here an hour and a half.
So what?
Jackie's right, Duke.
I'm waiting here for Doris. I'm waiting here for Doris and the boys.
But if she was going to show up, she'd have been
I
here by
said
now.
I'm waiting here.
Listen to them. Argue among themselves. A bunch of yellow dogs.
I'd be a little tactful, Bose. They're your guests.
Hey, sister.
What?
I thought I told you to turn on the radio. It's time for the news.
I did turn it
Well,
on.
turn it up. Or don't you want me to hear?
Okay, I'll turn it up.
It's the greatest manhunt in the history of the Southwest.
That's us, Dookie. Take a bow.
The Manatee gang made its escape from Oklahoma City in 2 cars, one of which contained Manatee and 3 men, and the other containing 2 men and 1 woman. The Manatee car was seen today at Hillsboro in New Mexico, nearing the Arizona border. The others were identified when they held up the police station at Elderton and fled with a large supply of guns and ammunition.
Nice going, boys.
Both cars are undoubtedly headed for the border. State troopers, sheriffs, and deputies have every highway covered, and their orders are shoot first and ask questions later. I'll now give you the scores of the...
Turn it off, Jackie boy.
Carnegie 10.
Ruby, tell Bugs to bring in that sack of ammunition and the road maps. You stay in the car.
Okay. Going to make a run for the border?
Oh, sure. We'll give you our whole route so you can tell them hick cops to give us a motorcycle escort.
I think I'm about ready for another whiskey, Gabrielle, if I may.
Listen, Panhandler, who told you could keep calling her by her first name?
Hi, everybody. Here's the shell sports for the map. Hey, when are we lambing out?
When it's time.
Sure, just as soon as the Duke connects with that heavy data here.
Well, I think we ought to get out of here.
Here's your drink, Alan.
Hey, wait a minute. How's he going to pay for all that liquor? That's 2 drinks he's had.
I can pay, Bose. I have $1.
$1? So, you were holding out on it, were you?
No. I've acquired it since then.
Where'd you get it?
Keep quiet. Probably those rich people in the car.
But you must know, Bose, Gabrielle gave it to me.
Gabby.
It's none of your business what I do.
Duke.
What?
You fellas going to spend the night here?
Can't say, Pop. Maybe we'll decide to get buried here.
Ah, you better come with me, Duke. I'm planning to be buried in the Petrified Forest. It's a graveyard of civilization. Dead stumps in the desert. That's where I belong, and so do you.
Maybe you're right, pal.
I'm eternally right. But what use do I make of it?
Hey, about that $1, Gabby.
I said it was none of your business.
You're crazy about him, aren't you?
All right, what if I am?
What did you say?
I said I'm crazy about you.
Oh, I swear I wasn't trying to be seductive, Bose.
You...
Alan, after you left here, I feel as if I'd come out of a dream. But I caught on to myself fast. I know I'll never be anything but another desert rat. France, art, dancing in the streets. That's all a lot of hooey. Remember what I asked you about going to France?
Of course.
But you wouldn't have done it, even if we had the money.
No.
You see, he doesn't give a hoot about me. I saw that plain enough. And it's only made me love him more.
Gabby.
I'm sorry I came back. When I left before, it was the poignant ending to an idyllic interlude. But now it's spoiled.
You're sorry you heard the truth.
I'm the type of person to whom the truth is often distasteful. Graham?
Sit down, pal.
I want to talk to Graham.
Well, you can talk sitting down. I heard you doing it.
All right. Mr. Maple, that money of yours buried in Santa Fe.
How do you know about it?
Now, what are you going to do with it?
Leave it just where it is.
And meanwhile, your granddaughter suffocates in this desert when a few of your thousands would give her the chance to claim her birthright. Ah, you were once a pioneer. What are you now? A mean old miser, hanging on to money as though it meant something. Why don't you die and do the world some good?
That's about the dirtiest crack I ever heard. What do you mean talking to the old man like that?
Duke, there's a man and a dame coming down the road. Looks like the owners of the packer we borrowed.
Okay, keep quiet when they get here.
Okay, moon's bright. You can see real good out here.
Duke, I was guilty of very bad taste, and I apologize to Mr. Maple.
Sure.
Yeah, you better, crawl, or I might have to put the slug on you. Talking to an old man like that.
Where you going, Duke?
Just to the window. Those people are coming. Get in the kitchen with Bugs.
Sure.
Listen, Duke, If you had any of Robin Hood in you, you'd go to Santa Fe and rob that bank and give it to her
All
before
right,
she...
Duke, put him up. Put up your hand.
Hey, what are you trying to...
Jackie left his gun, didn't he? Oh, I've been waiting for this chance all night. I've been watching every move you've been making.
Jackie, Bug.
Bones, you got hurt?
Get that Tommy, Jackie. See what happens when you're careless?
He's getting up, Duke. He got me in the hand.
Just what is the meaning of
Get
this?
up, you. Frisk him, Bug.
I won't have that man pawing me again.
I still can't figure what happened, Duke.
That football hero almost had me. The society dame screamed. He turned his head.
I had the chance that I muffed it. I could have got Mantee, and she ruined everything.
Henry, we're getting out of
You're
here.
sitting down like everybody else.
Bose is hurt.
Take him in the kitchen, sister. You and Jackie. Better tie him up in there, Jackie, after she fixes his war wound.
Come on, hero.
Did you mean to hit him in the hand, Duke, or was it a bad shot?
Bad shot, Pop. I had to get it off too fast. Now listen, all of you. I let that mug make a mug out of me, but don't anybody try it again. Anybody makes a wrong move, I'm going to kill the whole lot of you.
Are you Mantee?
Yes, pal.
Oh. Say, Duke, would you mind passing me my knapsack? It's on the counter.
What do you want with it?
My life insurance policy. You'll find it there in a bundle of papers.
Expecting to die, Mr. Squire?
You've guessed it, Mr. Maple.
Here you are.
Thanks. My fountain pen?
Go ahead.
What about my car, Mantee?
Swell buzz.
You intend restoring it to me and my luggage?
Oh, you may get it back. Let's hope it isn't full of bullet holes and blood. Oh, I took some jewelry out of the lady's bag.
You're nothing but a filthy thief.
Yes, ma'am.
Duke, I have a great favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't think you'll refuse it because you're a man of great imagination.
What are you getting at?
This insurance policy. It's my only asset. Now, it's for $5,000. It's made out to my wife, but she's a rich woman and not a bad sort, really. She won't mind.
You've been writing on it.
Yes. I've changed the beneficiary. I've written on the policy that I want Miss Maple to receive the money. And if Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm here will witness my signature, I'm sure everything will be all right. Well, what I'm getting at is this, Duke. After they've signed it, I'd be much obliged if you'd just kill me.
He's drunk.
No, let the man finish, Pop.
Now, it couldn't make any difference to you, Duke. They can only hang you once. And you can't be bothered by any humane consideration. You'd have a hard time finding a more suitable candidate for extermination. I'll be mourned by no one. You see, Duke, in killing me, you'd only be executing the sentence of the law. I mean natural law. The survival of the fittest.
Come on, stop showing off.
Yes, I'm trying to outdo Bose in gallantry. Well, is there anything unnatural in that? Can't you see I mean it?
I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh, probably not. But this is a weird country we're in, Mr. Chisholm. These mesas are enchanted. You have to be prepared here for the improbable. I'm only asking that you attest my signature on this paper.
I believe you do mean it.
Good for you, Mrs. Chisholm. You're a kindred spirit.
Why, you're in love with that girl inside, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I suppose I am. And not unreasonably. She has heroic stuff in her. Why, she may be another Joan of Arc or Madame Curie. I want to show her that I believe in her, and how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her the tallest cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. Now, one well-directed bullet will accomplish all that. Will you do it, Duke?
I'll be glad to, pal.
Then now, can I have this signed?
Sure.
Is he by chance insane?
Don't ask me. He's no friend of mine.
Of course he's insane, but what of it? Sign it, Henry.
You simply cannot trifle with insurance institutions like
I
this.
said sign it.
Oh. Give me the pen.
There. That's better. Now I'll sign it.
Ah, thanks. Now, Mr. Maple, I'll entrust this policy to you. After the Duke has obliged, will you give it to some good lawyer for collection? My passport's in the knapsack for identification.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Let me know when you want to be killed, pal.
Oh, pick your own moment, Duke. Say, just before you leave, huh? But, I'd prefer to have her think you did it in cold blood. Will you all please remember that? And now, I think we'd all like to have a drink.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thomas Mitchell and our stars Ronald Coleman and Susan Hayward will be back with Act 3 of The Petrified Forest in a moment. When Nancy and Jane's husbands went overseas, the girls decided to share an apartment. And the first night...
I'll put the chops on. You set the table, okay?
Sure. Let's see. Where'd we put the dessert plates? I got a cake.
Oh, I don't think they're unpacked yet. But we can put the cake on the bread and butter plates after we've finished with them. Then we won't have so many dishes to wash.
Oh, Nan, let's not start doing things like that. Let's use all our nice things, just as if the boys were here.
Well, but Bob and I always did things like that. And put the salad on the dinner plates, too. No sense using a lot of extra dishes.
Boy, you must be allergic to dishwashing.
Well, I am. Just look at my hands.
Well, you poor kid. They are red. But look, if you're doing the cooking, I ought to wash the dishes. And I don't mind how many there are.
So Janie set the table her way. And afterwards, when she went to wash the dishes...
Say, Nan, where's the soap?
In the cabinet.
Good grief. You didn't get this strong stuff for dishes, did you?
Well, I always...
Well, no wonder your hands are red. Wait a sec.
What are you doing?
Getting some Lux. Here, I had this box in the bathroom.
You use Lux for dishes?
Sure. I don't want to get dishpan hands. That strong stuff stings.
Oh, I wondered how you kept your hands so nice.
Well, just change from strong soaps to gentle Lux Flakes, honey, and yours will soon be nice again, too.
But our budget...
Lux won't even make a dent in it. A big box like this lasts simply ages. It's really thrifty.
Yes, scientific tests prove that ounce per ounce, Lux Flakes wash up to twice as many dishes as other well-known dishwashing soaps. Hands stay lovely, too. Use Lux for your dishes today. Here's Thomas Mitchell with our stars.
After the play, we'll meet our stars in person as they take their curtain calls. Now here's Act 3 of The Petrified Forest, starring Ronald Coleman as Alan Squire and Susan Hayward as Gabby, with Lawrence Tierney as Duke Mantee. It's a half hour later. In the heavy purple shadows outside the Black Mesa barbecue, the gunman Ruby sits with his eyes on the black ribbon of road. Inside, Duke Mantee stares at the clock, and the lines of his face grow harder. Huddled at the counter are Alan Squire, Gramp, and the Chisholms.
Now, you'll keep the insurance policy, Mr. Maple, and you'll say nothing to Gabrielle.
Sure. I'll keep it.
What I've done. You think it's all legal, don't you?
Well, it seems so to me. And I'd like to tell you just one thing, my friend. There ain't a woman alive that's worth $5,000.
And let me tell you one thing, my friend. You're a forgetful old fool. Any woman is worth everything that any man has to give. Anguish, ecstasy, faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life or death. Don't you see? That's the whole excuse for our existence. It's what makes the whole thing possible and tolerable. When you've reached my age, Grandpa, you'll have better sense.
Henry, did you hear that?
I heard.
Why, that lovely girl inside there, do you know what she is? No, you haven't the remotest idea.
What is she?
She's the future. She's the renewal of vitality and courage and hope. All the strength that's gone out of you. Oh, I can't say what she is, but she's essential to me and to the whole country and the whole miserable world. And please, Mrs. Chisholm, don't look at me like that. I know how I sound.
I wonder if you really believe all that. I mean about women.
Of course I do. And there by the window is a man who agrees with me, don't you, Duke?
I don't know, pal. I wasn't listening.
Well, then let me speak for you. Mrs. Chisholm, Duke Mantee could have been over the border long ago and safe. But he prefers to stay here and risk his life. And do you know why?
Why?
Because he has a rendezvous with a girl. Now, isn't that true, Duke?
Yes, pal. That's it.
Do you mean to say you ever have time for romance?
Not much, lady.
Only like the Knights of the Round Table, between dragons.
Yeah, I guess we're all a lot of saps. I wouldn't be surprised if I was the champ. You think I was kidding when I said I'd be glad to knock you off?
Oh, I hope that neither of us was kidding. You think I was?
I just wanted to make sure. You're all right, pal. You got good ideas. I'll try to fix it so that it won't hurt.
You're all right, too, Duke. I'd like to meet you again someday.
Maybe it'll be soon.
You know, this frightful place has suddenly become quite cozy.
That's my doing, Mrs. Chisholm. You can thank me for having taken it out of the realm of reality.
I'm going to see something at last beside cliff dwellings. Henry, do you realize we're going to be witnesses of the murder? Why, he's actually going to shoot him.
Please, she's coming. How's Bose, Gabrielle?
He'll be all right.
Did you tie him up, Jackie?
Yeah, in the bathroom. Duke, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I know. Something's happened to Doris. Something must have happened. Well, we'll give him a few minutes more.
A few minutes more.
Listen, Graham, I've got an idea we ought to sell out right away. Tomorrow. It's the best break we'll ever have. This place is going to be advertised all over the country. People are going to be flocking here just to see where Duke Mantee stops.
Still aiming to take that trip to France?
No. No, Gramp, I'll never get there. And I never knew it better than I do right now.
Well, you want to be a great painter, don't you?
You and your advice and your talk about nature. I thought you told me never to listen to you.
Well, I did, but...
Well, that's all the advice I'm going to take.
Do you mind if I say something, my dear? Perhaps I could tell
What
you
do you
things...
know about me?
Nothing. And if I were you, Edith, I'd keep out of it.
Henry, you've never had the remotest conception what's inside me, and you never will have. You're a stuffed shirt with buttons made out of 18-karat diamonds. And I'm just as bad because I take my revenge out on you by nagging. All my life I've done what people have wanted me to do. First my parents, then my friends, and now you. And I hate my life.
Dear Lord.
Miss Maple, profit by my example. Perhaps you have something important to give the world. Don't you let them stifle you with their talk about duty. Go to France and find yourself.
Suppose she learns there's nothing more to find.
Even that'd be better than endless doubt, believe me.
You know, it's the strangest thing about this place. There's something about this lunch counter that brings out the autobiographical impulse. Now, Duke, what kind of a life have you had?
Lousy, pal.
I don't believe it. At least you're a real man, though an evil one.
Yeah, a real man, huh? What's it got me? I've spent most of my life since I grew up in jail. It looks like I'll spend the rest of my life dead. But where's the percentage? Thanks all the same, lady. I'll send you a postcard from Mexico.
Excuse me, Duke, but how's the time getting along?
It's just about up, pal.
Oh, then I must talk to you, Gabrielle.
You can wait till they're gone.
No, I can't wait. I mean, when they go, I go. I have to tell you now that I love you.
Now, listen, Alan, I don't want you to think...
I tell you solemnly that I love you with all the heart that is left in me.
Duke, are we waiting here just to listen to this?
Shut up.
He does love you, Miss Maple. He told us so.
Now, please, Mrs. Chisholm, I'm capable of saying it.
Don't make a fool of yourself, Alan. They're all staring at you.
Yes, I know they are, but you've got to believe it. And you've got to remember it. Because, you see, it's my only chance of survival. I told you about that major artist that's been hidden. Well, I'm transferring him to you. You'll find a line in that verse of Dion's that fits that. Something about, thus in your field, my seed of harvestry will thrive. You still think I was being comic?
No, Alan. No, I just think that you're kind of crazy. And I guess so am I. And that's why I think we'd be terribly happy together.
Oh, don't say that, Gabrielle.
Why not, when I believe it with all my heart?
Oh, maybe you're right.
You're beginning to admit it.
Oh, maybe we'll be happy together in a funny sort of way.
Alan, if you're going away, I'm going with you. Wherever it is.
No, Gabrielle, I'm not going away, anywhere. I don't have to go any farther, because I think I've found the thing I was looking for. Here, in the Valley of the Shadow.
What, Alan? What have you found?
I can't say what it is, but because I don't quite know yet. All right, Duke. We needn't wait any longer. I'd rather...
What is it, Ruby?
Somebody coming in. Speak on the side way.
Hey, Pop, I gotta use your phone.
It's the sheriff, Duke.
What do you want to use the phone for, Sheriff?
Duke Mantee.
Yeah. Get his guns, Jackie. All right, come on, talk. Are you alone? I said, are you alone?
We've been trailing you, Duke, and by heavens, we've caught you.
Ruby, get in here quick. What made you think I'd be around here?
Because they caught your pals. 2 men and a blonde, right?
Where was it? Come on, tell me or I'll tear a hole in you a yard wide.
Caught him in Buckhorn.
Where's that?
New Mexico, Duke. About 90 miles southeast.
When? When?
We heard about it a few minutes ago. The blonde tipped him off about this place. She squealed. The dang squeal. I couldn't figure it out about you being here, but I guess it's the truth, all right.
Hey, Duke, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's wear him out before...
Shut up! Shut up! Give me time to think.
Duke, no, don't waste time thinking. That isn't your game. You've got to keep going and going and going.
Yeah, talking fast. Next thing you know, you'll be laid out flat in a marble slab.
Where'd they take her?
I don't know. Albuquerque, maybe. If we head for there, they'll take us.
You want your revenge, don't you, Duke? You want to go out of your way again to get that blonde who told them you were here. Well, don't you do it, Duke. Even if she did betray you, don't you commit a worse crime. Don't betray yourself. Go on. Run for the border and take your illusions with you.
Boss, I think I hear a car coming.
You're obsolete, Duke. You're like me. You gotta die. Then die for freedom. That's worth it. Don't give up your life for anything as cheap as revenge.
All right, pal. I'm going. Now listen, folks. We've had a pleasant evening here, and I'd hate to spoil it with any killing at the finish. So stay where you are till we're out of sight, because we'll be watching. Better cut the phone wires, Jackie. Hang up the shells, Bugs.
I won't get far, Duke. I've got 20 men coming here to meet me. That's one of their cars he just heard.
Hey, Duke, wait a minute. You're not forgetting me.
Car stopped on the road. The guy with the rifle.
Cops?
Looks like it.
Hicks or G's?
Hicks, lay low.
Jackie, put out the lights.
Might as well give up, man. You haven't got a chance.
Get behind that counter. All of you.
Got one of them, Duke.
Get away from that window. Get behind the counter and keep this mob in here covered. See anything, Jackie?
Only 6 or 7.
Nothing to worry about.
They're trying to work around toward our car.
Yeah, I can see them now. Get out the kitchen door. When enough of them get across the road, give them a couple of bursts to scare them. Then snap back here. And watch yourself, kid.
Okay, Duke.
I'll cover you now.
The United States of America versus Duke Mantee. It's an inspiring moment, isn't it, Gabrielle?
There goes my neon sign. Them deputies, probably all drunk.
Gabrielle, where are you?
Here, on the floor.
Ah, so dark.
Alan, when you get to France, what do you see first?
Customs officers?
But what's the first real sight you see?
Oh, the fields and forests of Normandy, and then...
What, Alan?
And then Paris.
Duke, they're crossing the road. Why doesn't Jackie open up?
Stay where you are. He'll get him.
Paris is the most wonderful place in the world to be in love, isn't it?
All places are marvelous.
Even here.
Especially here, my darling.
Next thing we know, those gas pumps will go up in flames.
As long as I live, I'll be grateful to the Duke.
Alan, will you please kiss me?
Okay, Bugs. Ruby, come on. We're pulling out. Ruby.
It's going to be all over now, Gabrielle.
Not for us, Alan. Never.
Jackie's got killed, Duke. I just seen him.
Yeah, we'll have to leave him. Okay, Mr. Chisholm, you and your wife and the sheriff. You're coming with us.
Me too, Duke?
No, not you, Pop. Come on your feet. Just go through that door with your hands up. None of you get hurt if you keep your hands up and make plenty of noise. Open the door, Ruby. The rest of you stay where you are for a while. Good night, folks.
Hey, Duke.
Alan, keep down.
Duke!
Get out of my way, pal.
Don't let me down now.
You mean you still want it?
It's no matter whether I want it or not. You've got to do it.
Okay, pal. I'll be seeing you soon.
Alan! Alan!
He meant it. He really meant it. I think he's coming too, Gabby.
Alan, look at me.
Doesn't hurt. Or at least it doesn't seem...
It's all right, darling. As soon as we can, we'll get a doctor.
Gabby,
Graham, what can we do? Somebody help me. Please, please.
It's too late. Darling, too late. They were right, Gabrielle. I mean the stars. I had to come all this way to find a reason. Duke understood what it was I wanted. I hope you'll be... I hope, Gabrielle.
What happened? What did you say? Oh. No, don't worry, Alan. I'm not going to be a crybaby about it. I know you died happy. Didn't you, Alan? Didn't you?
Gabby, you all right, Gabby?
Yeah, I'm all right.
And him, Squire.
He's dead.
You should have known, Bose. Mantee'd never missed twice.
Gosh, that's kind of tough. He was a good guy at that. Oh, they got Mantee, Gabby, and that fellow Ruby a couple of 100 yards down the road. They were full of holes.
Gabby?
What, Graham?
Listen, Gabby. Now, here's the funny thing. Mr. Squire, his life insurance policy, $5,000. He made it out to you. Said he wanted you to spend it on a trip to France. Darndest fella I ever did see.
Yeah, me too.
What happened to them society people?
Oh, they're okay. Which reminds me, Mr. Chisholm was kind of worried about his car. I'd better look her over.
Gabby? Gabby, I guess you'll be leaving here now.
Yes, Graham.
Maybe it's all for the best.
He wanted me to. Graham.
Yes?
We'll bury him out there in the petrified forest. He wanted that, too.
Yes. That's what he said, didn't he? Yes, sir. Darndest feller I ever did see.
Thus in your field, my seed of harvestry will thrive, for the fruit is like me that I set.
God bids me tend it with good husbandry. This is the end for which we train on it.
Our stars will be back for their curtain calls in just a minute. You know, after the war, we're going to see some outstanding developments in television. Some of these days, people all over the country may be saying, why, I remember when you just heard things and couldn't see them.
Boy, when that time comes, Mr. Kennedy, my job will be a lot easier when I tell women how Lux Care keeps slips and nighties looking pretty. They'll be able to see what I mean. First, I'll hold up an old-looking rayon slip and say, ladies, look at what strong soap, hot water, and rough handling did to this lovely slip. See how frayed the shoulder straps are. And the seam, it's pulled apart. Notice how faded the color is, too.
Color, Sally? Will we have television in Technicolor, too?
They're working on it. Then after I show that old-looking slip, I'll bring out another and say, and now, ladies, here's the same kind of slip as the first, but this one was washed with lukewarm water and gentle Lux Flakes. Compare the color. See how bright and fresh this second one looks. And see this strap, firm as new. This slip has been luxed 30 times, yet it still looks lovely. You can see for yourself how Lux Care keeps pretty undies new-looking longer. Actually, 3 times longer, the records show.
No, you can't see all that through your radio yet, ladies, but you can prove it for yourself. Actual washing tests show Lux Care keeps undies lovely 3 times longer. So don't risk harsh wash day methods. Keep your undies lovely longer the Lux way. Thomas Mitchell brings our stars back for their curtain call.
Ronald Coleman and Susan Hayward come to the footlights to receive our thanks for bringing the petrified forest back to life in a very moving and convincing manner.
And thanks, may I add, to the fine work of a magnificent cast. Well, Tommy, I'm convinced of one thing tonight, that Susan Hayward is a really splendid actress.
Well, thank you, Ronnie. Coming from you, that is a lovely compliment.
You know, Ronnie, Susan has just produced a double feature.
Double feature?
Mm-hmm. Twin boys.
Twins, eh? Well, both of them?
Mm-hmm. Both redheads, too.
Well, congratulations, Susan. That's quite an achievement for a screen star.
Do they make much noise, Susan?
Do they? Each one yells so loud you can't hear the other.
Oh, they're probably arguing about who gets top billing.
Well, you should know about such things, Ronnie. You have a new little girl of your own.
New? Well, she's 9 months and runs the entire household.
Oh, I understand, Ronnie, you're back from a tour of the Army and Navy hospitals. How did you find the spirit of the boys?
Oh, my dear fellow, a lesson to all of us. In 2 weeks, I talked to about 7,000 of them, Tommy. First, of course, they were happy beyond all belief to be home. And then their next thought was of anything or anybody but themselves. And they wished us good luck as we left.
They wished you luck. Well, that's a pretty wonderful spirit. Thanks for the good report, Ronnie. And coming back to this stage, I'd like to tell you what we've set for next week. Our play is the deeply moving drama Moontide, from John O'Hara's screen hit, filmed by 20th Century Fox. And as the roving dock worker who saves the life of his future bride, we have the formidable Humphrey Bogart in one of his rare and most unusual radio appearances. Co-starred with Mr. Bogart is the ever-appealing Virginia Bruce as the girl who fights death and danger for the man she loves.
It's a fine play and a great cast, Tommy. Good night.
Night.
Good night, and all our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in wishing you to be here with us again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Humphrey Bogart and Virginia Bruce in Moontide. This is Thomas Mitchell saying good night from Hollywood.
Today, in war-devastated countries, 125 million men, women, and children are in dire need of clothing. In many cases, the need for clothing is greater than the need for food. The United National Clothing Collection, the only drive of its kind this spring, is asking every American family to help fill this need Help prevent misery and death among these suffering millions overseas. Search your home from cellar to attic, through closets and trunks, for every bit of clothing you can spare. Take it to your nearest collection depot this week. You can get the address from your local newspaper or radio station. Thomas Mitchell appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, who are celebrating their 30th anniversary. He can soon be seen in Captain Eddie. Heard in tonight's cast were Norman Field, Bill Martell, Leo Cleary, Ed Emerson, Eddie Marr, Charles Seal, Regina Wallace, Jay Novello, and Herbert Rawlinson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Moontide with Humphrey Bogart and Virginia Bruce.
It's Spry for cake, Spry for pie, Spry for all you bake and fry. Depend on Spry for feather-light cakes, tender, flaky pastry, golden, digestible fried foods, for all your cooking. Remember the word for pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y, Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Moontide with Humphrey Bogart and Virginia Bruce. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte Foods presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, Gold Fever.
It all started when the phone at the head of the Tambourine Bar opened up along in the afternoon. Chris was serving a lonely customer at one of the side tables, so I got up front and answered it. Yeah, Cafe Tambourine.
Hello.
Hello, who is it?
I must speak to Jordan Bay.
This is Jordan Bay.
I must make no mistake. Are you sure?
Look, I don't know who I am. What is it?
You must hurry, Jordan Bay. Come as quickly as you can.
Who said so?
Pete Servos. He must see you at once without delay.
Wait a minute. Who did you say?
Pete Servos.
Servos?
Come right away, Jordan Bay, as quickly as you can.
Well, where do I find him? Hello? Where do I find him? Oh, great. Pete Servos. That could be only one man, and his name meant only one thing, gold. The kind you never find. Only dirt and sweat and too much heartache. Yeah, Servos had gold fever the worst way. I guess he'd always had it. He talked me into scratching around with him in the high Sierras once a long time ago. All the gold we ever found could have been picked up on the point of a pin. Well, I got my fill of it and finally gave up, but Pete was off to chase some other rainbow. And that was the last I'd seen of him. And why he was in Cairo and what he wanted to see me about was anybody's guess. And where I'd find him was a little point my caller had neglected to tell me.
A disturbing phone call, Mr. Jordan?
With my mind on the Servos puzzle, I only half heard the voice. It came from my lone customer at a nearby table. He'd been frequenting the Tambourine the last few days, a big, ruddy, solid-set man, a combination of poise and strength named von Rundstedt, from across Africa in the Boer country.
Not that it is any of my affair, understand? Light for your cigarette, Mr. Jordan?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I fear that I am becoming a fixture in your cafe. Well, a wanderer gets the habit of settling in a spot where he feels at home.
Well, stay as long as you like.
You are generous. Will you sit down?
Yeah, okay.
You, been around the continent much, Mr. Jordan?
Africa? Oh, not much.
Remarkable changes since the war, especially in the past few months. The recent gold strike in South Africa, for example.
Gold strike? What brought that up?
Oh, just a passing thought. You know, they tell me you're something of an adventurer. Oh, still worried about the phone call, Mr. Jordan?
Huh? Oh, sorry, Mr. Van Rootstedt.
I was just wondering why you have not thought of chasing after some of the yellow stuff.
Oh, no. Gave that up years ago.
You can never be sure. Once he has felt it, the lust for gold lies dormant in every man.
Yeah, maybe so, but it's not for me.
That is easy to say, but after all, when he least expects it, a man's luck might show him a rich vein, one way or another. Is that not so?
Yeah, you might say that.
One never knows, Mr. Jordan. One never knows.
Van Rootstedt broke it off about then and went out into the street. I stayed close to the phone, and what seemed like hours later, it began ringing again. Hello, Tambourine.
Hello. I must speak to Jordan Bay.
Look, I'm Jordan Bay.
Oh, where are you, Jordan Bay?
Where do you think I am? Where's Servos?
Pete Servos? He's waiting for you. Why do you not come?
One little detail. How do I find him?
I told you. Are you Jordan Bay?
For the last time, where is he? Where does he live? The address.
Oh, so careless of me.
Come on now, let's have it.
Room 207 at the Pyramid House. Hurry, Jordan Bay.
I got outside, flagged down a taxi, and made a quick deal with the driver to look up the Pyramid House. He honked his way across the Muskie Bazaar and finally pulled up in front of an ancient brownstone affair, a little more on the ratty side than most. I told the cabbie to wait around. Then I was up the steps, down a dark hall, and knocking at 207.
Who is it?
It's Rocky, Pete.
Get inside, Rocky.
Pete, what's the matter with you?
Better help me to bed.
Sure. Come on. Take it easy.
Thanks. I've been looking all over for you, Rocky.
Well, I can see now why you had to send somebody else. What happened?
A couple of bullets I picked up.
Oh, we better take care of it.
No, I'm all right. Just slowed me down a little.
Yeah, bullets will do that.
Yeah, won't they, though?
How'd you get them?
A lot anybody cares.
Same old thing, huh, Pete? Gold?
Yeah, same old thing. I don't give up, Rocky.
I told you to forget it while you could.
You think I could? It's been in my blood, and what can I do about it? I've been digging ever since I could hold up a pig.
Yeah, what'd it get you? A couple of bullets and a bunch of tattoos on your arm.
Plenty of new ones since I saw you last.
Oh, yeah. Hey, why the numbers tattooed there on your right arm?
Oh, there? That's my Social Security number.
At this rate, you'll never live to collect it.
I won't need it.
Still think you'll strike it, don't you, Pete?
Nobody's stopping me. Not even that no-good wife of mine.
Well, I didn't know you were married.
And I don't know why. What kind of a woman is it that won't stay by you? Share your dreams. Even help you dig.
It's a tough life, Pete.
How do you think it is for me? Yeah, stay home, she says. Give it up. But she'll be around plenty quick when there's gold. I know her.
Where is she now?
Right here in Cairo, wouldn't you know? Checked into the Continental last week. And she can stay there.
Look, Pete, if you didn't send for me about the bullets, what is it?
What do you think?
Well?
Rocky, I've finally struck it.
What? You trying to tell me...
I found gold. A vein bigger than we ever dreamed about. South Africa lode. After all these years, I found it.
That doesn't concern me.
Cut it out, Rocky. You're not over the fever any more than I am.
I told you, Pete, I'm through with it.
Yeah? Wait till you hear this, Rocky. I'm putting the whole mine in your name.
My name?
Let Clarissa try and get her hands on it then. Let her try. It's all yours. She can't touch it.
Now, wait a minute, Pete. You can't do that.
We'll share 70-30. 70 goes to me. That's all right, ain't it?
That's not the idea.
It's ours, Rocky. Enough gold to keep us both on easy street the rest of our lives.
I told you I got over the gold fever a long time ago.
Don't be silly. It's great having a gold mine, ain't it? From now on, we worry about nothing. No more digging and sweating and dying.
You're getting tired, Pete. Come on, let's just forget it, huh?
What's there to forget? It ain't like I'm asking you a favor.
Take it easy, Pete. Maybe I'll see you later.
Yeah? You'll be back, Rocky. I ain't worrying. You'll be back.
Lock snapped on the inside, and I went down the hall and down the steps. Well, that was a new one. A guy offering you a gold mine on a silver platter. But I didn't want it. I didn't want any part of it. All I wanted was some fresh air. Just as I reached the front door, somebody drew back away from the glass. I got outside in time to see him dodge into a doorway a little way down. I was sure it was my customer from the tambourine, Van Rutstedt. Right away, I remembered all his talk about gold fever. I wanted to know what he was doing there, so I went out after him. Hey, Van Rutstedt! Van Rutstedt, come back here! He ran without looking back, and all at once he was in a car and driving fast. My taxi was still waiting, so I got back and shook the cabbie awake.
Do not be impatient, sir.
Try and follow that car, quick.
Oh, I have the very fine taxi. At times it can go very fast.
And take this pound note and get going.
We are going, Effendi.
He took that turn to the left.
Oh, there is the car. Far ahead.
All right, don't lose it. Come on, step on it.
There is no finer taxi in all of Cairo. As I say, it can go fast.
Another pound note if you catch that car.
It is a deal.
He swung off to the right. Can you make it?
Hold tightly, sir. Sir, look ahead.
Pull up, cabbie, pull up.
The car stands across the road. We are blocked.
Use the brakes. Stop it.
I am trying, but
too late. We hit the car broadside, and the taxi front crumbled like a paper cup. One glance told me the cabbie was all right, so I was out and running to the other car. And it didn't take any time to see the car was empty. Van Rutstedt was gone.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Hey, here comes Joe Johnson in the house after a long, hot day's work in the garden.
Man, am I thirsty. I sure could use something cold and refreshing to drink. Oh, I wonder what's in the refrigerator. Hey, Del Monte tomato juice. That's for me. Opener. Glass.
Right, Joe. For refreshment, there's nothing like Del Monte tomato juice.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Yes, indeed. Del Monte tomato juice is made from fresh, ripe Western tomatoes, the flavor tomatoes.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
True. Del Monte tomatoes are rushed directly from field to cannery to protect their fresh, natural taste.
Del Monte tomato juice is refreshing.
Right. Del Monte tomatoes are pressed immediately at the cannery to preserve all the sunny, rich goodness of those deep red, vine-ripened tomatoes.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing.
Fresh, natural, refreshing. That's Del Monte tomato juice. Look for it at your grocer's. Keep a can or two in your refrigerator. And remember, for real refreshment, buy fresh-tasting Del Monte tomato juice every time. And now back to Rocky Jordan and tonight's story, Gold Fever.
Well, it took some time trying to pacify the little driver for the damage to his taxi, but I had other problems. Like Van Rutstedt following me to Pete's house, and why he'd run off when I tried to question him. Yeah, and I was thinking about a rich gold strike in South Africa that Service wanted to hand over to me, just to keep his wife Clarissa from getting any part of it. I decided it was time for a talk with her, so I went over to the Continental Hotel. Clarissa was there, but not exactly like I'd expected her. She was still young and pretty, like you want an American girl to be pretty. But there was something gone. She was thin, and the skin was taut across her cheekbones. She wasn't sure about letting me in.
Who are you?
My name's Jordan. Rocky Jordan.
That means nothing to me.
I've just been talking to your husband.
I see. What does he want with me?
Not a thing, Clarissa. But he's going to get well, if that interests you.
What do you mean?
A couple of bullets he picked up somewhere. Or didn't you know?
I didn't know. How could I?
He's your husband.
Oh. And didn't Pete tell you I've come halfway around the world to Cairo to find him? To make one last try to get him to come home?
Did you think he would?
I don't know. Pete was such a good guy. He was a little like I think you are, Rocky.
He's still the same to me.
We might have been happy. But every time we got settled with a home, he'd learn of some new strike, and he was gone.
Well, you must have known that about him before you were married.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But I didn't know what it meant. I didn't realize there was no end to it. Now he won't even see me. So now I don't care.
He's still got gold on his mind, Clarissa.
Yes. Well, I hate it. Hunting for gold is foul and stupid, and I hate it.
How about finding gold?
He'll never find it.
It so happens he has.
What?
Pete's finally struck it rich.
I told you, Rocky, I don't care.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
What would you say if Pete put that mine he found in my name?
I'd say he can do anything he wants with it. I'm going back home now. And forget Pete's service if it's the last thing I ever do.
There's another one for you. Pete puts the mine in my name to keep his wife's hands off of it. Only she tells me she doesn't want any part of it or him either. That's when I doubled back to Pete's place to get a few things straight. When I got there, the first thing I noticed was the door smashed open. Inside, the mattress was half off the bed, the bureau drawers open. Pete wasn't around, but somebody else was. Captain Sabaya, Cairo Police.
Well, Joel...
Sam, what's this all about?
You will touch nothing.
What's happened to Service? Where is he?
Pete Service at this moment is on his way to the morgue. He's dead.
Dead?
Does that surprise you so much, Jordan?
Oh, I knew he had some bullet holes, but he said he was recovering.
The bullets which killed him were fired within the past hour, and a very thorough job.
Any idea who did it?
A man hasty in his opinions is neither wise nor honorable.
I think you better look for somebody named von Rutstedt, Sam.
Jordan, a certain informant tells me you were here to see Service this afternoon. For what purpose?
Just a friendly visit.
Indeed. What did you talk about?
Oh, old times, Pete's gold strike.
Is that all?
What are you driving at?
Would you have killed Service for his mine?
Sam, you know me better than that. Service was an old friend.
Jordan, someday you will learn that withholding information serves you no good.
I've told you everything, Sam.
Then how do you explain this letter?
Letter? Where you get it?
I found it among papers in his desk. It is addressed to Rocky Jordan. I, Pete Service, hereby grant to you full and complete ownership of my gold stake in South Africa on the one condition that I receive 70% of the profits from said mine throughout my life. Signed, Pete Service.
Let me see that.
It will be held for possible evidence, Jordan.
Oh, but the letter's to me.
Do not fear, Jordan. It appears certain that you are the complete owner of a gold mine. Now that Service is dead.
Yeah, looks that way.
And now, Jordan... You will kindly tell me where the gold mine is located.
Where it's located?
Yes, Jordan.
You know something, Sam? I haven't any idea.
Come, Jordan. You mean to say a man gives you a mine, but he does not tell you where it is?
That's right.
Indeed. Come with me, Jordan. I have something to show you.
Sam put me in his black limousine with him, and we made the trip to headquarters without saying much. There, he nodded me down some familiar steps that led to the morgue. Halfway along the big room, he drew back a sheet that covered Pete's Service.
Observe, Jordan.
It's Pete, if that's what you're asking.
You say you knew him well.
Long time ago.
Notice the forearm and near the wrist.
Oh, looks like a bad burn or something.
It is a burn, put there after the killing.
What about it?
The killer obviously wanted to erase whatever was recorded there, a tattoo mark perhaps.
Oh, he had a lot of tattoos.
But this one, can you recall what it was?
Afraid not, Sam.
Very well. However, if your memory should suddenly return, let me know.
I had noticed some numbers on Pete's arm that afternoon, but they wouldn't come back to me. After all, I wanted to clear up Pete's death, and the numbers might help. I had a hunch von Rundstedt knew. But going back to Clarissa was quicker. There was a chance she could help. The news of Pete's killing had been a shock to her, but she was packing to leave.
Can't we just forget about it, Rocky?
We've got to find a killer, Clarissa.
Why? It had to end this way sooner or later. Will you hand me that grip, please?
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
Thanks.
Pete had some numbers tattooed on his right arm. They've been burned off. What were they?
I don't remember any numbers.
You sure?
Yes, Rocky, yes. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do you have any pictures of Pete around?
Box in the top bureau. I was about to throw them away.
Oh, thanks. These all you have?
Yes, they're all I have.
This one here in the bathing suit. How long ago was it taken?
What? That was at Daytona Beach. Just before he left me for South Africa 6 months ago.
The numbers weren't on his arm then.
I told you they weren't.
Yeah, that means he had them put there after he made the gold strike.
What difference does it make?
Don't you see? They could be the location of the mine, and longitude and latitude. The numbers are all we need.
I see. Rocky.
Huh?
Just why did you come here?
I'm trying to clear up Pete's death, Clarissa.
Are you?
Whoever killed him is after that mine. He knows where it is.
And you'd like to know, too, wouldn't you, Rocky?
And there's nothing to do with it.
Are you sure it hasn't? You said you'd put gold out of your mind a long time ago.
You said the mine didn't matter to you.
Well, it doesn't, Rocky, but can't you see what happened to Pete? I hoped it wouldn't happen to you. You got the fever now, haven't you? You want that mine.
Look, the gold's there and it belongs to me. Why shouldn't I try to find it?
Yes, why not? Gold can change a man so quickly.
Are you trying to stop me?
No. No, go ahead. I feel sorry for you, Rocky. I feel sorry.
What she was driving at didn't set with me. I got out into the Cairo night. As I tried to walk it off down the Sharia El Mar, I made up my mind I was finding von Rundstedt if it took digging out every hole in Cairo. That turned out too easy. He was waiting in a doorway, a gun leveled at my ribs.
Take care, Jordan. Walk ahead.
You're kind of hard to catch, von Rundstedt.
We will talk in good time.
About who? Service?
To the left. Down the alleyway.
Oh, we're going to make it real private.
Shut up. No. Stand there now, with your back to the wall.
Right, you're calling it.
No tricks if you are wise.
I'm getting wise to a lot of things.
Oh, that I followed you after the phone call in your cafe this afternoon? Yeah, it is true.
Yeah, right to Service's place. Did you kill him?
There is no reason to hide it from you. We talked for a while. Then I killed him.
And burned the numbers off his arm. Why? Because they told the location of the mine?
No one knows where the mine is except me. And you, Jordan.
I forgot the numbers.
I could never be sure.
So you figure burn them out of me?
There is no other way.
One little request, huh?
It is your last.
In close and clean.
As you wish.
Last step was his mistake. That's when my shoe caught his shin hard. He doubled for a split second, and my hand came down with a drill cut in the back of his neck. And Rundstedt dropped flat in his face, and the gun clattered away. I scrambled over and came up with it. It was that easy.
You're around, Jordan.
All right, come up, Van Rundstedt.
I should have shot you while I could.
Now we'll talk about the mine. Clear it up.
Yeah, you will want to know, Jordan. If Servos did not tell you, he did not find that mine. It was I who made the strike.
That's not what he told me.
You fool. Why do you think he gave the mine to you? Why should he put it in your name?
To keep it away from his wife.
How can you believe that, Jordan? Servos stole that mine from me. Before I could file, he was ahead of me. It was in his name. And it was too late.
Well, it's in my name now.
Yeah. Servos thought that would protect him from me. But I killed him for only one reason. Because he took what was mine. I killed him just as I will kill you.
Only I got the gun.
That poses a problem for you, does it not? I alone am in your way now. Unless you shoot me. Well, go ahead, Jordan. Pull the trigger and get what you want.
I was looking at him, but all at once I was seeing myself. Yeah, what Sam and Clarissa and now Von Rundstedt had said about me getting gold fever was right. I did want that mine, bad enough to kill. I could shoot, and I was safe, and this was my big chance.
Go ahead, Jordan. You have only to pull the trigger. Self-defense, you can call it, and then you will be free of me.
You deserve to die. You murdered Service.
That is it. Just try yourself, Jordan. Gold fever has no regard for fair play. I can see it in your eyes. You want to kill me, don't you? So you can get the mine.
You'd have killed me.
So now is your chance. You will find the mine somehow. The mine is all yours now. Just raise the gun, Jordan. Pull the trigger. Shoot, Jordan.
No. I'm not going to kill you, Von Rundstedt. That won't be necessary. Not for me.
It was a difficult decision, was it not, Gordon?
The police.
Sam, how long you been there?
I witnessed everything. Ali, Greco, take this Van Ronstedt away quickly.
Yes, Captain. Sam, you won't be needing that service pistol.
For which I am very happy. I would have hated to see you raise the gun to kill him.
He killed Servos, Sam.
Yes, Jordan. I know. You see, the police have not been idle.
Looks like you've been way ahead of me.
But Van Ronstedt was right. The mine was stolen from him by Pete Servos. In fact, I have learned many things from the South African authorities.
Huh? Including what else?
Van Ronstedt was a most strange and unpredictable man, known throughout South Africa.
Oh, and I'm listening.
He, too, had gold fever, but of a most severe nature. In his time, he had discovered a dozen mines. Each of them, to him, worth a fortune.
To him? What are you getting at, Sam?
Just this, Jordan. Both you and Pete Servos were fooled by a man with hallucinations who owned a mine that was worthless.
More from Rocky Jordan in just a moment. Let's step outdoors and join the Ellis family at their barbecue.
Boy, those hamburgers look good. I'm starved, honey. How long do I have to listen to them sizzling there on the griddle?
Take it easy, darling. All in good time. I'll just turn it over. There, that's about it. They're ready.
Let me at 'em.
Toasted bun. Hamburger patty. Here you are.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't. Not plain like that. Where's the catsup? The one you served yesterday with the special flavor.
Oh, you mean Del Monte catsup.
You bet he means Del Monte catsup. The catsup with that special flavor. Tomato flavor at its best. It's lively, it's tangy, it's rich. Blended and simmered down according to a treasured recipe, Del Monte catsup on sizzling hamburgers, steak, or chops is a real flavor treat. And Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. Look for it at your grocer's. Remember, for flavor first, it's Del Monte catsup every time. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, there wasn't much more to clear up. Sam and his men took care of Van Ronstedt, and all that was left for me to do was to have a little talk with Clarissa. I bought her a cup of coffee in an all-night cafe and told her what had happened.
Well, Rocky, I'm glad it's over.
Me too. You know, I just took the cure. I'm out of the gold business.
I hope for keeps.
You can count on it.
So it was all for nothing, then. Pete dreamed and stole and died for a mine without any gold.
That's right.
You know, somehow I'm glad he never found out.
What about you now, Clarissa?
Me? I need to go home for a while.
Wish you didn't.
Maybe sometime I'll come back to Cairo. Perhaps I'll see you then.
Not scared of gold fever anymore?
No. But there are other kinds of fever, Rocky. Let's wait and see.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte ketchup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Cairo Vendetta. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role, and is directed and produced by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Here's a cool suggestion for a hot day. Chilled Del Monte fruit cocktail and cottage cheese. Everybody likes colorful, delicious Del Monte fruit cocktail. Serve tempting Del Monte fruit cocktail, the brand that puts flavor first. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
The world toasts Roma, and Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for Roma Wines, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, our stars are Mr. Robert Young and Margot. The suspense play which stars Robert Young and Margot, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, is A Tale of Ordeal by Fire by Cornell Woolrich. And so, with the night reveals and with the performances of Robert Young and Margot, Roma again hopes to keep you in suspense.
Go ahead, tell us the story, Mr. Jordan. Might help to get it out of your system.
Yes. Go ahead, Harry.
What, tell it here, Marie, in front of you?
Sure, I can stand it if you can.
Well, all right. I'll tell it from when I first began to know, for sure, 2 weeks ago. I should have known before that something was wrong. I should have known by her eyes. There was a queer look in them, staring at me one minute and avoiding me the next. Well, I came home late one Monday night. They were asleep, my son Johnny and my wife here, Marie. I lay in bed reviewing my day's work. You see, I'm an investigator for the Herkimer Fire Insurance Company. And while thinking about the fire on 2nd Avenue, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was sitting bolt upright, wide awake, with a strange feeling of being alone in the room. I looked towards Marie's bed. It's too dark to see. I called, Marie. Marie! There was no answer. I got up and walked to her bed. The quilt was bunched up. I pulled the covers down. The bed was empty. In the bathroom. No, she wasn't there. And not in Johnny's room either. Johnny was alone. Marie wasn't in the apartment. I put on the light and looked at my watch. It was 2 a.m. Got dressed and walked out and rang for the elevator. It was nothing. Of course, it was nothing important, but my heart kept hammering away.
Morning, Mr. Jordan. Kind of late for the...
Yes, good morning, Steve. Did you see my wife go down?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. About half an hour ago, I'd say.
Yes, of course. Did you see which way she went?
Yes, she went towards 3rd Avenue. Said she was going
Went to the drugstore, I guess.
Yes, that's right. There's one over on 96th Street. Open all night.
Thanks. That was it. She went to the drugstore. I was worried over nothing at all. I didn't know what to do quite. I didn't want to follow her, but the elevator boy was watching me, so I strolled easily along towards 3rd Avenue. I stood on the deserted dark corner and looked up and down the street. Then I saw her coming. She was walking towards me briskly.
Harry! What are you doing here?
Well, I got up and saw you were gone, and
I couldn't sleep. I had a dreadful headache, so I decided to go down for some aspirin.
Yes. Yes, of course. The drugstore on 96th Street. But you were coming from 98th Street.
I took a little walk. I thought some fresh air would do me some good.
Yes, it is a nice night.
I've only been gone about 10 minutes.
Steve says you were gone about a half hour.
It was only 10 minutes. What time is it now?
2:35.
I've been out for almost 15 minutes.
Oh, it's more than...
It was 15 minutes, no more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Everything seemed all right. Still, I felt something was wrong. We got into our apartment and we both went to bed. For a minute or so, we said nothing.
You've been working hard, Harry. Don't you think you ought to take a week off and sort of rest up?
Oh, I feel perfectly all right, dear. There's nothing wrong with me.
Listen. A fire. A fire.
Yes, not far. Over east a couple of blocks. By the river, I'd say. That's my district.
A fire.
Oh, what the... Hello.
Hello, Harry. I'm sorry to wake you in the middle of the night. There's a bad one over near you between 2nd and 3rd. Maybe a total loss.
Between 2nd and 3rd, Mr. Parmenter? An apartment building?
Yeah, 98th Street. 340 East 98. I called you because I'd like you to go there direct first thing in the morning instead of coming to the office, okay? I'll meet you there.
Okay, Mr. Parmenter. Good night.
A fire? On 98th Street?
Yeah. I couldn't see Marie in the dark. I knew she was staring at me. I was very tired. Good night, Marie.
Good night, Harry.
This is a story of a husband and a wife. In a moment, as the story continues, we shall learn how they came to know that death was living with them. Tonight, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, brings you Robert Young and Margot as stars of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Somewhere tonight, perhaps in Havana, Cuba, a man and a girl sit at a table in a gay cafe. Music, laughter fill the big room. A tropic breeze stirs the palms in the terrace. As we watch, the young man pours wine into their glasses. They raise them in a toast to each other.
Salud.
Salud. Ah, an excellent wine, Verda. As pleasant to the taste as your beauty is to the eye.
Oh.
Do you know where this fine wine comes from? It comes from our good neighbor to the north, Los Estados Unidos. From America. His name is Roma.
Yes, from our own America, from our own sunny California come Roma wines. Made in California for the enjoyment of the world. Doesn't that tell you all you need to know to make you want to choose Roma wines for your own use? Whether your particular preference is for a nut brown sherry, a delicious red claret, a full-bodied burgundy, when you choose Roma, you know you are getting the world's best wine value. For Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Only through such tremendous popularity can Roma afford to sell so reasonably wines into which have gone all the care and wine knowledge that produce wine masterpieces. There is a Roma wine for every taste. Simply choose the one you like best. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Robert Young as Harry Jordan and Margot as Marie, his wife, in The Night Reveals, a story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Go on, Mr. Jordan.
Well, gentlemen, the next morning I went over to 98th Street to inspect the remains of number 340 and to see if there was evidence of anything suspicious about the origin of the fire. Mr. Parmenter was there.
Well, there it is. Gutted. I guess we'll be paying off on this one, all right.
Yeah. Completely burned out. Anyone hurt?
A few, but no one dead. Lucky they just installed the new fire escapes.
Just the walls left. That fire must have been quite a sight in the height of its glory.
Yeah, quite a sight. Hey, those walls look pretty bad. They might collapse almost any time.
Yeah, the building will have to be raised. That fire did a good job.
Oh, here's the commissioner.
Hello, Belvedere. Jordan.
How are you, Mr. Morale?
You know anything about the fire, Commissioner?
No, not a thing.
Well, we'll take a look.
I wouldn't go in there, Jordan. Those walls are pretty
I
bad.
can take care of myself.
Maybe you better not go inside, huh?
Don't worry about me. I know fires as well as anyone. You stay outside, Mr. Parmenter. I'm going in. I walked gingerly into the blackened, ruined hallway, in ashes up to my ankles, until I reached the remains of the stairway. Underneath were several baby carriages, just twisted pieces of metal. A burned fragment of something fell nearby.
Come on back, Jordan.
I'm all right. I poked around the carriages, sifting through the clean, fine ashes. Something caught my eye. A glob of yellow metal. I picked it up. Then I worked my way out.
Burned through, isn't she?
Yep. Clean through. Nothing left of her.
Did you find anything, Harry?
Nothing much. The fire started in the hallway, all right. Cellar's untouched. Fire works its way up.
What's that in your hand?
Well, that is just a piece of metal I found. Here. I just picked it up for my kid. He likes shiny things.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Probably one of those gadgets they have on baby carriages.
No, I guess you're right. It isn't anything.
But it was something. I had run my fingernail across this glob of metal. It looked like gold. I decided to examine it in detail at home.
Hello, Daddy.
Hiya, Johnny.
Mama says I was bad today.
Harry, you're home early.
Yes, I got through sooner than I expected, and
What is it, Harry?
Your locket. You're not wearing it. You never had it off before.
My locket? Well, don't you remember?
Daddy, can I go over to see Davy Taylor for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
All right. Gee, thanks, Daddy.
You shouldn't have done that. I didn't want him to go. He hasn't had his dinner.
Never mind, Johnny. What did you say happened to the locket?
Well, I gave it to you.
To me?
Yes, I put it in your pocket to have it fixed. The catch was loose.
I don't remember.
You've been very forgetful lately. Very forgetful.
Maybe you thought you gave it to me.
No, I put it in your pocket, Harry. I forgot to mention it to you. I wanted you to take it to the jeweler's and get the catch fixed. I just put it in your coat pocket while you were shaving.
When?
Yesterday? Yes. Yesterday morning.
Then it should be in my pocket now. I wore this suit yesterday, too. Nothing in my pockets, Marie.
Well?
Marie.
Yes, Harry?
Is anything wrong with you? Don't you feel...
With me? No, of course not. I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. There's not a thing wrong with me.
You look worried, as if you've got something on your mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I've just been having a headache.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
Oh, no, it really doesn't amount to much.
Well, I think I'll take another look for the locket. Which suit did you say you put it in?
Your blue suit, I think. Or maybe it was the gray, though. I don't quite...
I couldn't make it out. What had she done with the locket? Had she pawned it? Had she given it away? Then I remembered something. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I looked at this shapeless little glob of yellow metal. I rubbed the blackened spots away, all of it until it was gleaming. I studied it, turning it over and over. I noticed a thin crack. It was small, so I took a nail file out of the medicine chest and began to file it. I kept filing until I had enlarged the crack to the full length of a piece of gold. Then I slipped the nail file inside and pried it open. Tiny fragments of glass, and then I saw a piece of scorched paper. It was a photograph. Picture of my son, Johnny. This glob of metal was my wife's locket. I put the locket and the picture in my pocket and walked out. For the next hour, I sat trying to read a book while Marie busied herself, first feeding Johnny and then helping him with his homework.
What's the largest continent in the world?
Oh, I know. It's Asia.
And the next largest?
Oh, that's easy. Africa. It's full of jungles. That's where Tarzan lives.
Isn't it time for Johnny to be in bed?
Oh, yes, I had no idea it was so late. Run along to your room, Johnny. I'll be in a minute.
All right, Mother. Good night, Dad.
Good night, Johnny. Sleep well.
He's getting along very well in school, except for arithmetic. He seems to be having a little trouble.
Oh, Johnny will be all right.
Yes. Johnny will be all right. I know he'll be all right.
I watched her. She seemed very uneasy. I walked over to my pipe rack where I kept several books of matches in a jar. There weren't any there. All this time I knew she was watching me closely. I looked behind the rack. There wasn't a match around. What the devil happened to all my matches?
I have a match here. Let me light it for you.
Did you take the matches out of the jar, Marie?
Well,
Did you?
Yes, I needed them in the kitchen. Shall I light your pipe for you?
No, I'll light it myself. I picked a match out of the booklet. It was a clean white match with a green head. I struck it against the side. The match sputtered up into a yellow flame, fringed on the bottom with blue. Marie stared at it, till I felt the sharp bite of the flame on my thumb.
Would you like a cup of tea, Harry?
No, dear, I don't think so. I watched her. Her hand casually brushed along the table and picked up the matches. Marie!
Oh.
Leave the matches on the table.
I need them. I'm rather short of matches, and the pilot light isn't working.
Is this the only book of matches in the house?
I'll have to get some tomorrow. Where are you going, Harry?
Get a drink of water.
No. I'll get it for you, Harry.
Never mind, Marie. I'll get it myself. I went into the kitchen. There was a paper bag alongside the gas range. Matches. All thrown in, helter-skelter. Books of matches and safety matches, all mixed together. I walked back and sat down in my chair. She sat a few feet away, torturing a handkerchief. She looked so helpless and terrified that my anger passed away. Marie, you've been having headaches lately. Perhaps you ought to see a doctor. You haven't been looking too well.
I'm just tired. It's nothing serious.
Look, how would you like to go away for a few days? Take a vacation. I'll get a maid to take care of Johnny and me. It'll do you a lot of good.
No, I don't need a vacation. There's nothing wrong with me, but, Harry, there is...
Yes?
There's nothing the matter with...
You were about to say something else.
I've got to go into Johnny's room and see that he's covered. He always throws the covers off.
I sat there looking at the door. Then I glanced about the room. There was the pack of matches lying open on the table. I closed the cover, and my eye caught her purse lying nearby. It was bulging.
Harry!
Well, what's the matter?
My purse!
Yes, your purse. Here, look. See, the handle's loose. And it's full of matches. A dozen books of them. And these newspaper clippings.
Give it back to me.
Why are you saving these clippings? Why do you carry matches with you?
I bought the matches in a store. They were a dozen for 5 cents.
These clippings, look here. Fire on 112th Street causes severe damage. And these others. Why are you saving these clippings, Marie?
There's nothing wrong in that. I'm interested in your work. I intend to keep a file on fires. It'll help you in your work.
Well, that's very considerate, Marie.
Oh, Harry, you're so good. Why should this have to happen to us?
Towards midnight, I went to bed. Marie didn't follow me. I lay in the semi-darkness, wide awake, trying to think what I should do. I couldn't collect my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the flame of the match, yellow and blue, crawling along the matchstick. Then Marie came in with a cup of steaming liquid.
Drink this, Harry. It'll help you sleep.
Oh, what is it?
It's cocoa. It's very good for you.
I'm not the one that's having trouble falling asleep.
We both couldn't sleep last night. I'm taking some of this myself as soon as I go to bed.
All right, leave it on the nightstand.
Be sure to drink it while it's hot.
Yes, Marie, I will.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Marie. Cocoa. Then suddenly I knew. I looked around quickly for something to pour it in. There was the radiator pan. It was empty. I poured the cup of liquid into it. Then I lay back and waited. Waited for her next move. About a half hour later, I heard the door open softly and Marie tiptoed towards my bed.
Harry. Are you asleep?
I didn't answer, but breathed evenly. She hovered for a moment over me, then she tiptoed out, carefully closing the door behind her. I dashed out of bed and hurried into my clothes. Quickly, I poured the liquid from the pan into a bottle and put it into my pocket. Then I grabbed my coat and followed her. I rang for the elevator. She had only a few minutes headway. I would catch up to her easily, and then we'd have a showdown. Steve looked at me with controlled amazement. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
My wife went down a moment ago, didn't she?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. Just took her down.
She went towards 3rd Avenue, didn't she?
I think so. She sort of stopped me for a minute and then turned towards 3rd. Had to get back to the elevator because you were ringing.
When I reached the corner, I looked up and down 3rd Avenue. Then I saw her. She was walking north. I crossed to the other side of the street and followed her, keeping at a distance. At 98th Street, she turned east. Down the middle of the block was the remains of last night's fire. She paused in front of the gutted building for a long time, just stood there, looking at it. Then she walked inside. I waited for a few seconds and then followed her. It was pitch dark in the burnt-out hallway. Ahead of me, I could see the glow of a match. Then I saw what she was doing. She was collecting the charred debris near the baby carriages. How foolish. There wasn't anything that could burn there now. She lit another match. I watched the flame light up her face. A face so intent upon her work that she didn't hear me approach. Marie?
Who's there?
It's me, Harry.
Harry, why did you...
Come along, Marie. We'd better get out of here. The police. I took her hand, and without a word, she came along. We walked home in complete silence. We both knew. When we came to our apartment house, I stopped and rang for the elevator. In the light of the hallway, I could see her face. My wife's face. Ashy gray. Her eyes bright and painful. You run upstairs, Marie. I'll be along in a minute.
Harry, where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Please, Harry, don't do anything.
You run along, Marie.
You're not going to...
No, I'm only going to the drugstore to get something. I'll be back in a few minutes. I came home a half hour later. She was waiting for me.
Did you do it, Harry? Harry, please tell me. I've got to know.
I had the cocoa you gave me analyzed.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. Don't you see? I couldn't help it.
It was very easy for the druggist, especially when I told him what I thought was in it. Sodium amytal. That's the stuff that makes you sleep through an earthquake.
Please try to understand, Harry. You must understand.
Is the kid asleep?
Yes, Johnny's all right.
I was sorry for Marie. She looked so haggard and worn. It wasn't her fault. I'm sorry for myself. My head was roaring. I wasn't feeling too well. Kept seeing sparks in front of my eyes. I closed my eyes for a moment.
Let's go to bed, Harry.
Marie, we can do something. Let's burn up every match. Every match in the house. We'll never bring another match in here.
No, Harry, we can't do that.
You don't want to?
No, Harry, not now.
See, this is the first book. It's turning black. We'll do it with every book of matches.
It's no use, Harry.
Strange, isn't it, that this should happen to me? Me, a fire inspector. That's funny. Give me the matches, Marie, all the matches.
No, I can't do it. I won't.
Give them to me.
Please don't take them. I'll do anything you want, anything.
Where did you hide them? Tell me, where are they?
Inside the range, behind the paper bag.
I dropped her hand and she sank to the floor in a huddle, weeping. Then I went into the kitchen and got all the matches. By now, my anger was cooling off. Look, Marie, look up. See? I'll light each book of matches, one at a time, until they're all gone up in smoke. Yellow flame licked its way down the matches. The cover caught fire and blackened. I watched her look at the flame with dazed eyes.
Listen, Harry, do you hear?
Just someone in the hall.
Oh, it's more than someone. Something's happened. Something has happened.
I'll take a look.
Hey, Mr. Jordan, the house is on fire.
The house is on fire.
Yes, Marie, wake up Johnny.
Johnny!
We'll have to hurry. The flames are coming up the stairs. There's an upward draft.
What's the matter, Mother?
The house is on fire. We've got to get out, Johnny. Come on.
It's too late to go down. We'll have to go up through the roof.
Oh, I've hurt my leg.
Come along, Johnny.
Mother, wait for Mother.
She'll come along.
No, I want to wait for Mother.
It's all right, Johnny. Go along with Daddy. I'll follow you.
No, I won't go. I won't go without you, Mother.
Hold on to my arm, Marie. Come on. Give me your hand, Johnny. Don't be scared. The fire won't hurt you. It won't hurt you at all. You're safe with me. We made our way upstairs, very slowly because of Marie's sprained ankle. Finally, we got to the roof. There were some firemen on the next roof. About 10 feet separated the two buildings.
Don't get panicky. We'll get you off safely.
Are we gonna have to jump across, Daddy? Because Mother won't be able to jump. Her foot.
It's all right, Johnny. Don't be scared.
They're putting a board across the two roofs. We'll just walk across.
All right, now. One at a time. Tie the rope around you and come across.
Johnny, you go first. Don't be afraid. There, now the rope will hold you in case you slip.
Mother, you gotta go first.
I'll go right after you, Johnny.
You promise?
Go ahead, Johnny, and others will follow you. Don't turn around. Keep walking.
All right. Kid's safe. Now you, lady. Be careful, the board. Hey, the board slipped off. Hurry, one of you guys get another board.
Mother! I want my mother!
Your mother's gonna be all right, kid.
You pushed the board off, Harry. I saw you do it.
No, I didn't, Marie. I didn't.
All right, lady. Just tie the rope around you. Don't be afraid. Don't look down. Ready? Okay, boys. She's all right. Now you, mister. That's right. Tie the rope around you. Okay. All set? Okay.
On the ground, we stood there, the three of us, watching the fire. Sparks were shooting up through the hole where it had bitten through. Great flames shot out, stabbing at the sky. The top of the roof was burning now. Red flame crawled along, searching out the inflammable spots. The wooden pole caught fire and blazed up in a long, narrow, curving arc. The wind was helping. All this time, Marie was shaking violently, not with cold. I pitied her. And then she threw up her hands and shrieked.
Harry!
No, darling, don't.
I can't stand it. We can't go on this way. Police, come here.
Don't do it, Marie. There's no need to. Not the police. You don't know what you're saying.
What is it, lady? You'd better calm down now.
Officer, please.
No, it's no use, Harry. Officer, these awful fires, they're not accidental. There's a pyromaniac, a criminal.
What?
And I know who it is. You've got to arrest the person. Arrest. So there won't be any more.
All right, lady. Now, what is this? Who's the pyromaniac?
The criminal is my husband, Harry Jordan. This man here. Arrest him, officer.
Well, that's about all there is to the story, gentlemen. Then I was brought here. Must have sounded kind of, painful for you to hear it all over again, Marie.
No, it was all right, Harry.
I wonder, I got a cigarette. Could I?
No, I'll light it for you, Harry.
You don't have to worry. I won't try and keep the matches here. She's been awfully good to me, gentlemen. You'll take good care of her, won't you? She tried everything to help. She hid the matches so as to keep them from me. She even tried to give me sleeping pills so I wouldn't.
It's all right, Harry.
I'm sorry about the locket, dear. Must have fallen out of my coat when I was in that building in 98th Street.
It's all right, Harry. You can buy me another one sometime.
You can't blame anybody for liking fires. It's not their fault. Fires are beautiful to watch. So bright and clean. They burn up all the filth and dirt. And they're magnificent to watch. Especially the big ones. The way the flames roar and crackle, lighting up everything around you. The beautiful fire. The beautiful fire.
so closes The Night Reveals, starring Mr. Robert Young and Margot. Tonight's tale of suspense.
I want you to know that the distinguished Roma California wines include the most enjoyable types for every possible occasion. Dry table wines, red and white, appetizer and dessert wines, and also champagne and sparkling burgundy. Nothing can add more downright pleasure to your meals or to your entertainment of friends. And no enjoyment could be more economical. For not only are they supremely delicious, Roma wines are America's...
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marion. Oh, I'm glad you called. Oh, I'm sorry, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Mm-hmm. Some boy just came to see me with a proposition I couldn't possibly turn down. If we work it right, it may mean a killing.
Once again, The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the handy helpmate. It is late afternoon in New York, and at the Miramar, a cheap hotel on the Bowery, one citizen finds release from the cares of the day. But the sound effects annoy Chuck Lewis, and when Chuck is annoyed, he does something about it.
All right, Tony. Get up.
Let me alone.
Come on, bum. Get out of my room.
I ain't bothering anybody.
You're bothering me. That you, Willie?
Yeah.
Where the devil have you been?
I just went out for some air.
Oh, you just went... Well, what are you hanging around for, Tony? I told you to get lost.
Someone would think you own a joint.
What did you say?
Nothing. He's a wise guy, that Tony. I wouldn't let him get away with it, Chuck.
No? What would you do?
Well, what's the matter, pal? Everything rubs you the wrong way. Yeah, maybe this'll make you feel better.
Where'd you get that bottle?
I got friends.
You raise any dough?
No, I never saw such a bunch of tightwads in my life.
Come here a second.
Huh?
I said come here.
Now, look, Chuck...
What's the matter? Don't you understand English?
Oh, cut it out.
Now, empty your pockets.
Huh?
Quit stalling. Turn them inside out.
Oh, listen...
Now, you better do like I say.
Look, Chuck, I don't want you to think...
You little rat. So you're holding out on me, huh?
No, honest, I was going to split.
Where'd you get this C note?
I found it.
You're lying.
Oh!
Where'd you get it?
You remember Marty Braddock?
How could I forget? If I ever lay my hands on it... Hey, wait a minute. You trying to tell me you ran into Marty?
No, but I met his missus.
Julie?
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? It must have been real tickle to see you. What'd you do, follow her home?
Yeah, I put the bite on her.
Yeah. Marty must be doing okay if his wife can shell out 100 clams.
Leave it to Marty. He's got a job at the Belmont Bank.
He what?
You know what I was figuring, Chuck? I bet he wouldn't mind a touch now and then to keep his old friends happy.
Oh, you jerk. Is that all you can think of?
Huh?
Where's your imagination? Marty working for a bank, you expect me to be satisfied with a couple of bucks? Now, if you said a couple of thousand, that would be different.
I don't get you.
No, but Marty will. Get my coat. We're going bye-bye.
Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Yes. Can you break this bill?
Why, certainly. How would you like it?
Oh, 5 ones will be fine.
5, 1, 2, 3.
You Marty Braddock?
Yes, that's right.
Wonder if you could spare me a few minutes. My name is Mike Waring.
Well, I'm very busy, Mr.
Well, that's all right.
Waring.
Bank is one of my clients. Just close your window.
Really, Mr. Waring,
That's okay. It's official business. Suppose we go into Sinclair's office.
Sure.
Better come around this way.
May I ask what this is all about?
You'll find out.
I hope Mr. Sinclair isn't annoyed with me.
Not yet, anyway. right, sit down.
Thanks.
I don't know if you're familiar with what I do for the bank.
Well, no,
Well, I'm a private detective. One of my duties is to check personnel.
I see.
On the course of events, I sent your fingerprints to the FBI. I guess you know what they told me.
Yes, I guess I do.
Your application here doesn't mention anything about you serving 5 to 10 for armed robbery back in 1945.
All right, Waring, I won't take up any more of your time.
Now, just a minute.
What for? I've heard the spiel 20 times. I'm awfully sorry, Braddock, but naturally we can't afford to have an ex-con working for us. Isn't that how it goes?
Well, don't blame me. I'm just an innocent bystander. When did you get out?
What difference does it make?
Well, just humor me.
In 49.
What have you been doing since?
Getting kicked all over the place.
You really been trying to go straight?
Would you believe it if I said yes?
Who knows?
Look, if you get your kicks torturing people, that's swell, but I don't think I have...
No. I'm really interested.
Well, I was 19 when I pulled that job in Buffalo. It was the only crooked thing I ever did. I threw in with a couple of boys.
Yeah, I know, named Chuck Lewis and Willie Frank.
How did you know?
It's all down here. I see you're married.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Does your wife know?
Everything. I met her before I was sent up.
And she waited?
Yes.
Well, sounds like quite a girl. How is she going to take this?
The way she's been taking it all along. She won't complain.
Look, Braddock, if I were to forget about this for a while...
What?
Could I trust you not to make me sorry?
Listen, Waring, if you give me this break, I swear you'll never regret it.
I hope not. Okay, fella, get back to work.
All right, Willie. What do you got to say for yourself? Where's Marty?
I swear that's where he works, Chuck.
Funny, we didn't see him come out. Everybody else...
Yeah? Oh, what do you make of that?
Okay, Willie. You wait here in the alley.
You ain't gonna pull anything.
Just wait. If you see anybody, sing out. Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
You got a match?
Sure. Here, keep the book.
Yeah. You always were a sport. What's the matter, Marty? Don't you recognize me?
No.
I must have gained a few pounds.
Chuck Lewis.
So you didn't forget.
What are you doing here?
Question is, what are you doing here? Since when do they employ ex-cons in banks?
I don't work there.
Ain't the way I heard it.
Look, I don't care what you heard. Get out of my way.
Take it easy, pal. You'll last longer. Know what I mean?
So you still pack a gun?
You won't believe this, Marty, but this one's a present from your missus.
What?
Of course, in all fairness to Julie, she didn't know how we were going to spend the money.
We?
Oh, I forgot to mention, there's another friend of yours around. Willie Frank.
Look,
Chuck. Head for that alley.
You're not going to get away with this.
You're not going to get away with this. If I had a buck for every time I heard that, I could retire. Hey, Willie. Look who's here.
Hiya, Marty.
What are you fellas up to?
We're going back in business.
No, we're not.
Well, you certainly wouldn't want the bank to find out they got an ex-con on the payroll.
They know it already.
Well, then that alters the case somewhat, but not enough. We're going to teach him it's not right to put temptation in your way. Now, me and Willie got a little plan.
I'm not interested.
Suppose I put it to you like this.
What did you do?
Keep out of the shoe. All right, Galahad, on your feet. You going to cooperate?
No.
I say you will. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your missus.
What?
As I recall, you're awfully sweet on that dame. I wonder if you'd like her as much if she had her face carved up.
So help me, Chuck. If you touch Julie, I'll kill you.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Now get this and get it straight. You're going to play ball. Otherwise, you'll go home one night and find your wife a mess.
You means it, Marty?
You're going to join the team?
Yeah.
That's a spirit. Now get on home. We wouldn't want Julie to get nervous about you. You know how little it takes to make some women worry.
Is that you, darling?
Yeah.
Let me take you. Marty,
It's all right, Julie.
what happened?
Nothing.
How can you say that? Sit down. I'm going to call Dr.
No, no.
But look at you.
I tell you, I'm all right.
You're not. I've got a right to know what happened.
I ran into a couple of old friends.
Chuck and Willie?
Yeah.
It was my fault. If I'd been careful, Willie never would have followed me.
Well, how could you have even known he was in town? Julie, they want me to throw in with them again.
You wouldn't.
No? What do you suggest?
They can't make any trouble
They can
for
make
you.
plenty.
But Mr. Waring knows about your record.
Yes, but the bank doesn't. If Willie and Chuck went to the powers that be, I'd be out in the street in 5 minutes.
No, you wouldn't.
Look, who are we kidding? Can't you see old Sinclair's reaction when he learns he's got an ex-con in his temple of finance? It'll be the same old story all over again.
All right, then you'll quit the job.
Well, that won't satisfy Chuck. He said if I didn't cooperate, he'd...
He'd what?
Never mind.
Did he threaten you? I've got a right to know.
Yeah. Julie, what are we going to do?
You're going to do absolutely nothing.
What?
There are no buts about it. You leave it to me, darling. I'll think of something.
All right, take it easy. You want to bust my eardrum?
Well, how about a little service here?
You want service, try to Waldorf.
Tony, how would you like me to come downstairs and give you a punch in the nose?
Hey, who is this?
Chuck Lewis.
Oh, what's the matter, Chuck? Can't you take a joke?
No. You see Willie Frank around?
No, I ain't seen him all day.
Well, when he comes in, you tell him I want to... Never mind. I think that's him.
Up! Oh, what was that? Hey, Chuck!
Second.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett. That brings you down to my little nest.
What always brings me down? You.
Why, Sergeant, I never dreamed you cared. Now, what's on your mind?
You do some work for the Belmont Bank, don't you?
That's right.
How you doing there?
They're satisfied.
Guess it doesn't take much, huh?
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought it was your job to investigate all their employees.
So?
So you slipped up kind of badly. Did you know they had an ex-con on the payroll?
No.
You're lying.
Now, look, Corbett. If you're referring to Marty Braddock...
Uh-huh.
Well, I figured the guy deserved a break.
So you destroyed the report.
How did you know that?
Because I was down at the bank to see Mr. Braddock. One of his old associates was just knocked off, a feller named Chuck Lewis.
No.
I'm telling you, yes.
And you think that Marty...
I think it's highly suspicious Mr. Braddock didn't show up for work today.
Well, what does his wife say?
I haven't seen her yet.
You mind if I join you?
I insist on it. After all, when you did your good deed for Braddock, you paved the way for murder. All right, Boy Scout, let's go.
20 minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett apprised Mike of the murder of Chuck Lewis. And now we find the two at the apartment of Marty Braddock, whom the sergeant is sponsoring as chief suspect.
Well, looks like nobody's home.
Well, what'd you expect?
Well, maybe we better go in.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that. Allow me. But 5 will get
What
you...
are you doing there?
Huh?
If you don't get away from that door, I'll call the police.
Well, you won't have far to travel. This gent is one of them. You Julie Braddock?
Yes?
Well, this is Sergeant Corbett. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, so you're the one.
Yeah, he's the one.
Well,
What are you gentlemen doing here?
Well, I think we better discuss that inside.
What's wrong?
Well, what makes you think anything is wrong?
Did something happen to Marty?
No, but something will.
Where is he?
That's what we'd like to know.
I don't understand.
Now, you better sit down, Julie.
You gotta tell me.
Did you ever hear of a man named Chuck Lewis?
No.
You're lying, Angel.
I swear I didn't.
Well, you should have. He was one of your husband's fraternity brothers.
You leave my husband out of this.
No, we can't. Chuck Lewis was murdered this afternoon.
And you think Marty did?
Yes.
You're crazy.
Then why did he disappear?
Who says he did?
Well, he didn't show up for work.
Well, maybe he went over to see his brother in Jersey.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
He could have. His brother had a heart attack last week. Maybe he took a turn for the worse.
And Marty didn't say anything to you about it?
He doesn't like to worry me.
Just a real solicitous kid, ain't he?
I swear that's the truth.
Well, we'll see how it hits a jury.
They can't hold him, can they, Mr. Waring?
Well, that all depends. Was Marty in touch with Chuck?
No.
It'll be easy enough to find out.
I give you my word, Marty hasn't seen him since he was sent up.
But then how do you account for the fact we found your husband's business card on Chuck's body?
That was my fault. I was in touch with him.
Come again?
I was out shopping last week and I ran into Willie Frank.
Willie Frank?
Yes, he was a friend of Chuck's. I gave him some money. But Marty knew nothing about it.
Do you expect us to believe that?
He had no motive.
Oh, yes, he had. Suppose Chuck was in touch with your husband. Suppose he threatened to go to the bank and tell him of Marty's past record. After all, this was Marty's big chance. He'd be peeved with anyone who tried to ruin it.
I tell you, Marty didn't kill him.
Well, then who did?
Me.
What?
You heard me. I did it.
You realize what you're saying?
Yes. I went to that place where he was living this afternoon. I went in through the rear entrance. There's one right on off 3rd.
Did anyone see you?
No.
No, you're not buying this, are you, Mike?
Well, there's an easy way to check. What did you do with the gun?
I threw it in a sewer.
Where?
I can't remember. But it was somewhere along the bow.
Oh, that's a hot one.
Why won't you believe me?
Because it's obvious you're shielding your husband. Yes, it was a nice try, Mrs. Braddock, but I'm holding out for Marty. And since I can't depend on you to notify me when he comes in, I'll have a couple of boys downstairs who will.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Waring?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Marty Braddock.
What?
Listen, Waring, I want to talk to you.
Well, that makes us even, because I want to talk to you. I'll meet you at your apartment in 20 minutes.
No, let's make it someplace else. There are a couple of squad cars parked in front of my door. I got a hunch there's something wrong.
Something is. Where are you now?
Did anything happen to my wife?
No.
You swear?
Yep.
Okay, I'm in a drugstore on the corner of 12th and 4th Avenue.
All right, walk down to the corner of 12th and 5th. I'll come by in a blue Nash. Don't stop to admire the color. Just hop in.
All right, Waring, what's up?
What makes you think anything is up?
There's too much hocus-pocus going on. What are the cops staked out in front of my house for?
They're looking for you.
Why?
Don't you know?
If I did, I wouldn't ask.
Well, a friend of yours named Chuck Lewis met a violent end today.
You mean he was murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who did it?
Well, right now, the police are inclined to give you the honor.
I swear I didn't do it.
Why didn't you report for work this morning?
I was on my way when I got a call from my brother's doc. He wasn't feeling so hot.
So you went over to Jersey to see him?
That's right.
Without notifying Julie?
Well, she was out shopping.
So you didn't even think of leaving a note?
I was too excited. Look, it's easy enough to prove. What time was Chuck killed?
1:15.
Well, you can check with my brother. I was there from 10:30 to 3.
Mm-hmm. Was anybody else with you?
No.
I don't suppose your brother would mind perjuring himself to save your life?
You've got to believe me. I tell you, I didn't kill him.
Well, then that makes it look worse for Julie.
What are you talking about?
Well, I forgot to mention it, but she confessed.
She what?
She claims she killed Chuck.
Why, she's crazy. She didn't even know he was in town.
She says she ran into Willie Frank one day, who relayed the happy tidings.
You don't believe that? Can't you see what she's trying to do?
I got an idea.
Look, Mr. Waring, I was lying. I did know Chuck was around. He wanted me to throw in with him again. I was supposed to give him my answer today.
So?
So I gave it to him with a gun.
You got the gun now?
No, I got rid of it.
Where?
I threw it in the river.
What about this alibi of yours?
It's a phony. I had it all set with my brother in advance. Listen, Waring, you've got to believe me. Julie knew nothing about this.
Well, if you say so.
What's the matter? Don't you believe me?
What I believe doesn't matter. The man you've got to convince is Sergeant Corbett. I'll arrange for you to have a crack at him.
That's the story, Sergeant. I killed Chuck Lewis. Julie had nothing to do with it.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
You're going to let her go now, aren't you?
Well, I'll think about it. All right, Haskell, take him away.
Right, Sergeant.
Will you do me a favor, Waring?
Sure, Marty.
Tell Julie not to worry. Everything's going to be all right.
Everything's going to be all right. Now, that's what I call an optimist.
Well, don't tell me you believe that confession.
Well, I certainly do.
What about his wife's?
Well, her motive was obvious. She was trying to protect him.
And he's trying to do the same for her.
Well, you're crazy.
Well, how do you get around his alibi?
What alibi? He admits he set it up in advance with his brother. You notice there was no one else around to substantiate the story.
Well, I'm not satisfied.
Sure, because you hate to admit this is all your fault. If you'd notified the bank of his past record, none of this would have happened.
Well, I thought he deserved a break.
And he's going to get it. Right in the neck.
Now, wait a minute. Aren't we forgetting someone?
Who?
Willie Frank.
What about him?
Why couldn't Willie have killed Chuck?
Well, why should he?
Well, Chuck was a bully boy. Maybe Willie got fed up taking it.
Oh, he's been palling around with the guy for 13 years, and now suddenly he gets fed up. How convenient.
Well, I still think it bears investigating.
Well, you go ahead and investigate, Mr. Waring. I wouldn't stop you for the world. I got my boy right here.
All right, come on, Willie. Get up. Wake up, boy. You're late for reveille. Now rise and shine.
Cut it out, Chuck.
Surprise, it ain't Chuck.
Huh? Oh, you.
The name is Waring, Mike Waring.
You're the one they call the Falcon?
Why, can you think of something worse to call me? Come on, get up.
What for? I ain't going no place.
I say you are.
Ow! Let me alone.
I bet you missed that treatment since Chuck is gone. What do you know about his murder?
Nothing.
They told me you weren't around when he was killed.
That's right.
Where did you disappear to?
None of your business.
Don't give me that, you punk. Where were you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I must have been loaded.
What did you have to celebrate, Chuck's death? What do you remember?
Nothing.
And you can't be sure you didn't kill him.
Listen, mister, you got no right to come in here and push me around. Who do you think you are, anyway?
You said it yourself. I'm the Falcon. Now get dressed. We're going places.
Oh, that you, Haskell?
No, it's only me, Sergeant. And look what I found. All right, you inside.
Oh, let me go.
Hey, what do you got there?
Wish I could think of a suitable name. At the moment, it calls itself Willie Frank.
Well, why did you bring him down for?
Because this is where he belongs. Don't you, Willie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I.
Well, if you had done a little investigating, as I suggested, you'd have discovered that Willie has no recollection of what he was doing at the time Chuck was murdered.
Well, I have.
Huh?
You should have asked me. Willie spent the day right here. He was picked up for vagrancy at 11 a.m.
But if he was in jail, he couldn't have killed Chuck.
No, he couldn't. You know, you surprise me, Mike. I didn't think the one and only Falcon could fall flat on his face twice in one day. But you did it, didn't you, boy? Now beat it. I got work to do.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring was informed that Willie Frank, his nominee for the murder of Chuck Lewis, was turned down. And now Mike goes to break the news to the surviving candidate.
All right, Haskell, here's my pass. Open them up.
Right, Mike. Where is he?
Hello, Marty.
Did you see Julie?
Nope, not yet.
You gotta get her out. They promised to release...
Well, that's kind of impossible. You see, they never arrested her in the first place.
They didn't?
No. Sergeant Corbett never believed her confession.
So you held out on her?
Well, you held out on me. Why didn't you tell me you decided to throw in with Chuck and Willie?
I wasn't going to.
You're lying.
All right, so I was. There was nothing else I could do.
Then you intended to go through with that holdup?
Yes. Look, I know you think I let you down, but I couldn't help myself.
Couldn't you?
No, it wasn't that I cared about the job or myself. I was afraid for Julie. Chuck threatened to go to work on her.
Did she know that?
No. Listen, Waring, the cops won't bother her anymore, will they?
Not as long as you stick to that story that you killed Chuck.
And why shouldn't I?
On the other hand, why should you? Okay, Marty, maybe someday I'll figure out the reason. Hey, Haskell, I want out. Hello, Julie.
Mr. Waring.
You, remember Sergeant Corbett?
Of course.
Hi.
Where's my husband?
Right where he belongs.
You've got no right to hold him. He didn't kill Chuck.
And he claims he did.
He's lying. He's trying to protect me. I did it.
What did you do with the gun?
I told you I dropped it in a sewer somewhere along the Bowery.
Oh, haven't we been through all this before?
Yes, but this time pay a little more attention. Detail a squad to make a search.
What are you babbling about?
She's telling the truth.
Of course I am.
Have you gone crazy, Mike?
No, she did kill Chuck.
Then you believe me?
Yes, I do. Though I'd give the world not to. Well, come on. We'll take you down to headquarters.
You want to stop somewhere for a beer, Mike?
No, thanks, Sergeant. I don't feel like celebrating.
Why not? You solved the case.
Yeah, well, I'm almost sorry I did. I'd have given anything if I could have proved that Julie Braddock didn't kill Chuck.
Why did she do it anyway?
Well, she told the truth all along. She was crazy about her husband, and she thought Chuck represented a source of danger to him, so she put him away.
It seems hard to believe.
And your boys found the gun in the sewer along the Bowery.
Yeah. That was the item that convinced me. What convinced you?
Marty's confession.
Well, it was no worse than hers.
Oh, yes, it was. He admitted to me that in order to protect Julie, he agreed to throw in with Chuck and Willie in sticking up the bank.
So?
So, that was his way of handling the matter. To him, it was the lesser of two evils. If he planned to go through with the holdup, he certainly wouldn't have killed Chuck. The only reason he made that confession was because he knew Julie was guilty.
I know this doesn't sound official, but I hope the jury goes real easy on her. Aren't many dames around that would do what she did.
No, and let's hope we don't run into another for quite a spell, because what this one did was murder. Well, good night, Sergeant.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Black Book.
Paul had looked forward to the opening night in Philadelphia for months. And if anything, it had exceeded his brightest hopes. In a way, it was a reward for the 4 long years of struggle since he'd come to Cecil Wenham's Ballet Arts Company as an unknown dancer from London. Yes, Philadelphia was a wonderful opening, with 5 curtain calls for him alone after Spectre of the Road. He knew he had America in the palm of his hand now, that the morning papers would hail him as a star, that he was no longer a promising newcomer, but a great dancer. So it was ironic on that night in Philadelphia, with the applause still ringing in his ears, that Cecil Wenham should come into Paul's room and shatter his dream into 1,000 bits.
Paul. Hello, Cecil. Paul, I've done it. I've signed her up.
You'd better tell me tomorrow. I'm dining with some friends.
A 3-year contract, exclusive, with options on 2 more.
Look, Cecil.
Now, I want you to meet her, Paul. She's up in my office now.
All right. Who is it, Cecil?
Of course, I couldn't tell you her name until now, but... Paul, we've got the greatest choreographer and ballet mistress in the business. I had a hard time persuading her to leave London.
Wait a minute. London?
Oh, she's been tops over there for years.
Who is it, Cecil? Tell me.
Catherine Valadon.
Catherine Valadon. You hired Valadon?
You know her?
But she doesn't dance.
I'm buying her head, not her feet. She'll direct the company for us.
She's out there now?
Yes. Come on,
I said I was late, Cecil.
Oh, come on.
Did you hear me? I'm late. I don't want to talk to anybody. Now, please, leave me alone.
Yes, it's ironic, isn't it, Paul? This night of triumph, the great performance, the resounding applause, suddenly becomes meaningless. And there's a heavy feeling of defeat inside you as you sink into the sofa in your dressing room, alone now. You sit there thinking, half hearing the music of the finale, and in your mind it seems to change slowly and strangely into another melody on a rehearsal piano 4 years ago in a London theater. A couple moves downstage center. The young man steps to one side as the woman comes to a point in front of him. The man is you, Paul, and the woman, Catherine Valadon.
Paul, I'd like to get it right, just this one.
What's the matter now?
You're supposed to lift me at that pattern.
I know it.
Then why did you stand there like an oaf? You were at least 2 beats behind.
I was following the music. That's more than I can say for you.
You!
Oh, wait a moment now. Quarreling won't get us anywhere. What's the trouble, Catherine?
I am waiting for Paul to decide to become a dancer. Perhaps you can convince him, Mr. Brady. I am ready to give up. I'll be in my dressing room if you need me.
What's the idea, Paul?
She's always waiting for me to slip so she can pounce on me.
You had no right to talk to her like that. Your timing was off and you know it.
No wonder it's off. I told you I can't dance with her. She's a machine, not a woman.
Listen to me, Paul. I'm not going to let that phony artistic temperament of yours upset this company. You're going to her dressing room right now and apologize to her.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
You'll do it or leave the company.
Look, Brady, that's pretty unreasonable of you.
I'm dealing with an unreasonable man. Going to do as I say?
Very well, Brady.
Well, Paul?
I've come to tell you that I'm sorry.
How sweet of you.
You can write that in your little black book, too. At exactly 3:15 on the afternoon of October 18th, Paul Cartmel came into your dressing room and apologized humbly.
Did you come here to insult me again?
You could be a charming woman if you weren't such a machine. Everything so prompt, precise, exact.
It's my profession.
It's your life. You're not human, Catherine.
Suppose you forget about me and concentrate on your own shortcomings.
All right. All right, I'm sorry.
Is he going on with the rehearsal?
Of course.
All right. Let's try it again. And this time, keep your mind on your work.
Yes, it's coming back to you, isn't it, Paul? How you walked back on the stage with her, humiliated, raging inside, trying to ignore the embarrassed faces of the rest of the cast. The pianist picked up your cue, and the two of you moved together. She was poised before you on the point, and as you moved in to lift her, a single idea took hold of you. Yes, there's a traditional hazard in the ballet, Paul. A dancer dropped hard on a pointed toe will never dance again. You lift her above you, higher and higher. Then in a blind rage, you relax your hold.
How is she, Doctor?
I can't say yet. We're waiting for the x-rays.
Is it all right for me to go in?
Oh, of course. Her friends are in there with her.
Thank you.
You're being a wonderful sport about it all, Kathy.
Why not? You don't think a little thing like a bruised toe... Oh.
Hello, Catherine.
Paul, what a lovely bouquet.
I hope you like them.
I love them, darling. It's so thoughtful of you.
Catherine, I want to tell you how awful I feel. I don't know what happened.
Oh, not another word now.
Oh, it was an accident, Paul.
Of course it was. Happens in the best of
And
company.
they've all told me I'll be as good as ever in a week or so. Now, run along, you two. I want to talk to Paul.
Sure enough. Keep it up, old girl.
Goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye.
See you tomorrow at 1.
1:30, dear. Visiting hours, you know.
Oh, good. Put me in the black book, darling.
I'm so glad you're taking it this way, Catherine. I felt like such a heel.
That's just it. You are a heel.
What do you mean?
Do you think I'm stupid, Paul? Do you think I'm blind? Accident. Everyone's talking about my unfortunate accident.
Now, just a minute.
You did not slip, Paul. I felt you let me go deliberately. And don't think I've swallowed that sugar-coated nonsense about coming out of it as good as ever. I'm through as a dancer. And I know it. Do you know what it's like to be through, Paul? Do you know how it feels to lie in a hospital bed with everything behind you and nothing ahead? Well, you're going to know, Paul. I'm going to show you, if it takes the rest of my life.
And that's what brought you to America, Paul. You never admitted it, even to yourself. Told yourself it was the war. Gave yourself 1,000 other reasons. But at the bottom of it was fear of a little black-eyed ballerina you knew would kill you if everything else failed her. Yes, Paul. Catherine Valadon has caught up with you at last. In spite of the new name, Paul Cooper, the new country, the new career. And as you lean back on the sofa in your dressing room, you know that here in Philadelphia, in a single evening, you've won and you've lost.
Paul?
Yes, Cecil?
Mademoiselle Valadon, may I present our star, Paul Cooper?
Don't get up.
I didn't intend to.
Paul?
Don't let it bother you, Mr. Wenham. Paul and I are old friends. We've been through a lot together in London. Haven't we, Paul? In those days, it was Paul Cartnell, though.
For heaven's sake, Catherine.
He's always this way when he's tired, Mr. Wenham. Well, I'd better run along. You can call rehearsal tomorrow morning at 9 sharp. Please see that no one is late.
Well, taking over tomorrow, eh?
Yes, Mr. Wenham. I'm taking over tomorrow.
With the prologue of The Black Book, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, a timely tip for you drivers. The hot summer months ahead put an extra strain on a car's cooling system, often causing motors to overheat. That's why it's a good idea to have your signal dealer inspect your radiator now. As cars grow older, radiators often become choked with rust and sludge. To take care of this, signal dealers have special rust and sludge dissolving compound that restores the radiator's cooling efficiency but can't harm the metal. If your radiator has any small leaks, your signal dealer has radiator sealer that stops them in a jiffy. And in any case, even with new cars, it's wise to add rust preventative that protects both radiator and motor from future corrosion. You see, Signal service stations are much more than places to buy Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and Signal Premium Motor Oil. Wherever you see Signal's circle sign in yellow and black, there you'll also find complete, conscientious Signal service to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
So it all came to a climax in Philadelphia, Paul, with a ballet performance of Spectre of the Rose that made all the years of struggle worthwhile. And it's strange somehow that on your night of triumph a woman named Catherine Valadon should walk out of your past and threaten to destroy it all. You're positive there's only one reason why she came to the company as choreographer. The reason she gave you in that London hospital room 4 years ago.
Do you know how it feels to lie in bed with everything behind you and nothing ahead? Well, you're going to know, Paul. I'm going to show you if it takes the rest of my life.
By morning, you know there's only one answer. You've got to make Wenham change his mind.
I tell you it won't work, Cecil. Either Valadon goes or I do.
What's happening to you, Paul? Catherine's doing such a fine job. Now, I want you to pull yourself together and start dancing.
I refuse to go on tour under these conditions.
Oh? Must I remind you of your contract?
I don't care.
Well, you'd better care. If it's violated, you'll never dance again.
Never dance again. That's what she said.
What?
Listen, Wenham. You don't know her. She's not just trying to drive me out of the company. It's more than that. She'll stop at nothing.
I don't understand you, Paul. What?
I can't tell you anymore. But you've got to make a choice right now, Cecil. Valadon or me.
I want you both for the good of the company. However, if you force me, well, you're big, but you can be replaced.
All right. All right, replace me. There are other companies.
Oh, you're talking nonsense. Furthermore, your contract is not for sale. I can hold you for 2 years, even if I put you to work shifting scenery. You don't even have to dance, you know. Now, you better run along now. Valadon's waiting for you at rehearsal.
It's no use, Paul. You're back in the old routine. Under Catherine's thumb again. Just like 4 years ago in London. Only she's worse now, isn't she? Much worse. Because she's doing it all for a purpose. Yes, and she doesn't let up for an instant.
Places, everyone. Well, our prima donna has finally decided to attend the rehearsal.
I'm sorry I'm late. I wasn't sure what time the call
was. The schedule is on the board. Été Parisienne, 10:30 a.m. sharp. Can I be clearer than that?
Is the world going to fall apart if I'm 2 minutes late?
A real artist takes pride in precision.
I prefer to save it for the dance.
An excellent idea. You'll need it in the new specialty I'm preparing.
What are you talking about?
I'm working out the choreography now. It's a pas de deux, especially for you, Paul. I want to have it ready by the time we go on tour.
You're frantic now, not knowing what's in the back of her mind. And during the days that follow, you wonder about the special dance she's preparing. What she meant when she said it was especially for you. It becomes clear the afternoon she introduces you to Eric Ballard, a big, hulking man who'd look more at home in the wrestling ring than on a ballet stage.
I meant to tell you more about Eric, Paul. He'll be an excellent supporting partner for you.
Partner?
Yes, in the new ballet I'm creating. Mr. Benham thinks it's very original. Actually, it's based on something we used to do in London. You and I.
Catherine, what are you trying
You
to do?
remember, Paul? The one we were rehearsing the day you slipped? I've rearranged it entirely. Eric here takes your place. You take mine.
I take your place.
It sounds like an exciting number to me, Mr. Cooper.
Eric, why don't you go get Mr. Benham? We'll run through it for him.
Sure thing, Miss Valentine. Be right back.
Catherine, what is this? Why did you hire that hulking
Eric?
fool of...
Please, Paul. He's sweet to his friends.
And devoted, too. I suppose he'd do anything you tell him.
Perhaps. But you needn't worry about the dance. He is very strong, Paul.
Well, I won't do it, Catherine. If you think I'll fall for this crude attempt at revenge, you...
Revenge? That's the most you ever admitted.
I don't mean
Perhaps
that...
I should recall that little London incident to the trade papers. Let them know that their celebrated Paul Cooper is actually the Paul Cartnell who deliberately dropped the great ballerina and made certain that Catherine Valadon would never dance again.
Catherine, that's all forgotten. You wouldn't make
You'll
any...
rehearse this number with Eric. Have it ready for the time when we want to add some variety to the program.
Whatever you say, Catherine.
Good. You should enjoy it, Paul. As Eric said, it will be very exciting.
The tour that follows is a nightmare, with each new city a threat. You've rehearsed the new ballet with Eric, and all but the spectacular bit which is to be performed on a high platform. And you never know when Catherine will decide that the time is right for her revenge. She knows you're afraid, Paul. That's all part of it, keeping you in suspense this way. From Philadelphia, the company goes to Cincinnati, then St. Louis, Chicago, and on west to Denver. You expect the crisis there, but it doesn't happen. Finally, in the last night in Denver, when there's only San Francisco left ahead, you decide you can't stand it any longer, that you must face Catherine and have it out. As you approach your dressing room, you hear her talking to someone, and step back out of sight as the door opens.
Come along, Eric. We'll talk while you are packing.
Are we going on ahead of the rest of the company, Miss Valadon?
Yes. I have to make extra arrangements. The thing we discussed, Eric, it's coming off in San Francisco.
Well, I've been wondering if you changed your mind.
Not in the slightest.
You start after them, Paul, and then stop, confused, wondering. Through the open door of Catherine's dressing room, you catch sight of a notebook on her dressing table. The famous black book that contains every move she makes, every decision, every appointment. You hurry over to it, thumb through the pages before she comes back. It's all there, Paul. The hotel on Nob Hill where Catherine will be staying. Her room number, the business meetings, a list of appointments. The last one with Eric, to end promptly at 11 tomorrow night. Then at the top of the next page, the thing you're looking for. Final rehearsal, Cooper's Specialty, Monday, 9 a.m. There's no question now, Paul. She's made up her mind. You're going to have an accident. Monday.
Do you know how it feels to be through as a dancer? You're going to know, Paul. I'm going to show you, if it takes the rest of my life.
There's still an alternative, of course. You can let Catherine end your career, or meet her on her own ground. By the time she's left on the train, you still haven't decided. It's the only thing on your mind as you stand in line at the railroad terminal, waiting to pick up your reservation. There's a worried little man ahead of you.
Listen, I've simply got to get space on that San Francisco train.
I can give you an upper on the next one.
But it won't do. It won't do at all. You see, I'm meeting the steamer there, the Silver Star, sailing for Shanghai. The next train will miss it.
I'm awfully sorry, sir. Perhaps if you wait around, there'll be a cancellation.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
It comes to you at that moment, Paul. This is perfect. This train you'd planned to take ahead of the rest of the company. The frantic little man desperate for a ticket on his way out of the country. You pick up your reservation, walk over to the stranger pacing anxiously in the corner of the station lobby.
Excuse me. You wanted to go to San Francisco?
Tonight? Yes, I've simply got to get on that train.
So I heard. I have a ticket here I want somebody to use.
Oh?
I'm a traveling man, you see, and, I want my boss to think that I'm on that train.
Oh, but isn't that...
Nothing to it. All you have to do is travel in my name. Paul Cooper. What about it?
Cooper, huh? Mister, for a place on that train, I travel as Mickey Mouse.
Oh, fine. Then it's a deal, Mr. Cooper.
Pacific Airlines, reservations desk.
What time is your next flight for San Francisco?
Oh, we have space available on our 5 o'clock flight tomorrow.
Not till then? I could do almost as well by leaving by train tonight.
Not quite, sir. Our plane arrives in San Francisco tomorrow night at 11. The train leaving tonight doesn't reach San Francisco until a half hour after midnight, 12:30. So you save at least an hour and a half.
Well, I guess I can use an hour and a half extra sleep as well as anybody. Send the ticket over to the Denver Hotel, please. I'll leave the money at the desk. The name is, Jackson.
An hour and a half, Paul. That's how much time you'll have. But it's enough. For you're on a schedule now, too. As exact a schedule as the one in Catherine's little black book. You stay overnight at the Denver Hotel under the name of Jackson, then pick up your plane ticket. The next afternoon at 5, you're taking off for San Francisco. It's a swift flight, uneventful. And half an hour after landing at Mills Field, you're stepping out of the elevator on the top floor of Catherine's hotel. You wait until the elevator starts down and then hurry to the stairs. Catherine's room is actually 2 floors below. You glance at your watch as you knock softly on a door. 11:35. And the black book told you her appointment with Eric was to end promptly at 11. You can depend on that, Paul.
Just a minute. Paul, what are you doing here at this time of night? I thought you were on the train.
I am on the train, Catherine.
What's the matter with you? Have you been drinking?
No, Catherine.
What's this all about? Why have you come here?
To see you.
What about?
Your unfinished business, Catherine.
I don't want to discuss that now. Please, go, Paul.
No more discussions, Catherine? The appointment's for the day over. Complete. There'll be no interruptions.
What are you... Paul!
Come here, Catherine. Oh, no, not the telephone.
Let go of me. Paul!
I'll let go, Catherine, just as I did once before. But first...
Stop it, Paul! Please! Put down that candlestick! Paul!
As she falls to the floor, you put the heavy brass candlestick back on the table. Cross quickly to the French doors leading onto the balcony and open them wide. A moment later, you stand near the railing, high over the glittering city, Catherine's body in your arms. The little black book will tell them she was all alone. Won't it, Paul? No more appointments. The body hurtling to the street will establish the moment of her death beyond any doubt. And you can slip quietly down to the station, just in time to make an appearance when the train arrives. You lift her high up on the railing, and then...
Cooper, what are you...
Eric,
let go of her. Put her down.
Get away from me. Leave me alone.
Okay, Cooper. Okay. What the devil was he trying to... Good Lord. She's dead. How did he ever expect to get away with it? Operator, get me the police.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Right now, however, I'd like to clear up another mystery that baffles a good many drivers. There are many brands of gasoline on the market. Some are naturally better than others. But how can you measure the quality of gasoline? Well, there's one very simple way, if you'll just keep this in mind. To give you superior performance, quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, a gasoline must help your motor run more efficiently. Now, when your motor runs more efficiently, you naturally get better mileage. And mileage is something you can measure with your speedometer. That's why Signal says your speedometer is your best yardstick of gasoline quality. Check yours and you'll find it's true. In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And remember, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
The last you remember, Paul, is the smashing blow of Eric's fist there in Catherine Baladon's hotel room on the 12th floor. Everything's quiet now. No tension, no fear. Just soft, warm blackness. No, Paul, it doesn't seem to matter now that you killed Catherine Baladon because she forced you to choose between murder and a brilliant career. And it doesn't matter either that on this night, for the first time in all the years you've known her, she failed to follow the schedule in the little black book to the minute. You open your eyes, blinking into the glare of a white light at police headquarters.
Yes,
Eric Ballard is talking to a quiet-faced man in plain clothes.
At first, I couldn't see how he expected to get away with it. The door unlocked and everything. I got up there and walked right in. I found him about to drop the body over the balcony rail to the street.
Yeah, trying to make it look like a suicide, huh? What were you doing there, Ballard?
I was keeping an appointment I had with her.
You were a little late for that appointment, weren't you, Eric?
Yeah. Our boy's back with us.
That's what did it, you know, Eric. For the first time in Catherine's life, she didn't go by the book.
What's he talking about?
The notebook Miss Baladon kept her appointments in.
She changed the appointment, didn't she, Eric? She changed it.
You knew her better than that. That book was a religion with her. She lived by it.
Don't tell me she lived by it. I saw that book back in Denver. Your appointment with her was to end at 11.
That's where you slipped up, Cooper.
No, I didn't slip up. I was too careful. I tell you, I saw it.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
Take a look at your watch, Cooper.
My watch?
Yeah. You forgot to set it back.
Huh?
You see,
What?
Cooper, you're still on Mountain Standard Time.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 8. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Jeanette Nolan and David Ellis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch, story by William Engvik, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
This is George.
Who?
George, I said.
George Reed, Floyd's of England?
Floyd's of England, huh?
What?
That's the big insurance company sent you out to nail down Felix Kane.
That's right, but now who are you?
Yeah, that was a couple of months ago.
All right, what about it? Any mind telling me who you
That
are?
insurance company must have paid you a lot of money for that job, Dollar.
Not only for clearing up the robbery, but for nailing Felix Kane.
Maybe. Maybe not. But you still haven't told me who you are.
Maybe he gave you a nice big bonus, huh? Because when it was all over, Felix was dead.
Who are you? George who?
That's killing for money, isn't it? And remember, it was Felix's girl, that little redhead, here in New York? You had somebody trick her into telling you where to find him. So now she's doing a stretch because she was in with him.
So?
I remember when you tagged Felix here in New York? He fell on top of his own gun, killed himself. Isn't that the way you said it happened?
Now, you listen to me, mister.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what you said then.
Who are you?
And nobody could prove otherwise. Because nobody else was there.
All right, look. Now, you listen
So now
to me.
what I say now is that you were pretty lucky then. You didn't know how lucky you were.
That's so?
Yeah. You see, the only reason you got away with that was because Felix's brother wasn't there. Because he was on the lam. He was out on the West Coast when it happened.
Kane's brother, huh?
Yeah, they were awful close, Felix and his brother. All their life. Ever since they were kids. You didn't know that, huh?
Keep talking.
Somebody did something to one of them. The other one helped him out. Or got even for him. All their life, Dollar.
Go on.
So now that Felix is dead, you ought to know what that means. Because it means the other one is going to get even for him. That means get even with you. With you and anybody else.
All right, you. Now, wait just a minute.
Oh, you're wising up now.
Yeah, I think I am. George, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Dollar. My name is George. George Kane. Felix's brother.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Killer Kin matter. So what if I hadn't killed Felix Kane? It didn't make any difference now. But why would his brother George call me to warn me of his intentions? Anyhow, this was a carryover from another case, so on the expense account goes a dime for a call to George Reed.
Well, of course, we'll pay whatever expenses may be involved.
Well, good old Floyd's of England. But, George, what I really called about
We'll simply regard it as an extension of the Felix Kane matter.
Well, what I called about is to find out if you know anything about this brother George, where to find him and so on.
Don't you mean how to avoid him?
No. In a case like this, it's a matter of getting to him before he can get to me.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
So what do you know about him?
Oh, I never heard of him, Johnny.
Well, then maybe I'd better go on down to New York, where the trouble with his brother Felix started, where Randy Singer at the 18th Precinct helped me to... Well, sure.
What?
Sure, that's where George Kane is, in New York. Yeah, 2 or 3 times he used the phrase, here in New York.
Well, now, Johnny...
So, George, I'm heading on down there.
Johnny, listen to me.
Well?
You must have some police protection.
Here in Hartford?
Here, in New York, anywhere.
Look, didn't you understand me, George? I'm going down there and contact Lieutenant Singer.
But if this George Kane comes here and then you come back here after not finding him down in New York...
Oh, stop worrying, George.
Johnny.
I'll be in touch. Item 2, $6.90 fare and incidentals to New York. Item 3, $6 even for a cab into 18th Precinct headquarters. Lieutenant Randy Singer apparently knew plenty about George Kane.
That's right, Johnny, and we still want this George Kane on a charge of assault with intent to kill right here in the city. But he was in California, hiding out in California, when you knocked over his brother Felix.
When I caught up with Felix.
Huh? Oh, yeah. You said he made a dive for you, but then tripped and fell on top of his own gun, didn't you?
That's the way it happened.
Is it, Johnny?
Huh?
I know that's the way you reported it, but, is that what really happened?
Randy, are you kidding? Of course it is.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But you'll never convince George you didn't kill Felix.
No, I suppose not.
And he's clever, Johnny. Tall, good-looking, and very clever.
Yeah? And why did he telephone me, warn me that he's out to get me?
I don't know. But I know that he outsmarted us by posing as a cop a couple of times. Forged credentials and everything. And he's dangerous.
Well, where do I look for him?
I wish I knew. Believe me, we'd nail him fast.
Well, he's from right here in New York. That's where he called me from, Randy.
How do you know?
Well, he mentioned being here a couple of times.
The operators say it was a New York call?
Well, no.
Maybe he's here, maybe he isn't. With this new direct dialing system for long distance, you can't tell where a call comes from.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Anyhow, for once in your life, you're using your head.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you're coming here and letting us go after this guy instead of trying to take him on single-handed.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Now, look, Randy, all I really came here for was to see if you had any leads.
Yes, sir, using your head.
Yeah, any leads on where I might look for this George.
So we'll just keep it that way. Understand, Johnny?
Understand what?
We'll run down this punk for you. I'll get out on APB and look for him and pick him up right away.
Look.
If he's here in town.
No, wait, would you please, Randy?
Meantime, you just go on back to Hartford, huh? And, maybe you better tell your police up there to be on their toes.
Listen, Randy,
and to be sure you do go, I'll have Sergeant Conroy escort you over to Grand Central and put you on a train.
Oh, Randy, for the love of Mike, will you listen?
Also, I'll notify every precinct here in New York that if you're seen around here, you're to be picked up and turned over to me.
Picked up?
After all, here in the clink, you'll be perfectly safe from this man.
What a pal.
Yeah, that's right. A real grateful one.
Grateful, huh?
You've done a lot for me over the years. For the whole department.
Oh, yeah.
So, to show our appreciation, we're going to give you some protection. Whether you like it or not.
Now, you just listen to me, Randy. Listen to me.
Conroy, I got a job for you.
Randy.
I want you to make sure that Johnny Dollar gets back to Hartford safe and sound.
Okay, brother. We'll just see about that.
No use, Johnny. All these windows have bars on them.
Yeah, so I see.
So you behave yourself for once, huh? Be a good little boy and let me handle this my own way.
Okay, Randy, okay.
Oh, and listen.
Yes?
Sergeant Conroy is quite a fan of yours.
Oh?
So you can tell him all about some of your wild adventures on the way home.
Thanks, pal.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Killer Kin Matter.
Sergeant Conroy not only drove me over to Grand Central Station, but insisted on riding all the way to Hartford with me, even to my apartment, at my expense. That's item 3, 1255, train fares and taxi.
And what if it is a little irregular, Mr. Dollar, me coming up here to Connecticut? Oh, will you finish up what you was telling me on the train about the deadly debt matter you worked on last week? You just got to the part.
So, item 4 is 70 cents for his phone call to Randy, telling him he delivered me safely home. And item 5 is about $3 for the good Scotch whiskey that he drank there at my apartment before I could send him on his merry way back to New York. Then, less than 5 minutes after Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, if you think those New York cops are going to be of any help, you're wrong.
George Kane.
That's right. Neither those cops or anybody else is going to do you any good. You killed my brother, so I'm going to kill you.
Kane?
And you remember what I said about you or anybody else?
Now, you listen, you're wasting your time.
Or what I meant about anybody else.
You're scared stuff, huh? All right, Georgie boy. Whether Randy Singer likes it or not, I'm heading back to New York to get your picture, your description from him. And if I have to comb that city by myself, street by street, so... Hello.
Well, it's about time, honey.
Huh?
This is Betty. Betty Lewis, the girl you're going to marry one of these days.
Yeah, I know.
You mean you are going to marry me?
I mean, I knew it was you.
Spoiled sport.
Well, hi, dear. What was that?
What?
Just noisy line, I guess.
Oh, well, listen, I've been trying to call you all afternoon. Where have you been?
Oh, just out on some business, honey. I'm sorry.
Well, as long as you weren't out with some other ravishing beauty, I'll forgive you.
Fat chance of that.
Honest? You mean that?
You know darn well I wouldn't go out with anybody but you. Or Grace, or Mariana, or Barbara. Maybe Jean. I might go out with her.
Stop that, you rascal.
Okay. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Lewis?
What can you do for me? Don't tell me you've forgotten our date for tonight.
Our date?
Oh, darling, why don't you ever think of something besides those crazy insurance investigations all the time, huh?
And think only of you, huh?
Yes. Now, listen, about our date for tonight here in New York.
In New York?
Yeah, that's right, for dinner in the theater, remember?
Holy.
Well?
Oh, well, sure I do. Oh, but didn't you say you were going to be staying with some girlfriend all week and you'd let me know who and where to meet you down there?
That's right. That's what I've been trying to call you for.
Okay, then.
I'm staying with Nancy Spaulding, remember her?
Sure.
And her address is 1624 McDougal Alley.
1624.
One of those cute little apartment buildings down here in Greenwich Village.
Wait a minute. You hear that again?
Huh?
Nothing, I guess. Yeah, okay, dear. I'll put on my Sunday best, grab the first plane or train, whichever will get me there first.
Good.
Only
what, Johnny?
Well, don't be surprised if we have ourselves a kind of police escort.
Now, what kind of a gag are you cooking up? You and that Lieutenant Singer friend of yours?
Maybe.
Well, come running, dear. I'll be waiting for you.
Yeah. Bye, hon. The plane schedule told me I barely had time to shave, shower, and get dressed. But as I finished and was about to head for the door... Yeah? Yeah, who is it?
Mr. Perry, the building super.
Oh. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Perry?
Kind of funny thing, Mr. Dollar, and I kind of thought you ought to know about it.
Know about what?
You mind if I close this door?
No, go ahead. Well?
Well, you know that young man rented the little one room next door for the week?
No, I don't. I thought it was vacant.
No, sir.
I haven't heard anybody in there, so...
Well, I guess he heard you all right.
What?
He rented the place for a week, starting last night.
Yeah?
So when he left in such a hurry a few minutes ago, well, I sort of come up to take a look, see what he might have thought was wrong with it.
Well?
You see this wire I found?
Yeah, looks like the stuff the phone company used... Wait a minute.
Yes, sir. It was sticking out of the wall just opposite to where your phone wires go in on this side.
Sure, my line was tapped.
Yeah, sure looks like
It was some kind of device so he could ring me. And this man has left?
Yes, sir. Maybe 25 minutes ago.
Who was he? What was his name?
Well, he give his name as John Jones.
Oh, sure.
Like he was just sort of making it up.
Oh, what did he look like?
Well, I'd say about your height, Mr. Dollar, and...
keep talking, Mr. Perry, while I make this call.
Well, his hair was darker than yours, and he had a little thin kind of mustache.
The call was to Randy Singer for a description of George Kane. And yes, it tallied with the one Mr. Perry gave me of the man who tapped my phone line, who just left in such a hurry. I told Randy I was heading back to New York, whether he liked it or not, that I barely had time to make a plane, that I'd call him when I got to the apartment in McDougal Alley and tell him all. Maybe even break down and ask for his help. And all because Kane had said he was out to get not only me, but anybody else who'd had a hand in catching up with his brother. Well, the only anybody else was Betty Lewis, who'd helped me trick Felix Kane's girl into showing me how to reach him. George hadn't bothered her there in Hartford because he couldn't find her. She was in New York. But over the phone, while he'd listen in, she'd given the address. During a frantic ride to the airport, I hoped, I prayed, that I could somehow reach Betty before George came.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 5, $20 even for a plane to New York and a cab to the little apartment in McDougal Alley. I tore on up to Nancy Spaulding's apartment on the second floor.
Yes, who is it?
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, just a second, Johnny, while I slip on a robe or something.
Is Betty there?
Betty? Are you kidding?
What?
You and your practical joke.
What do you mean, Nancy? Come on, let me in, huh?
Well, just a second. Wait till I get presentable.
Oh, come on.
You see, I got in the shower after Betty left.
Betty's gone? Nancy!
Well, sure, Johnny. That's why I didn't expect to see you here.
Gone where? With whom?
With that handsome detective friend of yours you sent over to get her.
Oh, no. About my size, black hair, mustache?
That's right.
Nancy.
Gee, why couldn't you have arranged a double date so I could trace along with him?
That man's a killer.
He's almost as pretty as you are and almost... What? What did you say?
That was no detective. That was George Kane. He's a killer.
But Johnny, Betty thought that... Well, you told her on the phone.
I know. Okay, Nancy, now listen carefully. Where did he say he was going to take her?
Well, to meet you, Johnny.
Where?
Oh, dear, I don't know.
Oh.
Well, they went down and took a cab. I watched them go from the front window.
Well, did you... please, think carefully, Nancy. Which way did they go?
East on McDougal.
Good. What kind of a cab was it? Did you by any chance get a look at the license or the driver?
Yes, I did. It was Tommy.
Tommy? Tommy who?
You know, the cabbie who always parks in the cab stand out front this time of night.
Sure.
Wait a minute, Johnny, maybe?
What?
Yes, look. He's come back to the stand again.
Okay, Nancy. Now keep this door locked. Don't open it for anybody but me or the police, and I mean the real police.
Johnny!
Tommy. Is your name Tommy?
That's right. Where to, mister?
Okay, listen. A little while ago, you picked up a man and a girl here.
You mean that good-looking doll staying with Miss Nancy up on the second floor?
That's right, yes.
That's right, I did. Her and the good-looking guy, I think I heard him say he was a plainclothes man.
Okay. Do you remember where you took them?
Why, sure, mister. You see, we have to keep a record of...
Get going, Tommy. Get going. Take me to where you took them.
Yes, sir. It's a kind of funny place for a couple of good-looking people
Get going, please, huh?
Yes, sir.
Come on, step on it, will you? This is a matter of life or death.
You serious, mister?
Look, Tommy, that was no plain clothes man with that girl. That was a killer.
You serious?
Step on it.
Yes, sir. But if we run across any prowl cars, mister...
forget them. I'll give you enough to pay your fines for the next 2 years. Now, where did he take the girl? This section of town we're getting into looks kind of
That's what I told you. It's over near the Bowery. Some dirty dump that... Uh-oh.
Well, what are you slowing down for?
I knew I shouldn't have mentioned it. I knew we'd tangle up with a prowl car. Don't you see the red light in back of us?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe that's the best thing we could ask for.
The best thing?
Come on, pull up. Let me handle it.
Somebody better, mister. All right. Where the devil do you think you're going?
Now, listen, officer.
So it was you who had this poor cabbie tearing through all them red lights, was it?
O'Reilly? Tim O'Reilly. Now, listen, Tim.
Listen to me. This is an emergency. My name is...
Oh, an emergency, is it? And out you come, me boy.
Wait a minute. Will you listen to me, please?
I will not. Come out of there and get into me prowl car in the back seat.
Listen, we're chasing a killer. You can help us.
I said get into the prowl car. So get in. Do I have
Sure, yeah, okay. Tommy, look, you lead the way. Here's $20 for you.
Well, thanks, but I
Just
don't
lead the way for this prowl car to wherever it was.
You lead the way to nowhere. In you go now, into the back seat.
Wait a minute,
now,
you.
Get in. Hey,
just take it easy.
Okay, Tommy.
Huh?
Get on your way.
Right, O'Reilly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I knew that had to be you, Johnny.
Randy.
I mean, charging into that cab there on McDougal Alley and heading this way. We had quite a job catching up.
Okay, now, Randy, listen.
Now, just calm down and take it easy, Johnny.
Will you listen to me?
No, because everything is under control. Thanks to you.
Thanks to me. But don't you understand George Kane? I mean, Betty Lewis, you know her. George and Betty. George has taken her to someplace.
George isn't taking her anywhere, Johnny.
Well, of course he is. I'm trying to tell you. What?
And I'm sure glad you gave me that McDougal Alley address over the phone.
Huh?
Of course, we only went there to pick you up, but when we saw a cab taking that girl of yours and some man away...
George Kane?
Yeah, I kind of thought it might be him. I don't know why. And so when we trailed that cab over to some dingy rooming house over on... Well, anyway, when they got out, we got a good look at him.
You caught him.
That's right. By the time we get to the station house, he'll be in the clink, and the light of your gay young life will be there waiting for you. She's quite a doll, Johnny.
The expense account? Forget it. Forget all of it. I only hope that someday, somehow, I can repay Randy Singer. Over his dead body, though, because all he cared about was getting his hands on Kane. And for some silly reason, he seemed to think that I'd been helping him. What a guy. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, James McCallion, G. Stanley Jones, Herb Vigran, Jack Moyles, Junius Matthews, Lillian Bayef, and Paul Duboff. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gentlemen, Mr. Jeffers.
Be seated, gentlemen. Be seated.
The entire board is here, Mr. Jeffers, except Williams of the credit department.
And why is he not here, Mr. Wilson?
His wife is sick, sir, but his reports are ready. I've brought them for him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson. We'll get to the credit reports in just a minute. Gentlemen, this is a sales meeting, and the purpose of this meeting is sales. And what creates sales, Mr. Wilson?
A satisfied client and a client who is able to pay the price we ask.
A satisfied client represents a sale already made, Mr. Wilson. To sell a product, the maker of that commodity must first create a demand for his product, and then deliver to the satisfaction of his customer.
But, Mr. Jeffers, so far the market's been small. Our prospects are limited.
We sell an expensive item, Mr. Weatherby, but market research will reveal to us a larger demand for our product than you realize. So to make more sales, we must investigate the market more thoroughly. We're in business for profit, and we need a greater turnover.
We mustn't forget the risks, though, Mr. Jeffers.
Yes, we must give great consideration to credit risk, Mr. Wilson. And the percentage of profit must outweigh the percentage of risk. And where does our greatest risk lie?
With, our clients?
Exactly right, Mr. Weatherby. Therefore, the character, the reliability, the motives, and the credit rating of our prospective clients must be given careful scrutiny. Because we must remember, gentlemen, that the commodity we sell is murder.
And now meet Dick Colmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
What's the matter, Blackie? Nothing to do?
Plenty to do, Mary. Only I don't have any of the details.
Maybe I'd feel better if I knew what you're talking about.
It's just this. I've had at least 3 tips during the past week that a new murder gang is working in this town, and Faraday hasn't told me a thing about them, nor has there been anything in the papers.
Maybe the gang hasn't started operations yet.
That's not the way I heard it. I'm more puzzled by the fact that Faraday's keeping quiet than I ever was in any case I've worked.
Have you tried seeing the good inspector? Much as I'd rather you didn't.
I've tried phoning him, but he won't answer once he finds out who's calling. And my trick voices don't work with Faraday. He's too smart.
Oh, the inspector would give an awful lot to hear you say those words.
One of the reasons they're so valuable is that I'll never say them to him. But I'm still puzzled about this situation.
You could be just as puzzled at dinner, and I'd like it better on account of I'm hungry.
Your appetite and your figure are the greatest contradictions I've ever seen.
I keep thin worrying about you.
In that case, and rather than have you put on any weight, I think I'd better get down to headquarters and see Faraday. The police are selling tickets for some children's benefit, and I haven't bought any yet, so I might as well get them from a pal.
There's nothing I can say to stop you from going, Blackie.
You want to keep thin, don't you, Mary?
Oh, I see what you mean. Goodbye, Blackie.
Come in, Matthews.
My name isn't Matthews, Faraday, but I'll accept the invitation.
Get lost, Blackie. I'm busy.
If I get lost, you'll be busy trying to find me.
The only place I want to find you is out.
Well, that's where you'll find me. If you come to my apartment to sell me tickets to the children's benefit, so I've come down to your office to buy them.
Well, I've got more to worry about today than selling tickets.
Well, I'll make it easy for you. This is the last day of the sale. I'll buy every ticket you have left. I'll give you a check for them right now.
Okay, here are 10 tickets. Now get out of here.
What'll I make out the check? Say, What's troubling you today, Faraday?
What's usually troubling me? Murder.
Oh, tell me about it, Inspector. Your troubles are over.
It isn't it, it's them. And any minute I expect to hear about another one.
I haven't seen anything in the papers about murders.
That's because I can't prove there's been a murder. I know of 5 killings in the last month, but I can't prove one of them.
Elusive killers?
Elusive corpses. In the last 30 days, 5 men have disappeared without a trace. I even know who killed them. But I can't prove murder because I can't find the victims.
Good old corpus delicti, huh? Complicates more murder cases. Who's the trigger man?
It's not one trigger man. It's a whole corporation which is selling murder. Wholesale.
Wait a minute. You know all this, but you can't do a thing about it?
Nothing but wait for the corporation to make a slip. It's run like a business, Blackie. And by a former big businessman, too. Ed Jeffers. He used to be head of a large wholesale house.
Here's your check for the tickets.
Thanks.
You certainly were informative, Faraday. You haven't told me about this case before. Why now?
Because I don't want to be bothered with your questions.
But you do want to be bothered with my help, don't you?
Oh, do what you want. Who cares?
I can. Now, just tell me where this murder syndicate can be found, and the corporation will have company.
Hello.
Mr. Jeffers, please.
Speaking.
Mr. Jeffers, this is Weatherby.
Oh, yes, Weatherby. I've been waiting to hear from you. Did you close the deal with Harry Brown?
Yes, sir. I just took care of it.
Fine, fine. You fulfilled every clause in the contract?
Yes, sir. You can tell Mr. Brown everything's been taken care of.
I'll be happy to. I have another prospect for you, Weatherby. It's Robert Ingalls of 11 Elm Road. But I must warn you to exercise the usual extreme caution. Investigate the prospective client's background thoroughly.
Don't worry, Mr. Jeffers. I know how to handle these things.
I have the greatest confidence in you, Weatherby. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Jeffers?
There's a gentleman in the outer office waiting to see me. Will you send him in?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Come in.
Mr. Jeffers?
Yes, come in.
Thank you. My name is Jones, Mr. Jeffers. John J. Jones.
Yeah, sit down.
Thank you. I'll come right to the point. I need your services.
My services? I don't understand.
I happen to know what you sell, Mr. Jeffers, and it isn't what the name of your company implies.
I don't know whatever gave you that idea, Mr. Jones. We import some of the finest woolens in America.
Oh, then maybe I do have the wrong place.
You have the wrong name, Mr. Boston Blackie.
My face is familiar.
And your tactics, Blackie. Now, what can I do for you?
Nothing, I suppose. What you can do for me isn't important. If I were you, I'd worry about what I'm going to do to you.
Inspector Faraday, the Missing Persons Bureau just phoned.
Again, Matthews? Who's missing this time?
A man named Johnson. The Missing Persons Bureau questioned his wife, and she said Johnson's only enemy was Harry Brown.
Well, let's get hold of Brown.
We've already done that, Inspector. He has a perfect alibi. Johnson left his own office at 5 this afternoon. He told his wife he'd be home at 6. Brown was at home at 5 and was still there when we questioned him at 8 this evening.
Yeah.
Several friends were with him all the time, and one of them is a friend of the mayor's. Brown's alibi is perfect.
Well, in that case, Brown certainly didn't kill Johnson. Brown has money, of course.
Yes, a lot.
And this is another one of those things. Another killing by those guys who sell murder.
You have everything but a body and proof, Inspector.
Yeah, I've got everything, all right. The best police force in the country, the best scientific methods of crime detection, the best criminologists in the world, but I've also got a company specializing in murder. And that's exactly what they're getting away with.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry I'm late. Have you ordered dinner?
No, I've been waiting for you. I expect you to be late when you're working on a case.
How do you know I'm working on a case?
Your face has a puzzled look.
I know. Any of the pieces missing?
None of the important ones, I don't think. Let me see. One nose, 2 eyes. No, you're all there, Blackie.
That's not Faraday's opinion, believe me. I just called the inspector and found there's been another killing. That makes 6, and the police can't even find one of the bodies.
How can you say there's been a murder when there isn't even a body?
I can't. But Faraday's so certain the missing men have been killed, I've gone along with the murder theory, too.
Oh?
Faraday even knows of the corporation that has killers for hire.
Huh? It sounded just like you said something about a corporation that sells murder.
It's not funny, Mary. I went up to see the president of the company this afternoon, and I think Faraday's right.
Oh, Blackie, it's too fantastic to believe. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. John Gardner phoned your apartment looking for you.
Gardner? What did that weak sister want?
Well, he said something about socking you on sight.
That's the best news I've had all day.
What?
He's suffering from a bad case of too much money and too little feeling for his fellow man. He's putting pressure on a little shopkeeper I know, and I've warned him to lay off.
Oh, that's my Blackie. Always helping somebody else out and getting himself in trouble.
Oh, Gardner's no trouble, Mary. I can handle 3 like him as an appetizer.
Well, if you can, you'd better begin now. He must have followed me here because he's heading for this table right now.
Oh?
So I found you, have I, Blackie?
So it seems. Go away, Gardner. I'm going to have my dinner.
You won't have any teeth to eat it with after I get through with you.
You're kidding, of course.
Get up from that table and see if I am.
Don't do it, Blackie, please.
Hiding behind your girlfriend, are you? Well, that's what I thought. They call you Boston Blackie, but you're a little yellow.
Excuse me, Mary.
Blackie?
What were you saying, Gardner?
I was saying I'm going to knock your teeth in. Right now.
Yeah. My teeth seem to be still there. I wonder if your chin will be in a second. Get up, Gardner. Get up and get out of here.
All right, Blackie. Only I won't forget this. And believe me, I'll see to it that you never do either.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Blackie. This is Faraday.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
I don't want to hear what you say. I want you to hear what I say.
Okay, say away.
What's the idea of clipping John Gardner, Blackie?
The best idea I've had in months.
Oh, it was a good idea, was it? Well, this is not in my department, but I got wind of it. So I'm just giving you a little tip. You just slugged your way into a good case of assault.
You don't say.
Gardner just filed a complaint against you.
Well, that's not the only complaint he has against me, but this is the first one he's ever had nerve enough to file.
I don't know anything about that. I just want to tell you, a sergeant from the 18th Precinct is coming up to arrest you. I don't want you to pull any tricks.
All right, Faraday. I'll promise to be a good boy. Good to myself. I'm leaving here right now.
Blackie, if Gardner makes that complaint stick, you're going to be in a jam. Why did you clip him?
I had a reason, Faraday. You see, he had a chin I love to touch.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Ed Jeffers runs a well-ordered business in a strictly business-like manner. But what his company sells is murder. Police in Boston Blackie are sure of Jeffers' activities, but cannot prove murder against him because they have no evidence. And the bodies of 6 men his firm has allegedly killed cannot be found. Unable to make headway with the baffling case, Blackie apparently drops the matter to settle a personal difference with wealthy John Gardner. As we return to our story, Gardner is at home.
Yes?
Mr. Gardner, there's a gentleman to see you.
Tell him I see people by appointment only, Jameson.
I told him that, sir, but he says the matter is urgent.
Now tell this man... Well, all right, Jameson. I'll see him.
Very good, sir. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Gardner will see you in the library. Thanks a lot.
Come in, sir. That'll be all, Jameson.
Yes, sir.
What can I do for you?
I think there's something I can do for you, Mr. Gardner. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson. I represent the Jeffers Importers.
I'm not interested in...
But you'll be very interested in our services, Mr. Gardner. We do specialized work, and I can assure you that we're the best and most thorough in the business.
The best and most thorough at what?
Mr. Gardner, we read in the papers last evening that you brought an assault charge against Boston Blackie.
Yes, it's true, I did, but that has nothing to do with...
Mr. Gardner, if you won't take offense, during the past 12 hours, my company has taken the liberty of investigating your background, your character, and your financial status, and your, acceptability as a client.
What in the world are you talking about?
Your acceptability as a client, Mr. Gardner. This isn't the first time you've had trouble with Boston Blackie, and it probably won't be the last. But buy what we have to offer, and we'll settle everything for you.
What do you have in mind?
Murder, Mr. Gardner. Murder.
You'll kill Boston Blackie?
Well, for a price, and I don't hesitate to say it'll quite naturally be a considerable sum.
Yes, naturally.
Of course, you're interested, Mr. Gardner.
Well, I don't know. How can I be sure I
I won't be involved.
Oh, you won't be. You see, our method is flawless. First, we investigate our prospective clients. Our investigation determines whether or not they'll cooperate with us in keeping quiet about what we do for them.
Oh, I see.
Then we kill the person. Our client is not involved in the crime because we kill his enemy at a time our client has a perfect alibi.
You're very thorough.
Very. The killer, one of our employees, can't be charged with a crime because the police can never prove a connection between the killer and his victim. Besides, the victim's body disappears. Do you see how perfect our method is?
Yes, quite clearly.
Well, what do you say, Mr. Gardner?
Mr. Wilson, you have a client.
I got Gardner, Mr. Jeffers. Here's the money. He paid the entire amount in advance.
You're a good salesman, Mr. Wilson. Well, Weatherby, we have another account for you to service.
What do I call kill this time?
Boston Blackie.
Blackie, huh? Well, I hope he got a good price.
Make the job as good as the price, and we'll all be satisfied.
Well, it'll be just as good as all the others. Maybe better. Where does Blackie live?
At 6 Sunset Park, apartment 9A. Sam here will give you all the data you need on Blackie, the layout of his apartment, his habits, and so on, the usual material. Within 24 hours, the terms of our contract with Mr. Gardner must be and will be fulfilled.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, well, I told you your fight with Mr. Gardner would make the papers. Aren't you sorry you hit him now?
I'm just sorry I didn't hit him harder.
Blackie, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. I just don't like guys who... Uh-oh.
Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Blackie! Blackie! Blackie!
I'll get you another way, Blackie.
Not with your gun. It stays on the floor where I just knocked it.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Oh, then you go on the floor with it.
Yeah, you...
Well, you want to get up for more?
No, thanks.
Then I'll help you. There. Who are you?
None of your business.
You came up behind me with a gun in your hand. I suppose that was none of my business either. You're one of Ed Jeffers' men, aren't you?
I'm not saying.
Well, I am. To tell you the truth, I thought someone like you might come calling. That's why I sat so I could look in the mirror and see what was behind me.
You sound like you were expecting me.
I was expecting someone. What's your name?
You mean to say there's something the great Boston Blackie doesn't know?
How would you like the great Boston Blackie to go to work on you to find out what your name is?
It's Weatherby.
That answers my first question. My next is, who sent you here?
This was my own idea.
Oh, it's going to be like that, huh? You wouldn't happen to know a man named Jeffers.
Who?
You're being awfully stupid, Weatherby. But then you were pretty stupid to think that you could keep getting away with what you and your boss were doing. Let's get down to police headquarters. Maybe Faraday can think of a way to improve your memory.
Inspector, I've got to see you.
Apparently. From the way you just crashed into my office, Miss Wesley.
Look, Inspector, a little while ago I was talking on the phone to Blackie when suddenly something happened.
I know what it was. He got tired of talking to you.
No, Inspector. He stopped so abruptly. I know something happened to him. I tried to get you on the phone, but you weren't in.
I just got here. Well, Miss Wesley, either Blackie hung up or someone hung one on him. Now, I got no time.
Oh, now look.
Wait a minute. Hello.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Oh, fine. I've got Miss Wesley here. She's scared stiff. Now, what goes on?
Plenty. Tell Mary I'm all right. I tried to call her back, but her line was busy.
Well, I'm busy, too. What is this, the telephone exchange?
No, but I'm doing a little exchanging. I'm exchanging a theory of mine for the murder syndicate you're trying to grab. And I'll be down to headquarters with the syndicate's production manager in half an hour. Here he is, Faraday. His name is Weatherby, and he's one of the syndicate's killers. How many men have you killed for Jeffers, Weatherby? 2, 3, 4?
I'll handle him, Blackie.
Sure, when I'm through. Weatherby, you were hired by Gardner to get me, weren't you? Come on, talk.
Talking bores me.
Weatherby, I'm going to give you two...
It's no use, Faraday. We're going to have to find a way to make him talk.
I know a way. Only regulations won't let me use it. How did you grab him, Blackie?
He sneaked up on me while I was on the telephone in my apartment. That is, he thought he was sneaking up on me.
But you just happened to see him in the mirror, huh?
I was looking in the mirror, just waiting for him. And the minute he got close enough, I clipped him with the telephone.
Great, so we got him. So what do we have? Nothing.
You're not very complimentary, Inspector.
Come on in this other room a minute, Faraday. I have one more idea.
Yeah. Well, if it works as well as your others, I hope it's your last idea for 20 years.
Things are really working out better than you think.
You almost get yourself killed and you say things are working out?
Yes, Faraday. I'll tell you a little secret.
Go ahead.
I'm sure Jeffers plans to try to kill me. And I plan to stop him. The plan of one of us is going to work.
Mr. Jeffers, I want to talk to you.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Gardner. Sit down. I know exactly what you want to talk to me about, too.
Yes, you should.
I know Boston Blackie is still alive. I know...
And I know I paid you to kill Boston for me. But your man didn't kill him.
Do you want your money refunded?
I'd rather have Boston Blackie dead.
In that case, I promise you a satisfied customer. Give us another 24 hours and we'll fulfill the terms of our contract. Phone Blackie and have him up to your house for a reconciliation. Have him there at 10 o'clock tonight.
All right.
Make sure the servants are out. I'll ring the bell at 10. You'll open the door for me and then join some friends next door so you'll have an alibi.
All right, Mr. Jeffers.
Very good. I'll see you at 10, Mr. Gardner, because this job I'm going to do myself.
Well, you're right on time, Mr. Jeffers, and you are doing this job yourself.
I promised I would, Mr. Gardner. Is Blackie here?
Yes, in the library.
Alone?
I told you we'd be alone here.
Who's that?
Blackie, in the library.
I thought you said he was alone.
He is.
Oh, why is he laughing?
We're going over some old cartoons. He must be leafing through the rest of them. You see, we patched up our differences. He thinks. He has no idea whom I came to the door to meet.
Fine. Now, where's he sitting in there? In what position?
Well, if he's just as I left him, he has his back to the door, sitting in a low-back chair. You can open the door and get a clear shot at him.
You're being a great help, Gardner. I really shouldn't charge you the full fee for this.
All right, never mind. Get the job done.
It's as good as done right now. Oh, you're leaving?
Yes. I want to be sure I'm next door when the shots are heard.
You will be. Good night. Don't move, Blackie.
Oh, hello, Jeffers. You want to see these cartoons? They're wonderful.
I'll have to take your word for it. But you won't have to take my word for the fact that you'll be dead in 30 seconds. Take my gun's word for that.
You're going to kill me, are you?
That's what he thinks. Drop that gun, Jeffers.
Faraday.
I said drop the gun.
Oh, my hand.
You're not hurt, friend. Guns in guys' hands make me nervous.
How about fists?
You want to play, do you? Keep away from here, Blackie. This is my fun.
Okay. Go ahead. Enjoy yourself, Faraday. Hey, you handle your hands pretty well, boy. Nice going.
Thanks. Well, we've got enough on this guy now to hang him. Providing we can get Gardner to talk. Where is he?
He's supposed to be right outside the door. Oh, Gardner.
Right here, Blackie. Well, apparently our plan worked. That's the president of the murder syndicate lying there on the floor.
Yeah, and we've got enough on him to hang him now. Thanks for your help, Gardner.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. But the next time you and I stage a fist fight like we did in the restaurant, take it easy, will you, Blackie? My jaw still hurts.
Oh, well, I had to make that punch good. I had to head chew hard enough to knock out a gang of killers.
Some night. Some rain, Jack?
Yeah, it is, Tom. What kind of a night to be hauling $100,000 in cash through the countryside?
All you gotta do is protect the dough. I gotta drive this truck. And I ain't sure if we're in the country or the city. This rain's so thick I can't see 10 feet in front of me.
It is a heavy rain, all right.
Yeah, it's some black night, too. If it wasn't for that white line in the middle of the road, I'd have to pull up and wait for the rain to quit.
Oh, I guess there's no danger of running off the road as long as you can see that line, Tom.
No, but it's the only thing keeping us on the road.
Well, let's step on it, huh? We'll get where we're going faster.
Jack. Nothing doing. The road's too slick. There's no telling who we'll meet around the next bend.
There's nobody on this road on a night like this, Tom. Anyhow, this isn't the main highway. It's just the truck route.
Truck route, yeah. If I was hauling anything but a load of cash, I wouldn't have to drive on a night like this. I'd be able to... Uh-oh. There's a turn up ahead. Boy, I'd have sure kept going straight if it wasn't for that white line. Boy, will I be glad when I get this...
Tom, look out! We're off the road. You're heading for those big trees.
Jump, Jack! Jump! I'm jumping!
What a plan, Harry. What a plan. That armored truck cracked up just the way I said it would. Yeah, Bob. Split wide open.
Now all we gotta do is climb in and haul out that $100,000.
Sure thing. But first go around to the cab of the truck and see how the driver is. And if the crash didn't kill him, see that you do.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. And now, to tell us about our newest adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
Before I begin, I'd like to ask a question. When you see a sign on the road that says danger ahead, do you go on regardless of the danger, or proceed with care and caution? I ask this because there's a big sign on the economic road ahead of us, and it says inflation. That means we must proceed with care and caution to keep prices down. More and more people are making more money than ever before, and there are fewer things to spend it on. Therefore, if we outbid each other for what there is, we force prices up, the value of money decreases, and everybody suffers. But you must keep prices down. Buy only what you really need, and refuse to pay more than ceiling prices. Save all the money you can in the form of war bonds. Do all you can to avoid the pitfalls of that danger sign that says inflation. And make every step you take a step closer to victory. Keep prices down. And now for the story I call Dinner of Death. It began when two men were arrested for hijacking trucks. They were known as Barnaby Mullins and Spike Saunders. Mullins, who was released on bail, visited the office of the district attorney.
Look, Mr. Mahoney, one of your assistants let me get this far, right into your private office. Will you listen to me for a couple of minutes?
I'm too busy, Mullins. In court next week, I'll give you all the time you need, you and your pal, Spike Saunders.
Tell me something. How did you know where to pick me up?
The police have ways of knowing things like that.
What happened? Did Tommy Pepper turn stool pigeon?
Cut it, Mullins. You're doing Tommy Pepper an injustice. He's a good newspaper man, a crime reporter who hates rackets and loves to show them up.
Of course, I shouldn't talk that way about the celebrated racket buster, Tommy Pepper. Out the day before a big banquet in his honor. With you making the main speech of the evening.
Is that all you came here to say?
That's some of it. Is there anything special you'd like to hear?
Yes, there is. I'd like a full confession from you. It would save the state needless trial expense.
Confession?
Look, Mullins, I'm making no deals with you, or with anyone else. Confess or get out of here and take your chances in court.
Okay. But before I start to talk, will you do me one favor?
Name it.
I got a few little business details to clean up before I start living on the state. Will you fix it to continue my bail for 48 hours?
All right, Barnaby. You can have until the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. Now, suppose you start talking.
Dear, this is insufferable.
Oh, come now, Denny. You've been moaning all the way to this hotel. What in the world is the matter with you?
Well, if you must know, Captain Drummond, it's my feet. We've been tramping about all day, and now a banquet. I've been hoping to rest this evening, sir.
Denny, this banquet is the event of the season. As visitors to the city, we're extremely fortunate to be invited.
Yes, I understand that, sir, but my feet...
Oh, come on, forget your feet. I'm interested in the fabulous Tommy Pepper and his work in exposing rackets. I've always wanted to meet him again.
Why, I wasn't aware that you even knew him, sir.
Well, I don't really, but... Watch it, Denny. Here he is.
Hello. Captain Drummond, right?
Yes, Mr. Pepper. We met some years ago.
Don't tell me, I'll get it. At the Blackfriars Club, 1938, right?
Right again. You have a remarkable memory.
I never forget a face. I don't dare. It might be a guy just out of prison who had spent 10 years remembering I sent him there.
Well, sorry, I can't oblige you there. Oh, pardon me. Tommy Pepper, this is Denny.
Hiya, Denny.
Very well, thank you, sir.
Well, gentlemen, before we brave the mob in a banquet hall, how about the special private room? There are some hors d'oeuvres and a row of bottles. Will you join me?
Well, thank you, Mr. Pepper.
Shorten that to Tommy, will you?
Good heavens, sir. There's a weird-looking chap following us, an enormous, hulking fellow.
Yes, Denny, that's Dodo. And he is following us, or rather me. That's his job.
Dodo? Is that his name?
Sure. Dodo, come here.
Oh, yeah.
Dodo, meet some friends of mine, Captain Drummond and Denny.
Friends?
Yes, Dodo. Friends.
Oh. Hello.
Hello there.
All right, Dodo. Stay close behind us.
You said that Dodo's job was following you, Mr. Pepper?
Yeah, that's right. He's not much to look at or talk to, but he's aces as a bodyguard. To date, I owe him 8 lives.
My word, is there that much risk in writing about rackets?
Constantly. And monotonously. Even tonight, some thoughtful soul telephoned me to say I'd die before the evening was finished. Well, here we are. And there's our distinguished D.A. studying his speech. Hiya, Mahoney.
Hello, Tommy. Well, hello, Captain Drummond and Denny. Nice of you to come to the banquet.
We're very glad to be here.
How about a preview of your speech, Mahoney? It'll save me from blushing when I hear it.
Not a chance, Tommy. The speech goes back in the pocket. I'm not going to spoil a surprise.
Oh, now I know I need a drink.
What do you have, gentlemen?
Bourbon for me, Drummond.
Oh, dry sherry, please.
Dry sherry, sir.
You, Denny?
The same, sir. There you are. You, Mr. Mahoney?
Kimmel, right, Mahoney?
Right. Pony of Kimmel. You never forget anything, do you, Tommy?
Well, allow me. To tonight's guest of honor, Tommy Pepper. May you prosper.
Thanks, Drummond.
Here's how.
That bourbon hits the spot. Well, let's get on to the banquet, shall we? What's the matter with Mahoney?
Mahoney, what's wrong?
I don't know. Good heavens, he's fainted.
Mahoney. Mahoney. Someone, we
got it, Zeus. My word, sir. Now, Mr. Pepper has fallen to right across the body of the district attorney.
Help me lift him, Denny. Barman, don't let anyone touch those glasses.
Our story continues in just a moment. And now back to Bulldog Drummond and the story he calls Dinner of Death. A hijacker known as Barnaby Mullins traded information with District Attorney Mahoney for 48 hours of freedom to clean up some unfinished business. The same night, Tommy Pepper, noted crime reporter, is to be guest of honor at a dinner. But after taking a drink, Tommy and the District Attorney collapsed.
Keep up the first aid treatment, Denny. An ambulance will be here any moment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pepper. Mr. Pepper. He's coming too, Captain Drummond.
Good. I can't say as much for Mahoney.
No, sir. The deer is in bad shape.
Wait a moment, Barman. No, it's no use.
What do you mean?
There's no pulse, no breath. His heart stopped. The district attorney's dead.
Mr. Pepper's going to be all right, sir.
Tommy Pepper, can you hear me?
Drummond, what happened?
Someone must have poisoned your drinks. Lie still now. In a moment, we'll put you in an ambulance and take you to the hospital.
But Mahoney, I saw him fall. Where is he?
He's dead.
Mahoney dead. Oh, that's terrible.
Who did it, Tommy? Do you know?
Might have been Barnaby Mullins or anybody. Lots of rats hated me and Mahoney.
Tell me, who is Barnaby Mullins, and why do you suspect him?
Well, it was Mullins on the phone today. He threatened me. I investigated his hijacking racket. Mahoney was to prosecute him next week.
I take it then he's out on bail. Where can I find him?
Well, he used to hide out at Cornwall Arms, apartment 4E.
Thanks. Denny and I'll go there at once.
Be careful. Mullins is tricky, dangerous, and desperate.
Here we are, Denny.
Yes, sir. Apartment 4E. Skeleton key, sir?
Try the door first.
Why, it was unlocked.
All right, inside.
You'd better be prepared. Mr. Pepper said this Mullins person was a desperado. Good heavens, look. It's the ape man.
Hello, Dodo.
Whoa.
Dodo, is Barnaby Mullins here?
Mullins in the other room you don't see.
In the other room, thanks. This way, Denny.
This is fantastic, sir. Why is that creature here in the apartment of the man suspected of poisoning his master?
Open the door, Denny.
This is a light switch.
Well, that must have been Barnaby Mullins.
Hanged by the neck from an overhead pipe. Oh, dear. Hanged with his own belt, sir.
Dodo!
He's gone, sir. That explains that Dodo hanged Mullins for poisoning Tommy Pepper.
I doubt that, Denny. Dodo would have strangled Mullins. And notice the evidence here, that chair lying on the floor.
Oh, I see it now, sir. It was suicide. Mullins hanged himself.
Now, a closer inspection will show a flaw in that theory. How high would the seat of the chair be from the floor if the chair were upright?
Oh, about 2 feet, sir.
Now look at the body. How high off the floor are the feet?
The feet? Well, the toes are about 3.5 feet from the floor.
Mm-hmm. Then it would have been physically impossible for Mullins to have hanged himself.
Where are you telephoning, sir?
Police headquarters, Denny.
Oh, yes.
Hello, police headquarters. This is Captain Drummond. Yes, I've just found Barnaby Mullins murdered in apartment 4E at the Cornwall Arms. That's right. What? I see. thanks, I will.
Please, sir, you gave the police some information, and apparently they gave you some.
They did, Denny. Mullins' partner, a person named Spike Saunders, shot his way out of jail 3 hours ago. He killed a guard. Let's be going.
Going, sir? Where?
To the hospital to see Tommy Pepper. If Spike Saunders is on the rampage, we must cover every angle.
You know, I dislike to press a personal issue, sir, but my feet are killing me.
Yes, Denny, I know how you feel. I'm sorry we couldn't find a taxicab to bring us here to the hospital.
But it's impossible that this Spike Saunders would invade a place like this, especially with the police on his heels.
That shot seemed to come from Tommy Pepper's room. Hurry it up.
Yes, sir. The running is extremely difficult at this point, sir.
All right, here's the room.
Oh, dear. Mr. Pepper isn't here.
There's a terrace outside. Look out there.
I'm all right, Drummond.
My word, he's under the bed.
Yes, but still alive.
Tommy, who fired that shot?
I don't know. I was dozing when I heard one of the French windows open. It squeaked. To me, that meant danger, so I dove under the bed.
Anything outside, Denny?
Yes, sir. This gun. Apparently the assassin dropped it on the terrace as he ran away.
Another narrow escape for you, Tommy.
I'm an old hand at narrow escapes, Drummond.
That may be, but I think you need a change of venue. There have been 2 poisonings. Barnaby Mullins has been hanged, and Spike Saunders has shot his way out of jail.
Well, thanks for catching me up on current events. So Saunders is on the loose, huh?
With the murder of a guard hanging over him.
Well, in that case, I think I'll move out of here if you'll get me my clothes, Denny. They're in that closet over
Yes,
there.
sir.
Oh, I'll get them, Denny. Here we are. Shoes, socks, underwear.
Let me help you with that hospital nightgown, Mr. Pepper.
Thanks, Denny.
Shirt, tie, trousers.
I have them, sir.
All right. Now, you can go along with Denny to our suite in the hotel. Meanwhile, I'll gather up the loose ends of the case. Here's your coat.
You're not coming to the hotel, sir?
Not just now, Denny. There are a few details I want to clean up.
Well, Drummond, thanks for your help. I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes, both of us will, sir.
Plaster on the wall is soft, and the bullet didn't go far. Should be easy to dig it out. Peculiar angle of entrance. There we are.
Oh, pardon me, sir.
Why did you come back, Denny?
Well, Mr. Pepper considered himself far too capable to need a chaperone on his way to the hotel. He insisted that I come back here. He went on alone, so I gave him my key.
All right, we'll follow him in a few moments.
Yes, sir.
You see, I believe that Tommy Pepper will need not 1 chaperone, Denny, but 2. Go ahead, Denny.
Yes, sir. I'll switch on the lights.
Well, we've had visitors.
My word, the room is wrecked.
Tommy? Tommy Pepper? He isn't here.
He's been kidnapped, sir. From the look of the room, there was a fierce struggle before someone overpowered him and carried him off.
Yes, it appears that way.
Please, sir, what do we do now?
At the moment, I believe we'll both raise our hands high.
Raise our... What in the world are you talking about?
There's a man at the door, Denny, with a gun.
Good heavens, it's Dodo.
Where's Tommy Pepper?
That's what we'd like to know, Dodo.
Tell me where's Tommy Pepper?
Oh, dear. Listen, Dodo, Mr. Pepper came here for safety, but someone must have kidnapped him.
Where's Tommy Pepper?
He doesn't believe me, sir. Now, see here, Mr. Dodo. Spike Saunders escaped from jail. Probably took Mr. Pepper away.
Spike Saunders free. Spike Saunders snatched Tommy Pepper. Dodo gets Spike Saunders.
Thank goodness he's putting away the gun.
Dodo, can you find Saunders?
Dodo followed Spike Saunders lots of times. He hid in a colony warehouse.
We'll go along with you to help you.
Dodo don't need help. Dodo go along. Oh!
My word, sir, you knocked him out.
Yes, Denny. Now you and I will visit the colony warehouse without a chaperone.
glass and reached through and fixed the burglar alarm just as you told me.
You should have been a burglar, Denny.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll raise the window.
Go on in.
My word, the warehouse is full.
Yes. I noticed the stencils on the cases, Denny. Hosiery, shoes, cigarettes, machine tools.
Canned goods. My word, this must be the loot of those hijackers, Mullins and Saunders.
Probably. Hold it.
Get him up.
No, dear.
It's Tommy Pepper. Tommy, it's Drummond, Denny.
Well, how'd you get here, Drummond? How'd you get in?
Oh, there are ways and means, Tommy. Tell us about this warehouse.
Oh, it's a storage depot for hijacked civilian goods. Nothing but the best, of course. If you'll stay with me, I think we can grab the other member of the hijacking team. Spike Saunders is coming in.
My word, how do you know that?
Been watching through a window. He just drove up outside in another car. Not the one he was using when he yanked me out of your hotel suite.
What happened to you there?
Well, I just got in when Saunders arrived. He slugged me and started to take me for a ride. It was my good luck that his car blew a tire. I was conscious by that time, so I got away.
You're lucky?
You're telling me. I wouldn't be alive today if I wasn't. Drummond, got a gun?
Not tonight.
And lie low when the fireworks start. Saunders won't give up without a fight.
Perhaps you better give me your gun, Tommy. Taking a criminal into custody is more in my line than yours.
Oh, no, not tonight. I've been poisoned, shot at, and slugged, and I want revenge. Here he comes. Get him up, Saunders.
Well, so what happens to me? I run into Tommy Pepper and into dark.
That's right, Saunders, and my gun was up first, so walk in a straight line toward my flashlight and keep him up.
Sure, let's see your light. Oh, well, my finger must have slipped. Did it hurt you, Tommy?
Nice shooting, Spike. You shot the flashlight out of my hand. Now it's my turn.
Oh, no, you got me, a rat. Right in the breadbasket.
All right, Tommy. You won your duel.
Yeah, I almost lost it. All right, Drummond, you can have my gun. From here in, it's your show.
Thanks. It's my show until we get to police headquarters, where we'll book you for murder.
What are you saying?
Yes, sir. What are you saying?
Well, Denny, you see, this cycle of poisoning and murder began just after Barnaby Mullins made a sworn statement to the district attorney.
Well, I'm following you, sir. I merely want to get out my flashlight. I don't like this darkness.
Yeah, that's better. Your real talent, Tommy, was blackmail. You used the information you picked up about rackets to extort money from crooks. Will you confirm that?
Confirm nothing.
Denny.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. He knocked the light out of my hand.
Drummond, you were too fast with your information. Now you haven't got a light. Making an arrest in the dark's pretty tough.
Where in the world is he, sir?
You forget, Tommy. I've got your gun. You're unarmed.
One correction, Drummond. I just picked up Saunders' gun. He won't need it anymore.
Hit the floor, Denny.
Yes, sir.
One other little point, Drummond. My gun has only one cartridge left in it. There were two. I used one on Saunders. You've got just one shot to fire. I've got plenty in this gun.
Have you?
Oh. I missed you, huh? Why don't you try the one shot you've got, Drummond? You might make a bullseye by a miracle.
Please, sir, is he bluffing?
No, Denny. There's only one live cartridge left in his gun. In this gun, and Tommy's moving around in the dock.
Back to the climax of our story in just a moment. And now back to Bulldog Drummond. In the Colony Warehouse, a depot for hijacked civilian goods, Drummond and Denny are peering into darkness. Drummond has one live cartridge in his gun. Tommy Pepper has more.
Come on, Drummond. Why don't you shoot? You might hit me.
Of course, sir, it's none of my business, but do you think you might hit him?
As he said, Denny, I might score a bullseye by a miracle. I'm saving this last shot.
But what can we do, sir?
I think you'd better start creeping.
Creeping, sir? My feet are aching terribly.
Crawl, Denny, on your hands and knees while I talk to Tommy. You'll know where he is by his voice.
Do you want me to find him, sir, and tackle him?
No. Get behind him. Those wooden cases are stacked high. Get behind a row of them.
Oh, I understand. Get behind a row of cases and behind him.
That's it. Get moving now. I'll make him talk so you can locate him in the dark.
And then a mighty heave-ho on the cases. Yes, I'll do my best, sir.
All right, Tommy. How about it? Tommy?
Yeah, Drummond? You ready to surrender?
Not yet. You've committed 3 murders. I don't intend to make a 4th at your little game.
Tell me something, Drummond. How did you know that I murdered Mullins? I was in the hospital when you found him.
You hanged him before you poisoned the bottle of Kimmel for Mahoney. And then you faked your own poisoning. And in the hospital, you fired a shot from your own gun into the wall.
You're quite intelligent, Drummond. How did you figure it out?
With your help, Tommy.
I didn't help you.
At the hospital, I got your clothes for you. The district attorney's speech was in your coat pocket. The speech you stole from him when you fell across him in the private room. It makes very interesting reading.
Keep talking, Drummond.
Gladly. From what Mullins told him, the DA knew the truth. He would have exposed you in his speech at the banquet.
All right, Drummond, now I know just where you are. That's all I wanted to know.
I did it, sir. He's pinned underneath those heavy cases, and I'm watching him very closely.
A nice piece of work, Denny. You deserve a rich reward.
Well, in that case, there's something I'd like very much. Let's go home where I can take off my shoes.
And now, here is Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story.
At a carnival, a gypsy fortune teller predicts Denny's future. She foretells a night of dire happenings. And before morning, her prophecy comes true. Denny and I meet some interesting people. A sideshow ticket taker, a famous performer on the high trapeze, and 2 corpses which refuse to lie still. A mad killer lurks in the background. I call the story Murder Carnival. Be sure to listen, won't you?
And so, into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. The next adventure with Bulldog Drummond will be heard over most of these stations next week at the same time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor of Time magazine, and Edward Pauley, who plays Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case will really test your mettle as an armchair detective, because I can assure you it had us thinking hard. It's about a man who could disappear almost at will. I call it The Adventure of the Vanishing Magician. Mamie Dover. What's the matter?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Forsythe. Oh, dear, my dinner will be ruined if that husband of mine doesn't get home soon. You'd think after 20 years of married life, a man would get to know his spare ribs get dry.
You were crying, Mamie, and it wasn't about Hal or the spare ribs.
Now, you go back in the parlor, Forsythe, and read your variety and billboard while I see if I can't save my dinner.
You were crying about the house, weren't you, Mamie?
Yes.
Well, we haven't lost the old shack yet, Mamie. Now, stop crying. Think of the good old days.
Oh, the good old days. What for? We'll never see him again.
Oh, don't you believe it. Vaudeville's coming back. Yes, sir. Before you know it, you'll be right back in the old 5 a day again. Hal and Mamie Dover, songs and patter.
Maybe vaudeville's coming back, Forsythe, but Hal and me won't come back with it. Nor you, nor Avanti. The great Avanti, magician supreme. Filbert Forsythe, quick change artist. Oh, it's old stuff, passé. They'd laugh us off.
Yeah? Well, I'm as good as I ever was. I've kept in practice, Mame. I haven't let the hinges on my theatrical trunk upstairs get rusty. No, sir. Remember that quick change act I had? Riley of the New York Finest? Where I played all 7 parts? Why, it laid 'em in the aisle.
It was corny, Forsythe. Hal and me were corny. Avanti and his magic was corny. We're through, and you know it.
Through, am I? I'll show you all, and especially that sarcastic booker who threw me out of his office yesterday.
Oh, what's the use? You knew we were through when you, Avanti, Hal, and me pooled our savings 13 years ago to buy this house.
Yeah, you're right, Mame. We thought we'd have at least a roof over our heads. Now...
Oh, there's the front door. Hal?
Me, Mame.
Hal, I thought you'd never get home.
Home? Oh, evening, Forsythe.
Hal, did you see that pagan at the bank?
I saw him.
What'd he say, Hal?
He busted a gut laughing.
Oh, Hal.
So we lose the house, is that it?
Next week, unless the U.S. Marines save us in the nick of time.
But, Hal, what'll we all do? Where'll we go?
Search me. Oh, Mame, stop crying, huh?
Dover, I told you we did wrong when we mortgaged that house 5 years ago.
And what were we supposed to eat, Forsythe? Your 1929 billboard clippings?
Hal, Dover, I'll have you know
that.
Well, now, next week is next week. Right now, we have a dinner to eat. Though heaven knows, Hal Dover, you've done your darndest to spoil it. Now, sit down, both of you.
I ain't hungry, Mame.
You're going to eat, mister, and we're not going to wait for the great Avanti. I'll have the ribs out in a jiffy if they ain't dry as dust.
I guess I'm jumpy, Forsythe.
Yeah, it's my fault, Hal. It's losing the house and all the money we put into it.
Going back to a furnished room. Avanti?
Hello, Mamie. Hal, Forsythe. Where are you, my friends?
In the dining room, Avanti.
I am late, no? The long, long faces. No luck today, eh, Hal?
Sit down and eat your soup, Avanti.
Avanti?
Yes.
Oh, it's about time. Now hurry with your soup.
Attention. The great Avanti is about to give a performance.
What's he so gay about?
Cut the clowning, Avanti. I ain't in the mood.
No? Then I shall put you in the mood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Observe. There is nothing up my sleeve.
Cut it out, I said.
Hal.
Hal's on edge, Avanti.
Oh, who wouldn't be losing the house?
And who says we are losing the house, huh?
The bank that's holding the mortgage, you punchy dope.
Avanti says it is not so.
What?
Your faces light up, eh? My friends, I have it all fixed.
Avanti, we won't lose our house.
No, Mamie. And what is more, we shall have enough dough to last us a long, long time.
You're crazy with the cold.
That's something crooked.
No. It is not something crooked, Forsythe.
But, Avanti, you ain't serious. How can you save the house?
Follow my instructions and have faith.
What do we have to do, Avanti?
Merely, when the proper time comes, to get out of the house for one evening, leaving it unoccupied. That is all.
What are you going to do, burn it down?
Even that wouldn't do any good. Our fire insurance lapsed.
Now, you two stop. Avanti?
Yes?
You want us to leave the house for one evening, and that'll save it?
Yes, Mamie.
I suppose you'll do it by magic, Avanti.
Yes, Mr. Dover. By magic.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
I heard tell the other day about a lady who paid her first visit to New York just recently. That was plenty exciting for her, all right. Even though the bright lights aren't quite as bright as usual, there was plenty to see and do.
Plenty. I'll say so. I never saw so many people or places at one time in my life. And the crowd.
Yes, indeed, the crowd. Well, after a few days of helter-skelter running around, the lady woke up in her hotel room one morning feeling like this.
Oh, my head.
Yes, a common sick headache. Not unusual when you're on the move more than you're used to being. But was she going to let that stand in the way of seeing all there was left to see in New York?
Not on your life. I had headaches in my own hometown, too. And if Bromo Seltzer could make me feel so much better back home, I guess it would work just as well in New York.
So she up and went down to the drugstore, had the clerk mix her a Bromo Seltzer at the fountain,
And pretty soon I felt like my old self again. So I went on to see Grant's tomb and the Statue of Liberty just as I'd planned.
Ah, good for you. And good for Bromo Seltzer. You'll find it's handy to have around, friends. So get a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer tomorrow. And now back to our story. It's 2 mornings later, the scene, Inspector Queen's office at police headquarters.
There's the maestro and Miss Porter, Inspector.
Hi, Petey. Come in, you two.
Hurry call to headquarters, Dad, means a case.
Is it a case, Inspector?
It's a case, Nicky, but best if I know what kind. Ellery, shake hands with Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele. My son Ellery's secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
This really isn't a matter for the police, son.
The inspector and me thought it was a lot more in your line, maestro. Screwball stuff.
Sounds interesting, Sergeant.
First, I'd better explain, son, that Mr. Steele here is a very wealthy businessman with a peculiar hobby.
I thought I recognized you, Mr. Steele. I read an article about you in a magazine recently with your photograph.
That's me, Miss Porter.
Your hobby's collecting magic tricks, isn't it?
Yes, indeedy. I'm an amateur expert in magic. Know more about magic than these fellows know themselves. Eh, Avanti? Mr. Steele, you are the boogeyman of my unfortunate profession.
Mr. Steele's a shower-upper, maestro. These guys make up magic tricks. He figures them out.
I see.
For years, Mr. Steele's had a standing offer of $25,000 to any professional magician who can show him a magic trick he can't solve in 24 hours.
Wonderful. You're sort of magic detective, eh, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. The best of them have tried to collect that $25,000. No one's collected it yet.
Mr. Steele's seen through every magic illusion ever invented, Ellery.
Mr. Steele will not see through mine. You see, Avanti's taken up Mr. Steele's challenge.
He claims he can pull a trick that'll fool even Mr. Steele.
Oh, swell. What's your illusion, Mr. Avanti?
I shall disappear in thin air.
Oh.
But that's not new, Mr. Avanti. Houdini made an elephant disappear in full view of a theater audience.
I saw the old master do it myself. All disappearance illusions are done with mirrors and apparatus. You won't fool me with one of those moth-eaten tricks, Avanti. But, Mr. Steele, I do not use mirrors or apparatus. Huh? Oh, Avanti, I'll hold you to that.
No apparatus, Mr. Avanti? Wow. But may I ask why you've come to the police?
It's going to be a case for the Missing Persons Bureau, ain't it?
I wish Mr. Steele to be completely satisfied about the conditions under which my illusion takes place. You see, Ellery, Avanti and some old-time vaudeville friends of his jointly own a 2-story brownstone in Chelsea that's in danger of foreclosure.
It's one of them old babies, maestro, in a solid block of attached houses, all alike.
All alike.
And Mr. Avanti wants to win Mr. Steele's money to save the house? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, but from now on, I'm on Mr. Avanti's side.
The more the merrier, Miss Porter. Disappear into thin air without mirrors or apparatus? No.
Mr. Avanti, just how do you intend using the house in this magic illusion of yours?
First, Mr. Queen, I wish the house to be examined from basement to roof, inside and out, to satisfy Mr. Steele that there are no sliding panels, hidden passages, tunnels, or secret hiding places anywhere inside.
There goes my solution.
Secondly, Inspector Queen may station police as guards at each exit from the house to see that I do not escape. As many men as you please, Inspector. On the roof, in the basement, the backyard, at the doors and windows. In fact, I shall be insulted if you do not put a veritable human cordon around the house. You're sure making it impossible for yourself, Avanti. Ah, that is the essence of the illusion. Finally, I shall enter, alone, in full view of all of you. And you will not find me in the house when you look. I shall have vanished. And then, Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to solve the problem of my disappearance, or pay me $25,000.
You're crazy, Avanti, but by George, you're on. When will you be ready?
Tonight.
Well, you gentlemen will have to count me out. I can't touch it. No crime involved.
Inspector, please make an exception.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen.
Oh, yes,
Very
certainly,
well.
Mr. Queen.
Dad, cooperate with Avanti.
But I've no authority, son, in a thing like
Oh,
this.
you can find the authority, Inspector. It means so much to Mr. Avanti.
Well, the guy's a nut or a publicity
He's
hound.
neither. He's doing it for that little group of ex-5-a-dayers, Sergeant. They need that $25,000 to save their house.
That's all very true.
Be a sport, Dad. Play along with Avanti as a favor to me.
Well, what'll the big chink say? And he talks 3 languages.
Inspector, please.
Well, blast it, all right.
Thanks, Dad. Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele.
Okay, Mr. Queen. I ought to have my head examined, but... Okay, gentlemen. Oh, good. Fine. Avanti, get ready to disappear from that house of yours. Tonight at 9.
I think Avanti's going to be able to pull this off, Hal.
I don't know, Mame. I'm hoping.
That man Steele must be as crazy as Avanti. Without apparatus, impossible. Why, when I headed the bill at the New York Palace back in 27...
Yes, we know, Forsyth. You laid them in the aisles, eh? Mamie, smile. The house is as good as ours again.
Oh, Avanti, please don't miss.
Avanti, well, good luck.
Avanti, I'm not against you. It's just that, well, people get so darn bitter.
I understand. And I will not fail you.
Come on, you people. You're not supposed to be here, Mr. and Mrs. Dover, Miss Forsyth.
Now, according to the agreement, you folks wait in that corner cafeteria till this is over.
And don't worry, Mrs. Dover. I have a hunch Mr. Avanti's really going to do it.
Oh, I hope so, Miss Porter. Come on, Hal. And Mr. Forsyth, we'll get some coffee.
Avanti will bring the bacon to the house. Now, are you gentlemen all satisfied?
Yes, Mr. Avanti.
And where is Mr. Steele?
Here I am. Are you ready, Avanti?
If you are Mr. Steele?
Hold it a minute. Billy.
Yeah, Inspector?
Hurry up before the reporters get wind of this.
Everything's set, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, myself.
Mr. Steele, are you satisfied that there are no secret passageways or hiding places in the house?
Well, it's true. I searched it myself. It's okay, Mr. Steele. I had a department expert look the house over from top to bottom. He says there's no way out of the house except through the regular doors and windows and the roof and cellar.
I'll testify to that, Mr. Steele. I looked myself.
Is the house completely empty now, Sergeant?
Well, no, I met one cockroach in there. He kissed me. He was so glad to see somebody.
That was good for a laugh at Tony Pastors. Come on, Billy. How about the police detail?
Okay, Inspector. The whole place is surrounded. I've even got 8 cops on the roof watching the roof door. Don't worry, Inspector. He won't get out.
Okay, Billy. Mr. Avanti, go to it.
I shall, Inspector. Now, you gentlemen will please allow me exactly 2 hours inside the house. At the stroke of 11, enter. And try to find me.
Billy, escort Avanti up this stoop and see that he enters the house.
Up to daisy, magician. Brother, you're faded.
Best of luck, Mr. Avanti.
And I hope we'll not be seeing you.
Hey, you'll see him, Miss Porter. Don't worry.
In you go, Avanti.
Arrivederci. Until later.
Watch closely, Mr. Steele. We don't want you saying afterwards he didn't go in. I'm satisfied. He went in.
Keep that back of yours against the front door up there, Sergeant.
You'll have to ooze out of a crack to get by me, Maestro.
Well, now for a 2-hour wait. Might as well sit down here beside me on this bottom step, Mr. Steele.
With pleasure, my dear. If Avanti gets out of this house now, he is a magician.
This would be exciting. All I've got out of it so far is a bad case of yawns.
Isn't the time nearly up, Ellery?
Yes, Dad. 1 minute to 11.
2 hours. He'd need 2 centuries.
Don't laugh yet, Mr. Steele. Oh, here's Sergeant Bealey back.
Billy, shake a leg up this stoop. What do the men report? You've made the rounds of the police on guard, Sergeant?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. They all say the same thing. Avanti didn't come out.
How about the roof, Dad?
You men up there in the roof.
Yes, Inspector.
Everything under control up there, officer?
Vanny ain't come out of the house this way, Inspector. Hey, boys. Hey, Inspector, we're just stunned over. We're dying from the excitement.
It's exactly 11 o'clock. Let's go in and see.
Yes, let's get it over with. Well, open the door, Bailey.
Okay.
Wait, Sergeant. I see it now, by George. The tricky devil. Simple as ABC, too.
What simple as ABC, Mr. Steele?
Look, Queen, Avanti built up the psychology of his audience, in this case us, by making us wait out here for 2 whole hours. Of course he's still in there. But he's hiding in the hall somewhere, and he's waiting for us to come in.
So that we'll impatiently rush upstairs?
Exactly. Then he'll simply sneak out of the house through this front door we'll have left unguarded.
Of course, that may be Avanti's plan, Mr. Steele, but somehow...
If it is, it won't work. Bailey, stay on guard at this front door while we go in. Don't move a step from this door.
Is that what I get after waiting 2 hours? Okay.
Ellery, for goodness sake, open that door.
Here we go.
Avanti! I don't see him hidden in the foyer down here. No place for him to hide.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it? Mr. Avanti? Oh, dear. Well, Inspector, where did Ellery and Mr. Steele go? Don't tell me they disappeared, too.
They're searching the downstairs rooms, Nicky.
Here I am, Dad. He's not down here. Oh, Mr. Steele, any luck?
No, he must be upstairs. Avanti, come down out of there.
Let's go upstairs, too.
Right, Dad.
If he's really disappeared, it's the most marvelous thing I ever heard of. Oh, Mr. Steele, what...
He's not in that bedroom. Avanti. Queen, try that room.
Right, Steele. Oh, that's empty. I'll try this one. Looks like a study. Not in this one either.
There.
Dad, did you look at the stairs leading to the roof trap door?
Not hiding there, Ellery. Well, Mr. Steele, it looks as if...
No. There's one door we missed. This one.
Oh, yes. That's the door to Avanti's own room.
And this is where he is. Game's up, Avanti. We've caught you. Confound it, Avanti. Open this door and stop making a ridiculous fool of yourself.
You might try the door, Mr. Steele. It may not be locked, you know. Oh, it isn't.
He isn't here. This is the last room.
But it's not possible. Wait. That clothes closet. He's hiding in this clothes closet.
It's empty.
By thunder, he did it.
But he can't have.
Mr. Steele, you might be interested in this note I just found on Avanti's bed.
A note?
Let me see it, too, Ellery.
What did the little whiz write, son?
Gentlemen, you may search this house until doomsday, but you will not find me for the simple reason that I am not here. Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to figure out how I vanished into thin air, or failing, pay me $25,000.
Signed, the Great Avanti.
Listen, Mr. Steele, how many times do I have to tell you? Vanny didn't sneak past me at the front door.
But he did it some way. He got out some way.
This is getting monotonous.
You still have 5 minutes of your 24 hours left, Mr. Steele.
He didn't get out. He's still in the house.
Where, Mr. Steele? You practically picked the house to pieces in the past 23 hours and 55 minutes.
Inspector, you're sure the police are still on guard outside? They mustn't leave their post yet. You hear me?
I don't know why I take this from you, Mr. Steele. But my men haven't left their post since they came on duty last night.
Then where is he? I can't understand it. Not a single clue, not one.
I disagree, Mr. Steele.
You what, Queen?
It's really a very simple problem.
Don't tell me. Maestro.
Yes, Sergeant. I know how Avanti did it.
Queen, tell me how. Quick, before my time's up.
Ellery Queen, don't you dare. He's supposed to figure it out for himself.
You heard the voice of the people, Mr. Steele.
I'll give you $5,000 if you'll tell me how Avanti performed the trick, Queen.
Tin horn.
Make it 10, Mr. Queen. 10,000.
You're a chiseler, Mr. Steele.
Sergeant, open the front door. We'll wait for Avanti on the stoop.
Well played.
I'll make it 15, Queen. Hurry.
Mr. Steele, I'm beginning to dislike you.
You want to chisel these people out of their home when you've lost a bet you yourself made.
It's not that. It's my reputation.
Time's up. He's lost.
Oh.
Yes, you've lost, Mr. Steele. Our 4 ex-vaudeville friends of one.
I want to say,
and here comes the great Avanti strolling up the street. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. While you try to puzzle out just how Avanti disappeared, suppose we see how our guests are making out. Nicky, will you introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening, please?
All right, Ellery. Our first guest tonight is Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor for theater and radio on one of the nation's most important and widely read publications, Time magazine. Miss Bigman is an avid mystery story fan, and as such, we heartily welcome her as guest armchair detective tonight. Our second guest is a man who, like yourself, Ellery, is tough on criminals. He's Edward Pauley, who plays the part of Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. Big Town is the inside story of a big metropolitan newspaper, the Illustrated Press. Each Tuesday evening, Steve Wilson, as managing editor, with the beautiful Lorelei and ace photographer Dusty Miller, give radio one of its most exciting programs. Ellery?
Thank you, Nicky. Miss Bigman, how do you think the great Avante disappeared?
Well, I can only think because I'm not guessing it at all. The only spot that I can tie up this thing is when Mr. and Mrs. Forsythe, or Hal, and mainly Dover were talking about the great Avante. They said he had once played all 7 parts in something called Riley of the New York Finest.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably got himself dressed up as a policeman and walked in and out all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Without being seen? Well, he just joined the cops or something like that. The only other thing is that the only other clue might be that all the houses look alike.
Thank you, Miss Bigman. And now, Mr. Pauley, how do you think the great Avante disappeared?
Well, Ellery, a managing editor, isn't a detective. Not much good without his staff. Now, if I could have Lorelei and Dusty Miller and Fletch to help me out, I sound like an expert. Well, I'll just have to take the flyer and say that I'll string along with Miss Bigman on their solution. As a matter of fact, I actually have some mental notes here, and that direction they follow pretty closely what she did. In other words, my mind goes back to the fact that there was a quick change artist involved, and I think that, like a lot of the actual function of these disappearing tricks, is that it happens before we actually think it, or expecting it to happen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pauley and Miss Bigman. We're going to tell you the correct solution to tonight's mystery in a moment. But first, Ernest Chappell has a most important word to say to you.
Friends, before you crumple a piece of paper to toss it into the fire, wait half a second and think about this. Waste paper is mighty valuable. America's paper mills need every scrap in order to produce enough new paper and paper board to make the containers and cartons that are so essential. Now, you'll be doing your country a real service if, instead of burning waste paper or otherwise disposing of it, you sell it to junk dealers, donate it to charitable organizations, or hold it for your local salvage committee. Consult your newspaper for dates of collection. We've got to get our mills back to full production so they can make the cartons for food, the containers for shells, the bomb tins, camouflage paper, dozens of other vital products needed to win the war.
All right, Mr. Steele. Cough up. Now, Mandy, here's my check for $25,000. And I still can't believe you did it.
My friends and I thank you, Mr. Steele.
But you've got to tell me how you did it. I've just paid a lot of money for not knowing.
Yes, I think we ought to tell, Mr. Steele, Mr. Avante?
You've solved my illusion, Mr. Queen?
Oh, he always solves everything, Mr. Avante. Ellery, please.
I tell you, if you don't, I won't sleep tonight.
All right, Lily. Well, our magician went into the house. 2 hours later, we searched it, and he was gone. Vanished, as he claimed, in thin air. Yet the reports from the policemen on guard at every exit from the house were that Mr. Avante had not left.
But he did leave, Ellery. That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Consequently, when your policeman said he hadn't left, they only thought he hadn't. He had.
You mean Mr. Avante got out of the house under the eyes of grown policemen without their knowing it?
It's the only possible explanation, Nicky.
But how?
Well, what was the situation? A house surrounded by police, men in uniform, a couple of dozen of them. Take the roof. 8 uniformed police on guard. Let's consider those 8 policemen. Each officer, wherever he turned, saw another officer, another blue coat. The police uniform is a great leveler of personality. And besides, Mr. Avante cleverly set the time of the illusion at night, when visibility is poor. And because the roof held the largest congregation of police, I say Mr. Avante got away by the roof, disguised in a police uniform.
Oh, sure. What a fool, what a fool.
Confirmation, yes. Mr. Avante asked for 2 hours, when obviously a few minutes would have sufficed. Why did he ask for 2 hours? Because he's a student of human nature, like all magicians. He knew that in 2 hours the watching police would be bored, that their vigilance would relax, that they'd start trudging around the roof to keep warm, smoking, chattering, milling about, so that Avante, watching from inside the roof trap door,
merely had to wait for a single instant when none of the 8 pairs of eyes was on the roof door, and in that instant slipped noiselessly out onto the roof in a policeman's uniform. And there he was, on the roof at night, just another officer of the law. He might have done the same thing, not disguised. But he knew he'd never be able to get off the roof once he slipped out of the trap door without being spotted. Dressed as a policeman, however, all he had to do from that moment on was saunter quietly about among the 8 real policemen, minding his own business, until he saw a chance to slip on to an adjoining roof. Remember, this is an attached house, and make his escape from some house farther down the street.
He may just make the trick possible by insisting on a big police car.
But where did Mr. Avanti get the policeman's uniform, Ellery?
There was even a clue to that. We've all been told that Mr. Forsythe, the quick change artist, lives in the house and his old theatrical trunk is in his room. And what was the sketch Forsythe used to do in the glamour days of vaudeville? He used to play all 7 parts in a skit called Riley of the New York Finest. So in Forsythe's trunk, there must have been a New York policeman's uniform. Mr. Avanti, I should like to shake the hand of an artist.
No, Mr. Queen. The honor is mine. Believe me, Mr. Queen, I am so happy it wasn't you I challenged to solve my illusion of the vanishing magician.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment both of them for their skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Hang on now, friends, because Ellery will be right back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, you can grab a seat aboard the one and only talking train. Here we go. All aboard.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, that's the right track to quick, effective relief from common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer. You see, Bromo Seltzer fights headache not 1, but 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps relieve that pain in your head.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps settle upset stomach.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. But when it comes to common sick headaches, take a tip from our educated train.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
And now, Ellery, suppose you tell us about next week's case, huh?
Sure, Cat, sure, Chappie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, a young lady offers me $5,000 to get back the stolen sum of $3. I can't tell you more. I'd tell you too much. So I'll just caution you to get your thinking caps all shined up next Saturday for the adventure of the $3 robbery.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop starts its 12th year on the air. That's it, its 12th year in radio, when it takes you to Halifax, Nova Scotia, for interviews with Canadian Navy U-boat fighters. Don't miss Vox Pop next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Casablanca with Edgar Barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One bright January morning, just a year ago, The city of Casablanca in French Morocco woke up and found itself famous. It had entertained many mysterious visitors from a world at war, but never before the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Within a few days, Warner Brothers had rushed their screen drama, Casablanca, to the theaters of the nation, and people marveled at a Hollywood miracle. Actually, of course, the picture had been planned and filmed during the months previous, because Casablanca had an exciting story to tell even before the President and Prime Minister arrived. It's a story of love and hate and a background of adventure and sudden death. Tonight we bring you that drama with a cast that producers dream about. Hedy Lamarr and Alan Ladd and John Loder. Hedy came back to town last week from Texas with the applause of the soldiers at Camp Hood still ringing in her ears. And so we borrowed her from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where she's just completed the picture, Heavenly Body. Alan Ladd, of course, came to us from Paramount. I'm hoping to have Alan for my next picture, following the story of Dr. Wassel. Getting these players together in one drama is a talent scoop of the first magnitude in Hollywood, and it's unlikely that it would ever happen in a picture, because our stars are under contract at different studios and are kept so busy on their home lots that they aren't loaned out, as the phrase goes. We really should thank Lux Toilet Soap for making this occasion possible. Every bit of work and artistry that has gone into our production, from the first word of the script on paper to the final dress rehearsal, has been designed for your enjoyment. We might call it a bonus that you get when you buy Lux Toilet Soap, above and beyond the bonus of beauty that you expect. And we'll pay that bonus right now, as the curtain rises on the first act of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick, Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa Lund, and John Loder as Victor Laszlo, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. Everyone knows that name today, Casablanca. Before the war, Casablanca was just another small seaport with its face to the Mediterranean and its back to the North Atlantic. But then, as the Nazi lash descended upon Europe, hordes of refugees, like the boiling waters of a burst dam, flooded into the sanctuary of its white walls. Those with money enough or influence enough obtained exit visas bearing the seal of the Vichy government and fled to Lisbon, and from Lisbon to the Americas. The others just waited and waited. But all who came to Casablanca were not refugees. The German intelligence was always there when anything unusual occurred, as, for example, the murder of 2 Nazi couriers.
Major Strasser, may I present Captain Renaud, Police Prefect of Casablanca?
Unoccupied France welcomes you, Major.
Thank you.
You may find the climate of Casablanca a trifle warm.
We Germans must get used to all climates, Captain, from Russian to the Sahara. But perhaps you were not referring to the weather.
Oh, what else, my dear Major?
The murder of the couriers. What has been done about it?
Captain Renaud already knows who the murderer is.
Excellent. He is in custody?
There is no hurry. Tonight he will come to Rick's.
That cafe, Major, I pointed it out to you.
Everybody in Casablanca comes to Rick's, but this one will not leave.
Frankly, Captain, I did not journey here simply to find an assassin. The real reason for my visit is Victor Laszlo.
I thought as much.
Has he arrived yet?
Yes, this afternoon, with a very beautiful young woman. I met them.
Renaud, Laszlo must not leave Casablanca. I have learned that he is prepared to offer a fabulous bribe for a visa to Lisbon.
I am prepared to refuse it.
Where is he staying, you know?
Major, I even know the time he intends to bathe.
I would like to talk with Laszlo. Can it be arranged?
Undoubtedly, he too will be at Rick's tonight. Everybody comes to Rick's. Or did I mention that before?
Yes, monsieur? I reserved a table. Victor Laszlo. Yes, monsieur Laszlo, just one moment, please.
Victor, are you sure we should have come here? So in public?
There's often the greatest safety in what appears to be a risk.
I see no one here who forgot its description.
Neither do I. He'll be here, though.
Excuse me. I have a ring here.
What?
A ring. Forced to sell it at a great sacrifice.
Well, I hardly think that...
Perhaps the lady. The ring is quite unique. You see?
That's it, Victor.
Yes, it's a very interesting ring. What's your name?
Berger, monsieur. I recognized you from the newspaper photographs. We read 5 times that you were killed in 5 different places.
As you see, 5 different places? As you can see, it's true each time. Thank heaven we found you, beggar. I'm looking for a man by the name of Ugarte. He's supposed to help us.
He's here somewhere. You'll need all the help you can get.
Yes, this time they mean to stop me.
Oh, I'm so afraid for you, Victor.
We've been in difficult places before.
Why, waiter's coming back.
That's all, beggar. Meet us at the bar later.
Oh, I don't think we want to buy the ring, but thank you for showing it to us.
Yeah? It's Franz, Rick. Franz Ugarte.
Come in.
Hi, what do you want?
Oh, nothing much, Rick. Too bad about those German couriers, eh?
Well, they got a break. Yesterday, they were just 2 clerks. Today, they're among the honored dead.
You will forgive me for saying this, Rick, but you are a very cynical person.
I forgive you.
You despise me, don't you?
Well, if I gave you any thought, I probably would.
But think of the poor refugees who must rot in Casablanca if I did not help them. Is it so bad that through ways of my own I provide them with exit visas?
For a price, Ugarte, for a price.
Oh, those poor wretches who cannot meet Renault's price, I get it for them at half. Is that so parasitic?
Well, I don't mind a parasite. I just object to a cut rate one.
Well, after tonight, I'm through with the whole business. I'm leaving Casablanca. Rick, look.
What?
Look, Rick, look. Do you know what these papers are? Letters of transit signed by Marshal Wegon. With his signature, they cannot be rescinded or questioned. Not even by Renault.
So?
So, I'm selling these for more money than I ever dreamed of. And then, goodbye.
What are you trying to say, Ugarte?
Rick, I have many friends in Casablanca. But because you despise me, you are the only one I trust. Will you keep these letters for me?
How long?
For an hour, perhaps, till my client arrives.
Okay. But I don't want them here overnight.
Oh, thank you. No fear of that. Now, Rick, I hope you are more impressed with me. I'll go to share my luck now with your roulette wheel.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
I heard a rumor that those Nazi couriers were carrying letters of transit.
No. Yes, poor devils. I heard that rumor, too.
You're right, Ugarte. I am a little more impressed with you.
Good evening, Rick.
Well, hello, Renault.
Hear that plane, Ricky? It's going to Lisbon. You'd like to be on it?
Why, what's in Lisbon?
The clipper that goes to America. Rick, I have often speculated on why you do not return to America.
There's a roulette table inside for people who like to speculate.
Yes. I noticed Ugarte just went in.
Yes, you'll come out poor.
What was it, Rick? Whatever brought you to Casablanca? Did you abscond with the church funds back home? Did you run off with somebody's wife? I should like to think that you killed a man. It's the romantic in me.
Well, I'll tell you. It was a combination of all 3.
Someday I'll find out. Oh, Rick, before you came, I took the liberty of escorting a visitor to your best table, a German, Major Strasser. I wanted him to be on hand for the excitement, because tonight we're making an arrest here.
Again?
This time a murderer. Please don't warn him, Rick.
Now, look, I stick my neck out for nobody.
And I'm staging the arrest here out of my high regard for you. It'll interest the customers.
And perhaps Major Strasser.
Perhaps. Cassell.
Yes, Captain.
You will find Franz Ugarte inside at the roulette table.
Yes?
Arrest him for the murder of the German couriers.
Yes, Captain.
Or he'll be carrying some letters of transit. Be sure you get them.
Yes.
Louis, there's more than Ugarte on your mind tonight.
Oh, you're very observant, Rick. There are many exit visas sold in this cafe, but we know that you have never sold them. That is why I permit you to remain open.
No, I thought it was because I let you win at roulette.
Oh, that's another reason. Rick, a man arrived today in Casablanca on his way to America. Right now he's at the bar. He will offer a fortune to anyone who will furnish him with an exit visa.
What man?
Victor Laszlo. Why, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so interested.
Laszlo has succeeded in interesting half the world. I wonder how he'll manage it.
Manage what?
His escape.
He escaped from a concentration camp, and the Nazis have chased him all over Europe. But this is the end of the chase, Rick.
10,000 francs says it isn't.
Make it 5,000. I'm only a poor, corrupt official. No matter how clever he is, he still needs an exit visa. I should say 2. He's traveling with a lady.
He'll settle for 1.
Oh, I think not. I have seen the lady.
Now, where did you get the idea that I might help Laszlo?
Because I know all about you, Ricky. Enough at least to know you're more a sentimentalist than a cynic. I know that in 1935 you ran guns into Ethiopia. I know that in 1936 you risked your neck with the loyalists in Spain.
And got well paid on both occasions?
The winning side would have paid you much better.
Maybe. Louis, why do you want to keep Laszlo here? Gestapo spank?
You overestimate the influence of the Gestapo. In Casablanca, I'm the boss. I do not interfere with them, nor they. Cassell is a very noisy policeman. Monsieur Laszlo, Mademoiselle Lind, welcome to Rick's.
You welcomed us this afternoon at the airport, Captain.
I welcome everyone, everywhere. Oh, my profoundest apologies for the recent disturbance, most unfortunate.
Yes, for the poor man who was killed. Horrible.
Horrible, mademoiselle? But then may I ask, why did you remain?
Oh, permit me. Major Strasser, Mademoiselle Lind, Monsieur Laszlo.
We've heard of you, Major.
The Major asked, why did you remain after the regrettable shooting?
We were here to meet someone. He's not yet arrived. Ilza, I think perhaps we should leave now.
It might be wiser, monsieur. I do not think your friend will come. They just removed the body of Franz Ugarte to the morgue.
Franz Ugarte?
Your friend.
I'm sorry, Captain, but the name Franz Ugarte means absolutely nothing to me.
Oh, come now, monsieur. We know that
This is enough for tonight. Tomorrow at 10, Monsieur Laszlo, in the captain's office. With Mademoiselle.
We are not under your authority, Major. This is French soil. Captain Renault, is it your order that we come to your office?
Let us say it is my request.
Very well.
At 10 o'clock in the morning. Good night.
Sleep well, Major? Now, my friends, after all this unpleasantness, a little relaxation. Sit down, please. Waiter.
Yes, Captain.
A bottle of the best champagne. Put it on my bill.
Oh, now, please.
Oh, they put it on my bill. I tear the bill up. It's just a little game we play.
We shouldn't stay. We seem to be the only ones left.
I'm afraid Ricky will be very cross with me. Killing one customer and driving the others away. Oh, but that's no reason why you shouldn't be entertained. Sam.
Even, Captain.
Sing something nice for my guest, Sam.
Sure, boss.
Mademoiselle, I had been informed you were the most beautiful woman ever to visit Casablanca. That is a gross understatement.
Thank you. You're very kind. Captain, that man's singing.
He's been staring at you for the past 5 minutes, Ilsa.
I've seen him before somewhere.
Oh, Sam? Oh, he came here from Paris with Rick.
Rick? Who is he?
Mademoiselle, you are in Rick's. And Rick is, well...
Is what?
Well, he is the kind of a man that... Well, if I were a woman and I were not around, I would be in love with Rick. No offense, monsieur.
If you both won't think me terribly rude, will you excuse me a moment? I want to talk to Sam.
To Sam? Of course, my dear.
Hurry back, mademoiselle.
With all your faults, I love you still.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Ilsa. Never expected to see you again.
Been a long time.
Yes, miss.
Where is he, Sam?
Why, who, miss?
Rick.
I don't know. I ain't seen him all night.
Will he be back?
Not tonight no more. He ain't coming. He went home.
Does he always leave so early after a shooting? Oh, Sam. You used to be a much better liar.
Leave him alone, Miss Ilsa. You're bad luck to him.
Sam, play it once, for old time's sake.
I don't know what you mean.
Play it, Sam, as time goes by.
I can't remember it, Miss Ilsa.
Please. Sing it, Sam.
Oh, Miss Ilsa. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say...
I thought I told you never to play that.
Now you've done it.
Well, Rick, come here. I want you to meet some charming people.
Well, hello, Elsa.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, you two know each other. Well, then you also know Monsieur Victor Laszlo?
No.
Oh.
One hears a great deal about Rick in Casablanca.
And about you everywhere.
Won't you join us for a drink? This is the most interesting cafe, even without the gunplay. I congratulate you.
And I congratulate you.
What for?
Oh, your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
Well, I can't get over you two knowing each other.
I wasn't sure you were the same. Let's see. The last time we met, wasn't it in Paris?
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to remember. It was the day the Germans marched in. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
Ilse, I don't wish to be the one to say it, but it is late.
Yes, so it is. Carl, the bill.
Forget it, Carl. It's my party.
Oh, it is. Well, all in all, a most unusual evening.
We'll come again.
Do that.
Will you say goodnight to Sam for me?
Sure.
There's still nobody in the world who can sing As Time Goes By like Sam.
He hasn't done it in a long time. Good night.
Oh, I'd like just one word with Rick, Monsieur Laszlo, and then if you wish, I'd be delighted to drive you to your hotel.
Thank you. We'll wait outside. A very puzzling fellow, this Rick. Just what sort is he?
I really can't say. I met him in Paris. We were once acquaintances.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille presents Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Act Two of Casablanca. And now, here are two young workers in a busy office getting ready to leave for the day.
Sue, if you look in that mirror any harder, you'll break it. Why the anxious expression? Oh, no letter from Jim today?
Yes, Jim wrote, and he may get a furlough next month. Say, Peggy.
Yes, Sue?
You know, everyone used to say what a swell complexion I had. Guess it was my best feature. But lately, it doesn't look like anything.
Lost the old sparkle, eh? And now you're worrying because Jim's coming home. You've been working all hours lately. Been neglecting your beauty care, I'll bet.
Well, it is easier not to bother sometimes, I'll admit.
Yes, and it's practically fatal to take that attitude about your looks. Now, listen to your Aunt Peggy, Susie. She's going to prescribe for you. Every day without fail, an active lather facial.
Active lather facial?
With Lux toilet soap. The soap screen stars use. And believe me, it works. I know because Lux Soap Care helped my skin to look lots nicer. Now, here's what you do.
And this is the Lux Soap Beauty Facial Peggy told her friend to take.
Cover your face generously with that nice, creamy lather. Work it in gently, but thoroughly, too. Now, rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and dry with a soft towel. Easy, isn't it? Just try that every single day from now on.
And only a few weeks later, Sue said,
Oh, Peggy, I owe you and Lux Soap a world of thanks. What a thrill it was to have Jim tell me.
Sue, darling, you look lovely. Prettier than ever. Many a girl has found daily Lux toilet soap facials really make skin lovelier. Recent tests show that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with this care. Grew softer, smoother. Why not let this fine white soap give your skin protecting care it should have? Ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And if you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick, Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa, and John Loder as Victor, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. It's hours later, and in Rick's cafe, a solitary lamp still burns. Rick sits at a table staring into an empty highball glass, and in the shadows, Sam fingers the keyboard quietly.
Boss, ain't you going to bed?
Not right now.
Well, ain't you planning on going to bed in the near future?
No. Go on, keep playing, will you?
Okay. Boss, let's get out of here. There ain't nothing but trouble for you here.
She's coming back. I know she's coming back.
Well, we could take the car, you and me, and drive till morning. We go fishing somewhere and stay until she leaves.
Ugarte dies and she walks in. One out, one in. Of all the joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Hey, what's that your plan?
Oh, just a little something of my own.
Now, stop it. You know what I want to hear?
No, I don't.
Now you played it for her, you can play it for me.
Yes, boss. Boss, listen.
What?
You got company.
I was counting on it.
Rick, may I talk to you?
So long, boss. Miss Ilse, you shouldn't have come.
One drink?
No.
Why did you have to come to Casablanca?
I wouldn't have come if I'd known you were here. Believe me, Rick, it's true.
Why about your voice? Still the same. Rick, dear, I'll go any place with you. We'll get on a train together and we'll never stop.
Don't, Rick. Please don't. I understand how you feel.
How long did I know you, honey?
Oh, I didn't count the days.
I did. Every one of them. Mostly I remember the last one. Paris. The wow finish. Guy waiting at a station in the rain with a marriage license in his pocket and a funny look on his kisser because a sledgehammer just hit him between the eyes.
Can I tell you a story, Rick?
There's a go. Wow finish?
I don't know the finish yet myself.
Okay. Maybe one will come to you as you go along.
It's about a girl who met a man she's heard about all her life. A great and courageous man. And soon, everything this girl knew or ever became was because of this man. She looked up to him and worshipped him with a feeling she thought was love.
I've heard better stories in my time. Tell me, was he the guy you left me for? Was it Laszlo? Or were there a few others in between?
Rick.
A lot of people ran away from Paris that day. I wonder if they all left notes. You left a note, didn't you? Sam brought it to me at the railroad station. I guess it was the love light in my eyes that helped him spot me and all that mob.
Yes, I wrote you a note. I know it was cowardly, but I just couldn't face you.
I cannot go with you or ever see you again. Remember? I must not ask why. You just believe that I love you, and God bless you. It's a literal translation, Elson.
I thought if I came here tonight and spoke to you, I could make you understand. I'm sorry, Rick.
Don't give up, honey. I'm just a slow study. Call again sometime and give it another whirl.
We have searched Ugarte's apartment again, Major. No luck. Someone else must have them.
And I strongly suspect that someone is Rick. I suggest you continue the search in the cafe.
If Rick has the letters of transit, he is much too smart to let you find them there.
You give him too much credit. Just another blundering American.
We must not underestimate American blundering, Major. I was with them when they blundered into Berlin in 1918.
As to Laszlo, we want him watched. 24 hours a day.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock, Major, and he and the girl are waiting now for us.
Send them in.
Send them in, Cassell. I do not think we're going to get very far with Laszlo this morning.
Nevertheless, there's no loss in making him the obvious offers.
Only a loss of time. Oh, good morning. I'm delighted to see you both.
Laszlo, mademoiselle.
Good morning. Good morning. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Laszlo, we will not mince words.
Good. Let's begin by saying that I'm an escaped prisoner of the Third Reich, from whom no one ever escaped.
I do not deny you are an exceptional man. Monsieur, you say Third Reich as if you expect there will be others.
I take what comes, Major.
So far, yes. You have been fortunate enough to elude us. You have reached Casablanca. I intend to make certain you stay here.
Whether or not you succeed, Major, is of course problematical.
Not quite. On all exit visas issued here in Casablanca, Captain Renault's signature is necessary. Captain, would you think it possible that Laszlo will receive a visa?
And I'm afraid not, monsieur.
Well, perhaps I'll like it here.
And you, mademoiselle?
You needn't be concerned about me.
As a matter of fact, you could both be on your way to Lisbon this very night.
But, of course, under certain conditions. Well, Major, what are your terms?
As leader of the underground movement, you know who the other leaders are. In Paris, Athens, Prague, Amsterdam.
And Berlin?
Furnish me their names and exact whereabouts, and you will have your visa immediately.
And the honor of serving the Third Reich.
Major, what if he did give them to you? What if you did track them down and kill them? From every corner of Europe, hundreds, thousands would rise and take our places. Even Nazis can't kill that fast.
You make only one mistake. In the event anything unfortunate should occur to Monsieur Laszlo, no one could take his place.
Thank you.
You wouldn't dare interfere with him here. This is still unoccupied France.
Any violation of neutrality will reflect on you, Captain.
Monsieur, so far as it is in my power, that neutrality will be respected.
Are you finished with us?
For the moment, yes.
Then good day. Come, Ilse.
Your next step toward securing a visa is what, monsieur?
I don't know.
Well, let me save you some time. Sooner or later, the man to see will be Senor Ferrari, and he operates the Blue Parrot Cafe across the street from your hotel. Good day, mademoiselle.
Hello, Ferrari. Saw the supply truck come in. I thought I'd stop by for the American cigarettes.
But why yourself? My boy will bring them over.
Every time he does, the order's a little bit short.
Carrying charges, my boy, carrying charges. I'm glad you're here, Rick. I want to talk to you. The news about Ugarte upset me very much.
Now, look, you don't feel any sorry for Ugarte than I do.
Of course not. What upsets me is that no one knows where those letters of transit are.
Practically no one.
If I could lay my hands on them, I could make a fortune.
And so could I. And I'm a poor businessman.
I have a proposition for whoever has those letters. I'll handle the entire transaction, get rid of the letters, and take all the risk for a small percentage. That's the proposition I have for whoever has those letters.
Well, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Rick, I think you know where they are.
The Norton-Strasser thinks so, too. That's really why I came over here. To give them a good chance to tear my place apart.
Excuse me, senor.
Yes?
There's a man who wishes to see you. Monsieur Laszlo.
I was rather expecting him. Send him in.
Is he alone?
There is a lady also. She said she would wait outside.
But she will not wait alone, hey, Rick?
Well, suppose you just concentrate on Laszlo. Eh, Ferrari?
Send him in, Sasha. The back way. A little courtesy for Rick.
Good morning.
Hello, Rick.
I'm sorry about last night.
Doesn't matter.
The story had me a little confused, or maybe it was the bourbon.
Forget it.
You can repeat it now. I'm reasonably sober.
I don't think I will.
Why not? After all, I got stuck with a railway ticket.
All right. Victor Laszlo is my husband.
Well, what do you know?
And he was, even when I knew you in Paris.
I don't believe it.
There seems to be so much you don't believe.
What about it?
It happened almost a year before I met you. He loved me, and I thought I loved him. Soon after we were married, he had to leave France.
And this time he has to leave Casablanca.
Yes, he must. Oh, you have so changed, Rick. The Rick I knew in Paris, I could tell him, but not you. I'll be leaving Casablanca soon, and I hope we'll never meet again. If we leave it that way, maybe we'll remember those old days and forget last night.
Well, I'm not leaving Casablanca. I'm settled now. Above a saloon. You walk up one flight of stairs. I'll expect you.
It will take a miracle to get you out of Casablanca, Monsieur Laszlo. And the Germans have outlawed miracles.
I got tired of waiting, Victor. Do you mind?
Sit down, mademoiselle, please. You see, as leader of all illegal activities in Casablanca, I am an influential and respected man. But I am helpless to do anything for Monsieur Laszlo. You, however, are a different matter.
He thinks it might just be possible to get an exit visa for you.
To go alone?
Yes.
We're only interested in 2 visas, senor.
Please, Ilsa, you must get to America. And believe me, somehow, sometime, I'll join you.
What if things were different? What if I had to stay and there was only 1 visa? Would you take it?
Yes, I would.
Then why didn't you leave me in Lille? When I had trouble getting out of there, or in Marseille when I was ill, and you were in desperate danger every second. Why didn't you leave me then, Victor?
I meant to. But something always held me up.
I, too, am a very sensitive man, monsieur. I know.
I happen to love her very much.
So, for the present, senor, we'll go on looking for 2 visas. Thank you.
I am moved to make a suggestion. You are aware of Ugarte and the letters of transit?
Yes, slightly.
I'll venture to guess that Ugarte left those letters in Rick's cafe. He is a difficult customer, but it is worth the chance.
You have been very patient, senor. Good day.
Now, what's all this about?
A near riot in your own cafe. You don't even bother to get up and see for yourself.
I got other things on my mind. What happened?
Some German officers started to sing the Watch on the Rhine. They wanted the customers to join in.
Well?
They did. Except what they sang sounded more like La Marseillaise. So with my usual tact, I handled the situation perfectly. Now, Rick. My men gave this place a rather thorough going over this morning.
Yeah, we just barely got it cleaned up in time to open.
As I told my men to be especially destructive. You know how that impresses Germans. Where are the letters, Rick?
You see, Captain, the situation is not as much under control as you believe. That song is verboten. How dare they sing it?
Now, my dear Major, we cooperate with your government, but we cannot control the feelings of these refugees.
Captain, are you entirely certain which side you are on?
Oh, I blow with the wind, Major. And right now, the prevailing breeze is from Vichy.
Well, I have been thinking. It is too dangerous for us to let Laszlo leave Casablanca, but it may also be too dangerous to let him stay. We know all of North Africa is honeycombed with traders just waiting for someone to lead them.
Yes, it poses an intricate problem.
There's one man who could solve it.
Who?
He just walked in. Victor Laszlo. I'm a very bright boy, Laszlo. I figured you came here to see me, and I figured you preferred seeing me in my office, alone.
You do nothing but bewilder me.
But you hope I may also be able to help you.
You told me once you knew of my activities. Then you must know how important it is that I get out of here to help continue the work of a very great movement.
The problems of the world are beyond me, Laszlo. I'm just a saloon keeper.
My friends in the underground have told me differently. They mentioned Spain and Ethiopia, and a strange tendency of yours to be always with the underdog.
Well, I found it a very expensive hobby. But then I never was much of a businessman.
Are you enough of a businessman to appreciate an offer of 100,000 francs?
I appreciate it, but I don't accept.
200,000?
Make it 1,000,000 francs or 10 francs. The answer is still no.
There must be some reason why you refuse to sell the letters.
There is. I suggest you ask your wife.
I beg your pardon?
I said ask your wife.
Are you leaving, Victor? Where are you going?
Oh, I thought I mentioned it. There's a meeting of the underground.
Oh, please don't go, Victor. I'm frightened. Look out the window.
I don't have to, darling. I'm used to being trailed.
What's going to happen, Victor?
Who knows, Ilse, dear? Strasser now threatens to find some excuse to put me quietly away in jail.
All the more reason why you must stay here tonight.
I'm frightened too, Ilse, but what can I do? Hide in a hotel room or carry on the best I can?
Whatever I'd say, you'd carry on. Victor, why didn't you tell me about Rick? You saw him, didn't you?
Apparently he has the letters.
Yes?
But no intention of selling them. You'd think that if sentiment wouldn't persuade him, that money would.
Did he give you any reason?
He suggested that I ask you.
Ask me?
Ilse, when I was in the concentration camp, were you lonely in Paris?
Yes, Victor, I was.
I know what it is to be lonely. Is there anything you wish to tell me?
No. No, there isn't.
My dear, I love you very much.
Yes, I know. Victor, whatever I do, will you believe me that I...
You don't even have to say it. I'll believe you. Good night, dear.
Good night, Victor. Please be careful.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars Alan Ladd, Hedy Lamarr, and John Loder will return in Act 3 of Casablanca. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Greetings, Libby. What's new?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Kennedy, my hat. What do you think of it?
Your hat, Libby? Why, it's nice. Very nice. Yes, I like it.
Oh, come on now. Stop hedging. What do you really think of it?
To tell the truth, Libby, I hardly noticed the hat. I was looking at you.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, that's a compliment. But just let me turn around. Now look.
Oh, I see. It's really quite a hat. Libby, that must be very new.
It is, but well, how would you know?
Well, it's so sort of simple. Not one of those dizzy numbers that looks as though it might fly off into space any minute.
Mr. Kennedy, you're an observant man. This is the newest thing. The profile cloche. It fits snugly on the head, and it's meant to frame the face, not take attention away from it.
I think I begin to see why you wore that little hat tonight, Libby.
Of course. To show that it's more important than ever for a woman to have nice, smooth skin.
Sure. Because with that kind of headgear, the emphasis is less on the hat than it is on the face underneath it. Well, Libby, I guess many a woman is going to be mighty happy about her Lux Soap complexion care then.
Yes, this hat seems designed to set off a lovely Lux complexion, and it's going to be a popular style this spring.
Then daily Lux Soap complexion care ought to be more popular than ever, too. Because gentle Lux toilet soap really makes skin softer, smoother. Recent tests showed that Lux Soap Beauty Facials improved actually 3 out of 4 complexions, you know.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, nearly every famous star in Hollywood is devoted to this fine white soap. Screen stars say the creamy Lux Soap lather is wonderfully kind to delicate skin.
And that's why, Libby, I'm going to urge every woman in our audience who hasn't tried Lux Toilet Soap to get some of Hollywood's beauty soap and use it every day. Here's a thrift tip, too. It's patriotic not to waste soap. And because Lux Soap is hard-milled, you can use it down to the last thin sliver. It'll last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Moisten the thin leftover piece and press against your new cake of Lux Toilet Soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll report on the offstage doings of our stars after the play. But now here's the curtain for Act 3 of Casablanca, starring Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder, with Edgar Barrier. For nearly an hour after Victor Laszlo left for the meeting of the Underground, Ilsa sat motionless in the Drab Hotel room. Suddenly, her mind made up, she takes an object out of her husband's briefcase, walks through the dark, quiet night to Rick's Cafe, and up the outside stairs that lead to the second floor.
I told you this morning you'd come around. But this is a little ahead of schedule.
Rick, I had to see you.
That's what you said last night. All this has nothing to do with the letters of transit, has it? Seems as long as I have those letters, I'll never be lonely.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give them to me.
I went through all that with your husband. It's no deal.
I know how you feel about me, but I'm asking you to put your feelings aside for something more important.
Do I have to hear again what a great man your husband is, what an important cause he's fighting for?
It was your cause, too. In your own way, you fought for the same thing.
Well, I'm not fighting for anything anymore except myself.
Rick, once you loved me, if those days mean anything at all to you...
I would bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Listen to me, Rick. If you only knew the truth.
I wouldn't believe you no matter what you told me. You'd say anything now to get what you want.
You want to feel sorry for yourself, don't you? One woman has hurt you, and you take your revenge on the rest of the world. Rick, please help us. If you don't, Victor will die in Casablanca.
Well, I'm going to die in Casablanca, too. It's a good spot for it.
All right. I tried to reason with you, Rick. Now I want those letters.
A gun, Ilsa? Is that really a gun in your hand?
Where are the letters?
Right here in my pocket.
Put them on the table.
Uh-uh.
For the last time, put them on the table.
All right, go ahead and shoot, Ilsa. You'll be doing me a favor.
I can't. You know I can't. I've done nothing but make a fool of myself. Oh, I don't know what to do, what to say. I thought I would never see you again. The day you left Paris, if you knew what I went through, if you knew how much I loved you, how much I still love you.
All right, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, but I believe you. You win. Ilsa, what happened? What was it? I've imagined everything in the world and none of it very pretty.
I've tried to tell you. A few months after Victor left France, word came that he was in a concentration camp. And then, not long after, another message that he was dead, shot trying to escape. I had nothing, not even hope. Then I met you.
Why weren't you honest with me then? Why didn't you tell me you'd been married, that he was dead or something?
Victor wanted it that way. It was his way of protecting me. I knew too much about his work. The Gestapo found out I was his wife. It would be dangerous for me and for those working with us.
When did you find out he was still alive?
Just before you and I were going to leave, his friends came. They were hiding him in a freight car on the outskirts of Paris. He was almost dead. Well, that's it, Rick.
Still a story without an ending. What about now?
Now, I don't know. Except that I'll never have the strength again to run away from you.
And Laszlo?
You'll help him, won't you? You'll see that he gets out, and then he'll live at his work, all that he's been living for.
All except you.
Oh, I can't fight anymore. I don't know anymore what's right and what's wrong. You'll have to think for both of us, for all of us.
Okay. Okay, I will.
If only I didn't love you so.
Oh, Elsa. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Just for the door closed, quiet. Hey, Sam. Is that you?
Yeah, boss.
What's the matter?
That Mr. Laszlo, I found him crawling through our cellar window.
Victor.
Come up here. Does he know you're here?
No. There was a meeting of the underground tonight. They must have been following him. Ono's men. Strasser's men.
So he picks my place to hide. That's fine.
You got some iodine, boss? He cut his hand breaking the window and... Oh.
Hello, Sam.
Evening, Miss Ilsa.
Sam, I want you to take Miss Lund to a hotel.
What about Victor?
He cut his hand, didn't he? I don't like blood on my floor. I'll get down and patch him up. And Sam.
Yeah, boss.
Miss Lund will prefer going out the back stairs.
I'm sorry about this, Rick. I've had a little trouble.
I'll forget it. Well, I guess that ought to take care of your hand.
Thanks. If it's all right with you, I'd like to stay here a few minutes longer.
Yeah. Don't you sometimes wonder if it's worth all this, what you're fighting for?
We might as well question why we breathe. If we stop breathing, we'll die. If we stop fighting our enemies, the world will die.
What of it?
You know how you sound, Rick. Like a man who is trying to convince himself of something he doesn't at all believe. Each of us has a destiny, for good or evil.
I get the point.
I wonder if you do. I wonder if you know that you're trying to escape from yourself, and you'll never succeed.
You seem to know all about it.
I know a good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we should both be in love with her. No one's to blame, and I ask no explanation. I ask only one thing. You won't give me the letters of transit? All right. But I want Ilsa to be safe. I ask you as a favor to use the letters to take her away from Casablanca.
You love her that much?
Apparently you think of me only as the leader of a cause. Well, I'm also a human being. Yes, I love her that much.
You should not leave your back doors unlocked, Monsieur.
Yeah, that's right, Cassell. No telling who might break in.
Monsieur Laszlo, you'll come with us. We have a warrant for your arrest.
Ricky, I advise you not to be too interested in what happens to Laszlo.
Oh, come on. Stop bluffing. All you can do is find him a few thousand francs. You might as well let him go now. Hey, what are you charging him with?
I haven't quite decided. Meanwhile, if by any chance you are thinking of helping him to escape...
And what makes you think I'd do that?
Because, one, you bet 5,000 francs that he would, and two, you've got the letters of transit. Don't bother to deny it.
All right, get ready for a shock, Louis. Yeah, I have the letters, but I intend to use them myself. I'm leaving Casablanca on the last plane tonight.
What?
And I'm taking a friend with me. One you'd appreciate.
What friend?
Ilsa Lund. Now, that ought to put your mind at rest about my wanting to help Laszlo escape. He's the last man I'd want to see get out of here.
You didn't come here to tell me this. Since you have the letters, you know very well you can fill in your names and leave any time you wish.
Yeah. We have a legal right to go, but people sometimes are held in Casablanca in spite of their legal rights. Laszlo, for instance.
What makes you think I'd want to hold you?
Ilsa's Laszlo's wife. She knows things that would interest Strasser tremendously. Louis, I'll make a deal with you.
Go on.
If you could get something really big against Laszlo, something that would chuck him in a concentration camp for years, that would be quite a haul for you, wouldn't it?
Yes. Germany, Vichy would be very grateful.
Then release Laszlo now. You'll be at my place half an hour before the plane leaves. I'll arrange to have Laszlo come there to pick up the letters of transit. That will give you criminal grounds to arrest him. You take him, and Ilsa and I get away.
There's something about this I don't quite understand. You were never before interested in any woman.
Well, she just isn't any woman.
I see. How do you know that I'll keep my end of the bargain, or that you'll keep your end of the bargain?
You've got Laszlo inside?
Yes.
Well, let me see him alone now. We'll make the arrangements. Open up your microphones, and you'll hear every word. You would anyway.
Ricky, I'm really going to miss you. Apparently, you're the only one in Casablanca who has even less scruples than I. Well, Rick, 40 minutes, and you'll be on your way to Lisbon.
Yep.
Rick's Cafe. Oh, this place will never be the same without you.
I sold it to Ferrari. Oh, don't worry. He understands you're still the winner roulette.
Oh, thanks. You have the letters, Rick?
Yeah, right here.
Tell me, when we searched the place, where were they?
I dropped them in Sam's piano.
Serves me right for not being musical.
Oh, here they are. You better wait in my office.
Yes, a good idea.
Hello, Elsa. Where's Laszlo?
Oh, he'll be right in. He's just paying the driver. Rick.
What?
Haven't you told Victor yet that he's going alone?
He thinks I'm leaving with him.
I'll tell him later.
But it's all right, isn't it? You were able to arrange everything.
Oh, sure.
But, Victor...
We'll tell him at the airport. The less time to think, the easier for all of us. Just trust me.
Yes.
I don't know how to thank you, Rick.
Save it. There's still lots of things to do.
I brought the money. It's in this briefcase.
Forget it. You'll need it in America.
But we made a deal.
Never mind that. Here, I got the letters here. They're made out in blank and signed by General Vagon. All you have to do is fill in the blanks.
I'm sorry, Laszlo. You're under arrest again. Accessory to the murder of the couriers from whom those letters were stolen. You're surprised about my friend Ricky. Well, the explanation is simple. Love, it seems, has triumphed over virtue.
Oh, now take it easy, Louis. Nobody's going to be arrested. Not for a while yet.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Yeah. Now sit down.
Oh, Ricky, put down that gun.
Now, look, I wouldn't like to shoot you, Louis, but I will if you don't behave.
Oh. Under the circumstances, then I will sit down.
Yeah, and keep your hands on the table.
I'm very unhappy, Ricky.
There's a telephone right next to you, Louis. Now pick it up and dial the airport. We don't want any trouble out there either. Remember, Louis, this gun is pointed right at your heart.
Oh, that's my least vulnerable spot.
Hello?
Hello? Is this the airport?
What are you talking about? This is Major Strasser.
Captain Reno, I want to speak to the operations manager.
What? Oh, go ahead, Renault.
Oh, monsieur. A man and a woman will arrive shortly at the airport.
Huh?
They will go aboard the Lisbon plane. They carry 2 letters of transit. There is to be absolutely no trouble made for them. Understand?
I'll be there right away.
Thank you.
Lisbon plane taking off in 5 minutes. This is the last call for passengers to please board the plane. Lisbon plane, 5 minutes.
You gotta hurry now, Laszlo. Take care of your luggage. We'll wait here. Here's a fountain pen, Louis. I think it might look nicer if you filled in the names on the letters.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yeah. And the names are Mr. and Mrs. Victor Laszlo.
Rick, why my name?
Because you're getting on the plane.
I don't understand. What about you?
Yes, what about you?
I'm staying here.
No, Rick, what's happened? Last night you said...
Last night I said I'd do the thinking for the both of us. Well, I've done a lot of it since then. It all adds up to just one thing. You're getting on that plane with Laszlo.
I won't leave you again, Rick. I won't.
Listen to me. Do you have any idea what you would have to look forward to if you stay here? We'd both wind up in a concentration camp.
I'm afraid Major Strasser might insist.
You're saying this only to make me go.
I'm saying it because it's true. Inside of us, we both know that you belong to Victor.
And what happens to you?
Well, I've got a job to do, Ilse. And where I'm going, you can't follow. I'm sounding noble now. I'm not very good at it. But it doesn't take much to see that the problems of 2 little people, well, they just don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. Someday you'll understand that.
Everything's in order.
All except one thing. There's something you have to know before we leave.
Please, you don't have to explain anything.
But I'm going to, because it may make a difference to you later on. You know about Rick and me?
Yes?
But you didn't know I was with him last night at his place when you were there.
No.
She came to get the letters. She tried everything to get them and nothing worked. She did her best to convince me she was still in love with me. But that was over a long time ago. For your sake, she pretended it wasn't. Well, I let her pretend.
I understand.
Now, here are the letters. Good luck.
Welcome back to the fight, Rick. Are you ready, darling?
Yes, I am. Goodbye, Rick. God bless you.
Come on, you better hurry. You'll miss that plane.
Well, there they go, Rick. I was right. You are a sentimentalist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know I'll have to arrest you, of course.
Yeah, as soon as the plane takes off, Louis.
Captain Renault!
Oh, I may still win my bet, Rick.
Renault, what was the meaning of that phone call?
Victor Laszlo is on that plane.
No, stop him! Stop him! What are you standing here for?
Because Monsieur Rick has a gun in my stomach.
I was willing to shoot Captain Renault. I'm willing to shoot you too, Major.
Are you crazy? Guards! Guards!
Don't call anyone, Major. I'll shoot.
I'll stop it myself. Wait! Wait! The plane must not take off! The plane must... What's the trouble here? Did someone shoot? What are you doing? Oh, Captain Renault.
Someone has just shot Major Strasser.
Oh!
Telephone Lieutenant Cassell immediately. And tell him to round up the usual suspects.
Yes, Captain.
Ricky,
It might be a good idea for you to disappear from Casablanca for a while. There's a free French garrison at Brazzaville. I could be induced to arrange your passage.
Hey, look, you still owe me 5,000 francs.
5,000 francs should just about pay our expenses.
Our expenses?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
In private life, Hedy Lamarr is Mrs. John Loder. And so, as we present our stars for a curtain call, I'll introduce them as Alan Ladd and Mr. and Mrs. John Loder. Although they've been married almost a year, it's our first chance to congratulate them.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, he beats me.
What do you mean?
Come on, take off your coat, Loder.
At gin rummy.
You just saved me.
We want your expert opinion on something, Mr. DeMille.
For you, Hedy, anything.
When a husband and wife are in one of your plays, do you recommend a little extra rehearsing at home?
Oh, definitely, John. Offhand, I can't think of anything more pleasant than going over a love scene with Hedy.
If Mrs. DeMille is listening, he's only kidding.
We better drop this.
Well, I'll change the subject, CB. Because there's something I want to say to Humphrey Bogart's fans. It was a privilege for me to play a part that he made famous, but, well, really, nobody could play it like Bogey. And I'd like to wish him... And I'd like to wish him all the luck in the world over there in the Mediterranean area, where he's entertaining American soldiers.
Now, luck and a safe return. I suppose Alan has shown you the photographs of his new daughter, Hedy.
Why, no.
Well, how'd I miss you? It seems I just have a dozen or so around or something.
Pure accident, pure accident. But her beauty reminds me of something that I must ask John as man to man.
Straight answer?
Yes, John. I want to know if Hedy sees that you get the right kind of soap at home.
Why, Mr. DeMille?
I'll answer that, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little hurt you even ask. I have Lux soap in my dressing room at the studio, and naturally at home, too. I've used it for years.
And lucky Lux to be on such good terms with you, Hedy. Now let me tell you what we've planned for next week.
What's the show, CB?
One of the big dramatic prizes of the past year. The Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Random Harvest. And that isn't all, because our stars will be Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. They're the original stars of the picture. And next Monday night, we present them both in this powerful story of a soldier and the girl who loves him. A great drama made even greater by the artistry of Greer Garson and Ronald Colman.
It's a wonderful picture, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night. Good night. Good night. That applause goes from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a tiny island in the mid-Pacific called Tarawa. That pronunciation, incidentally, is from the National Geographic Society. That island will never be important economically. It is no rich source of raw materials. But the name of Tarawa has been written indelibly into American memory in the blood of American sons. Out of the first group of Marines who landed on Tarawa, more than half will never fight again. Is there anyone listening who can truthfully say, I can't afford to buy any more war bonds? That was just a tiny island. The continent of Europe is yet to come. The tempo of invasion is moving ever faster. That's why we have a fourth war loan drive. That's why every American who deserves that name will buy at least one extra war bond now. We must not only back the attack, we must help our boys to lead it. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Alan Ladd appeared through the cooperation of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Miracle of Morgan's Creek. John Loder is currently seen in the Warner Brothers picture Old Acquaintance and is now making the Jules Levy production, The Hairy Ape. Edgar Barrier is now seen in the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. Have you heard about Spry?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with Spry.
Yep, Spry is the shortening by. Women everywhere are saying,
A jar of Spry, please. A jar of Spry. A jar of Spry, please. Spry, Spry, Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcast.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story based on fact. A man's last hours in a death cell awaiting execution. We call it The Phones Die First. So now, starring Harry Bartell, here is tonight's suspense play, The Phones Die First.
Bradley speaking. Oh, yes, Warden. Brunner, a visit? But it's almost 4. Well, Brunner's due downstairs, you understand? All right, if you say so, sir. I'll call the row right away.
Sarge? Sarge?
Yeah, Brunner.
How about these law books? I got a lot of them here.
You can give them to the library if you want, or the fellows here. Whatever you want to do.
How about the guys, huh?
Fine with me.
Well, that's about everything. Except my personal stuff. Do I have time, Sarge?
It's not quite 4 yet. Oh, excuse me, Brunner.
Sure.
Rowe. Yes, sir. He's about ready. Oh, Captain, are you coming over to go with Brunner? Or shall we? Oh, fine. Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, we'll do. Bye. Bill.
Yes, Sarge?
The captain's on his way up for Brunner. You and Doug take the gun rail, just in case, you know.
Right, Sarge. You know something?
What?
I'll be glad when the cap takes me off this tour. Each time one of them poor devils takes the big walk, I do too.
You'll get used to it. They do.
Well, boys.
Afternoon, Captain.
We got a problem.
Oh?
Warden called me. Brunner's got a specially approved visit. His sister.
You going to take him downstairs first?
No, I don't think so. I think we'll take him over to my office to visit with her and then downstairs from there. Hello, Frank.
Oh, Cab.
How's it going?
Okay, I guess.
It's just about 4, Frank.
Yeah.
But first, you got a visit.
Me? Who?
Your sister.
Oh, I thought maybe it was my lawyer with some news.
So if there is any, Frank, you'll hear. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, Cap, I won't worry.
Sergeant tells me you want to say goodbye to some of the fellas up here. Well, that's okay with me if you do, but not too long, huh?
When am I seeing my sister?
As soon as we leave here, in my office.
We aren't coming back here, huh?
No, Frank.
Downstairs?
Unlock Brunner, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'll wait for you at the elevator gate, Frank.
Thanks, Cap.
You got everything, Brunner?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Frank.
Over here.
Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten you, Whitey.
I'll take care of your pictures for you if you want.
Well, thanks, but I already gave them to the Sarge here. He's going to send them home.
Oh.
But I tell you what you can do. You can take his dictionary of mine. Maybe it'll do you some good.
What do I want with a book? Has a lot of big words in it. Well, we're going... Yeah, sure, Frank. I'd like it. Thanks. Dream the big dream for me, will you? So long, Mike. So long, Frank. Hey, Frank.
What's happening, Lucky?
Nothing shaking.
I'd like you to take these books here off my hands, would you?
Oh, sure. We can all use them.
No, especially you. If they had a charm for you, they kept you from taking the walk I'm taking today.
I don't know. I've got a terrible hunch I'm turning the last few pages.
No, you keep writing those writs. Those law books still work. Maybe not always in time for everybody, but they've done all right for you.
Gee, Frank, I wish... you know.
Sure, I understand.
We'll be thinking about you tomorrow.
Do that. Hi, kid.
Bruner.
How you doing?
Sick of this crummy place.
You're not in a hurry to leave it, are you?
I don't know. This whole joint.
You want to go with me?
If you think I'll kiss anybody goodbye, you're crazy. No one's ever handed me anything. I don't expect them to do it now.
You'll have it your way, kid. I think you're all noise.
Listen, Bruner, I don't see giving these bulls anything. When I go, they want to have an extra goon squad waiting because I'm going to leave them something to remember me by.
Kid, I ain't got much time to talk. I want you to have something of mine. Here.
What is it? Tom Sawyer. You a jokester?
No, I want you to have it.
I don't get it.
Well, you read it. Maybe it'll make you see somebody you never knew. When everything was wonderful tomorrow.
Sure, Bruno. I'll read it in the easy chair downstairs.
Sure, kid. I'll be seeing you.
Sure thing.
Sorry about the kid, Frank. He talks too much.
He gets scared all kinds of ways, Cat.
Yeah, maybe so. You ready, Frank?
No. Let's go.
Bruner, I'm going to leave you and your sister alone in my office. It's not routine, but this time we'll forget routine for a moment. I want you to promise me you'll come when I call you. Agreed, Frank?
Thanks, Cap.
Frank? Frank.
Hello, sis.
Oh, Frank.
And now listen, honey, we haven't got much time. We shouldn't spend it bawling, huh?
You're right.
How'd you get up here?
The train?
How's Mom and Dad?
Oh, Frank.
I ask you a question, honey.
They're fine. You know they send their love.
I'm glad you made them stay home. There's no need.
How have you been, darling?
Fine.
They tell me that this is our last chance to visit.
That's right, honey.
Oh, Frank.
Yeah, listen, Ruthie. Listen close. There's not much time left. I want you to do something for me, something important. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to call Alice's family.
What?
I want you to call Alice's family.
But, Frank...
Now, please, honey. I killed Alice, but I want them to know, as I've always said, that it wasn't from hate or anything like that. It just hurt. Knowing after all those years that we were together, that she really cared for someone else.
I will, Frank, I promise.
I couldn't see life without her, and it was even worse to live knowing that she was with someone else and not me. If I couldn't have it, nobody else could. Maybe they'll understand.
Frank.
Listen, honey, I want you to go now, please.
But, darling...
No, Ruthie, this is no good for both of us. You go on.
Oh, Frank, why? Why?
Would you give me a kiss?
Frank.
Thanks, honey. Now go. Go on. This is it, huh, Sarge? Last stop. When I was upstairs on the row, I used to see him come down here in the afternoon before, just like today. I always wondered. The wondering's over.
You got enough cigarettes?
You know, I don't smoke much, Sarge. It's bad for the system. Hey, what time did Cap say be back?
Around 6.
Well, it's almost that now, isn't it?
Just about.
Time is something we'll all be keeping track of pretty close the next 14 hours, huh?
Sorry, Frank. I'm late, I know.
Well, that's all right, Cap. I'm in no hurry, believe me.
Warden's coming over around 9.
You think he'll have any news?
Well, I understand he's been in touch with the state capitol. It's routine, of course, you know.
I don't have much of a chance, do I, Cap?
I really don't know, Frank.
Well, I know.
Anything I can get you, Frank?
Yeah, there is. A phonograph.
I think that can be arranged.
And some nice records, something classical, something easy on the ear.
I'll certainly try. Meanwhile, Chaplin's asked if you want to see him.
Of course I do. I'm no fool. Tomorrow morning isn't going to be easy. I never kidded myself on that. I don't want to walk in there alone.
Hey, Whitey. Whitey.
What?
The lights will be out in a minute or two. 10 o'clock.
So?
I wonder what Bruner's doing.
He's probably doing it hard.
He was an okay guy. Never could quite figure. Hey, what did he give you?
His dictionary.
Dictionary? You know what he gave me? Tom Sawyer. Can you imagine?
Listen, kid. He had you figured a long time ago when you first come up here. Yet all you did when he came by this afternoon was lip off.
What was I supposed to do? Break down in tears?
Don't be so sure of yourself. But like I was saying, guys like him you never figure out. First they're with you, and then you're sitting like us right now remembering them. And you're glad they were with you.
What could I say?
I don't know.
Hey, Whitey, you think Bruner will really go tomorrow morning?
Who knows?
Well, one of the bulls was telling me a couple of weeks ago that when one of us gets it, they knock off all the phones an hour before. Said something about keeping the lines clear except for the one downstairs. Real slick, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, real slick. Everything dies in order. The free world when you come in here. And the last light of day in the afternoon before. And just before they sit you down in a little green room, they kill all the phones. And they go about killing you.
You are listening to The Phones Die First, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Underworld characters who want an easy buck and aren't fussy how they make it are endlessly inventive. Fortunately, the agents of the FBI are even quicker and shrewder in their counter-efforts to foil their plans and ferret them out of hiding. You can hear another startling drama on the popular CBS radio program, The FBI in Peace and War, over most of these same stations, tomorrow night.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Harry Bartell, starring in tonight's production, The Phones Die First, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hello, Frank. I'm Father Malahan.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece you're playing.
Yeah, Father. I'll turn it off if you want.
No, please don't. Beautiful. I understand you're a Protestant.
Yeah?
You asked for a priest? You know, there's a Protestant chaplain here.
Yeah, I know, Father. He's probably a right guy, but I don't know how to say it.
What?
I've heard ever since I came to this place practically a year ago that you were quite the good Joe. I'm sorry, Father. I didn't mean it.
Please, I'm flattered. You wanted a friend.
Yeah.
Well, Frank, I suppose when it's all said and done, what is religion? Faith, but a friend. Sort of hold on to. I've been so busy all day, I haven't really eaten anything yet. How about you?
I'm not too hungry.
Oh, come on. You're not going to let me eat alone, are you? Tell you what we'll do. We'll phone from here and have Smitty send up something.
Smitty, you're a brave warrior, Father.
Oh, I see. You've heard of Smithy, our prize chef, huh? Well, you can't do any more than...
And kill us, Father?
I don't think that's called for, do you, Frank?
I'm sorry.
Well, what are you going to have, Frank? I'll match you, dish for dish. I should have known better than to try to eat more than a Dutchman.
I think you did pretty good, Father, considering that you haven't got much to stow your food away.
Hey, you casting aspersions at this thin house of mine? You'd be surprised.
What time is it?
Midnight. A little past.
Would you mind, Father, staying here tonight? I know it isn't the best hotel, but...
Be glad to.
The fellas were right. You're an oak.
Where's your home, Frank?
You mean where I was born or where I live?
Both.
I was born in Seattle, but I spent most of my life up around Modesto.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful farming country. I've been through there often.
We aren't so far from it here.
No, we're not.
In about 10 hours from now, I'll be a long ways away.
Frank, you a fatalist?
No, Father. But I know when not to kid myself.
Oh, I don't think it's kidding yourself to believe that even though we may be in some dire straits, that often we actually come out of them.
Not this time.
Well, if I were you, I'd sort of put my trust in someone much more sure than you and me. Then I'd relax as best I knew how.
Sure.
Yes?
Mr. Johnson?
Oh, Miss Bruner, I was just going to call you. I have an appointment with the governor at 9 this morning.
Is he in town?
Yes, we're in luck. He left the capital last night, and this morning my secretary called me that he's staying with friends here.
Have you already talked with him?
Yes, but just briefly. He's agreed to talk with me regarding Frank this morning. Miss Bruner.
Yes?
Don't raise your hopes at this late hour. As Frank's lawyer, all I can do is present what we've presented before and had turned down.
Hanging on and believing?
No, of course not. I promise I'll call you when I hear definite news.
You'll call regardless of what it might be?
Yes, I promise.
Morning, Father.
Good morning, Captain.
Bruner, how are you?
Thanks for the record you sent over and the phonograph.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. Bruner, the warden won't be over until time. He told me to tell you he'll be in personal touch with the governor this morning.
You're in time for breakfast, Captain.
I don't mind if I do.
You feel like trusting Smitty again, Frank?
What have I got to lose?
You know, Captain, I'm getting to be a freeloader around here. Last night, again this morning. What'll the budget director say?
I think he'd say, let's eat.
All right, Captain. Let's have orange juice, Bacon and eggs, hot cakes, toast, and strong black coffee. More coffee, Frank? How about you, Captain?
No, thanks, Father. I've got to be going. There's some things I've got to attend to.
Captain.
Yes, Bruner?
I'd like to ask you something.
Sure.
When it comes time this morning, which isn't too long now, I want just you and my father to go with me. Will you promise?
I'll see, Bruner.
Hey, Whitey?
Lucky.
You checking the time?
Who ain't?
Frank was all right, huh? Wish he could have been around longer.
Hey, you're the lawyer up here. How about this last-minute stay routine? Couldn't Frank get it as well as the next guy? Now, you know, we've seen him get him.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock now. If they're going to give him one, they better be warming up the warden's phone.
I'd like to see him come up that elevator again. It'll do us all good.
Are you guys praying over there? Why don't you drop dead?
Oh, no. No, they're going to have to do the honors for me.
Hey, Whitey, you ever see such a screwball?
You'll meet a different kid come his time to follow Frank. Believe me.
Father, I'm scared.
If you weren't, I wouldn't understand you.
Will it hurt?
Frank, do you trust me?
No, I do.
Then I want you not to say anything more. All right?
But, Father,
I like you, Frank. Because you know something? You're like a brother of mine.
Is he a priest?
No, he's making money, a contractor in St. Paul.
I'm glad you became a priest.
I am too, Frank, because I met you.
You're just being nice.
Oh, no, Frank. I'd say this had we met outside. You know, we can't really judge our fellow man always by what he does or doesn't do. What we see is but a little bit of the man. God sees all of him. What's important? The heart. The intent of his life. I wouldn't worry if I were you, Frank. Whatever comes.
Father, I don't know what I would have done without you. You're a good friend.
Will all of those of you who have proper identification and credentials for admittance to the chamber area prepare them now for showing before entering? I must remind you again that no smoking or talking will be allowed once you're in the outer chamber itself. And I must remind you also that once you are inside, you will not be allowed to leave. Should you feel the need for assistance at any time during the ensuing proceedings, a custodial officer will be there to assist you. May I say now, if there's... You may do so. Very well. You will sign the register inside the chamber, giving your name, address, and professional capacity. I recognize a few faces in the group, but to those who are here for the first time, we do not treat these proceedings as a show, but a grim task to be done as quickly and mercifully as possible. Will you come with me, please?
Chamber. Yes? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll tell. Yes, sir. Bruner, it was the warden.
Yeah?
He hasn't been able to reach the governor.
Yeah, I know. The warden couldn't reach him. He just don't want to be reached.
Frank.
That's your show, Father. The make-believe's all.
Frank. Will you listen to me?
I have been, Father, and I'm still going through that green door over there.
Frank, as a friend. As a friend, would you pray with me? It's a prayer we both know, that I'm sure. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Father, we're ready.
So are we. Would you give us a moment?
Surely.
Frank, would you put your hand in mine for just a moment?
Sure, Father.
And then we'll walk like only friends can. Side by side. Each giving strength and peace to the other.
Father.
I'm with you.
Father won't have to go.
Yes, of course. Come on, Frank. Let's walk together.
Chamber. Yes, sir. Warden! Warden! It's the governor's office.
Father. Father.
Yes, Frank. We're going to be all right.
Suspense, in which Harry Bartell starred in tonight's presentation of The Phones Die First. Next week, we bring you a story of a woman who finds a letter warning of death and has only 3 hours to deliver it. We call it The Death Parade. That's next week on Suspense. Is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Jules Maitland. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Heard in tonight's cast were Barney Phillips, William Justine, Tom McKee, Jack Crucian, Herbert Ellis, Richard Crenna, and Eleanor Tannen.
Nothing gives old man trouble as much personal trouble as a smile, and nobody seems more dedicated to making life tough for old man trouble than Arthur Godfrey. Tomorrow and every Monday through Friday, listen over most of these same stations for Arthur Godfrey Time. It's one sure way to tune in on happiness. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.